Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Goddess and the Awakening of the System. Xu Mengyao. Upon seeing the beautiful woman at the door, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Memories from 3 years ago flooded his mind. During his senior year, he had rented an apartment outside the university, where Xu Mengyao, a sophomore and the school's ice queen, had captivated many hearts. One night, he found her in a state of distress, and, upon inquiring, she implored him to take her home. Once they arrived, Lin Chen intended to call the police. However, the flushed Xu Mengyao unexpectedly began to disrobe. She had been drugged and prevented him from making the call. That night was surreal, and Lin Chen never anticipated that he would be the one to have her first. Regrettably, the next day, Xu Mengyao vanished from his life. Moreover, she withdrew from school to pursue her studies abroad. "Xiaoxi, come here. Call Daddy." Xu Mengyao directed her gaze to a timid little girl standing beside her. With her big, beautiful eyes, the child looked up at Lin Chen and asked, "Are you my daddy?" Lin Chen could hardly believe it. He gazed at Xu Mengyao in shock. Xu Mengyao calmly explained, "I became pregnant with Xiaoxi that time. The doctor informed me that my health was poor and I might only carry this one child. So I gave birth to Xiaoxi. I initially intended to raise her alone without disturbing you. But other children have fathers, and Xiaoxi wishes to have one too." She continued, "I have been quite busy lately. Could you take care of Xiaoxi for a while?" At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Super Dad System activated. "Host, do not doubt the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinary father." Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Out of the blue, he had a delightful daughter and had awakened the Super Dad System. It seemed he was destined for greatness. "Xu Mengyao, please come in." Lin Chen invited. Xu Mengyao shook her head, saying, "I won't go in. Xiaoxi is your daughter, and you can verify this through a paternity test, but we have no further connection." "Xiaoxi, he's your daddy. Haven't you been yearning to find your father? Other children have daddies, so Xiaoxi deserves one too." Xu Mengyao knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. "Daddy," Lin Xiaoxi sweetly called out. The sound of daddy melted Lin Chen's heart. "Oh, Xiaoxi, you are such a good girl," he replied, feeling a bit flustered. Xu Mengyao stood up and handed him a business card. "This is my contact information that if there is an important matter, reach out to me, but please refrain from calling for trivial reasons." This suitcase contains Xiaoxi's clothing. She can be a bit picky with food, so you'll need to put in some effort during meal times. Just take her to kindergarten. "Xiaoxi, you must listen to your daddy, okay? Mommy has things to attend to and will visit you again soon." Lin Xiaoxi nodded, displaying an air of maturity as she said, "Mommy, don't be afraid on your own. He'll keep Daddy company because he must be very lonely." "MHM," Xu Mengyao replied reluctantly as she departed. Lin Chen bent down to scoop up Lin Xiaoxi. She bore a striking resemblance to him, and coupled with the system's assertion, there was no doubt that this adorable little girl was indeed his daughter. "Daddy, I'm so happy," Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed. "Other children have daddies, and now I have one too." With one arm holding Lin Xiaoxi, Lin Chen used the other to bring the suitcase inside. The suitcase appeared to be quite valuable. "Daddy, your place is so small," Lin Xiaoxi remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Lin Chen's apartment was modesta one-bedroom unit, but it was sufficient for him alone. With the addition of Lin Xiaoxi, it felt a tad cramped. The living room was rather small, making it difficult for Lin Xiaoxi to play. "Was your previous home quite spacious?" Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoxi nodded yes. "Mommy's house is enormous, like a castle. But sometimes when Mommy is away, I feel unhappy with the two ants. I love Daddy and Mommy," Lin Chen said, kissing Lin Xiaoxi's cheek. "Daddy loves you too, Xiaoxi. We'll find a bigger place in the next few days." After being laid off last month due to the company's poor performance, Lin Chen had managed to save some money, amounting to around 60 to 70,000 yuan in his bank account. "Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy?" Lin Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Though she seemed mature, she was still a child and did not comprehend such matters. Lin Chen gently patted her head. "Xiaoxi, let me ask you something. Does Mommy bring other uncles home?" Having had a relationship with Xu Mengyao, and now being the father of her child, Lin Chen harbored certain feelings toward her. However, if she were to be with someone else, he would have to reconsider, regardless of her beauty. "No," Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Lin Chen's heart brightened. Perhaps there was still hope. 3 years ago, Xu Mengyao was the campus belle, and Lin Chen felt she had only grown more beautiful since then. If he could win her affection, it would be a delightful turn of events. Xiaoxi, play by yourself for a bit. Daddy will tidy up your things. Lin Chen smiled as he dragged the suitcase into the bedroom. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Inside, he found a bag containing several bundles of money. After a quick count, he realized there was a total of 60,000 yuan. There was also a note inside the bag. Lin Chen, this is your living expense for the next 3 months. I know you are currently unemployed, so please take good care of Xiaoxi. Once she starts kindergarten, you won't need to look after her anymore. Lin Chen mused himself that Xu Mengyao had been quite considerate, ensuring he wouldn't neglect Lin Xiaoxi by providing living expenses. However, he had no intention of using that money. Lin Xiaoxi was his daughter, and it was his duty to raise and care for her without relying on Xu Mengyao's financial aid. Soon, Lin Chen had organized Lin Xiaoxi's clothing. A voice echoed in his mind. Host has organized the suitcase. System space activated. The system space is 1,000 cubic meters and can store any item that the host touches. Lin Chen was astonished. Organizing the suitcase had unlocked the system space. 1,000 cubic meters wasn't excessively large, but it was ample for his needs. Even a typical villa might not have such spacious interiors. Store, Lin Chen commanded with his thoughts. The bag containing the money was instantly transferred to the system space. In the next moment, it reappeared in his hand. Retrieving and storing items was remarkably effortless. Wonderful, Lin Chen exclaimed, filled with elation. Even without additional benefits, merely having unnecessary cubic meter system space, if utilized properly, could lead to significant gains. Life is truly marvelous, Lin Chen mused. After being single for 24 years, I've suddenly become a father to a charming daughter. He felt a mix of happiness and uncertainty. The sudden transition to fatherhood was something he needed time to adjust to. Chapter 1. The goddess arrives, the system awakens. Xu Mengyao. Upon seeing the beautiful woman outside the door, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. A flood of memories from 3 years prior surged into his mind. During his senior year of college, he rented an apartment off campus, and Xu Mengyao, a sophomore, was the campus ice-cold beauty point. One night, he found her in a state of distress, and after inquiring, she implored him to take her home. Once home, Lin Chen prepared to call the police. However, to his astonishment, the flushed Xu Mengyao began to undress. She had been drugged and prevented him from making the call. That night felt like a dream. Lin Chen never imagined he would experience Xu Mengyao's first time. Regrettably, she left the following day. Moreover, Xu Mengyao dropped out of school and went abroad for her studies. Shishi, come here. Call me Daddy, she said, glancing at the little girl beside her. A cute little girl timidly approached Lin Chen, her large, beautiful eyes gazing up at him. Are you my daddy? Lin Chen could hardly believe it. He stared at Xu Mengyao in shock. She calmly explained, I became pregnant with Shishi that time. The doctor said my health was poor, and I might only be able to carry this one child. So I gave birth to Shishi. I had planned to raise her alone without disturbing you. But other children have fathers, and Shishi want a father too. And I've been quite busy lately. Can you take care of Shishi for a while? At that moment, a foreign voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Super Dad system activated. Host, do not doubt, the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinary father. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Suddenly, he had a super adorable daughter, and he had awakened the Super Dad system. It felt as though he was destined for greatness. Xu Mengyao, please come in, Lin Chen urged. Xu Mengyao shook her head. I won't go in. Shishi is your daughter, and you need not doubt that. You may conduct a paternity test, but we have no further connection. Shishi, he is your daddy. Aren't you always saying you want to find your father? Other children have dads. Shishi wants one too. Xu Mengyao bent down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy, Lin Xiaoxi called sweetly. That single utterance melted Lin Chen's heart. Da-da. You're such a good girl, Xiaoxi, Lin Chen replied, somewhat flustered. Xu Mengyao stood up and handed him a business card. This is my contact information. If anything important arises, reach out to me. Otherwise, please refrain from calling. This suitcase contains Shizai's clothes. She can be a bit picky, so you might need to put in some effort at meal times. Just take her to kindergarten. Shishi, remember to listen to Daddy. Mommy has things to do, but he'll come to see you again soon. Little Lin Xiaoxi nodded, acting quite grown up as she said, Mommy, don't be scared on your own. He'll keep Daddy company. He must be very lonely. Xu Mengyao reluctantly departed. Lin Chen bent down to scoop up Lin Xiaoxi. She resembled him closely, and given what the system indicated, there was no doubt she was his daughter. "Daddy, I'm so happy," Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed. "Other kids have daddies, and now I have one too." With one arm cradling Lin Xiaoxi, Lin Chen used the other to bring the suitcase inside. It looked quite valuable. "Daddy, your place is so small," Lin Xiaoxi remarked as she surveyed the room. Lin Chen's rented apartment was a one-bedroom unit, adequate for one person, but it felt a bit cramped with Lin Xiaoxi there. The living room was rather small, limiting Lin Xiaoxi's play space. "Did you live in a big house before, Xiaoxi?" Lin Chen asked. She nodded. "Yes. Mommy's house is huge, like a castle, but sometimes when Mommy isn't home, I'm not happy with the two aunts." "I love Mommy and Daddy," Lin Chen said as he kissed Lin Xiaoxi's cheek. "Daddy loves you too, Xiaoxi. He'll look for a bigger place in the next few days." His company had been struggling, and he was laid off last month. Fortunately, he had saved diligently, and the severance package left him with around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in his bank account. "Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy?" Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously. Although she acted mature, she was still unaware of such matters. Lin Chen stroked her little head. "Xiaoxi, let me ask you something. Has Mommy brought any other uncles home?" Having shared intimacy with Xu Mengyao, he naturally held certain feelings for her. If she had someone else, that would change everything. Even though she was incredibly beautiful, Lin Chen had no desire for a love triangle. "No," Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. There seemed to be hope after all. 3 years ago, Xu Mengyao was the campus beauty, and Lin Chen felt she had only grown more beautiful since then. If he could win her over, it would be delightful. "Xiaoxi, play by yourself for a moment. Daddy will tidy up your things." Lin Chen smiled as he dragged the suitcase to the bedroom. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Inside the suitcase was a bag containing several bundles of cash. He counted 60,000 in total. There was also a note inside. "Lin Chen, this is your living expense for 3 months. I know you are currently unemployed, so please take good care of Shi. Once she starts kindergarten, you won't have to take care of her anymore." Lin Chen pondered. Xu Mengyao had indeed thought this through, providing him with financial support to ensure Lin Xiaoxi was well cared for. However, he had no intention of using the money. Lin Xiaoxi was his daughter, and it was his duty to raise and care for her. Didn't need Xu Mengyao's financial assistance. Before long, Lin Chen had organized Lin Xiaoxi's clothes, and a voice resonated in his mind. "Host has organized the suitcase. System space activated." System space is 1,000 cubic meters and can store any item the host touches. Lin Chen was astonished. Organizing the suitcase had opened the system space. 1,000 cubic meters wasn't particularly large, but it was more than sufficient. Even the internal space of an ordinary villa might not match that. "Store." With a thought, the bag filled with money was absorbed into the system space. In the next moment, it reappeared in his hand. Retrieving and storing items was remarkably easy. Wonderful. Lin Chen was elated. Even without other benefits, simply possessing a 1,000 cubic meter system space and utilizing it wisely could yield substantial rewards. Life is truly marvelous. After spending 24 years single, I suddenly have a lovely daughter, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He was ecstatic yet somewhat bewildered. Suddenly becoming a father was something he needed time to adjust to. Chapter 2. Culinary Skills and Physical Enhancement. Should I tell my parents? Lin Chen pondered. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it a secret for now. He was still somewhat bewildered himself. Explaining his relationship with Xu Mengyao would be no easy task. It would be better to wait until he had adjusted before confiding in his parents. "Qian, what dishes do you like?" Lin Chen returned to the living room, picking up Lin Xiaoqian to inquire. Lin Xiaoqian was small and adorably soft, making her a comforting presence in his arms, and a smile unconsciously spread across Lin Chen's face. "Daddy, I like to eat meat. I also enjoy eggs. I don't eat appos, tea like green vegetables. They taste bad," Lin Xiaoqian chimed in innocently. Lin Chen chuckled. "Little Qian, you must eat meat, but you also need to eat your greens. If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. Do you eat the meals Auntie prepares at home?" "Yes," Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She leaned closer to Lin Chen and Appo's ear and whispered, "Daddy, I'll tell you a secret. Mommy and Appo's cooking isn and Appo's tea delicious, but I eat more when she cooks." Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Why is that? Lin Xiaoqin giggled. That way, Mommy will be at home more often, and I can see her more. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such words from such a young child were surprisingly poignant. Little Qian, Mommy is very busy, but Daddy is not. I will have plenty of time to spend with you, Lin Chen said tenderly, kissing Lin Xiaoqin's forehead. Some friends say I don't have a daddy. They are all wrong. I have a daddy, and my daddy is the best. Lin Xiaoqin beamed, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Lin Chen inquired, what about your grandparents? Xu Mengyao was busy with work, and he wondered if her parents were too busy to care for Lin Xiaoqin. It seemed that when Xu Mengyao was away, a nanny looked after her. Lin Xiaoqin murmured, Grandma is sick, and Grandpa is with her abroad for treatment. I miss them. Lin Chen quickly reassured her, Little Qian, I'm sure your grandparents miss you too. They will come back to see you when they can. Lin Xiaoqin nodded. Daddy, why don't you come find me and Mommy? Lin Chen sighed inwardly. That night, with Xu Mengyao had been an unexpected turn of events, and its ramifications were substantial. Having shared a bed with such a stunning school beauty had raised his standards, yet here he was, still single. The situation between your mommy and me is a bit complicated. You're still too young to understand. Why don't you play for a while, and I'll cook for you? Lin Chen gently suggested, stroking Lin Xiaoqin's head. She nodded in agreement. Lin Chen moved to the kitchen, busying himself. Normally, he would prepare just one dish for himself, but with Lin Xiaoqin, every meal required at least 3 dishes. He enjoyed spicy food, so one dish would have to include chili, while the other 2 would be suitable for Lin Xiaoqin without spice. 5 minutes passed swiftly. A voice echoed in Lin Chen and Amp. Oppo's S-Mind. Host, your culinary skills are beginning to improve. For every hour spent in the kitchen, you will gain 1 year of culinary experience. Lin Chen was elated. If he could enhance his skills at this rate, he would become a master chef in no time, estimating 2 hours daily for meals. Within a month, he could surpass even a 5-star chef. In 3 months, he would be a culinary god. As time passed, an array of knowledge flooded Lin Chen's mind, seamlessly integrating with his actions. Did I really create this? He marveled, astonished by the 3 dishes he had prepared, though he had been cooking for 2 to 3 years. It had often been haphazard, yet the experience gained from this meal surpassed all he had accumulated thus far. Daddy, it smells so good. Are you tired? Lin Xiaoqin approached, her eyes sparkling. Lin Chen smiled. Daddy isn't tired. Let us wash our hands before we eat, okay? After washing, Lin Chen realized a problem. Without a high chair, Lin Xiaoqin couldn't reach the table. It seemed he needed to find a bigger place soon. He reflected on how small their current home was. The living room barely measured a few dozen square feet, and they had no dining area. The table was squeezed into the living room. Sit beside Daddy. I'll feed you, Lin Chen said with a smile, spooning a small bite for Lin Xiaoqin. She tasted it and exclaimed, Daddy, your dishes are much tastier than Mommy and Amp. Amp? Oppo's S. This is our little secret. Don't tell her. All right, it will be our secret, Lin Chen replied with a grin. After finishing the meal, he noticed Lin Xiaoqin's aversion to greens. She hardly touched the vegetables he had cooked. He decided not to force her. Once his culinary skills improved, he was confident she would come around. Daddy, I'm a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. If I fall asleep, you want to leave, right? Lin Xiaoqin asked, her eyes filled with concern. Of course not. Daddy will always be here with you, Lin Chen assured her as he carried her to bed. The sheets had just been changed yesterday, so there was no need to do so again. Daddy, kiss, Lin Xiaoqin insisted, and after receiving a kiss, she closed her eyes for her nap. Lin Chen gazed affectionately at his precious daughter, marveling at her cuteness. System. Does washing dishes enhance my culinary skills? He wondered while tidying up the kitchen. Yes, came the reply. Lin Chen smiled, realizing this would expedite his skill enhancement. System. I commend you. After washing the dishes, he distinctly felt his culinary prowess improve again. Time to clean up. While he could be lax about his own mess, he knew that a clean environment was essential for Lin Xiaoqin's health. Lin Chen dedicated himself to tidying up. An hour later, the system chimed in. Host. After working for an hour, your physical condition has improved by 1 point. The average physical condition for a normal adult male is 60 points. System. What is the physical condition of a top-notch boxer? Lin Chen asked mentally. Host, a top-tier boxer has a physical condition approximately 3 times that of an ordinary adult male. Doubling your physical condition can enhance your combat capabilities by over 10-fold. System, what is my current physical condition? Host, your initial physical condition is 60 points. And with the increase, it is now 61 points. Your daily enhancement limit is 3 points. You can improve your physical condition through labor or exercise. Lin Chen nodded slightly. An improvement of 3 points daily was significant. In just a month, he could potentially raise it by 90 points, reaching a total of 150 points. A top-notch boxer's condition is around 180 points, so if he maximized his daily improvements, he could surpass even the best within just over a month. Chapter 3. Renting a new home. Lin Chen inquired about available rentals in the prestigious Xu community, a nearby upscale residential area known for its exquisite landscaping and play facilities for children. Having visited the complex once before, he found it quite appealing. However, he had never dared to consider renting there due to the exorbitant prices. Upon researching, he discovered that the smallest apartments in Xu community boasted an area of at least 160 square meters, with the lowest rent surpassing 10,000 yuan. Moreover, the more affordable options typically featured mediocre decor, while well-furnished apartments commanded rents exceeding 15,000 yuan. Residing in the bustling metropolis, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the high housing costs, which rendered such rents unaffordable for the average person. Should he rent here? Lin Chen pondered. If he were alone, he would undoubtedly dismiss the idea, as his monthly income would not suffice to cover such a steep rent. However, with the presence of his little daughter, Lin Xiaoqian, and the awakening of his system, he reconsidered. Renting an apartment for 15,000 yuan would entail a deposit and 3 months' rent totaling 60,000 yuan. He recalled the 60,000 yuan left by Xu Mengyao. With a system at his disposal, he could repay Xu Mengyao in due time. I have around 60 to 70,000 yuan, he reflected. I may not need to touch much of Xu Mengyao's money. After careful contemplation, he resolved to rent an apartment in Xu community. With the system's assistance, it was likely that he would not remain in an unsuitable apartment for long. He needed to consider Lin Xiaoqian's well-being. Moving twice would require her to make new friends, which could be challenging. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoqian's cries echoed from the room. Lin Chen hurried inside. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Daddy's here. There's no need to be afraid. I will protect you. Daddy, I woke up and couldn't find you. I was scared you would leave me, Lin Xiaoqian replied, wiping her tears with a pitiful expression. Lin Chen embraced her. How could I? I promise I will never leave you. Let's make a pact. Whoever lies will be a little dog. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian agreed, sealing their promise. Daddy, I need to pee. Lin Chen carried her to the bathroom. Daddy, Mommy sits and hold me when I pee. How do I do it here? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously. Lin Chen guessed that Xu Mengyao had a Western toilet, while he had a squat toilet. Daddy will hold you while you pee, he assured her. Shoo. Lin Chen helped her relieve herself, silently grateful that she knew to call out. Otherwise, he would face the hassle of dealing with bedwetting. What did you usually do in the afternoons? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoqian pondered. When Mommy is home, she teaches me to recite poetry, paints with me, and sing songs. Daddy, I can sing for you later. Mommy sings beautifully. Lin Chen realized this would not be easy. He had only a shallow acquaintance with Xu Mengyao, and their relationship lacked any emotional foundation. What do you do when Mommy isn't around? He inquired. Lin Xiaoqian replied dejectedly, when Mommy is gone. I play by myself at home. Sometimes the nanny takes me out, but she isn't as good as Mommy. I like Mommy, and I like Daddy too. Lin Chen gently patted her head. Despite her young age, she grasped many nuances. Children can sense who genuinely cares for them. Xiaoqian, Daddy why, however, he possesses a system, and he is utterly confident that he can amass such wealth within 3 months. To speak of nothing else, effectively utilizing 1,000 cubic meters of system space. Earning 10 to 20 million within 3 months is by no means a daunting task. Mr. Lin, I will communicate with the landlord. The young agent swiftly placed a call to the landlord. Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed. Soon, Lin Chen and the others returned to the store to finalize the contract. 30,000 yuan was transferred. He still had 30 to 40,000 remaining, untouched from Xu Mengyao's funds. Xiaoqian, we are moving tomorrow. Lin Chen said with a smile. Chapter 4. Xu Mengyao's wealth. Lin Chen returned to the rented house with Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, why are we back here? Aren't we moving tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. This place has been unoccupied. Don't you see it's a bit dirty everywhere? I need to clean it up. So, tomorrow we can just move our things in. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, I will help you. That an amp? Amp? Oppos. That's great. With your help, we will surely finish cleaning faster. Lin Chen replied with a cheerful grin. Soon, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and got to work, with Lin Xiaoqian assisting beside him. At just 2 years and 2 months old, her tiny frame seemed hardly capable of offering much help. Yet her presence infused the atmosphere with joy. Ding! Host! Your physical constitution has increased by 1. Today, the total increase reached 3 points, achieving the growth limit. The system and amp, Oppos. S voice echoed in Lin Chen and amp, Oppos. S mind after an hour. A smile spread across his face. Holding Lin Xiaoqian, while laboring, made it easy to reach his limit. He anticipated that he could increase his constitution by 3 points each day in the future. Xiaoqian, we in Oppos. Redone for now. The place is quite clean. Lin Chen smiled as he gave the floor one last swipe. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Daddy, you're amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow, so we can move into our new home. I like it here. Lin Chen surveyed the tidied house, feeling quite satisfied with every aspect. He resolved to find a way to earn money to purchase this house. Otherwise, if the landlord sold it, moving would likely make Xiaoqian cry. The average price of houses in the Magic City had dropped slightly, now at 57,000. The Ziyuan community was an upscale area, considerably more expensive, averaging just over 80,000, with this particular house priced at 13 million. Xiaoqian, let us go. Daddy will make you something delicious at home. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian home, passing by a roadside vendor selling books, where he purchased several storybooks. Daddy, can you read me a story first? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly asked upon returning home. Of course. But first, let me start cooking, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Once the food was on the stove, he took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony of their small apartment. Xiaoqian, this story is called An Amp, Oppos, the Ugly Duckling and Amp, Oppos. Lin Chen began to narrate gently. 5 minutes passed, and the system and amp, Oppos. S voice resonated in Lin Chen and amp, Oppos. S mind. Host, your fairy tale reading volume and creative ability are beginning to elevate. The difficulty of both is less than that of improving your physical constitution. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling to achieve a high standard. Lin Chen mused, system, your metrics make it hard to gauge. Levels 1 to 5. Level 1 is ordinary. Level 2 is proficient. Level 3 is master. Level 4 is grandmaster. And level 5 is the ultimate grandmaster, the highest standard in the world. How far can I reach? The system responded, in 10 hours, you can achieve the grandmaster level. In 20 hours, you can reach the ultimate grandmaster level. However, higher tiers must exist. Lin Chen inquired, what about level 6, legendary, and level 7, mythic? Understood, host. Various skills will be classified according to your designated levels. The system reassured him. Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen with innocent eyes. Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? Lin Chen smiled. Daddy was just thinking of something else, and resumed his storytelling. A wealth of narrative knowledge surged into his mind, while the system assisted in boosting his storytelling volume and creative ability. In these times, parents were quite willing to invest in their children. If he could publish a captivating story, the profits would be substantial. However, to earn money, he first needed to enhance his own capabilities. After spending half an hour with Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian, would you like to read for a bit on your own? Daddy needs to prepare some food. There in Oppos. S meat just the way you like it. Okay. After half an hour, Lin Chen had prepared the meal. Daddy, this is so delicious. Even better than lunch. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully after tasting it. Lin Chen served her some greens. Xiaoqian, make sure to eat your vegetables. We mustn't be picky eaters. All right, just a little bit, she replied, truly consuming only a tiny morsel. Lin Chen smiled, pleased to see her improvement compared to lunchtime when she hadn't eaten any greens. After dinner, Lin Chen bathed Lin Xiaoqian and dressed her in her pajamas before quickly washing up himself. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Chen noticed her tear-streaked face as he emerged from the bathroom. "Daddy, I miss Mommy," she whimpered. "Sweetheart, Mommy will come to see you in a few days. Right now, she's working, and we shouldn't disturb her. How about I continue telling you a story?" Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoqian tightly. Xu Mengyao had not added him on WeChat, so video calls were out of the question. The fact that Xu Mengyao hadn't connected with him suggested her lingering resistance towards him. Lin Chen refrained from bringing it up, not wanting to face rejection. An hour later, lulled by the story, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. With a precious daughter, an awakened system, and enhancements in cooking skills, physical constitution, and storytelling ability, Lin Chen felt it had been a perfect day. System, if I practice other skills now, can new abilities emerge? He inquired mentally. Deliberate attempts will not yield results. New abilities will naturally arise as you accompany your child, the system explained. Lin Chen nodded slightly, appreciating the ease of this method. "Mengyao, what troubles you?" Shun Qing asked. "Worried about all that money. Unsure how to spend it?" Shun Qing and Appo's family was quite wealthy, with assets amounting to 30 million. But this paled in comparison to Xu Mengyao's fortune. Xu Mengyao's parents had laid a substantial foundation for her. A year ago, when the group was handed over to her, the assets were around 40 to 50 billion, with the Xu family holding a 51% stake. Xu Mengyao was talented and fortunate. After her parents left her to manage things abroad, the group's assets soared to 60 billion, with 300 billion belonging to the Xu family. As the only child, all of this would eventually be hers. "I sent Xiaoqian to Lin Chen," Xu Mengyao said, taking a sip of red wine. "What?" Shun Qing exclaimed, startled. As Xu Mengyao's close friend, she was aware of their past. "Mengyao, do you want to be with Lin Chen?" Xu Mengyao shook her head. "I have no such intentions. He and I are from different worlds. We're simply not suited for each other." It was Xiaoqian who wanted father. At over 2 years old, she's beginning to understand. She sees other children with their fathers and feels envious. When others mention that she has no father, it makes her sad. Shun Qing asked, "Mengyao, have you never considered finding someone to marry?" Xu Mengyao replied, "I may not be able to have more children. The probability of infidelity in marriage is astronomical. Besides, having Xiaoqian is enough for me." Shun Qing pressed, "Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father. What are you worried about? He is him, and you are you. You both share a child, so what's the issue?" Xu Mengyao murmured, "I worry about Xiaoqian. Can Lin Chen take good care of her?" Chapter 5. Moving to a new home, new abilities. How are Mengyao and Lin Chen doing now? Shun Qing inquired. Su Mendia Sai. He was laid off last month and is currently living in a small apartment in the urban village, a mere one-bedroom that is less than 40 square meters. If it weren't for Xiaoqian missing her father so much, I truly wouldn't want to send her suffer with Lin Chen. Shun Qing remarked. Lin Chen's circumstances are too dire. You should consider giving him some money. No matter how tough things are, we can't let Xiaoqian suffer. I've left him 60,000 yuan, which I told him is for 3 months' living expenses. Xu Mengyao replied softly. Do you think I've given him too little? I'm just afraid that if I give him more, he might take advantage of being Xiaoqian and Appo's father and have greater expectations. Shun Qing responded. Are you worried he might cling to you? With 20,000 a month, a 10,000 for rent, and another 10 for food, he should manage quite well. With that amount, I believe it in Appo's as sufficient. Whether he can take good care of Xiaoqian depends on his dedication. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Let an Appo's observe how things unfold. At the very least, 60,000 yuan should ensure they live decently for a month. At this point, Xu Mengyao stood up. I won't drink anymore. I have to catch a flight to America tomorrow. My mother is undergoing an important surgery. Shun Qing reassured her. Annie will be just fine. And you needn't worry too much about Xiaoqian. After all, Lin Chen is her father, and he shouldn't mistreat her. Focus on being with your mother for these few days. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. Shortly after, she departed in a Bentley, accompanied by a female bodyguard, with a female driver who was also a professional bodyguard she had hired. What a pity for Mengyao, Shun Qing sighed inwardly. She comes from a prestigious family and is extraordinarily beautiful. If not for the events 3 years ago, she would have married well. Fortunately, 3 years ago, she was drugged, and it was Lin Chen who benefited, not the perpetrator. Otherwise, it would have haunted her for a lifetime. If only Lin Chen were more outstanding. Then, Mengyao might have truly found happiness with him, but he is rather ordinary, and the disparity between them is far too great. Shun Qing murmured to herself. Xu Mengyao is not only wealthy but also exceptionally talented. Lin Chen was quite average during college, and has remained so since graduation. His only redeeming quality is his decent looks. Perhaps I should check in again in a few days. The first few days of adjustment can be challenging. In the dead of night, Lin Xiaoqian awoke. She gently nudged the sleeping Lin Chen. Daddy, daddy. What is it, Xiaoqian? Lin Chen quickly roused. Daddy, I need to go to the bathroom. A good baby can't wet the bed. Lin Chen promptly scooped up Lin Xiaoqian and rushed to the restroom. Just as he squatted down, she had already relieved herself, narrowly avoiding an accident. Do you usually wear diapers at night? Lin Chen asked as he carried her back to bed. Lin Xiaoqian innocently replied, Daddy, I don and amp. Amp? Oppos. T wear diapers. I'm 2 years old, not a 1-year-old baby. Lin Chen chuckled, You're such a good girl. Now let's get back to sleep. When Lin Chen awoke again, the sun had risen. Lin Xiaoqian was already awake. She didn't disturb Lin Chen, but when she saw him, she giggled, Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says that good babies go to bed early and wake up early. Lin Chen smiled. Of course, Xiaoqian is a good baby. Lin Xiaoqian snuggled into Lin Chen's embrace. Daddy, I want to wake up and see you, and I also want to see Mommy. That would make me so happy. Lin Chen thought to himself that he too wished to wake up and see Xu Mengyao. Xiaoqian, Mommy is very busy. He gently stroked her little head. I miss Mommy. Daddy, I want to call her, Lin Xiaoqian said longingly. Lin Chen sat up. Xiaoqian, you and Amp? Oppos. V only just arrived at Daddy and Amp. Oppos. S place. If I call Mommy now, she might think I can't take good care of you. Let's get up, have breakfast, and then move to our new home, shall we? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Yes, we're moving to a new house. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness children are easily pleased. Xu Mengyao had advised him not to call unless it was urgent. Before long, they both got up. Daddy, I don't have a toothbrush. Mommy says if I don't brush my teeth, the bugs will bite. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. There was a bath towel in Lin Xiaoqian's suitcase, but no toothbrush, as he had bought one the day before. As a first-time father, he had no experience whatsoever. Xiaoqian, let us go buy you one, he said. There was a small supermarket nearby, and Lin Chen quickly returned with a toothbrush. How about noodles for breakfast? He asked. Daddy, will there be meat in the noodles? Yes, there absolutely will be. After breakfast, Lin Chen began packing their belongings for the move. He didn't have many things, and some items he decided against keeping. With everything packed, a taxi would suffice to get them to their new place. By 9 o'clock, Lin Chen arrived at their new home. They needed to buy a few more things to settle in. Xiaoqian, let's go to the big supermarket. We can buy more vegetables, and I'll cook something delicious for you at noon. The Ziyuan community had commercial facilities, including a supermarket. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian there and bought a considerable amount of groceries. Daddy, I want to draw. I want to draw you, Mommy, and the baby. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, clutching the newly purchased art supplies. All right. Lin Chen prepared drawing paper and brushes for her, but as Lin Xiaoqian struggled with her drawing, he gently guided her hand. 5 minutes later, a voice echoed in Lin Chen and Oppo's mind. Host, your drawing skills are beginning to improve. Accumulate 10 hours, and your skills will reach a master level. 20 hours will elevate you to a grandmaster level. A smile crept across Lin Chen's face. Teaching his daughter to draw could elevate his skills to a master level in just 10 hours. The system was indeed impressive. At this rate, he could become an all-around dad. Numerous drawing techniques began flooding Lin Chen's mind, and with the system's assistance, he swiftly absorbed the knowledge. Daddy, you're amazing. Will you teach me how to draw? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen kissed her cheek, of course. Besides drawing, is there anything else you'd like me to teach you? Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. I want you to teach me to draw, sing, swim, and also, I want you to teach me to kick a soccer ball. Yang Yang has a big soccer ball. He said he won't play with me because I can't. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. At just over 2 years old, you want to kick a soccer ball? But if it makes you happy, I will definitely support you. He thought that if he taught her a bit, she might just become a star player herself. Xiaoqian, I can teach you all of that, but you must also teach me something you know, okay? Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head in thought, and after a while she exclaimed, "Daddy, I can speak a bit of English. Can I teach you?" "Absolutely. It's settled then," Lin Chen replied with a grin. Lin Xiaoqian solemnly said, "Daddy, hands ready. I'm starting class now." "Good morning" is said like this. Lin Xiaoqian taught with impressive flair. 5 minutes later, the system chimed in Lin Chen's mind. Host. After 3 hours of study, you will master English. For every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoqian a foreign language, you will master another language, with no limit on the number of languages. Chapter 6. Learning foreign languages from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen silently praised the system 1,000 times in his heart. Mastering a foreign language in just 3 hours. What remarkable efficiency. Although this pace could not compare to the crude sign-in system, he naturally absorbed knowledge while teaching Xiaoqian. He relished the process. "Daddy, you're not being serious. Only diligent children earn little red flowers." Lin Xiaoqian chimed innocently. Lin Chen snapped back to reality. "You're absolutely right, Teacher Xiaoqian. I will listen attentively. Please continue your lesson." "All right." Lin Xiaoqian resumed her teaching. Born in Huagua, but having spent some time abroad, Xu Mengyao had also taught her English. Her command of the language was quite commendable, and she indeed taught with great flair. Time ticked away, and a wealth of English information flooded Lin Chen's mind. In a mere 3 hours, he had garnered more knowledge than he had in all his previous studies combined. "Teacher Xiaoqian, shall we continue our lessons this afternoon? It's almost noon, and I need to prepare lunch for you," Lin Chen said, raising his hand with a smile. "Papa, class is over. You can't call me Teacher Xiaoqian anymore. I'm your little treasure." Lin Xiaoqian giggled. "Yes, you're my little treasure," Lin Chen replied, affectionately patting her head. "Now, I shall prepare a meal for my precious little one. You can draw and play while I cook, and later you can teach me again." Soon, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. After 5 minutes, he noticed a rapid improvement in his culinary skills. "System, does the first 5 minutes not count?" he inquired mentally. The system responded, "Host, only durations exceeding 5 minutes will be calculated. However, the initial 5 minutes are included in the total." Understood. A mere 3 minutes of enthusiasm would not suffice. Yet, the system and Oppo's expectations were not too demanding. 5 minutes of fervor would do. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished preparing the meal. "Daddy, it smells so good. It must be delicious. I want 2 bowls." Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, drawn by the aroma. Lin Chen picked her up, saying, "Xiaoqian, let's wash our hands first, then you can sit the dining chair to eat. You're not a 1-year-old baby anymore. You can eat by yourself, right?" Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Shortly after, Lin Chen guided her to wash her hands. Glancing at the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, Xiaoqian remarked, "Daddy, the dishes look so pretty and delicious. You're amazing." Lin Chen served her meal in child-friendly utensils, saying, "Xiaoqian, let us make sure to eat some greens today." Xiaoqian grimaced, but upon tasting the vegetables, she found them not so unpleasant, a testament to Lin Chen and Oppo's culinary growth. Over 2 hours later, after her nap, Lin Xiaoqian eagerly resumed her role as the little teacher. Having studied for only half an hour in the morning, Lin Chen dedicated an hour in the afternoon. He felt he could already converse fluently in English. "System, what is your standard for fluency?" Lin Chen inquired mentally. The system replied, "Host. Fluency is defined as the ability to interpret simultaneously." Lin Chen was taken aback. What a high standard. This level is likely unattainable for most native English speakers, even after a lifetime of study. No wonder I felt accomplished after just 1.5 hours of learning in 3 hours. "Xiaoqian, it's time for outdoor activities. Didn't we buy a soccer ball? Let us go play." Lin Chen smiled. Daily outdoor exercise for an hour or 2 was essential. "Yay, let us kick the ball." Xiaoqian cheered. While staying at Xu Mengyao's villa, a nanny would take her out to play, but outdoor activities were rarely arranged, as children from affluent families were often considered precious and vulnerable to injuries. "Don't worry, Xiaoqian. Daddy will hold you, and you can hold the soccer ball," Lin Chen said, retrieving the ball with a smile. "Okay." Xiaoqian hugged the ball with both arms. Soon, Lin Chen took her downstairs. The Ziyuan community was upscale, boasting vast grassy areas. "Xiaoqian, kick the ball to Daddy," Lin Chen encouraged. "Hey!" Xiaoqian gave a forceful kick, sending the ball 2 or 3 meters away. Xiao Qian catch. Lin Chen gently kicked it back. 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your soccer skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach a master level. After 20 hours, a grandmaster level. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Having a clear progression was quite motivating. 10 hours. With an hour or two of outdoor play each day, I could be ready for the World Cup in about a week. He felt a surge of exhilaration. However, he had no intention of becoming a professional player. Being a devoted father to Lin Xiaoqian was far more appealing. System. Mastering a language takes just 3 hours, whereas this takes 10. Which is more challenging? Lin Chen asked mentally. The system replied, indeed, host. A 3-year-old can learn a language. Its difficulty is relatively low. Understood. After another half hour, Lin Xiaoqian frowned. Daddy, this soccer ball isn't cooperating. Let us buy a new one. She often missed when kicking it. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, it's not that the ball is disobedient. You just need more practice. Watch Daddy. He began juggling the ball effortlessly, keeping it in the air with his feet for dozens of times without dropping it. Wow. Xiaoqian gazed at Lin Chen in awe. Daddy, Yang Yang said his dad is the best. He was wrong. My daddy is the best. Lin Chen paused, squatting down with a smile. Xiaoqian, let us not compare ourselves to others. We should focus on our own learning, all right? If you study hard, that is wonderful. Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Let us continue practicing passing. Another half hour passed, and Xiaoqian sighed, Daddy, I'm so tired. Let us go home and take a nap. Lin Chen laughed. You already napped at noon. We'll sleep at night. But if you're tired, we can stop kicking the ball and head home to the bookstore to buy you some books. Lots of storybooks. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Great. Let us go to the bookstore, Daddy. The next day arrived, and Lin Chen sat through another half hour of lessons from Lin Xiaoqian. Host, you have now mastered English. Continuing lessons with Lin Xiaoqian will yield no further improvement. The system notified Lin Chen. After a total of 3 hours of instruction, Lin Xiaoqian had little left to teach. Teacher Xiaoqian, what you just taught has already been covered. Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed. Daddy, I don't know anymore. You should let Mommy teach you English from now on. She is very good at it. Learning foreign languages from Xu Mengyao? That might not be a bad idea. Xiaoqian, you've done wonderfully. Thanks to you, Daddy has remembered much of the English knowledge he had forgotten. How about I teach you instead? The roles of teacher and student had shifted. Lin Xiaoqian looked bewildered. How did Daddy become so amazing? Chapter 7, Mother. You should call him husband. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. The caller ID was rather peculiar, prompting him to dismiss the call. However, the caller persisted and rang again shortly after. Hello. Lin Chen answered this time, and he heard Xu Mengyao and Appo's voice on the other end. Lin Chen and Appo's me. How is Qianqian? Is she doing well with you? Lin Chen replied, she's doing quite well. I'll let Qianqian speak to you. He mused to himself. Wasn't Xu Mengyao supposed to refrain from calling unless it was urgent? Yet here she was, eager to speak to Qianqian after such a brief time. Qianqian, put down your drawing for a moment. Your mother is on the line, Lin Chen said as he switched the phone to speaker mode. With both hands cradling the phone, Lin Xiaoqian chirped excitedly, Mommy, where are you? Qianqian misses you so much. On the other end, Xu Mengyao felt a pang in her heart. Mommy misses you too. Qianqian, are you doing all right with Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian giggled, Mommy, I and Appo's am great. Daddy and Appo's cooking is delicious. He is so amazing, even better than Yang Yang and Appo's Daddy. You should come so we can all sleep together. That way, when Qianqian wakes up, she can see both Daddy and Mommy. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she had shared an intimate moment with Lin Chen that resulted in a child, her memories of that night were hazy due to being drugged. Lin Chen silently praised Lin Xiaoqian, thinking, what a good daughter. Lin Chen, are you nearby? Xu Mengyao asked. Could you step away a little? I want to chat with Qianqian. Lin Xiaoqian innocently added, Mommy, all the other mommies call their husbands and Appo's. Husband and Appo's. You should too. Lin Chen quickly interjected, I need to use the restroom. You two continue your conversation. He retreated a short distance. Qianqian, Mommy and Daddy have a unique situation. You mustn't mention those kinds of things again, all right? Xu Mengyao advised, chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. After all, Lin Xiaoqian was only a little over 2 years old. How much could she possibly remember? Are you happy being with Daddy? If you and Oppos, not, Mommy can ask Aunt Qingqing to come and get you, Xu Mengyao continued. Lin Xiaoqian hurriedly replied, No, Mommy, I don't want to go. I love Daddy. He is the best daddy in the world. Xu Mengyao sighed inwardly, realizing that Lin Xiaoqian had grown quite attached to Lin Chen in such a short span of time. Qianqian, Mommy might be busy and won't be able to come home for a while. You must listen to Daddy and eat your meals properly, understand? Don't worry, Mommy. I'm a good baby. Yes, yes. Qianqian is the best. After chatting for a while, Xu Mengyao hung up as her heart was heavy. Her mother was in the operating room. Mengyao, how is Qianqian doing? Su Gufeng, Sumenava Apos, et Fato, Inguit. He missed Lin Xiaoqian too, but he refrained from expressing it, knowing that if he did, Lin Xiaoqian would want to speak with her grandmother, who was currently unable to do so. Qianqian is fine. After all, Lin Chen is her father. She's south quite close to him, Xu Mengyao replied. Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen is Qianqian and Appo's father, and you are her mother. But you must maintain some distance. You and Lin Chen inhabit different worlds. Father, this is not a matter of disrespect. It's simply that your social strata are too disparate. Being with him is a disservice to you. Xu Mengyao slightly nodded. Father believes you will surely find a suitable partner for yourself, he continued. Xu Mengyao fell silent, haunted by past events that left her with emotional scars. The thought of seeking another man and entering into matrimony was far from her mind. Father, if my mother and Appo's surgery is successful, will you both be able to return home and regain control of the company? Xu Mengyao asked. Su Guofeng shook his head. Even if the surgery is successful, she will need months of recovery. It's not feasible to rush back home. You should continue managing the company. It's for the best. Eventually, it will be yours to command. Xu Mengyao replied, but you initially said I would manage it for 3 to 5 months. Now it's been over a year. Do you intend to retire before you reach 50? Su Guofeng coughed lightly. There's little I can do. Your mother's condition is dire, and I must be by her side. Your efforts have proven commendable, he added. Xu Mengyao frowned. Yet, I am overwhelmed. I hardly have time to accompany Qianqian while managing the company. Su Guofeng said, Mengyao, you should continue managing for another 6 months. By then, your mother should be nearly recovered. 6 months. All right. I only plan for Lin Chen to care for her for a maximum of 6 months. Once Qianqian starts kindergarten, I need to devote more time to her, Xu Mengyao stated. Indeed, Su Guofeng agreed. Father, have you and mother divorced? Lin Xiaoqian innocently inquired. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian. Do you know what divorce means? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, yes. Yuan's mommy and daddy got divorced. She said her daddy didn't want her anymore. Lin Chen picked Lin Xiaoqian up. Sweetheart, your mommy and daddy would never abandon you. We are not divorced. Please don't think such things. He kissed her little face tenderly. To consider divorce, he and Xu Mengyao would first need to marry. Can you write your name? Little one, would you like daddy to teach you? Lin Chen asked. Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian's attention was swiftly diverted. Lin Chen prepared paper and pen and began instructing her. 5 minutes passed. Host, your calligraphy skills are beginning to improve. Practice for 10 hours to reach a master level, 20 hours to attain a grandmaster level. The system and Appo's voice announced. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, teaching Lin Xiaoqian to write would enhance his own calligraphy skills. His handwriting had once been unremarkable, and he couldn't even write with a brush. Now, his skills in both hard and soft writing would flourish. He would be able to effortlessly wield various styles from different dynasties. Daddy, my name is so difficult to write. Can I be called Linny instead? After half an hour, Lin Xiaoqian pouted adorably. Lin Chen kissed her cheek. Qianqian, we cannot give up just because it's a little challenging. You are the best. Don't rush. Daddy will teach you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Lin Chen continued to guide her for another half hour. For someone so young, her ability to persist for an hour was commendable. What do you want to do next, little one? With bright eyes, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park. Mommy took me there. It was so much fun. Lin Chen gently caressed her cheek, smiling. Then let us go to the amusement park. But Qianqian, we must promise not to go too often. You still need to study, right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. An hour later, They arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to ride that. Mommy took me to ride it too, hee hee. Lin Xiaoqian pointed excitedly at the nearby carousel. Chapter 8. The Journey to Profit begins. Soon, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian found themselves atop the carousel. Xiaoqian, hold on tight, Lin Chen cautioned, seated beside her. Even if she faltered, he could easily reach out and steady her. Uh-huh. Daddy, you must be careful too, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly replied. As the music began, the carousel started to spin. System, does this count as riding a horse? Lin Chen inquired mentally. Host, while it may be considered riding, it certainly won't last for 5 minutes, the system replied. True to its word, the ride came to a halt after 3 minutes. Daddy, let's go play bumper cars. I had so much fun with Mommy. They are exhilarating, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled at the thought. After all, bumper cars were indeed vehicles. Though he possessed a driver's license obtained during his sophomore summer, he had never actually gripped a steering wheel, and his license was practically gathering dust. Boss, how many minutes do we get for this ride? Lin Chen inquired at the bumper car arena. 10 minutes, the owner replied. Without hesitation, Lin Chen paid the fee. Let us get started. 5 minutes elapsed, and the system's voice chimed in. Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach the master level. After 20 hours, you will attain the grandmaster level. A wave of satisfaction washed over Lin Chen. Improved driving skills would indeed prove beneficial. He resolved to purchase a car in the future for greater convenience. The thought of waiting for a taxi while holding Lin Xiaoqian under adverse weather conditions filled him with dismay. As time ticked away, Lin Chen and Oppo's driving prowess swiftly escalated. Xiaoqian, would you like to ride again? He asked with a grin after their first round. Yes. Daddy, I wish to ride 2 more times. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully replied. After indulging her wishes, Lin Chen's driving skills had markedly improved after a total of 30 minutes. If they frequented the amusement park together, he would soon become an experienced driver, and with a bit more practice, perhaps even a race car driver. Shall we try our hand at shooting? Hitting the balloons might win you one of those plush toys, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Xiaoqian glanced around and said, Daddy, you should try. I want that big dog. It's looking at me, hee hee. All right, I shall win it for you, Lin Chen assured her with a smile. Bang, bang. His shooting was slow, taking 5 minutes to finish. The system in Oppo's voice resonated. Host, your marksmanship is improving. After 10 hours, you will achieve mastery. An array of shooting techniques flooded Lin Chen and Oppo's mind. Xiaoqian, I didn't T-win this time, but I shall continue. Today I will get you that big dog, he declared, planting a kiss on her cheek. Yes, Daddy, you will surely succeed. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. In the second round, Lin Chen still failed to win, but his shooting skills had noticeably sharpened, becoming more instinctive. Finally, in the third round, Lin Chen secured the big dog. The owner looked on in astonishment. How did your shooting improve so drastically? Boss, please set the toy aside for us. We'll return to collect it later, Lin Chen said, beaming as he left with Lin Xiaoqian. As time passed, Lin Chen did not acquire any further skills. The amusement park featured various games such as archery and basketball, but Lin Xiaoqian had no interest in those. He primarily aimed to entertain her, while skill acquisition was secondary. Xiaoqian, it's time to head home. Look at those dark clouds. It might rain soon, Lin Chen said, cradling her in his arms. Reluctantly, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Daddy, the amusement park is so much fun. Can we come back here again? Of course. I promise, Lin Chen chuckled. He needed to return to enhance his driving and shooting skills. With the big dog in hand, they hailed a taxi home. Not long after getting in, thunder rumbled, and rain began to fall. The house is too expensive. We can't rush that. I need to buy a car soon, Lin Chen mused internally. To purchase a car, he needed to tackle one essential issue, earning money. He pondered which skills could facilitate this. So far, he had amassed quite a repertoire: culinary arts, fairy tale writing, painting, soccer, calligraphy, driving, shooting, and English. If he could reach mastery in painting and calligraphy, they could yield substantial income, but his current levels were insufficient. As for culinary skills, he lacked interest in cooking for others. While enhanced soccer and driving skills could lead to earnings through sports or racing, he had no intention of pursuing those paths. Currently, tales and English were the most convenient avenues for earning money. He could tell more fairy tales to Lin Chen, allowing for rapid improvement, and he could submit stories online for quick remuneration. His English had reached a level suitable for simultaneous interpretation, enabling him to tackle high-difficulty translation tasks online. Given the demand for English in Huagua and the intense competition in the translation industry, few possessed his level of proficiency. Earning money was certainly within reach. "Daddy, I miss Mommy so much. How wonderful it would be if she were with us," Lin Chen murmured, nestled against Lin Chen. At the amusement park, she had seen many children with their parents and felt a pang of envy. "Chen, we'll visit the amusement park together when Mommy returns. You can discuss it with her, all right?" Lin Chen comforted. "Uh-huh." Lin Chen nodded eagerly. "Daddy will tell you a story," he offered. "Yes, please." Lin Chen had an abundance of fairy tales in mind. Even without a book, he could narrate directly to Lin Chen. After arriving home, eating dinner, and bathing, Lin Chen quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen began searching online. "I should be able to translate this in a few hours. The fee is 5,000 yuan. That's decent. Let's give it a try," he thought. He accepted a high-difficulty translation task online. Such tasks attracted few applicants. Although the reward was substantial at 5,000 yuan, inadequate skill could mean a month-long struggle to complete it. If the translation turned out poorly, payment would be withheld. With a flurry of keystrokes, Lin Chen began typing in the study. The study already had a computer, and he noted, "My typing speed has improved significantly." He attributed this to his enhanced physical condition. Anticipating 4 hours, he concluded the translation in just over 3 hours, reviewing it without finding any mistakes. He promptly sent the completed document to the client's email. He had verified the client's credibility, so even if he faced issues with payment, he could eventually settle it later, having only invested a few hours. Before long, the next day arrived. "Wow, that was quick." The supervisor of a translation company exclaimed in puzzlement. Their firm often took on numerous translation tasks, but when overwhelmed, they would post some online. He recalled this task being claimed just the previous evening. Could it really be poorly translated? The supervisor quickly opened the email to check. To his astonishment, the translation was remarkably well executed, far surpassing his expectations. Wow! Upon checking the time, he realized the entire process from acceptance to completion took just 3 hours. "Incredible! I've encountered a true expert." The supervisor was elated. Establishing a connection with such talent could lead to higher paying, more challenging tasks in the future. The esteemed individual, "Your translations are exceptional. We shall proceed with the payment shortly. Might we explore the possibility of a long-term collaboration? Here are my phone number and WeChat ID." This supervisor promptly responded to Lin Chen with an email. Chapter 9. Have you conducted a paternity test? Ding! The sound of a text message notification echoed from Lin Chen's phone. He retrieved his device and discovered a message from the bank, indicating that the 5,000 yuan for his translation work had been credited to his account. Quite efficient, Lin Chen mused. If the other party claimed there were issues with his translation, he would have to engage in a thorough discussion with them. "Xiao, play by yourself for a little while. Daddy has something to attend to," Lin Chen said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair with a smile. "Okay, Daddy, you go ahead," Lin Xiaoqian replied dutifully. Lin Chen proceeded to his study and powered on his computer. Logging into his email, he opened the correspondence from the other party. Long-term collaboration? He muttered to himself. He had little interest in such an arrangement, as the potential earnings were rather limited. Even if he made a few thousand daily, it would only amount to over 100,000 a month. While that might seem substantial to an ordinary person, it was a mere trifle for him, given that he possessed a system. He earned more than that simply by utilizing the system's space for transportation. Nevertheless, he found it acceptable to make some quick money in the short term. The 60,000 yuan from Xu Mengyao was not included in his calculations. He had merely 30,000 remaining after spending several thousand on household items post-move. If he were the sole spender, that 30,000 could last a considerable time. But with Lin Xiaoqian's expenses, it dwindled rapidly. Their trip to the amusement park yesterday had cost a fair amount. Moreover, he paid 15,000 for rent each month. "Hello." Lin Chen quickly added the other party on WeChat. "Greetings, esteemed translator. Your speed and quality are commendable. We often have urgent and rewarding tasks available, at rates superior to the norm. Would you be interested in collaborating? Responded Yao Bin, the manager of the translation company, on the other end of the line. I am merely seeking to earn some pocket money in the short term. Feel free to send me the tasks, and if they seem feasible, I shall accept them. Lin Chen replied. Understood. Yao Bin felt a tinge of regret. However, he recognized that esteemed individuals possess their own preferences. It was not his place to pressure Lin Chen. If he did not accept the tasks, others certainly would. Esteemed one, I have 3 assignments available. Please let me know if any pique your interest. Yao Bin promptly sent Lin Chen 3 challenging manuscripts. They lacked the capacity to handle such tasks in-house, and outsourcing them at lower rates would compromise quality, making it unlikely for anyone to take them on. I will increase the price by 10% for each, and, if agreeable, I shall accept all 3. Lin Chen responded after reviewing the manuscripts. Yao Bin was taken aback. Are you sure you can manage all 3? Not a problem, came Lin Chen's assured reply. Yao Bin quickly acquiesced to Lin Chen's request for a price increase. With the 10% hike, the total for the 3 assignments amounted to 21,000 yuan, which Lin Chen estimated would require around 10 hours of work. Lin Xiaoqian would nap for 1 to 2 hours at noon and over 3 hours in the evening, allowing him to complete the tasks within 2 days. Time passed swiftly, and in those 2 days, Lin Chen acquired only one new skill: singing. This talent emerged while teaching Lin Xiaoqian nursery rhymes. Ding! Another message from the bank arrived. His translation submission had been approved, yielding an income of 21,000 yuan. Coupled with the earlier 5,000, he had earned a total of 26,000 in just over 10 hours. Lin Chen felt invigorated. Knowledge truly is power. Previously, his arduous labor would yield only a few thousand a month. Xiaoqian, you read that incorrectly. Let Daddy read it to you again, Lin Chen said, glancing at the message as he continued to teach Lin Xiaoqian English. Soon, the system and amp, Oppo's voice resonated in Lin Chen and amp, Oppo's mind. Host, your proficiency in French has reached an advanced level. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. He had effortlessly acquired another foreign language. System, let us proceed with German next. Lin Chen instructed in his mind, having the autonomy to choose. Understood, host. Continue teaching Lin Xiaoqian foreign languages to enhance your German proficiency. The system responded. Knock knock. Shen Xing arrived outside Lin Chen and amp, Oppo's former residence. After knocking for some time without a response, a woman descended from upstairs and inquired, Are you looking for Lin Chen? Yes, elder sister. I am searching for Lin Chen, Shen Xing replied promptly. The woman scrutinized Shen Xing. You must be Lin Xiaoqian and amp, Oppo's mother. Xiaoqian is quite adorable. As parents, you must take responsibility. Ah, you misunderstand, elder sister. Xiaoqian is my friend's daughter, Shen Xing clarified, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, I see. Lin Chen no longer resides here. I am unaware of his new location. Thank you, elder sister, Shen Xing said hurriedly, descending the stairs to leave. Ding. Shen Xing dialed Xu Mengyao and Oppo's number. As Xu Mengyao frequently traveled abroad, Shen Xing had long activated her international calling plan. Shen Xing, how did it go? Xu Mengyao inquired nervously, knowing that Shen Xing intended to check on Lin Chen that day and was concerned about Lin Xiaoqian's well-being. Meiyong, Lin Chen has moved. Did he not inform you? Shen Xing asked. No, he did not. I instructed him not to contact me unless it was urgent, and he has not called. I will reach out to him now and let you know shortly. All right. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao called Lin Chen. Hello, Lin Chen answered, already aware that the caller was Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, where have you moved to? A friend of mine went to see Xiaoqian and discovered that you had relocated. Building 5, apartment 2001, ZUN community. You need not worry. Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I shall not neglect her. Have you conducted a paternity test? Xu Mengyao asked. None is needed. Xiaoqian bears a striking resemblance to me, and I trust you would not deceive me regarding such matters. Given your circumstances, you could easily find a multitude of suitors, Lin Chen replied. Speak with Xiaoqian, he suggested, switching to speaker mode and handing the phone to Lin Xiaoqian as he excused himself to the restroom. Xiaoqian, how have you been with Daddy these past few days? Do you wish to continue living with him? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully responded, "Of course. Mommy, let me tell you, Daddy is amazing. He is a superhero." "Oh, in what way is Daddy amazing?" Lin Xiaoqian, holding the phone, replied, "Daddy is incredible. He teaches me to sing, draw, write, and tells me stories. He has so many stories. Mommy, when will you return? I miss you so much." Xu Mengyao replied, "Mommy will be back in a week." Lin Xiaoqian's grandmother's surgery was quite successful, but she is still in the hospital. After chatting with Lin Xiaoqian for a while, Xu Mengyao ended the call and relayed Lin Chen and Appo's new address to Shenqing. Shenqing, once you arrive at Ziyuan community and reach Lin Chen and Appo's place, please take several photos and send them to me, Xu Mengyao instructed. Understood. The Ziyuan community was not far, and Shenqing quickly arrived by car. After visitor registration, she entered the community. This community is quite nice, Shenqing thought to herself. After a quick online search, she discovered that the property prices in Ziyuan community were rather high. Ding dong. Shenqing arrived at the door of apartment 2001 in Building 5 and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10. Shenqing and Appo's astonishment. "Hello, you must be Shenqing. Please come in." Lin Chen greeted with a smile. "Qing, Annie is here." Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she ran over. "Xiaoqian, I've missed you so much," Shenqing said, crouching down to embrace Lin Xiaoqian with a warm smile. "Lin Chen, as it's my first visit, I brought some fruits, including blueberries that Xiaoqian loves. Help yourself," Shenqing offered. "Thank you," Lin Chen replied as Shenqing entered the house with Lin Xiaoqian. Her gaze swept across the spacious interior. Although it could not compare to the villa where Xu Mengyao lived, it was quite nice. The size was more than adequate for Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian. The decor exuded a comfortable ambience. "Annie Qing, some kids say I don't have a daddy. But I do, and my daddy is the best," Lin Xiaoqian declared proudly. Shenqing kissed Lin Xiaoqian's cheek and reassured her, "Ignore what those kids say. Of course you have a daddy." She chose to overlook the fact that Lin Xiaoqian had just praised Lin Chen. Xu and Appo's family had conducted an investigation before, and Lin Chen was deemed quite ordinary. Throughout high school and university, he was virtually invisible. His family background was also quite average. Both of his parents were simple farmers. While they weren't impoverished, they certainly weren't wealthy. In comparison to the Xu family, they were worlds apart. "Lin Chen, may I take some pictures to show Mengyao?" Shenqing inquired. "Certainly. Feel free to take as many as you like," Lin Chen replied. The house spanned 160 square meters, consisting of 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Shenqing diligently photographed each room. "Is the rent for this house quite high?" Shenqing asked. "Yes, it's 15,000 a month. By the way, could you help me return this to Xu Mengyao later? Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I'll take care of her without needing her to contribute financially," Lin Chen explained, pulling out a bag of money from his suitcase. Shenqing looked surprised. "You don't want it? This is for your and Xiaoqian's living expenses from Mengyao. I can earn my own money. During the first 2 years when she took care of Xiaoqian, I didn't give her any living expenses. Now that I'm taking care of Xiaoqian, she doesn't need to support us. I won't let Xiaoqian lack for anything," Lin Chen stated firmly. Shenqing shook her head. "You should give it to her when the time comes. She will definitely come to visit Xiaoqian in the future." "Lin Chen, it's nearly noon. Let me treat you and Xiaoqian to a meal," Shenqing suggested. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, "Annie Qing, I don't want to eat out. The food outside isn't as delicious as what Daddy makes. I like Daddy's cooking." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Shenqing, if you don't mind, let us eat at home. You can spend some time playing with Xiaoqian while I prepare the meal. It'll take about 40 to 50 minutes. "That would be great," Shenqing agreed. "Xiaoqian, how about Annie Qing tells you a story?" Shenqing said as she took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony, where a small table was adorned with numerous storybooks. Meanwhile, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Having spent 5 days with Lin Xiaoqian, he had become accustomed to the routine of washing dishes, dedicating over 2 hours in the kitchen each day. With over a decade of experience, his culinary skills have been honed under the guidance of top chefs. After about 20 minutes, Shunqing caught a whiff of the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. 40 minutes later, Lin Chen brought out the dishes, and the delightful scents intensified. Shunqing, Xiao Qian, it's time to eat. Lin Chen called. Auntie Qing, we need to wash our hands first before we eat. Lin Xiao Qian chirped. Soon, they finished washing their hands and entered the dining area. Shunqing was astonished to see 5 beautifully presented dishes prepared by Lin Chen in such a short time. Daddy's dishes are so delicious, Lin Xiao Qian exclaimed, pointing at one of the meats. All right, I'll serve it for you, Lin Chen said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiao Qian and Appo's hair. Lin Chen, your culinary skills are quite impressive, Shunqing complimented. Just adequate, Lin Chen modestly replied. If you find it delicious, do bring Xu Mengyao over to enjoy more meals. Shunqing laughed. Mengyao is my dear friend. If you want me to bring her, your dishes must be exceptionally good. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Shunqing was taken aback at how Lin Chen and Appo's cooking rivaled that of 5-star chefs. This is quite good. Let me try this fish, she said, savoring the tender, flavorful meat. After sampling all 5 dishes, Shunqing was left in awe. Lin Chen's culinary prowess was leagues ahead of Xu Mengyao's. Auntie Qing, isn't Daddy's food delicious? I love it. Lin Xiao Qian chimed in sweetly. Shunqing mused to herself. With Lin Chen's remarkable cooking skills, how could it be anything less than delicious? Even Lin Xiao Qian, who was typically picky, had enjoyed the meal. Xiao Qian, your father does indeed make delicious food, Shunqing praised. By the end of the meal, Shunqing felt pleasantly full. Typically mindful of her figure, she had indulged in Lin Chen's delectable dishes. Xiao Qian, why don't you go play over there for a bit? Shunqing suggested. Shunqing, may I ask you a question, given the delicious meal? Lin Chen smiled. Shunqing nodded. Go ahead. Has Xu Mengyao been with anyone else in the past 3 years? Lin Chen inquired. Shunqing raised an eyebrow. If she had been with someone else, would you still consider her even if she doesn't have a boyfriend now? Lin Chen smiled softly. 3 years is a long time. It would be normal for her to have been with someone else. In that case, I wouldn't disturb her. He was a man with standards and ambitions. Shunqing replied, given this meal, I'll share. She hasn't been with anyone else. After what happened back then, she developed a psychological barrier and is quite resistant to men. Even holding hands is a challenge for her. Even if you are Xiao Qian's father, it may be difficult to pursue her. Lin Chen chuckled. Thank you for the information. Time is limited today, but please bring Xu Mengyao over more often. I promise the next time you visit, I'll prepare even better dishes. His culinary skills were rapidly improving, and by the next visit, they would be even more extraordinary. Is this just average? Shunqing teased. With your culinary talent, why not become a chef? It would certainly be more rewarding than your current job. Lin Chen merely smiled in response, as he had previously been critical of his own cooking skills. Chapter 11. Did the fairy tale just explode? At noon, Lin Xiaoqian decided to take a nap, and Shunqing took her leave. As she exited the community, Shunqing dialed Xu Mengyao and Appo's phone. Xu Mengyao was abroad, and it was quite late there, but Shunqing knew she was likely still awake. Indeed, the call was answered almost immediately. Shunqing, what in Appo's is going on? Shunqing replied with a smile. Mengyao, we were worrying for nothing. Xiaoqian is probably living better with Lin Chen than she ever did before. Lin Chen and Appo's rented apartment is in a high-end community, and the place is quite spacious and well-decorated. Honestly, even if you were to stay there, it wouldn't Appo's be a problem for just the two of them. Xu Mengyao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Don and Appo's speak nonsense. Shunqing continued. In any case, Xiaoqian is living quite well. As for her meals, she is certainly eating better than we are now. Is that even possible? They are wealthy, and their food is certainly not lacking. Mengyao, didn't Appo's you say your father investigated Lin Chen before? Surely he must have found out that Lin Chen is an exceptional cook, with culinary skills on par with a 5-star hotel chef. Xu Mengyao expressed her disbelief. Are you just making this up? If he had such skills, why isn't he a chef? The benefits of being a 5-star hotel chef are quite substantial. Well, I can't say for sure. All I know is that the lunch I had there today was delicious. All 5 dishes were exquisite, and I am completely stuffed now, Xu Mengyao said, rubbing her belly. Xu Mengyao remained skeptical. How could he have such strong culinary skills without formal training? It might just be a gift. Xiaoqian always claims her father in Oppo's cooking is the best. And I thought she was just exaggerating, but it seems to be true, Xu Mengyao said with a sense of wonder. Pausing for a moment, Xu Mengyao added, by the way, Mengyao, the 60,000 yuan you entrusted to Lin Chen is still in Xiaoqian's suitcase. Lin Chen asked me to take it for you, but I didn't. You will undoubtedly visit Xiaoqian again, so you can retrieve it yourself. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. Why wouldn't he accept it? The rent for that place must be quite high. The rent is 15,000 a month, Xu Mengyao informed her. Lin Chen said it was his duty as a father to take care of Xiaoqian, and there was no need for you to pay. Mengyao, perhaps Lin Chen is not as ordinary as we think, Xu Mengyao suggested, sensing a newfound respect for Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of sarcasm. You sound like someone who has been softened by a meal. You're defending him after just one lunch. Weren't you supposed to take pictures? Did you manage to capture any? I did, and I will send them to you shortly, Xu Mengyao assured her. Before long, Xu Mengyao received the photos Xu Mengyao had sent. This living environment is quite nice, she remarked, feeling relieved. It seemed Lin Chen was indeed treating Lin Xiaoqian well. Knowing Xiaoqian was doing well allowed her to feel more at ease during her stay. After all, she was both a mother and a daughter, and her own mother had just returned from the brink of death. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen had completed 3 translation projects, earning over 20,000 yuan. His bank account now held more than 70,000 yuan. Host, your ability to create fairy tales has reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. In just a week, he had spent 20 hours narrating stories to Lin Xiaoqian. 10 hours signified master level, while 20 hours indicated grandmaster level, achieving a status of global excellence. Another piece of good news, Lin Chen smiled. Half an hour ago, while teaching Lin Xiaoqian English, the system had notified him that he had reached proficiency in German. Now he could fluently speak English, French, and German, and he was capable of simultaneous interpretation in all 3 languages. Daddy, your stories are so delightful, Lin Xiaoqian whispered as she lay beside him. Can you tell me another story? Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He began narrating a new tale, but halfway through, Lin Xiaoqian could no longer keep her eyes open and fell sweetly asleep. He gently kissed her and then made his way to the study. Now that he had reached grandmaster level in fairy tale storytelling, it was time to capitalize on this ability. Lin Chen contemplated to himself. While translating projects could earn him a few thousand to 10,000 yuan, it was hardly sufficient if he wished to purchase this apartment. The children's market was vast, and quality fairy tales were in high demand. Establishing a reputation and publishing would yield far greater profits than translating. Moreover, once successful, it could provide a continuous stream of income. Lin Chen decided to adopt a pen name for himself. With a flurry of keystrokes, he swiftly completed a 1,000-word fairy tale and uploaded it to the newly registered platform, Tongxi Network. Tongxi Network is the largest fairy tale platform in the country, offering online reading, and if a story gains popularity, an editor will reach out for publication. After submitting 1 story, Lin Chen continued writing. His goal was not to sell just 1 or 2 tales. He aspired to write more, build his reputation, and eventually publish a collection. Su Xiao was an editor at Tongxi Network. Although it was the largest platform for fairy tales in the country, the industry faced considerable pressure to produce quality content. Editors needed to discover exceptional stories to recommend, thereby attracting more users and retaining talented authors. Were these stories? Su Xiao frowned. Having encountered very few good pieces throughout the day, the industry was now flooded with subpar content. Lin Yu, a new author? Su Xiao noted as she read Lin Chen's story. After finishing the first read, she delved into it again, and excitement lit up her eyes. As a professional editor, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a top-notch work. Editor-in-chief, I and Oppos, V, found a gem. Su Xiao hurriedly called her superior. She had the authority to recommend, but her recommendation carried less weight than that of the editor-in-chief. Really? Editor-in-Chief Chun Wen-han responded with delight. Perhaps there's even more to it. I believe this fairy tale could endure for a century, Xu Xiao asserted. Chun Wen-han, at home, quickly opened his computer. After reading it, he shared the same sentiment as Xu Xiao. This fairy tale had the potential to last 100 years. Ah, Chun Wen-han noticed that Lin Yu had uploaded another piece. Excellent. Wonderful. Upon finishing the second tale, Chun Wen-han was even more exhilarated, feeling it surpassed the first. Have you read the second one, Editor-in-Chief? Lin Yu is definitely a master. Shuden and Oppos. T we arrange for a recommendation quickly? We can end Oppos. T let him slip away. Xu Xiao called Chun Wen-han once more. Immediately, Chun Wen-han promptly set up the best recommendation possible. Only a handful of readings? This is rather dismal. However, the ratings are all perfect 10s, at least that is commendable. Lin Chen muttered to himself. After submitting the second tale, he checked the performance of the first. A mere 10 clicks was rather bleak. Onward, Lin Chen decided to continue writing. His mind was brimming with stories, and crafting a tale of about 1,000 words was no challenge for him. He could easily write 3 in an hour. His goal for tonight was to complete 10 tales. Once he had 20 or 30, he would be ready to publish a fairy tale collection. Is this truly a gem? He pondered as he reviewed the editor-in-chief and Oppos as comments. Achieving and Oppos, gem and Oppos, status was already impressive. After Chun Wen-han arranged for the recommendation, the clicks began to rise rapidly. Every evening, many people sought stories on Tongxi Network, and this hour was the peak traffic time for the website. It truly is a gem. Lin Yu is remarkable. Perfect ratings, no less. Tomorrow night, I will tell my children these 2 stories. Haha. Comments began to flood in. 3 hours later, Lin Chen had completed the remaining 8 tales. Instead of uploading them one by one, he planned to submit them all at once. What is going on? Upon opening the website, Lin Chen was taken aback. 2 fairy tales had each garnered over 50,000 clicks, accompanied by thousands of comments. This is an outright sensation. Chapter 12. Signing a contract with Tongxi Network. It turned out to be a recommendation on the homepage. The combined rewards for the 2 short stories surprisingly amounted to 1,000 yuan, a gratifying result. A smile graced Lin Chen's face as he seized the opportunity to upload the other 8 pieces he had written. These fairy tales were destined to thrive, and soon, the daily reward from his stories would yield him a substantial income. Truly impressive, Chun Wen-han marveled. After the recommendation was given, he closely monitored the data. Within the same 3 hours, the click-through rates for Lin Yu's 2 short stories were significantly higher. His praise had evidently borne fruit, and he speculated that some readers had recommended it to others, attracting a multitude of new fans. Typically, in the same recommendation slot, other stories would garner merely 20 to 30,000 clicks in 3 hours, with 30,000 being considered exceptional. Yet, Lin Yu's 2 pieces astonishingly surpassed 50,000 clicks. Beep. Chun Wen-han and Oppos. S phone chimed once more. Editor-in-Chief, you aren't in Oppos. T asleep yet, are you? I just got into bed to sleep. Is there a problem? Chun Wen-han felt a twinge of anxiety. What if another website lured Lin Yu away and he announced his departure? On the other end, Xu Xiao excitedly exclaimed, Editor-in-Chief. It seems our timely recommendation made Lin Yu feel our sincerity. He has released another 8 fairy tales. I read one, and it is simply exceptional. Chun Wen-han immediately sat up, hastily returning to his study to power on his computer. Indeed, Lin Yu had updated with 8 new pieces. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The caliber of Lin Yu's work was undoubtedly among the world's elite. Chun Wen-han swiftly read through 2 of them, and their quality matched that of the first 2. Beep. Chun Wen-han and Amp, Oppos. S phone buzzed again. It was a call from a publisher. 3,000 for a buyout? If you have fairy tales of this caliber, I can offer 5,000 each. How many do you have? Chun Wen-han hung up, dismissing the notion of purchasing a fairy tale of such quality for 3,000. While that may be a generous offer for a newcomer, he firmly believed that Lin Yu was no novice but rather a top-tier creator. If someone dared to offer such a price, Lin Yu might well vanish overnight. Beep. Less than 2 minutes later, Chun Wen-han's phone rang again. Another individual sought his contact information for a purchase. Old Zhang, offering 11,000 for a piece of exceptional quality is reasonable, but Lin Yu's works are far beyond that. Even after a century, These fairy tales will endure. Do you truly believe Lin Yu is a newcomer? 30,000 apiece. I can inquire with Lin Yu. But at that price, I suspect you will find it impossible to secure a purchase. After conversing for a while, Chen Wenhan ended the call. 30,000 per piece was no trivial sum, yet he understood that securing fairy tales of such caliber at that price would be exceedingly difficult. Beep. Soon after, the third call came in. A night passed. Lin Chen slept soundly, while Chen Wenhan only managed to drift off around 3 in the morning, only to be roused again by phone calls just after 6. Lin Xiaoqian was still asleep, so Lin Chen got out of bed and headed to the study. Upon accessing the authoress backend, Lin Chen was astonished to find that the clicks of the first 2 pieces had nearly reached 100,000. The other 8 had also garnered 40,000 to 50,000 clicks each. The total rewards from all 10 pieces astonishingly exceeded 10,000. Of course, the rewards were not entirely his, as the website took a 30% cut. Editor-in-Chief, Chen Wenhan. Lin Chen noticed an internal message in the backend. The editor-in-chief of Tongxi Network wished to add him as a WeChat friend. He hesitated, deciding to hold off on adding the contact for the moment. Rushing to add the other party would make him seem inexperienced. Time swiftly passed to noon. After her nap, Lin Xiaoqian played for a while before falling asleep again. Only then did Lin Chen decide to add Chen Wenhan. Throughout the morning, Chen Wenhan had been unable to focus on his work. Lin Chen's prowess was so formidable that without providing him the best recommendations, Lin Chen might well take his talents elsewhere. Conversely, giving the best recommendations might lead Lin Chen to take his readers along. Given the current circumstances, if he offered the best recommendations and Lin Chen decided to leave with his audience, Chen Wenhan might even have to resign. Ding! His phone chimed. Chen Wenhan quickly picked it up. He added me. Finally, he added me. Chen Wenhan was brimming with excitement. Lin Chen had taken his time to respond, leaving him feeling anxious. Big shot. I am Chen Wenhan, the editor-in-chief of Tongxi Network. I am reaching out because numerous publishers are interested in acquiring the fairy tales you've written. Chen Wenhan swiftly messaged Lin Chen. What are the prices? Lin Chen inquired curiously. Chen Wenhan promptly replied, the quality of all 10 fairy tales is exceptional, with the highest offer reaching 680,000 yuan. Lin Chen felt his heart race slightly. Those 10 fairy tales had taken him only 3 to 4 hours to write. However, they were not entirely original. Rather, they were provided by the system. Although his skills were high, producing a fairy tale of such caliber within 3 days was already quite commendable. Editor-in-Chief, Chen. I am not looking to sell at this time. I have other fairy tales I intend to publish later. I wonder what conditions Tongxi Network could offer me moving forward? Lin Chen replied. Chen Wenhan let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen did not disappear, everything else could be negotiated. I also advise you not to sell just yet. Your works will surely fetch a higher price in the future. Would it be possible for us to meet? We will provide you with the best conditions. Lin Chen pondered. If he did not sign with Tongxi Network, he would always harbor concerns about being able to leave at any moment. Meeting in person seemed unnecessary. Please discuss among yourselves what conditions you can offer. If the terms are satisfactory, I would be willing to sign online. After some consideration, Lin Chen responded. He intended to bring Lin Xiaoqian along, leaving him no time for an in-person meeting. Furthermore, he did not want to expose his identity, as it could jeopardize his responsibilities as a parent. Writing fairy tales was merely a means to earn some extra income. His primary focus was on raising Lin Xiaoqian. Understood, big shot. Chen Wenhan hurriedly reported back to his supervisor. Even though he was the editor-in-chief, he could not make unilateral decisions on this matter. An hour later, Chen Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen opened it and reviewed the conditions offered by Tongxi Network, which were quite favorable. Full recommendations and additional promotional resources outside the site. Moreover, the reward distribution was 90 to 10, with him receiving 90% and Tongxi Network only getting 10, which might barely cover their taxes. Editor-in-Chief Chen. The terms are acceptable. I am willing to sign with the website. After careful review, Lin Chen responded. He would only publish on Tongxi Network, retaining his copyright. Should he wish to publish, the website would need to cooperate with his promotional efforts. Big shot. We will prepare the contract immediately. The boss said to express our sincerity. We will also offer an additional 300,000 yuan as a signing bonus. Chen Wenhan replied joyfully. For top-tier author, A signing bonus of 300,000 yuan was not excessive, but securing favorable terms along with the bonus was indeed heartwarming. Lin Chen smiled. It was likely they had anticipated this bonus from the beginning. He did not nitpick, and the website did not skimp on the expenditure. Thank you. Soon after, Chen Wenhan sent over the electronic contract. Lin Chen signed it promptly. Big shot. May our collaboration be fruitful, should any issues arise. Feel free to contact me at any time. Chen Wenhan's face beamed with joy. With a superlative author at the helm, the website was bound to flourish. He was certain that his bonuses this year would be substantial. Chapter 13. Taking Lin Xiaoqian to buy a car. The sound of a bank notification chimed, indicating that the signing bonus of 300,000 had swiftly been credited to Lin Chen's account. Although this amount would be subject to taxation, there was no immediate need to settle the dues. It could be reconciled through the personal income tax app during the annual assessment. Quite efficient indeed. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. With earnings from translation and the signing bonus combined, purchasing a vehicle priced around 300,000 was entirely feasible. In due course, as his finances expanded, he could acquire a more luxurious car. Yet a vehicle in this price range already met his needs. Cars at this level generally boasted commendable safety features and configurations. Anything pricier would merely serve to elevate one in Oppo's status. What kind of car should he choose? Lin Chen pondered. If he were alone, he would undoubtedly opt for an electric vehicle, relishing in its swift acceleration and exhilarating drive. However, with Lin Xiaoqian accompanying him, the safety aspect of electric cars still required further validation. Thus, he settled on a Volvo. After a brief online search, Lin Chen decided to purchase a Volvo XC60, which was reasonably priced and well regarded for its safety. He had little obsession with brand prestige. Moreover, in the 300,000 range, it was merely a practical choice. Acquiring a BBA would not elevate his standing in the eyes of others, nor did he require a vehicle for ostentation. With his paternal system in place, he was already formidable while caring for Lin Xiaoqian. Suddenly, the sound of Lin Xiaoqian's cries echoed from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurried inside. Xiaoqian, Daddy is here. Why are you crying? He quickly scooped her up in his arms. His hand felt damp. With tear-filled eyes, Lin Xiaoqian sobbed, Daddy, I wet my pants. I'm not a good girl anymore. Lin Chen reassured her, Xiaoqian, who told you that? It in Oppo's, as completely normal for a little one like you to have accidents. Some children even wet their pants at 5 or 6 years old. Don Oppo's, T worry, Daddy will help you change. With a pitiful look, Lin Xiaoqian asked, Really, Daddy? The nanny said that children who wet their pants aren't in Oppo's. T good. Lin Chen frowned inwardly. It was evident that the nanny wished to avoid extra work. But a child as young as Lin Xiaoqian would inevitably have accidents. Of course, what I say is true. Your nanny may have cared for older children and doesn't understand. You and Oppo's, were only a little over 2 years old, after all. He kissed Lin Xiaoqian gently. Soon, Lin Chen had cleaned her up and changed her clothes. Naturally, the bed linens required washing, but this was no trouble. The washing machine had a wash and dry function, and once the linens were tossed inside, they would emerge spotless. Daddy, you worked hard. Let me give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian pecked both of Lin Chen's cheeks. Xiaoqian, this afternoon we're going to buy a car, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars. I prefer dolls. Can we buy a doll instead? Lin Chen playfully pinched her little nose. I'm not talking about small cars. I mean a big car. We need it for trips to the amusement park and other places, as it can be inconvenient without one. Taxis Don and Oppo's. T have safety seats. Daddy, Mommy has 3 big cars. And she said we can share, Lin Xiaoqian replied, somewhat perplexed. She couldn't quite grasp why they needed to buy a car when Mommy already had 3. Mommy has 3 cars? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. One is very low, one is long, and one is very tall. I often ride in the tall one and have been in the long one, but not in the low one. Lin Chen surmised that the low car she referred to was a sports car, which certainly wouldn't accommodate Lin Xiaoqian safely. Sweetheart, the cars Mommy likes are different from what Daddy needs. Now, go put on your little shoes. We're heading out, Lin Chen said with a smile. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the dealership. After inspecting the vehicle, Lin Xiaoqian expressed her approval, and Lin Chen promptly purchased it. The car was readily available, and after printing a temporary license plate, they were good to go. Xiaoqian, Daddy needs to drive. so you must sit quietly in your safety seat, or else it could be dangerous. Lin Chen placed her gently into the safety seat. Given the current market conditions, where car prices were reasonable, the dealership even provided a quality safety seat as a complimentary gift. Daddy, Xiaoqian is the best. Lin Xiaoqian chirped sweetly. Mr. Lin, your daughter is incredibly adorable. If only I had a daughter. My wife only gave me a pair of twin sons. The sales representative said with envy. Lin Chen chuckled. Just keep trying, and maybe the heavens will bless you with a daughter for your third child. The sales representative shook his head resignedly. 2 sons already take all my energy. What if another son comes along? Mr. Lin, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. The sales representative said as Lin Chen nodded, getting into the car and driving away steadily. System, will driving like this improve my driving skills? Lin Chen queried in his mind. The system responded, host, of course. Accumulate 10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours to grandmaster, 40 hours to legendary, and 80 hours to mythical. Lin Chen inquired, what happens after reaching mythical level? Given that driving was often necessary, accumulating 80 hours seemed manageable. The system explained, host. The limits differ for various skills. The maximum for driving skills is 100 hours. Once you hit that mark, your driving skills will no longer improve. Understood. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. With 20 hours, he could reach grandmaster level, which was the highest tier for drivers on Earth. His driving skill could elevate to 100 hours, and by the time he completed that, even the best drivers would pale in comparison. Daddy, where are we going? Lin Xiaoqian asked from the back seat, sitting quietly. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian, we'll go to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can buy things that were previously inconvenient to get. Think about what you'd like to purchase. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian replied obediently. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Xiaoqian perched on the shopping cart as Lin Chen pushed her along, while she curiously gazed around. In no time, Lin Chen had filled half the cart. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out to see that it was a call from his mother, Chun Mei. It was time to update the family. Lin Chen mused. Although they were still renting, having changed houses meant that even if his parents visited Shanghai, they would have a place to stay. With a new car, he could take his parents on outings along with Lin Xiaoqian. Quickly, Lin Chen answered the call. Son, are you not working right now? His mother asked. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei say something to you? Zhou Wei was a fellow villager and worked in a different department at the same company. He had been laid off, while Zhou Wei had not. Yes, he called home and mentioned that you were laid off. His mother just came by to chat for a bit, ostensibly to show concern for you, but in reality, to highlight how impressive her son is, Chun Mei remarked. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. Such phenomena were common in rural areas. While some villagers were innocent, many were gossipy. Mom, let us just focus on living our own lives. Well, son, since you lost your job, do you still have any money? If not, I can transfer you some, Chun Mei offered. Chapter 14. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, as parents arrived. I still have money. Is Dad not home? Lin Chen inquired. Chun Mei responded. Your father has gone to the fields. Son, if you find yourself short on cash, don't hesitate to ask. Your father and I have saved a little. Mom, once Dad returns, please video call me. I have something important to report to both of you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Chun Mei and Oppos, S eyes lit up. Son, have you found a girlfriend? I'll tell you later. Goodbye for now, Lin Chen said as he ended the call. At that moment, he was in the supermarket, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen and asked, Dad, is that Grandma? How did you know? Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Xiaoqian proudly replied, the ride-on car said so. Dad's mom is called Grandma. Dad, I want to ride the ride-on car. All right, we will go for a ride soon. Lin Chen smiled, ruffling Lin Xiaoqian and Amp, Oppos, S hair. At Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S hometown, Chun Mei Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T resist calling Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S father. Dear, our son is acting mysteriously. He might have found a girlfriend. Really? Lin Hai's eyes brightened. Chun Mei continued. He mentioned waiting for you to return to report something to us, which likely means he has a girlfriend. By the way, our son was laid off last month. He probably needs money. In the fields, Lin Hai wiped his sweat and said, I still have some money in my account. Let's gather some and transfer 10,000 to him later. If that isn't enough, We can withdraw some from the fixed deposit. Shen Hai reminded him. Make sure to come back early and take a shower. Dress nicely. Perhaps our son's girlfriend will be by his side. We mustn't embarrass him. Got it. Lin Hai hurried to finish his remaining tasks. Lin Chen and Lin Xiao arrived home. Xiao, if you see Grandpa and Grandma, you must greet them, all right? Lin Chen smiled. He had already shown Lin Xiao pictures of his parents. Lin Xiao nodded, but then expressed her concern. Dad, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could that be? You're so adorable. They will surely love you, Lin Chen assured her, hugging her and planting a couple of kisses on her cheek. Half an hour later, a notification chimed on Lin Chen's WeChat. To his surprise, his father had transferred him 10,000 yuan. Lin Chen initiated a video call with his father. The call connected swiftly, revealing both his parents, dressed in their finest attire, as if they were visiting relatives. Dad, Mom, why did you send me money? I have enough, Lin Chen said. Chen Mei chimed in. Son, have you found a girlfriend? Having one might incur more expenses, so your father and I decided to support you a little. Lin Chen smiled. Mom and Dad, I have a surprise for you. He gestured for Lin Xiao to come over. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Xiao called sweetly into the camera. Lin Chen and Appo's parents were momentarily taken aback. What's going on? Is this not a girlfriend? Why is there an adorable little girl calling us Grandma and Grandpa? Dad, Grandma and Grandpa don't seem to approve. Do they not like me? Lin Xiao looked nervously at Lin Chen. Sweetheart, we love you. Son, what is happening here? Lin Hai asked hastily. Lin Chen cleared his throat and explained. Her name is Lin Xiao. 3 years ago, due to an accident, her mother became pregnant with her. A week ago, her mother brought her to me. She is your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were overwhelmed with joy. They had suddenly gained such a charming granddaughter. Xiao, I apologize for not responding promptly. When I come over, I will bring you delicious treats, Chen Mei reassured her. Lin Hai added eagerly, Grandpa will also bring you something special. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Are you coming to see me? Lin Xiao asked cheerfully. Yes, we will come tomorrow, Chen Mei replied, practically bursting with excitement. Lin Chen smiled. Xiao, why not an Appos? Till you go draw. Dad will have a chat with Grandpa and Grandma, and I and Appos, I'll join you shortly. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiao skipped away to the balcony to draw. Lin Hai asked, Son, have you and Xiao mother registered your marriage? Lin Chen shook his head. Xiao and Appos' mother is Xu Mengyao. Our situation is somewhat unique. We were merely acquaintances at first, and due to special circumstances, we ended up together. Later, she went abroad, and I was unaware she had given birth. Chen Mei said, if Mengyao is still single, you should hurry and get married. We will try to provide a generous dowry. It and Appos. It's not easy for her to raise a child alone. Lin Chen replied, Mom, it and Appos. It's not that simple. Xu Mengyao may not have anyone else. But I found out online that her family and Appos' assets are conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were left speechless. 10 billion? Such a sum was astronomical to them. Lin Xiao was beginning to understand. She needed her father, and since Xu Mengyao had been busy, she brought Xiao to him. But now, they were separate individuals. Lin Chen stated. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded, comprehending the situation. Chen Mei remarked, and Appos, having such wealth is quite normal. Your father and I are well aware of your circumstances. We will come over tomorrow. And Appos, Lin Chen instructed Mom, please send me your ID numbers. I will purchase your tickets. Once you arrive at the airport, feel free to ask the staff if you need assistance. Shortly, Chen Mei sent over their ID numbers, and Lin Chen secured their tickets. Honey, what will happen in the future? It seems impossible for him and Mengyao to be together. Will he ever get married? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Hai frowned, contemplating the matter. Given Su's family's wealth, the likelihood of their son marrying her was slim, and with a daughter in the picture, the situation was complicated. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Lin Hai sighed. The next morning, Lin Hai and Chen Mei boarded a black car heading to the provincial city. After 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at the airport, with 2 hours remaining until their flight. After lunch, Lin Chen announced, Xiao, let's go pick up Grandpa and Grandma. He carried Lin Xiao as they stepped outside. Xiao took a short nap during the ride. Grandpa, Grandma. By mid-afternoon, Lin Chen and Lin Xiao greeted their parents. Xiao Qian, come here for a hug. Chen Mei carefully embraced Lin Xiao Qian. Grandma, kiss. Lin Xiao Qian planted a kiss on Chen Mei's cheek, instantly bringing a radiant smile to her face. Lin Hai watched with envy. Mom and Dad, with Xiao Qian and Amp. Oppos. As sudden appearance, I was a bit taken aback and didn't and Amp. Oppos. T inform you right away, Lin Chen explained. Lin Hai nodded, no problem. We rushed over, and perhaps we startled Xiao Qian. Now that she is familiar with you, it and Oppos. That's better this way. Lin Chen led Lin Hai and Chen Mei to the parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Oppos' car, Lin Hai and Chen Mei didn't and Oppos. T find it particularly surprising. In their eyes, it must have belonged to Xu Mengyao. Son, is your driving skill up to par? It's fine if you bump us, but Xiao Qian mustn't get hurt. Chen Mei asked cautiously. In no time, Lin Xiao Qian had completely captured Chen Mei's heart. Don't worry, Mom. I am known as the driving god of Qiuming Mountain, Lin Chen chuckled. Chapter 15, Dad, I've earned some pocket money. After driving for several kilometers, Lin Hai and the others finally felt at ease. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos' driving skills were quite commendable. Despite maintaining a swift pace, he maneuvered the vehicle with remarkable smoothness. Mom and Dad, was the journey smooth? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Hai nodded, very smooth, though your mother, being somewhat impatient, set off rather early and had to wait at the airport for nearly 2 hours. Chen Mei remarked, arriving early is certainly better than being late. If something were to go awry on the road, you would likely be even more anxious than I. After all, planes do not wait for anyone. Little Lin Xiao Qian chimed in with her sweet voice. Grandpa and Grandma, Mommy is abroad. Otherwise, she could have picked you up from the airport, and the plane wouldn't have left without you. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Does the Xu family possess a private jet? It seemed their assets must be well over 100 billion. A private jet alone could cost several hundred million, and when combined with other expenses, maintaining such wealth might be quite taxing. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Chen Mei, seated in the back. The wealthier the Xu family, the less likely Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao would be together. It might prove challenging for their son to marry in the future. Xiao Qian, have you ever flown in your mommy's plane? Chen Mei asked. Lin Xiao Qian nodded. Grandma, I have. I've flown many times, but I can't count how many. It was perfectly normal for a young child to lose track of such things. Chen Mei smiled. After more than an hour, Lin Chen drove back to the community. Lin Hai remarked, Son, you didn't live around here before, did you? Indeed, Lin Chen affirmed. With a giggle, Lin Xiao Qian said, Grandpa, I chose this house with Daddy. We both like it here. Well, as long as Xiao Qian likes it, Lin Hai thought to himself, frowning slightly. If Lin Chen lived here, it likely meant he was spending Xu Mengyao's money, further reducing the chances of their union. The four of them took the elevator upstairs, and upon entering the house, Lin Xiao Qian joyfully led Lin Hai and the others on a tour. Son, come here for a moment. Lin Hai called Lin Chen aside, while Xiao Qian played with Chen Mei. The housing prices in the Magic City are steep. This place must not be cheap to rent. Did Xiao Qian's mother pay for it? Lin Chen shook his head. I rented it myself. Lin Hai nodded. That's acceptable. Son, your mother and I do not seek to climb the social ladder through the Xu family, but if you and Xu Mengyao have a child, it would be best if you could be together. Just Don and Oppos, spend her money. It would leave a poor impression. Your mother and I have some savings. Once we return, I'll transfer you 100,000. You should save some and spend wisely. Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Earning 100,000 in the countryside was no small feat, son. Let me be candid with you. We have about 300,000 to 400,000 in savings, and the rest will need to be reserved for your wedding. This is all we can offer you, Lin Hai stated. If Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao were unable to be together, and he married someone else in the future, they would still need to host a banquet and provide a bride price. Therefore, they couldn't and Amp, Oppos, squander all their funds. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, I want to show you something. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat history with Chen Wenhan. After being laid off, I found myself with idle time, so I started writing fairy tales. To my surprise, I discovered I have a talent for it. I've received bids of up to 680,000 for 10 of my stories. The website even signed me for 300,000 as an advance. I used that money to buy a car. Lin Hai was utterly astonished. His son had this talent? Is this for real? He asked incredulously. Lin Chen nodded. Of course it's real. However, You and Mom must keep this a secret. If my identity were to be revealed, it might affect my ability to take care of Xiao Qian. Log into the website and see for yourself, Lin Hai urged. Though a part of him wondered if Xu Mengyao had given Lin Chen money, and if the chat history was fabricated. Dad, what about the trust between us? Lin Chen retorted with a smirk. Soon, Lin Chen logged into the Tongxin website on his computer. Lin Hai observed the data on Lin Chen's backend. Look, Dad, these 10 fairy tales have already garnered 30 to 40,000 in tips alone, and I expect even more will come in. Lin Hai inquired, haven't you sold them yet? Lin Chen shook his head. The price of 680,000 seems a bit low. I plan to contact a publisher directly for a better deal. In the long run, I'm confident I'll earn much more than that. These stories are like golden geese. Lin Hai nodded. That does sound more advantageous. So, if you develop well, there might be hope for you and Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen chuckled. Dad, there's indeed hope. Even if it doesn't work out, you need not worry when I eventually marry. Right, Lin Hai agreed. As long as Lin Chen could earn his own income and establish a career, they wouldn't have to worry about him getting married. Dad, you must keep this confidential. I don't want to draw attention from fans when I take Xiao Qian out. Lin Chen cautioned. Although he didn't have many fans yet, as he continued to write more fairy tales and publish them, the number would surely grow significantly. Being recognized could lead to unwanted attention. Rest assured, if people learn you're making money, they will come to us for loans, Lin Hai remarked. Understanding the rural mindset, people often resented the wealthy while fearing the impoverished. Dad, I don't have much money now, but once I do, I'll make sure to honor you and Mom, Lin Chen said cheerfully. Lin Hai shook his head. You needn't worry about us. Your mother and I are still capable. We manage to earn a bit each year. We are not at the point where we need you to provide for us. Just then, Lin Hai hesitated. Son, that money was originally reserved for your wedding or to assist you in buying a house. Now that you don't need it, how about I use it to renovate our home? It's quite worn down, and Xiao Qian might not feel comfortable living here. Don't renovate, Dad. Our house has a poor layout, and the structure isn't suitable for major modifications. It will be better to tear it down and build a new traditional style villa. If funds are short, I'll cover it later, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Hai frowned. Rebuilding from scratch would cost at least 500,000, and with renovations, the total could reach close to $1 million. Lin Chen smiled. Dad, I wrote these 10 stories in just 1 month. They are worth at least $1 million. You needn't worry about the construction funds. The house should be nice for your comfort, and who knows, Xu Mengyao might even return with me someday. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hai agreed. All right, let us go ahead and build a house. Daddy, Daddy. Little Lin Xiao Qian ran to the study door. Xiao Qian, what's the matter? Lin Chen asked. Daddy, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but she didn't believe me. Daddy, I'm a good girl, and I don't lie. Chen Mei approached. Son, why does Xiao Qian think your cooking is good? Lin Chen thought to himself. I am no longer the person I once was. He chuckled. I've honed my skills from cooking every day. I'm a genius. He kept the existence of the system a secret from everyone. Chapter 16. What benefits does a paper airplane bring? In the evening, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Chen Mei initially intended to prepare dinner, but Lin Xiaoqian expressed her desire to eat what her father made. And Lin Chen also wanted his parents to savor his culinary skills. Son, where did you learn such knife skills? Chen Mei observed with astonishment, noticing Lin Chen's superior proficiency. With just a few deft cuts, he had expertly prepared a fish. Practice makes perfect, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Chen Mei felt a twinge of disbelief. After years of cooking, how had she not achieved such mastery? Mom, why don't an amp, oppos, you and Dad take Xiaoqian out to play? She hasn't had enough outdoor activity today. Come back by 6 for dinner, Lin Chen suggested. Chen Mei nodded, and she and Lin Hai took Lin Xiaoqian outside. Once they left, Lin Chen worked with even greater speed on the ingredients. If Chen Mei had seen it, she would have been utterly astonished. A few minutes before 6, Chen Mei and the others returned, immediately greeted by the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen. Dad, it smells so good, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she raced to the kitchen door. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, go wash your hands with Grandpa and Grandma. Once you and oppos, redone, we can eat. As they washed up, Lin Chen brought out the dishes. Upon seeing the 6 beautifully presented dishes, Lin Chen's parents were taken aback. Each dish resembled a work of art, rivaling that of a 5-star restaurant. With such remarkable culinary skills, why have you kept this from us? Why didn't you cook at home before? Xu Mei asked, somewhat irritated. Mom, I used to be a poor cook. It seems I've suddenly found my groove this year. I learn quickly now. My English, which was once terrible, has also improved significantly, Lin Chen explained. Grandpa and Grandma, Dad is amazing. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in as Lin Chen lifted her onto her chair. Mom and Dad, I've become a genius. Please keep this a secret. I don't want to be taken away as a lab rat. Lin Chen instructed his parents. What's a lab rat, Dad? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Hai and Chen Mei exchanged serious glances, fully aware of what it meant. But they hoped nothing untoward would happen to their only son. Let us eat. Son, the dishes look fantastic. I wonder how they taste. Chen Mei remarked as they picked up their chopsticks. Their first bites left them even more astonished. Why is it that the same ingredients taste so much better when you cook them? Grandpa and Grandma, Xiaoqian wasn't he lying. Dad's cooking is the best. I'm a good girl, Lin Xiaoqian declared, gnawing on a piece of rib. Indeed, our Xiaoqian is the best, Lin Hai and Chen Mei quickly agreed. Papa, I want another big rib. The ribs are so delicious, Lin Xiaoqian said with a sweet smile. All right, Xiaoqian, I'll get you another rib. But you must also eat some vegetables, okay? Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen's vegetables had also improved in taste, and she no longer resisted eating them as she once had. By the end of the meal, Chen Mei and the others were completely stuffed. Son, take Xiaoqian out. We'll handle the cleanup, Chen Mei said. Lin Chen nodded. There was no need for formality with his parents. As Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian outside, Chen Mei commented, Honey, with our son's culinary talent, I believe it's highly likely Xiaoqian's mother will end up with him in the future. Yes, Lin Hai agreed. There is something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Our son is earning money now, Lin Hai revealed, explaining Lin Chen's success in writing children's stories. It seems our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret, Chen Mei insisted. Indeed, Lin Hai nodded. There are many geniuses in the world. Even if word got out, it might not lead to any issues, but as parents, their worries lingered. What if something happened to their only son? Dad, what is that? Lin Xiaoqian asked, noticing other children playing with paper airplanes. Those are paper airplanes. If you want to play, go ask the ant for 2 pieces of paper. And remember to be polite, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Her sweet demeanor quickly secured several sheets of paper. Dad, can you teach me? Lin Xiaoqian handed the papers to Lin Chen. Of course. Let us make a paper airplane together, Lin Chen said, patiently guiding her through the folding process. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. As the host teaches Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes, you gain proficiency in aircraft manufacturing. 100 hours will elevate you to master level, and 200 hours to grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes granted him aircraft manufacturing skills. The system was indeed powerful. The required time has increased, Lin Chen communicated in his mind. Host, the difficulty is considerably higher, hence the increase in time required, the system responded. 200 hours to reach grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing. That's globally top tier. What more could I desire? Does this include fighter jets and commercial aircraft? Lin Chen inquired. All types of aircraft are included, such as small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, refueling planes, and commercial airliners, the system confirmed. Lin Chen marveled internally. The system truly was a considerate companion. Dad, this is so hard. I can't do it, Lin Xiaoqian pouted, trying to fold a paper airplane, but struggling due to her young age. Don't worry, Xiaoqian. There are various paper airplane designs online. I'll teach you everything, and soon you'll be the best at folding paper airplanes. Lin Chen reassured her with a grin. I want to give one to Grandpa and Grandma, so they can fly home, Lin Xiaoqian said, her little lips forming a pout. But I can't fold them. Lin Chen comforted her. So you want to gift them to Grandpa and Grandma. They will surely be delighted to receive them. Don't fret. They will be staying with us for a few days, so you have plenty of time to practice. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Dad, I will be serious. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days passed quickly. Lin Chen had uploaded 30 fairy tales, each one a masterpiece. The entire industry was shaken. It's incredibly rare to have even one fairy tale of such quality, yet you've created 30. Big boss, a publisher is offering 3 million for all 30 tales. Chun Wenhan excitedly messaged Lin Chen. That's 100,000 yuan per story. That is quite a good price, Lin Chen replied. Big boss, self-publishing entails certain risks. Your royalty rate is capped at 16%. If a book is priced at 30 yuan, you'll only earn 4 yuan and 80 cents. You need to sell over 60,000 copies to earn 3 million, Chun Wenhan explained after some thought. Do you think I can't sell over 60,000 copies? Lin Chen challenged. It should be possible, but there is indeed some risk, Chun Wenhan admitted. The quality of the work is excellent, but high quality doesn't always guarantee high sales. Chief editor, I wish to self-publish, Lin Chen insisted. Chapter 17, A Unique Contract. News of Chun Wenhan and Amp. Oppo's endeavor spread swiftly. Alas, even 3 million could not sway him. This was hardly surprising. Old Zheng had once earned over 20 million in royalties annually. With Lin Yu's caliber, could he really be satisfied with a mere 3 million? What royalty rate could be offered? Although his name was new, his prowess was undoubtedly that of a master among masters. If the royalty rate were set too low, he would likely be discarded without hesitation. Publishers were engaged in fervent discussions. In this digital age, ebooks were ubiquitous and physical books struggled to sell. However, fairy tale books continued to perform well, as parents preferred not to hold a phone or tablet when telling stories to their children. This market was fiercely competitive among publishers. In the conference room of Tongxi Network, Chun Wenhan asserted, "Boss, we have our own publishing house, and after years of development, our strength is considerable. We can certainly compete." Liang Zhurong, the owner of Tongxi Network, replied, "Old Chun, though I founded Tongxi Network, my knowledge of fairy tales is limited. Could you provide a professional perspective on whether this is worth pursuing? Competing for this may strain our relationships with other publishers." Chun Wenhan responded, "The quality of Lin Yu and Oppo's fairy tales is indisputable. Even if we incur significant short-term costs, we will eventually reap substantial long-term profits. As long as he can produce 30 stories a year, he will be unstoppable, his position unassailable. This market is not one for sentiment. We must not relinquish such a lucrative opportunity." Another editor chimed in, "Chun, your points are valid, but what if this is all Lin Yu has accumulated? 30 exceptional tales a year seems overly optimistic. If he cannot consistently produce quality stories, then our investment might not be justified." Others voiced their opinions, and Liang Zhurong attentively listened. "I understand your concerns. If Lin Yu can continue to soar, we shall too. If he falters, we will bear the consequences," he stated. Chun Wenhan and the others nodded in agreement. Liang Zhurong continued, "Old Chun, contact Lin Yu and inquire if he would be willing to sign a special contract with us. For total sales under 500,000 copies, we offer a 15 royalty rate. For sales between 500,000 and 2 million copies, the rate will be 16. For sales between 2 million and 5 million copies, it will be 17. And for cumulative sales exceeding 5 million copies, I will grant him 18. Chun Wenhan gazed at his boss in astonishment. Typically, a 15 rate was considered the ceiling. An 18 rate would significantly compress their profits, given the myriad expenses involved in publishing. For ordinary authors, a 10 royalty was commendable, with some receiving as little as 6 or 7. Are you not concerned about his future output? If he can deliver, he should agree, Liang Zhurong remarked. Such a high royalty rate is feasible for him, but not for others. As Lin Yu flourishes, so too will Tongxi Network, which can offset this aspect. Boss, are there any other advantages? Without additional incentives, I fear he may not collaborate with us, Chun Wenhan inquired. After a moment in Oppo's thought, Liang Zhurong replied, "We will print an initial run of 300,000 copies. The payment for these copies can be provided upon signing the contract. Isn't committing to an initial print run of 300,000 a bit risky?" Another editor questioned. Liang Zhurong asserted, "You all believe in the quality of his fairy tales. Thus, I am confident in our sales. Old Chun, tell him that if we decide to print more, His royalties will be transferred to him immediately upon commencement. Chen Wenhan nodded and swiftly messaged Lin Yu. Such a contract? Quite intriguing. Lin Yu mused, a subtle smile gracing his face. He was keen to collaborate with Tongxin Network. I agree. Chen Wenhan rejoiced. The author has consented. Liang Zhurong replied, Old Chen, this contract is of great significance. We must meet him in person to finalize the agreement. Arrange a meeting, and I will accompany you. Understood. Chen Wenhan sent the message. Lin Yu contemplated. With his parents present, he could meet with Chen Wenhan and the others. Chief Editor Chen, an in-person signing is acceptable, but I must bring my child. I cannot travel far, and I wish to avoid any publicity that might affect my child. You may come to sign, but please refrain from taking photos. After some consideration, Lin Yu responded. Bringing your child? It seems Lin Yu is quite young, Liang Zhurong noted. Let us agree to this. We must depart promptly. They were not in Shanghai, so after purchasing tickets, Liang Zhurong and his team quickly made their way to the city, arriving in the afternoon. Are you the illustrious Lin Yu? Chen Wenhan and the others were taken aback by Lin Yu's youthful appearance. With a smile, Lin Yu replied, Mr. Liang, Chief Editor Chen. My real name is Lin Chen. You may call me by my name. They exchanged handshakes, and Chen Wenhan remarked, Lin Chen. I never anticipated you to be so young. Lin Yu replied with a smile. A youthful heart is an advantage when crafting fairy tales. Chen Wenhan nodded. Indeed. Lin Chen, may I ask how long it took you to create those fairy tales? Less than a month. Writing one story a day is manageable, though I may not maintain such diligence in the future, Lin Yu stated. Liang Zhurong and Chen Wenhan were astounded. Lin Chen, are you certain it was less than a month? You can write one story daily? Lin Yu mused internally. He did not write one a day. Rather, during his free time while caring for his child, he could produce 10 tales. Yes, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. Liang Zhurong and Chen Wenhan were exhilarated at the prospect of Lin Yu sustaining such prolific output. Lin Chen, 4 tales of equal quality. If you surpass 30 stories each year, I will grant you a bonus of 10,000 for each additional story, Liang Zhurong promised. Lin Yu beamed, Mr. Liang. I am grateful. A bonus of 10,000 per story is quite enticing. With a substantial stockpile from the system, he could write 10 tales daily, potentially earning 100,000 in bonuses. Of course, he acknowledged that he could not sustain such a pace indefinitely, as it would seem excessive. Lin Chen, shall we proceed with the contract? Chen Wenhan inquired, producing the document from his bag. Lin Yu meticulously reviewed the contract, finding no discrepancies, and signed both his name and pen name. Liang Zhurong also signed and affixed the company's seal. Mr. Liang, Chief Editor Chen, thank you for traveling such a distance. Allow me to treat you to a meal to express my hospitality, Lin Yu offered with a smile. They gathered in a tea house adjacent to a restaurant. After dinner, Lin Yu hurried home. Grandma, when will Dad be home? Little Qian, Mr. Father. As Lin Yu stepped outside, he heard Lin Xiaoqian's voice. His physical constitution had reached 93 points, and with this enhancement, he noticed a significant improvement in his hearing. He should be home shortly, Lin Yu's mother, Chen Mei, replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice, as Lin Xiaoqian had asked the same question over 20 times. Lin Yu opened the door swiftly. Dad, I missed you so much. Little Qian joyfully ran to Lin Yu, hugging his leg. Have you been a good girl and eaten well? Lin Yu bent down to lift little Qian into his arms. Dad, I didn't finish my meal. My tummy is full. But it's not that Grandma and Appo's, as cooking is bad, she replied. Chapter 18. Xu Mengyao arrives. Chen Mei wore a look of helplessness, despite her utmost efforts. Her culinary skills paled in comparison to Lin Chen's, and the dishes she prepared inevitably lacked flavor. Mom, your cooking is still quite good. After all these years, I still prefer your meals, Lin Chen said with a warm smile. Xiao Qian, it and Appo's, is fine to eat a little less. Kids need to maintain a balance of hunger and warmth to grow strong. Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Qian, when Grandma returns home, make sure to practice cooking well. When you visit Grandma and Appo's house in the future, I'm sure she will prepare delicious meals for you. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in sweetly. Grandma, Mama says children shouldn't be picky eaters. Your cooking is also delightful. Indeed, our Qian is such a good girl, Chen Mei beamed with pride. Dad, Teach me how to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoqian remembered her intention to give paper airplanes to Chun Mei and the others. Sure, Lin Chen replied, lifting Lin Xiaoqian and taking her to the balcony to start the lesson. 2 hours later, after a bath and a story, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Lin Chen made his way to the living room, where Chun Mei and the others were watching television. Son, how did the contract turn out? Lin Hai inquired, knowing Lin Chen had gone out to sign with the publisher. Lin Chen smiled and said, I treated them to a meal, so of course the contract is finalized. The first print run is 300,000 copies, and I should receive the copyright fee of over 1 million shortly. Lin Hai and the others gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. They had never earned such a sum in their lifetimes. Dad, I will find a good company online for the house construction, covering both labor and materials. This way, it will be much easier for you, Lin Chen assured. Just oversee the process. Lin Hai asked in surprise, aren't you hiring local builders? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction team in our area specializes in building traditional houses. Even if I provide them with blueprints, the result may not be satisfactory. Hiring a professional company may cost a bit more, but it's worth it. Lin Hai nodded in understanding. Son, we plan to return home tomorrow. Lin Chen was taken aback. So soon? Lin Hai explained, to build a house. We need to handle the paperwork promptly to ensure it's completed by the end of the year. Otherwise, during the new year, we might have to stay with others. Once the house is built, perhaps you could take Xin back to celebrate the new year, Lin Chen deduced, realizing this was the primary concern. It would be best if you could bring Mengyao back with you, Chun Mei added. The following day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian accompanied Chun Mei and Lin Hai to the airport. Grandpa and Grandma, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, Lin Xiaoqian said mysteriously. Chun Mei and Lin Hai complied, and Lin Xiaoqian proudly presented a paper airplane she had crafted. Look, this is my paper airplane. Whenever you see it, you will think of me. Lin Chen, surprised, remarked, Xiaoqian, didn't you say that if Grandpa and Grandma's plane flies away, they should take yours? Why the change in tune? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Silly Dad, this is a paper airplane. It's not real, and it can't carry anyone. Lin Chen fell silent as Lin Hai and Chun Mei burst into laughter. Thank you, Xian, Chun Mei said, embracing her and planting a kiss on her cheek. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian waved as Chun Mei and Lin Hai entered the airport. Lin Chen drove away. An hour passed. Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving, and your driving skills have reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. His parents had been visiting for 3 days, during which he had taken Lin Xiaoqian and them around various places in the bustling city, resulting in considerable driving time. Grandmaster level, that's impressive. Lin Chen smiled, knowing this level was among the world's elite. Currently, the finest race car drivers were on par with him. Yet he had the potential to improve further, reaching legendary and mythical levels. System, what are the levels of my various skills? Lin Chen inquired, realizing he and T focused on this aspect. He believed that enhancing these skills came naturally while spending time with Lin Xiaoqian, rather than through deliberate effort. The host's culinary skills have accumulated 30 hours, equivalent to what others would achieve after 30 years of diligent practice. Your culinary skills are now at the grandmaster level. Your fairy tale storytelling, driving, painting, and calligraphy have also reached grandmaster level, while the rest have yet to attain that status. Additionally, your physical condition is at 95 points. You are proficient in English, German, French, and Russian. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Although he had possessed the system for a relatively short time, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Dad, I miss Mom. When will she come back to see Xian? Does she not want me anymore? Lin Xiaoqian's innocent words brought tears to her eyes. Lin Chen hurriedly comforted her. Xiaoqian, how could Mom not want you? She will be back soon. Once we get home, you can call her, okay? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Dad, how much longer until we get home? I really miss Mom. Very soon. Just past the next intersection, Lin Chen reassured her. Half a minute later, Lin Xiaoqian gazed out the window in excitement. Dad, I see Mom and Appo's car. That car belongs to Mom. Lin Chen was astonished. Are you sure, Xiaoqian? Others might also drive cars that look like your Mom and Appo's. Yes. Dad, that is definitely Mom and Appo's car. Lin Xiaoqian insisted confidently. Lin Chen pondered, Could Xu Mengyao be planning a surprise visit without informing him, to see how he was managing? Before long, Lin Chen parked in their community. Beep. Just as he stepped out, his phone rang. It was Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, where are you and Qian? I'm outside the apartment you rented, but no one is answering the doorbell, she inquired as the call connected. We're in the underground parking garage. We'll be right up, Lin Chen replied. Soon, they ascended the stairs. Mom, I miss you so much, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Qian, I miss you too. Xu Mengyao smiled as she took Lin Xiaoqian into her arms. With childlike curiosity, Lin Xiaoqian asked, Mom, do you miss Dad? He really misses you. Lin Chen. When did he ever say he missed Xu Mengyao? Xu Mengyao turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. He felt a tinge of awkwardness. Though they had shared an intimate relationship and had a child together, they were still not very familiar with one another. Mom, do you want Dad? Lin Xiaoqian asked once more. Yes, Xu Mengyao nodded. She realized that denying it might negatively impact Lin Xiaoqian, who was eager for familial unity. Mom, please don't leave. I want to sleep with both you and Dad tonight, Lin Xiaoqian pleaded, her innocent eyes shining with hope. Good girl, Lin Chen thought to himself, silently admiring Lin Xiaoqian's sweetness. Chapter 19. Discussing marriage registration with Xu Mengyao Qian. Be good. Mommy is quite occupied recently. I and Oppos, LL visit you, but I have to leave shortly, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian responded with a dispirited tone. Mommy, are you leaving so soon? Qian misses you terribly. Lin Chen opened the door. Xu Mengyao carried Lin Xiaoqian inside. Lin Chen retrieved a pair of slippers for her from the shoe cabinet. Qian, go play by yourself for a bit. Mommy needs to talk with Daddy, Xu Mengyao said as she set Lin Xiaoqian down. Mommy, are you going to kiss? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Xu Mengyao went to the study, and Lin Chen followed. Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen, the rent here ISN and AMP. AMP, Oppos, T cheap, and your salary ISN and AMP. AMP, Oppos, T high. You probably Don and Oppos, T have much savings. Why didn't it Oppos, T you accept the 60,000 yuan? Lin Chen replied, Xiaoqian is also my daughter. It's only right that I provide her with better conditions. There's no need to take your money. I can afford to support her. Perceiving Lin Chen's actions as a display of bravado. Lin Chen, you've put in effort and care. I have money. So in AMP, Oppos, it's only right that I give you some living expenses. In AMP, Oppos, that's certainly much better for Qian with you living here. How about I increase it to 50,000 yuan per month? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen frowned slightly. In an AMP, Oppos. It's not that I think you and AMP, Oppos, re-giving too little. 20,000 yuan per month is already plenty. I really do have money. As he spoke, Lin Chen pulled out his phone and opened a bank message. He had filled up his gas tank on the way back, spending 400 yuan. The message showed a balance of over 1 million yuan. Tong Xin website had already given him the initial printing fee of 300,000 yuan. The first edition royalties were 35 million yuan, plus his original tens of thousands, totaling over 1 million yuan. Did you win a lottery? Xu Mengyao asked, surprised. Lin Chen. Can an Oppos, T I earn this money myself? Xu Mengyao questioned. Before I sent Qian here, I checked. You only made a few thousand a month before you were laid off. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Who doesn't end Oppos? T have a few secrets? I didn't end Oppos. T know you were a heiress either. Qian said you even have a private plane? Xu Mengyao explained. I bought it during my pregnancy. It wasn't convenient to fly business class with a big belly, and it's even more inconvenient to fly with a child after giving birth. So I bought a small business jet. Lin Chen nodded. That is indeed much more convenient. Take the 60,000 yuan with you when you leave. You just saw that I have no problem supporting Xiaoqian. Xu Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen having over 1 million yuan in his account was indeed enough. Xu Mengyao, there's a matter I want to discuss with you. If you marry someone else in the future, let Xiaoqian stay with me, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao immediately responded. No way, Qian is mine. Lin Chen said, Don and Oppos, T get worked up. If you Don and Oppos, T get married, this issue 1 and Oppos, T exist. But if you marry someone else, is it really good for Xiaoqian to be with you? If Xiaoqian stays with me, I and AMP, Oppos, LL take care of her wholeheartedly. Letting Xiaoqian stay with you, and then having a stepmother? Isn't that the same? Lin Chen shook his head. It's not the same. It's okay for men to marry later. But a woman in Oppos, as prime marriage age is much earlier. We can also change the conditions. Whoever gets married first, the other party gets custody of Xiaoqian. How about that? That would be better for Xiaoqian. Xu Mengyao, not that. Okay. You won't get custody. I don't plan to get married. Lin Chen said. Are you sure you don't plan to get married? Of course. Having Xiaoqian is enough for me, Xu Mengyao said calmly. Lin Chen, smile. Xu Mengyao. Since you have no such plans, why don't we get marriage certificate? Huh? Xu Mengyao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian is starting to understand things. It's not good for her to know that we had her without being married. Other children are the crystallization of their parents' love, but she's an accident. Wouldn't that be hurtful to her? Xu Mengyao pondered. Lin Chen continued, Don't worry. Even if we get married, you are you, and I am me. I won't take a single penny of your property. We can go to the notary office for notarization. Your property will still be yours after the marriage. Xu Mengyao considered for a while and said, What you're saying makes sense. Xiaoqian is more sensible than most children. Lin Chen said, It's just getting a certificate. Nothing changes. It won an Oppos. T affect you if you don an Oppos. T plan to get married. By the way, Xiaoqian saying she misses you is nonsense. I think she might already realize something. Xu Mengyao remained silent. She originally planned never to marry in this lifetime, but getting a certificate with Lin Chen would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoqian. I have no problem. As you said, notarize first, then get the certificate, Xu Mengyao said. Her family had too much money, so she definitely had to be careful in this regard. No problem, Lin Chen smiled. Xu Mengyao, if you fall in love with a girl and want to pursue her, tell me first before taking action to get a divorce. If you have an affair during the marriage, it will have a significant impact on me. Same for you? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Lin Chen smiled and said, Then there's no problem. That's quite fair. When are you free? Xu Mengyao thought for a moment and said, I'll have Shen Qing come and take care of Qianqian. This afternoon, bring your household registration book and come with me. I'll go home and get mine, and then we can go to process it. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. After they agreed, they went outside. Lin Xiaoqian was riding on the balcony by herself. Xu Mengyao walked over. Mommy, look, this is what Daddy taught me to write. Qianqian can already write her own name. Lin Xiaoqian said in a childish voice. Xu Mengyao was a little surprised. Lin Xiaoqian wrote quite well. Qianqian, did Daddy write this? Xu Mengyao picked up a piece of paper next to her. It was calligraphy written by Lin Chen after reaching the grandmaster level. Each character was pleasing to the eye. Yes, Daddy is so amazing. Daddy teaches me to write, teaches me to draw, teaches me to play soccer, teaches me to sing, and Daddy even teaches me English. Lin Xiaoqian said with admiration. Xu Mengyao was a little jealous. Lin Xiaoqian had never admired her so much. She had also taught Lin Xiaoqian these things. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, are you and Shen Qing eating lunch here? There's no food in the fridge. I'll go out and buy some. Xu Mengyao was stunned. Lin Chen actually called her Mengyao. But soon, Xu Mengyao realized that Lin Chen probably called her that because Lin Xiaoqian was nearby. Let's eat out together. Don't bother. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, I don't want to eat out. Daddy's food is tastier than the food outside. Lin Chen smiled. I in Oppos. I'll go out and buy some groceries. I didn't in Oppos. T know you were coming, so they're in Oppos. It's only enough food for me and Xiaoqian. Okay, Xu Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen went out, and Xu Mengyao poked Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. Qianqian, you little ungrateful thing. Mommy has been taking care of you for so long, and you're more attached to your daddy. Lin Xiaoqian looked at her mother in confusion. Mommy, I'm not. I love Mommy the most. Lin Xiaoqian hugged Xu Mengyao and kissed her. Mommy, did Daddy kiss you? Xu Mengyao. Chapter 20. The astonishment of Xu Mengyao. Qianqian. Your father and I have encountered a minor issue. But please know that both of us love you dearly, Xu Mengyao said to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian, with a downcast expression, replied, Mom, are you and Dad getting a divorce? Will you not want me anymore? Xu Mengyao embraced Lin Xiaoqian tightly. What nonsense are you talking about, Qianqian? Didn't I just say that both your father and I love you? How could we ever not want you? Xu Mengyao reassured her. What have you and your father been up to lately? Xu Mengyao skillfully shifted the topic. Lin Xiaoqian and Oppos. S face brightened instantly. Mom, let me tell you a secret. This house was chosen by Dad and me together. We both like it. Lin Xiaoqian chattered excitedly. Xu Mengyao was somewhat surprised. It seemed Lin Chen was quite capable. Moreover, Lin Chen and Apos, as parents, had already come to visit Lin Xiaoqian. Once Lin Xiaoqian finished her conversation, Lin Chen returned. Xu Mengyao approached the kitchen, asking, "Do you need any help?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No need. Xiaoqian misses you a lot. She hasn't seen you for a while, so please spend some quality time with her. I and Apos, I'll be done cooking in about an hour." "Thank you for your hard work," Xu Mengyao replied before returning to the balcony. Lin Chen quickly got to work, showcasing his culinary skills. In under an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shen Qing had just arrived. "Wow, it seems I arrived at the perfect moment. Lin Chen, why do I feel like your dishes look even better than last time?" Shen Qing exclaimed, astonished by the spread on the table. Xu Mengyao, having finished washing her hands with Lin Xiaoqian, also looked at the dishes in astonishment. "Mom, Xiaoqian wasn't an amp. Amp, Apos, tea lying. Dad and amp, Apos, s cooking is the best. I love it," Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Lin Chen helped Lin Xiaoqian into her dining chair. "Mengyao Qing, Don and amp, Apos, tea, just stand there. Sit down and eat," he urged. Shen Qing sat down and quickly grabbed a bite. Upon tasting the food, she was taken aback. "Lin Chen, did you deliberately conceal your skills last time when Mengyao wasn't here? Although it was delicious then, it pales in comparison to this," Shen Qing remarked. To validate her thoughts, she took another bite. "I knew it. Mengyao, to enjoy the best, one must follow you," Shen Qing said, looking thoroughly satisfied. Xu Mengyao was perplexed. Is it really that delicious? These dishes look exquisite, but do they taste as good? Soon enough, she took a bite. Upon tasting the dish, Xu Mengyao was shocked. She had savored many delicacies in her life, but she had never been so discerning. While she occasionally requested the chef to prepare something special, she rarely did so. Now, she discovered that Lin Chen's cooking surpassed any gourmet meal she had ever enjoyed. Lin Chen's culinary skills had reached a masterful level, comparable to the finest chefs in the world. Among the countless 5-star hotels globally, only a small fraction of chefs achieve such mastery. Truly, Lin Chen and Apos' understanding of food was profound, as every dish he prepared was exceptionally delightful. Xu Mengyao quickly sampled all 6 dishes. "Lin Chen, did you hold back last time?" Shen Qing inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. "I told you last time was rushed. This time, I had ample time to prepare." After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao was left in a state of astonishment. Lin Chen's culinary prowess was fit for a state banquet. "Lin Chen, have you ever considered opening a restaurant? If you did, you would undoubtedly earn a fortune," Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. "I have no such intention. You often have work obligations and travel. If I were busy as well, who would take care of Xiaoqian? Money is endless, but Xiaoqian will grow up day by day." Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. "They're Napos. There's no need to apologize," Lin Chen said with a light laugh. "I enjoy taking care of Xiaoqian." Shen Qing interjected. "Mengyao, you two should hurry along. I've already had 2 free meals. Once Xiaoqian falls asleep, I'll wash the dishes." Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, "Mom and Dad, where are you going?" Lin Chen bent down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, saying, "Dad and Mom are going on a date, so you be good and sleep at home." It and amp, Apos. It's important for parents to go on dates to maintain a good relationship, right? Xu Mengyao and amp, Apos. S face flushed slightly. She had never truly been on a date. "Xiaoqian, we will return as soon as we can." Soon, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao left the house, and Lin Xiaoqian remained quiet, seemingly pleased with their outing. "Your car is still outside the community. Let us take mine," Lin Chen suggested. "All right." Upon reaching the parking lot, Xu Mengyao got into Lin Chen and Apos' car. "I heard from Xiaoqian that you bought this car together?" Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen nodded. "We just bought it a few days ago. But Don and Apos, worry. My driving skills are quite competent." Before long, Lin Chen drove smoothly. They first went to a notary office to finalize their property agreement, separating premarital and postmarital assets, to which both parties had no objections. "Lin Chen, how did you become such an excellent cook?" "Sumen na inquit, bui." Lin Chen chuckled. "Perhaps it's a gift. Please, Don and amp, Oppose. Think of me opening a restaurant. I have no interest in that. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had passed. Xu Mengyao and Amp. Oppose. Phone rang, and upon answering, the voice on the other end urgently explained, President, we have encountered an issue with a shipment to the Bear Country. They have contacted us, and our Russian translator is on leave and unreachable. The Chinese translator on their side is quite poor and cannot comprehend. Xu Mengyao frowned. Then you must hurry to find a Russian translator. We are looking, but they are quite urgent, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone suitable. Xu Mengyao replied, I don't oppose. Do you know any Russian translators? Suddenly, Lin Chen interjected, Xu Mengyao, I speak Russian. If it and oppose, urgent, I can assist with the translation. Huh? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, are you sure? Of course. Xu Mengyao held her phone, saying, one of my friends speaks Russian. Let into Amp. Amp, oppose. Put it on speaker and see if he can help with the translation. She activated the speakerphone. Understood, President. As time passed, Lin Chen translated effortlessly. His Russian was at a simultaneous interpretation level, making such translations a mere trifle for him. President, the issue has been resolved. All right. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. According to the information her father found, Lin Chen seemed rather ordinary. How could he possess such extraordinary culinary skills and be so proficient in Russian? Lin Chen, I heard from Xiaoqian that you teach her English. Your English proficiency must also be quite remarkable, Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen smiled. Perhaps I have a gift for languages. I speak English, French, German, and Russian. You, Xu Mengyao was astounded. Lin Chen could speak 4 foreign languages. His ordinariness was becoming quite exceptional. Chapter 21. I obtained a marriage license with Xu Mengyao. Do you possess proficiency in English, French, German, and even Russian? Xu Mengyao inquired, her disbelief palpable. Approximately, Lin Chen replied, Russian was the last language I learned. Engaging in conversation in English, Xu Mengyao found Lin Chen effortlessly articulate, his pronunciation impeccable, and his vocabulary impressively advanced. Rest assured, I will guide Xiaoqian without any issues. Lin Chen reassured her lightly. With your skills, you could easily work as a translator, Xu Mengyao exclaimed in admiration. Lin Chen chuckled, I do take on translation jobs online, managing to secure a few orders daily, each yielding a comfortable income of 7,000 to 8,000. Is that how you earn your money? Xu Mengyao questioned. Lin Chen shook his head. Some income is derived from that, while others come from different avenues, but rest assured, none are illicit. I can adequately support Xiaoqian. Xu Mengyao not that can li. Why not pursue a more permanent position? She asked, her curiosity piqued. As Lin Chen and oppose, culinary skills and linguistic capabilities could easily afford him a higher-paying job. Perhaps I will share that with you later, Lin Chen responded with a calm smile. Maintaining an air of mystery would undoubtedly heighten Xu Mengyao and oppose's intrigue. Let us head to the community, Xu Mengyao suggested. You can drive, and I'll inform the security. Lin Chen nodded and drove into the community, eventually parking outside Xu Mengyao's grand villa. Typically, villas range from 300 to 400 square meters, while 500 to 600 is considered spacious. However, Lin Chen estimated this villa exceeded 1,000 square meters. No wonder Xiaoqian likened her mother and oppose's house to a castle. Would you like to come in for a moment? Xu Mengyao asked, though internally she felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, considering Lin Chen was Xiaoqian and Amp, oppose's father, and they were to obtain a marriage license together, she felt it was only polite. Not right now. We need to manage our time. We don an Amp, oppose. Do you know how long it will take at the Civil Affairs Bureau? And we still need to return, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao acquiesced, swiftly retrieving the household registration book from her home. Although there might be a future policy allowing marriage registration with just an ID card, for now, they still required the household registration book. Let us go, she said calmly as she returned to the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xu Mengyao. I'll call you Mengyao for now. If I use your full name, the staff might find it peculiar. Also, remember to smile for the photo. Xiaoqian might see our marriage certificate in the future, Lin Chen instructed. Understood, Xu Mengyao replied with a slight nod. As they entered the bureau, they noted the stark contrast between the bustling divorce area and the quiet marriage section. Lean in a bit closer and smile, the staff directed, capturing their photo. Shortly thereafter, their brand new marriage certificate was in hand. Exiting the bureau, Xu Mengyao appeared somewhat dazed, as she had intended never to marry. Yet here she was, obtaining a marriage license with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, let's keep our marriage a secret from our parents. This is a matter concerning just the two of us. And we are doing this for Xiaoqian and Appo's benefit, she stated as they returned to the car. Of course, Lin Chen assured her. You need not worry. I won't speak of it unless you agree. Let us not mention it to Xiaoqian for now either. We can wait until she gets older and starts questioning, Xu Mengyao suggested, to which Lin Chen nodded. Xu Mengyao appeared concerned that if she mentioned it to Xiaoqian, the inquisitive child might not be able to keep it a secret for long. Suddenly, Lin Chen parked outside a flower shop he had noticed earlier. What are you doing? Xu Mengyao asked, puzzled. Buying you a bouquet. We are on a date. After all, it wouldn't do to return empty-handed, he replied with a grin. Really? I could buy my own flowers, Xu Mengyao protested. It's just a bouquet. I can afford it. Lin Chen swiftly entered the shop and pointed to a large bouquet of roses. How much for this? The shopkeeper quoted a slightly high price, but Lin Chen chose not to haggle. Could I have a card, please? The owner handed him a pink heart-shaped card. To my wife, I love you, Lin Chen inscribed. Then asked, do you have color markers? Yes. The shopkeeper replied and provided a box of markers. Lin Chen quickly drew 3 stick figures, a father with an arm around a mother and the other holding a little girl, resembling himself, Xu Mengyao, and Xiaoqian. Thank you, Lin Chen said, scanning his payment and departing with the flowers. Mengyao, happy marriage, he exclaimed, presenting the bouquet to her. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Let me take some pictures. You can show these to Xiaoqian later, he said, pulling out his phone before she could decline. She held the flowers while Lin Chen captured several photos, his heart racing. His wife was truly beautiful. Unfortunately, while their marriage certificate was real, their feelings remained distant. Xu Mengyao was akin to an iceberg. I'll add you on WeChat to send you the photos. If I don't have your contact, Xiaoqian might get suspicious, he mentioned. Xu Mengyao opened her phone and added Lin Chen's WeChat. Let us head back. I need to check on Xiaoqian before I leave, she said calmly. Lin Chen nodded and started the car. Mengyao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Xu Mengyao glanced at him and replied coolly. Unless we're in front of Xiaoqian, please refer to me as Xu Mengyao at other times. Understood, he nodded, realizing that melting an iceberg takes time. With their marriage license obtained and a child already in their lives, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He was confident that he would eventually win Xu Mengyao's heart. What about the flowers? She frowned as they returned to the community. Just carry them inside. Later, you can hold the flowers. And I'll carry Xiaoqian out to the car. I'm sure she'll be thrilled, he suggested. Xu Mengyao hesitated, but ultimately picked up the flowers, unaware that the card was hidden within them. Daddy, Mommy, Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully upon their arrival. Shenqing looked on in astonishment. Xu Mengyao was holding a large bouquet of roses. Could it be that she and Lin Chen had truly begun a romantic relationship? Xiaoqian, do you miss your dad and mom? Lin Chen asked, lifting Xiaoqian and showering her with kisses. I miss Daddy and Mommy, Xiaoqian replied eagerly. What beautiful flowers. Daddy, did you give these to Mommy? Indeed, Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian blinked innocently. Daddy, I'm your treasure too. Don't I deserve pretty flowers? Lin Chen, I hadn't anticipated that. Chapter 22. The collection of fairy tales by Xu Mengyao smiled gently. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose, saying, Our little Qian also loves flowers. Huh? This time Dad forgot, but I promise to remember next time. Hee hee. Dad, let an amp. Appo's. Let's make a pinky promise. Lin Xiaoqian extended her tiny finger to link with Lin Chen's. Oh, what's this? Shenqing spotted a card hidden among the fresh flowers and reached out to retrieve it. Wife, I love you. As she read the heart-shaped card, Shenqing remarked, Mengyao, I feel a bit superfluous here. Xu Mengyao snatched back the card, noticing the words and the 3 little figures drawn upon it. Lin Chen, did you draw this? Your artistic skills are truly remarkable. Shenqing exclaimed in awe. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, acknowledging the impressive quality of the drawings. Mom, I want to see. Lin Xiaoqian stretched out her small hand. Xu Mengyao handed the card to her, and Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's S eyes lit up. Dad didn't amp. Oppos, that's so beautiful. Is this me? And is this mom? Lin Chen smiled. That didn't amp. Oppos, that's right. If you like it, I'll draw another one for you. This one is for your mother. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Mom, this is for you. Are you happy today? Whenever I go out with Dad, I have so much fun, she asked in her sweet, childish voice. Yes, very happy. Xu Mengyao replied. Xiaoqian, Mom just returned from abroad, and there are many matters to attend to at the company. I must leave now. Can I come to see you again next week? She kissed Lin Xiaoqian affectionately. Mom, I will be very obedient. I'm not picky with food anymore. Lin Xiaoqian replied, feeling a bit reluctant, but still nodding. Shun Qing chuckled. Xiaoqian, it an Oppos. That's because your dad an Oppos. S cooking is so delicious that you stop being picky, right? Hee. I have a great dad. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with joy. Lin Chen added, Little Qian, Mom and Oppos. S car is waiting outside. Let an Oppos. S see her off, along with Aunt Qing. The four of them descended the stairs together. Xu Mengyao held a large bouquet of roses, and people in the community turned to gaze at them. Xu Mengyao felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. But Lin Xiaoqian was overjoyed. Mengyao, please drive safely, Lin Chen said as he carried Lin Xiaoqian to the car. Xu Mengyao had arrived in her own sports car, a red Porsche 911, which, given her status, was quite a modest choice. Xiaoqian, remember to listen to your dad, Xu Mengyao advised. Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously, Mom. I will. You must come to see me soon. I will miss you so much. Xu Mengyao nodded, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. However, as the president of a conglomerate with assets worth 600 billion, she had many decisions to make. Some business matters required her direct involvement. With the company having reached such a scale, could she afford to neglect it for the sake of spending time with her daughter? If it were merely a $6 million company, perhaps she could let it go, but a $600 billion enterprise cannot be so easily abandoned. Selling shares for 2 to 300 billion in cash. Without the company and its connections, holding that cash could lead to perilous situations. Boom. Xu Mengyao drove away, closely followed by another vehicle containing her bodyguard. Mengyao, how did Uncle Xu investigate before? Did he get deceived? Or did the investigators not look closely enough? How could they overlook Lin Chen and Oppos' remarkable culinary skills? Shin Qing inquired from the passenger seat. I don an Oppos. Tino, Xu Mengyao shook her head, puzzled. It was not merely his cooking skills. Lin Chen was fluent in 4 foreign languages. Was he just an ordinary person? Mengyao, how does it feel to date? Shin Qing asked with a smile, unaware that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had already registered their marriage. Xu Mengyao had mentioned that today was a pretend date, so that Lin Xiaoqian would know her parents were in love. We are just pretending to date. If you wish to experience a genuine date, find yourself a boyfriend. Xu Mengyao replied. Shen Qing teased. Mengyao, I think you and Lin Chen could develop something quite wonderful together. Not to mention his culinary skills. If you marry him, your meals would be an absolute delight. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Shen Qing continued. Uncle Su's investigation concluded that he is quite ordinary, yet his culinary skills, handwriting, and artistry are all exceptionally impressive. He possesses one significant advantage. Xu Mengyao inquired, what advantage? Shen Qing replied, he is Xiaoqian's father. Just look at how close they are. I have spent more time with Xiaoqian than he has, yet she is far more affectionate towards him. The bond of blood is indeed mysterious. Xu Mengyao retorted. Now I understand the saying about being soft-hearted after receiving a meal. You've had a couple of meals prepared by Lin Chen, and now you're trying your best to sing his praises. What is your plan? To continue mooching off his cooking? Shen Qing nodded vigorously, of course. His culinary skills surpass even those of a 5-star hotel chef. He truly is extraordinary. Xu Mengyao replied, but don't sell me out for a few meals. Dad, I'm so happy. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned home, with Lin Xiaoqian expressing her joy. What makes you so happy? Lin Chen asked. Dad loves Mom, and Mom loves Dad, so they one T get divorced. That means I can always be with both of you. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and reassured her, Don and Oppos, T worry. Our family will always be together. Just then, Lin Chen's phone chimed. He checked the screen and saw it was a call from Chen Wenhan. Editor Chen, what can I do for you? Lin Chen inquired. On the other end, Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book is in the printing process. You should send a message to your readers. There will be a purchase link on the website. Also, if you're not planning a signing event, could you sign a batch of books? Those who purchase will randomly receive a signed copy. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Editor Chen, please arrange for 1,000 copies to be sent over. I will sign them all. Quality is better when it's scarce. Having too many wouldn't be ideal. Understood. Chen Wenhan replied with delight. Xiaoqian, why don't you go play on the balcony for a bit? Dad has some work to attend to, but I'll join you shortly. Lin Chen smiled. He made his way to the study and opened his computer. Let us upload some more, he thought to himself. On Tongxin Online, he had only uploaded 30 fairy tales, while 20 more remained in his files. Soon, he uploaded 10 of them. The printed edition of And Oppos, Lin Yuan Oppos, S Story Collection and Oppos, is on the way. Stay tuned. After uploading the 10 tales, Lin Chen posted an announcement. Chapter 23. The launch of Lin Chen and Oppos, S-Book. Lin Yu has surprisingly updated 10 new tales. I just read one to my child, and she adored it. It's a bit odd reading from a phone, but once finished, my child was all energized and wanted to see the phone again. Upstairs, the esteemed Lin Yu announced that the physical copies are already in printing. We share the same concern at home. The comment section is buzzing with many leaving messages. The initial 30 tales have already garnered Lin Chen a considerable fan base. Many were previously unaware of Tongxin Network, discovering it through recommendations from others. In certain mother groups, numerous members are involved. Some foreign fairy tales are splendid, yet their cultural contexts often leave children perplexed. Many domestic authors lack the requisite skill in crafting fairy tales. Lin Yu's works resonate with the essence of Huagua culture, brimming with charm, and impart knowledge through storytelling. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales, and a book is forthcoming. Extra! A physical book is on its way. After perusing the newly uploaded tales and the announcement, many of Lin Chen and Oppos' fans spontaneously began promoting him. Upon receiving the news, numerous individuals swiftly logged on a Tongxin network. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales, each a classic, and the feedback from readers is excellent. Chen Wenhan informed Liang Zhirong over the phone. Liang Zhirong, astonished, responded, 10 more tales? Indeed, Liang Zhirong couldn't contain his excitement. As long as Lin Chen maintains this momentum, his fame will undoubtedly soar. Tongxin Network is bound to profit significantly. Let's allocate a budget of 500,000 and expedite the promotion. We need to engage more promoters. Liang Zhirong declared firmly. Chen Wenhan, taken aback, asked boss, such an expenditure? Liang Zhirong replied, yes, this investment will yield returns. While using others for promotion may attract traffic, it often fails to retain it. But Lin Yu possesses the ability to keep visitors on our site. Just an increase in site traffic ensures we do not incur losses. Chen Wenhan acknowledged, boss, I will arrange it immediately. I suggest we distribute the 500,000 over 3 to 4 days. You manage that, Liang Zhirong instructed. Ensure the first batch of books reaches Lin Chen promptly. Send more copies, as he may wish to gift them to family and friends. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan quickly communicated with the website and Oppos' operational staff, who would seek out promoters to vigorously recommend and drive traffic. 3,000 copies have been printed? Chen Wenhan queried the printing factory owner. Mr. Liu, please pack 1,100 copies. I will send someone to collect them. The printing factory was a frequent collaborator, and an hour later, Chen Wenhan's personnel arrived. The 1,100 pristine books were already packed. Be cautious not to damage them, Mr. Liu personally oversaw the loading of the boxes onto the vehicle. Editor-in-Chief, the books are loaded, the driver informed Chen Wenhan. On the other end, Chen Wenhan instructed, Xiao Li, you have a task ahead. Deliver these books to Lin Yu. It's about 800 or 900 kilometers, so drive safely. You need to bring back 1,000 books. Lin Yu prefers to keep his identity concealed, so do not divulge any information about him. The driver, named Li Lin, sheepishly asked Editor-in-Chief, may I obtain a signed copy from Lin Yu? My wife and daughter are both his fans. Chen Wenhan responded, you must return with all 1,000 copies. Request Lin Yu to sign one for you. He surely wouldn't decline. Bring one for me too. Li Lin eagerly agreed, of course. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin the location details. A night passed, and Li Lin arrived at the designated spot. This location was a storefront outside Lin Chen's community, which had been rented the previous day. Editor Chun, I've arrived, Li Lin announced. Xiao Li, there's a flower pot outside. Beneath it lies a key. Use it to unlock the door. After placing the items inside, lock the door and return the key to its original spot. Then, find a hotel to rest well. Chun Wenhan instructed, having received guidance from Lin Chen the night before. Dad, where are we going? After breakfast, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the rented storefront. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by 11 large boxes. Looks like we have our work cut out for us, Lin Chen mused, secretly relieved that his pen name consisted of only 2 characters. Had it been 4, the workload would have doubled. Dad, what are we doing here? What are these? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Mom has work to do, and so does Dad, right? These are part of Dad's job. Can you draw over there for a bit? He asked, and Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. The storefront was equipped with a table and chairs, while Lin Xiaoqian drew. Lin Chen began reading a book. After reviewing the entire content, he found no issues. With a flourish, Lin Chen commenced signing. His calligraphy was masterful. His signature a dance of strokes, exuding beauty. After nearly 3 hours of diligence, Lin Chen finally finished. Editor-in-Chief, I will keep 20 copies for myself, and the remaining 1,080 should be taken back. The extra 80 can be arranged by you. Lin Chen communicated with Chun Xinhai over the phone. Understood, understood. Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work, Chun Xinhai replied cheerfully. After ending the call, Lin Chen approached Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, Daddy is finished. Lend Oppos. Let's go to the amusement park. Yay! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed in delight. In the afternoon, after a refreshing nap, Li Lin arrived at the storefront. He found a special signed copy from Lin Yu left for him. What beautiful handwriting! Li Lin's eyes sparkled. Having seen numerous authors' signatures, many were less than impressive. But Lin Chen's was far superior. Li Lin beamed, feeling his trip was worthwhile. His wife and daughter would surely be pleased. Before long, the next day arrived. Li Lin had returned with the books, and Chun Xinhai informed Lin Chen that Tongxin Network would open for purchases at noon. How many would actually buy? Lin Chen pondered. The initial print run was 300,000 copies. If sales were limited to just 3 to 5,000, it would be quite awkward. However, Lin Chen remained optimistic. The tales he shared were provided by the system and of the highest caliber. There was no reason for failure. Judging by the website and AMP, Oppos, as popularity, many were eager to make purchases. As noon approached, numerous individuals awaited the release of the purchasing link. Tongxin Network announced that the first 50 buyers would receive signed copies, which were separate from the 1,000 copies. It and Oppos, here. The purchasing link was released, and many quickly placed their orders. With substantial traffic on Tongxin Network, coupled with promotional efforts, those who had read Lin Yu's fairy tales had already surpassed 1 million, many of whom had become loyal readers. Editor-in-Chief, it's a sensation. Sales have skyrocketed, someone exclaimed excitedly. Chun Xinhai and Oppos' face lit up with a smile. A surge is to be expected with the caliber of Lin Yu and Oppos' work. It would be unusual if it did not explode in popularity. Another editor jested, if this book does not sell, I think we should all consider changing careers. Chapter 24. Xu Mengyao rewards Lin Yu. Time elapsed minute by minute. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. By the end of the first hour, sales had reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this does not imply that 100,000 individuals made purchases. Some might buy several copies, as books can get lost or damaged by children. High-quality books make splendid gifts. Furthermore, certain bookstores and libraries may acquire them, often in quantities of dozens. Lin Chen leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Lin Xiaoqian, who was napping. Editor-in-Chief Chun, is there any news? Are the sales dismal? Lin Chen inquired as he opened his laptop in the study. Upon logging into the author's dashboard, he noticed a significant increase in rewards, clicks, and bookmarks, indicating that the sales were likely not as bleak as he had feared. Are you feeling a bit anxious, big boss? Chen Xinhong quickly replied to Lin Chen. A faint smile graced Lin Chen and Oppos' face. After all, this was his own book, and he was indeed concerned, but it was certainly not to the extent of anxiety. With a system at his disposal, how could he possibly fret over this? If the fairy tale did not yield substantial profits, he could merely switch tracks. He possessed skills beyond this. Not too bad, Lin Chen responded. Ding. Chen Xinhong called, and upon answering, his voice brimmed with excitement. Lin Chen, we surpassed 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. 100,000 copies within an hour? The initial hour and amp, Oppo's, sales are always the highest. But at this momentum, perhaps 300,000 copies could be sold within a day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book is evident. As long as user feedback is positive, future sales will undoubtedly be promising. The first month in Oppo's, sales may very well exceed 1 million copies, Chen Xinhong declared fervently. Lin Chen jested, as long as the initial print sells, I will be at ease. Just don't let us suffer a loss. Chen Xinhong chuckled. We just remarked that if your book doesn't sell well, we might as well change careers. Tomorrow, or the day after, the boss will likely contact you for a reprint, and you can reap substantial profits, Chen Xinhong continued. Will they be able to print 300,000 copies on short notice? Lin Chen queried. On the other end, Chen Xinhong laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. The printing plant we collaborate with is large, and their operations are currently quite idle. As long as the client pays promptly, they will have no issue with production. After hanging up, Chen Xinhong instructed the operations team to act swiftly. The first hour in Oppo's, sales of 100,000 copies must be promoted immediately. Xu Mengyao was scrolling through short videos in her spacious office. Having just concluded a meeting, she sought a moment of relaxation. To all the mothers out there, I recommend a fantastic book, my top fairy tale book of the year. She encountered a short video. As a mother, the algorithm often suggested such content to her. Fairy tale books? Xu Mengyao clicked on it, contemplating bringing a storybook for Lin Xiaoqian on her next visit. However, her standards were high, and she generally dismissed ordinary books. As time passed, Xu Mengyao became engrossed in the content. Knock knock. The office door was rapped upon. Returning to her senses, she was somewhat surprised that, as an adult, she had become so captivated by a fairy tale book. This book was genuinely remarkable, each story delightful. President, it and Amp, Oppo's, it's time for you to head to the airport. The car is waiting downstairs, her assistant reminded her. Xu Mengyao was now flying at least once daily, sometimes up to 3 times. Her schedule was exceedingly hectic. The company had a plethora of business, with some matters requiring her personal intervention, as even the presence of the vice president would not suffice. Let us go, Xu Mengyao said as she reached the car downstairs. Though she had yet to finish the book, she continued reading. Unbeknownst to her, she had completed all 40 fairy tales Lin Chen had sent her. Each tale was a classic, exceptional. This Lin, you will undoubtedly become a master storyteller. Xu Mengyao mused inwardly. She ordered 2 copies, one for her home and the other to take to Lin Chen, hoping he would read it to Lin Xiaoqian. Perhaps I should reward him, Xu Mengyao murmured to herself. Although she typically did not engage in rewarding authors, she found Lin Yu's fairy tales truly commendable. The leader in Oppo's reward was 1,000, the Silver Alliance 10,000, and the Golden Alliance 100,000. Xu Mengyao noticed that Lin Yu did not yet have a Silver Alliance. However, there are already a dozen leaders. I shall be the first Silver Alliance leader, she resolved, rewarding him with 10,000 yuan. Although becoming a Golden Alliance leader would be trivial for her, she was not yet fully acquainted with Lin Yu. Perhaps his works were commendable, but his character might not be. For now, a Silver Alliance reward sufficed. Regardless of his character, his work warranted such recognition. Oh, Lin Chen was at his computer when he discovered he had gained a Silver Alliance leader. A reward of 10,000 yuan. This individual was quite supportive. Thank you for your support. Lin Chen briefly expressed his gratitude. Time swiftly transitioned to the following day, where Chen Xinhong and the team gazed at the large screen displaying sales figures. The numbers fluctuated continuously. Suddenly, the data jumped from 299,996 to 300,001. Applause erupted. It was now 10 in the morning. In just 22 hours, the initial print of 300,000 copies had sold out. Boss, we have sold out 300,000 copies. Chen Xinhong quickly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end, Liang Zhirong was exuberant. This gamble paid off. Old Chen, call Lin Chen to print an additional 500,000 copies. No, I shall call him myself, Liang Zhirong decided. Shortly thereafter, Liang Zhirong reached Lin Chen. Lin, so soon for a reprint? Lin Chen was surprised. Indeed, Liang Zhirong replied cheerfully. We shall not engage in hunger marketing. We will directly produce in bulk. As long as users enjoy it, I will do my utmost to accommodate. Let us sign an online contract for the reprint, Lin Chen suggested. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the funds immediately. The contract is ready. We just need to modify the figures, Liang Zhirong confirmed. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Chen signed the reprint contract with Tongxi Network. Ding! Less than 2 hours later, a text from the bank arrived. 2,350,000 yuan had been credited. Originally, he had transferred 700,000 yuan home, leaving him with slightly over 700,000, which combined with this amount totaled 3,100,000. He had initially planned to allocate 1 million, but his father insisted on only 700,000. After much persuasion, he managed to transfer that amount. According to his father and Appo's perspective, 50,000 would suffice. Spending 1 million would still leave them with 30 to 40,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed a little, they could repay it later. Although Lin Chen was currently earning swiftly, he understood that acquiring a quality residence in Shanghai was no easy feat. 3,100,000 was still far from the required down payment. Lin Chen pondered. The additional 500,000 copies would not sell out immediately, and relying solely on this book would not yield substantial profits in the short term. However, he could always release a second book, with his growing reputation and favorable reviews. The sales of the second book would likely be commendable as well. Chapter 25. Father, I am hurt. I placed my 15th order and received the book, which bore the beautiful signature of Teacher Lin Yu. I was fortunate enough to win a prize. My grandfather, a member of the Calligraphy Association, remarked that he could never compare to Teacher Lin Yu. The enchanting fairy tales penned by the master are delightful, and his calligraphy is exquisite. Regrettably, I did not win and can only admire them online. Many others who received the book showcased it proudly. Some shared their signed copies on social media, garnering numerous likes. This wave of enthusiasm has attracted many readers, and those who enjoyed the stories proceeded to place their orders. Both sales and reputation soared, bringing immense satisfaction. A certain individual had decent initial sales 2 years ago, but his reputation plummeted, causing a rapid decline in sales. The atmosphere on Tongxi Network was buoyant. Lin Yu has brought considerable traffic to the site, allowing the owner to profit. Could they possibly forego their bonuses? Old Chen, given the current situation, perhaps the 50,000 copies could sell out in just half a month, Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxi Network, remarked with a bright demeanor. Though he promised a higher royalty rate to Lin Chen, it was a trivial matter compared to the enhancement Lin Chen brought to the site. Chen Xinhan smiled and said, I originally estimated that these 50,000 copies would take at least 20 days to sell, but it seems that 1 TB necessary. The signature of Lin Chen has certainly ignited considerable excitement. Liang Zhirong cheerfully noted, we saved money. Spending 1 million might not have generated such enthusiasm. Knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room. Come in, Liang Zhirong called out. Soon, someone entered, joyfully exclaiming, Boss, the president of the Calligraphy Association, Old Gu, praised Teacher Lin Yu and Appo's calligraphy on Weibo. He even mentioned that he plans to read the fairy tales to his granddaughter. Liang Zhirong and Appo's eyes sparkled. Despite the Calligraphy Association's lack of presence, Old Gu's influence is formidable, and many official media outlets follow him. Boss, it's wonderful that Old Gu has publicly endorsed us. I was initially concerned that our success might attract envy and slander, but I feel much more at ease now, Chen Xinhan expressed with delight. Old Gu and Appo's visible support means that those intent on defaming us will have to reconsider. Liang Zhirong exclaimed excitedly, with Old Gu and Appo's endorsement. Some official media will likely assist us with free publicity. The second batch might sell out in just 10 days. Chen Xinhan nodded in agreement. This is entirely plausible. If the excitement continues to rise, many will spontaneously promote the book, and its excellent reputation will naturally lead to better sales. Although the birth rate in our country has decreased, the number of children in recent years has not been insignificant. They're at the perfect age for storytelling. Lin Chen's fairy tales are suitable for children aged 2 to 6 or 7, a demographic that likely comprises around 50 million children. The combined total of the first and second batches is only 800,000 copies. Parents are generally willing to spend on their children, especially since a single book is quite affordable. Knock, knock. Not long after, another person knocked on Liang Zhirong's office door. More good news? Liang Zhirong inquired as he looked at the newcomer. Boss, just now a female celebrity posted that she bought the book and read the story to her child, who loved it. She recommended it to her fans, who number in the millions. The excited editor reported. Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhan exchanged glances. Old Chen, it seems we underestimated Lin Yu, Chen Xinhan remarked. He nodded. Celebrities value their reputations and rarely give free endorsements. This is genuine admiration. With one celebrity on board, there may be more to follow. They stepped outside, where a sales curve was displayed on a large screen. Initially, the sales had declined, but they were now rising rapidly. The influence of a celebrity with millions of followers is indeed substantial. At this rate, the 50,000 copies will likely sell out within 10 days, Chen Xinhan predicted. Liang Zhirong chuckled. Old Chen, you're being conservative. We can't afford to engage celebrities, but their promotional power is immense. I estimate that 50,000 copies 1T last a week. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over a dozen celebrities had assisted with free promotions, and the second batch of 50,000 copies had completely sold out. Should we order another 100,000 copies? Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Mr. Liang, please don't let this slip through your fingers. Chen Xinhan and the others remained silent. He had not anticipated that the stock would sell out in such a short time. Lin Chen, no, Lin Yu. You have no idea how popular your fairy tales are. Ordering another 100,000 copies will surely sell out within a month, Liang Zhirong beamed. Mr. Liang, if you have confidence, I certainly have no objections. If you give me the money, I will gladly accept, Lin Chen replied. Liang Zhirong cleared his throat and said, Master Lin Yu, there's a small issue. Many people have reported that the second batch lacked signed copies. Could we arrange for another batch of signed books for the third batch? Lin Chen asked. How many do you need? Liang Zhirong answered. What do you think of 2,000 copies? Lin Chen sighed inwardly, wondering if signing 2,000 copies would take a considerable amount of time. All right then. Please have Lin deliver the books to the usual place, Lin Chen instructed. Before long, Lin Chen and Liang Zhirong signed a third contract. The previous 50,000 copies earned him 2,350,000. This time, for 100,000 copies, he would receive 4,800,000. The sales volume varied, and his royalty rate was flexible. Ding! Liang Zhirong quickly arranged for the finance department to transfer the funds. Lin Chen's bank account balance astonishingly reached 7,900,000. If not for being in a city like Magic City, 7,900,000 could allow for a very comfortable life. Wah! Lin Xiaoqian began to cry. Lin Chen hurried from his study to the living room. Xiaoqian, what happened? He asked as he quickly picked her up. Lin Xiaoqian, with tears in her eyes, said, Daddy, I hurt my hand. Look, I am injured. Lin Chen promptly examined her hand. Indeed, there was a slight redness, but no skin was broken. Had he arrived a moment later, the mark might have vanished entirely. Let Daddy rub it for you. Xiaoqian, be good, don't cry. It's nothing, Lin Chen reassured her. Lin Xiaoqian asked, Daddy, aren't you even going to put on medicine? Well, I got hurt before. Mommy would always apply medicine for me. All right, Daddy will put some on, Lin Chen said, a mix of laughter and exasperation filling him. By now, the redness was nearly imperceptible. He retrieved the medicine box, having prepared it for any minor injuries, stocked with some common remedies. As he applied the medicine to Lin Xiaoqian, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host has gained ancient medical skills. It takes 30 hours to reach master level and 60 hours to reach grandmaster level. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian had somehow granted him ancient medical skills, a rather impressive acquisition. Typically, it takes 10 hours to reach master level and 20 hours to reach grandmaster level. This requirement is 3 times greater. Among the skills he had acquired, This ranked second in difficulty, surpassed only by the demanding requirements for aircraft manufacturing technology, which needed 50 and 100 hours, respectively. Xiaoqian, does it hurt anymore? Lin Chen asked with a smile. It seemed he could not view the situation through adult lenses. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian had yielded such significant benefits. Hee, it doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy is amazing, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, hugging Lin Chen and Appo's head and giving him a kiss. System, how can I improve this skill? Lin Chen pondered internally. The system replied, Host, it is common for young children to fall ill. Then perhaps it's best not to pursue improvement for now. Lin Chen certainly did not wish for Lin Xiaoqian to fall ill. Chapter 26. Father, your wife's call Xiaoqian. This character is written incorrectly. Look at how your father writes it, then compare it to yours. Do you notice any differences? Lin Chen instructed Lin Xiaoqian as she practiced writing. Lin Xiaoqian had already learned to write her name, and he began teaching her from simpler characters. She was quite earnest in her studies. Dad, you are an adult, and I am a child. Your steps are larger, while mine are smaller, Lin Xiaoqian said with innocent sincerity. Lin Chen chuckled softly and explained, Xiaoqian, there is no distinction between adults and children in terms of being human. Moreover, we do not refer to children as an amp, oppos, little people, and amp, oppos. You may say you're a baby or a child. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin Chen then began a story. Xiaoqian. A long time ago, humans, like other animals, did not possess written language. So, what do you think people did back then? Did they use their mouths like dogs? Lin Xiaoqian replied. Lin Chen laughed. When we're face to face, we can use our mouths, but what if we cannot meet? How do we communicate with one another? How do we warn others of danger in one place, or find our way back home in the forest? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. Dad, I know. They could draw pictures to tell others. Lin Chen patted her head. Very clever, Xiaoqian. That is indeed how ancient people communicated at first. The earliest written characters were akin to drawings. Eventually, the wise among humanity gradually created written language. Lin Xiaoqian listened intently. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian writing for 20 hours, and your calligraphy has reached the level of a grandmaster. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A gentle smile spread across his face as a wealth of information flooded his consciousness. With the system and Appo's assistance, Lin Chen felt as though he had been practicing calligraphy for decades. Half an hour passed. Xiaoqian, let us pause our writing practice for now. You should rest your eyes. I will teach you English. Lin Chen began conversing with Lin Xiaoqian in English. He did not focus on vocabulary or grammar. Speaking was sufficient, and the more they spoke, the more Lin Xiaoqian would learn. Typically, children may not find much use for English later on, but the Xu family had numerous businesses abroad, and their assets would likely be Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's in the future. He himself would also earn considerable wealth, possibly establishing his own ventures overseas, all of which would benefit Lin Xiaoqian. Thus, learning English was essential for her. Host, your proficiency in Japanese has reached a skilled level. After another half hour, the system and Appo's voice chimed in. Thus far, Lin Chen had mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. Excellent. This means I can enjoy films without subtitles. Lin Chen mused. Japanese was indeed worth learning. It would be useful for watching films and, additionally, if he were to engage with the Sakura nation in the future. Learning English had once been arduous, exhausting many of his brain cells. Now, he had effortlessly acquired 7 foreign languages. Lin Chen thought to himself that if he continued teaching Lin Xiaoqian, he might even speak the languages of African indigenous tribes in the future. Suddenly, a notification sounded from Lin Chen and Appo's phone. It was a video call from Xu Mengyao. He had previously called her twice in the evening, as Lin Xiaoqian wished to video call her. However, it was now morning, a time when Xu Mengyao was generally busy with work. Xiaoqian, it's your mother's video call. Lin Chen accepted the video call and handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. In previous calls, he had not spoken much with Xu Mengyao. They had a child together and were legally married, and he naturally wished to truly win Xu Mengyao and Appo's affection, but he felt it inappropriate to be overly proactive. The Xu family was extraordinarily wealthy, and if he appeared too eager, Xu Mengyao and her parents might suspect he was only interested in their wealth. Mom, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqian, we will video chat again in the evening. Right now, I have something to discuss with your father, so please hand the phone to him. Xu Mengyao smiled. Dad, it and Oppos. As your wife and Oppos. As call, Lin Xiaoqian said earnestly, like a little adult. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled. Mengyao, what is it? Xu Mengyao replied. Xiaoqian, you can play by yourself for a bit. Lin Chen, I need your assistance with something work-related. All right. Lin Chen quickly made his way to the study. Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen, you mentioned you speak English, German, French, and Russian? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I also have a basic understanding of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese. Why do you ask? Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S language skills exceeded her expectations. I urgently need a German document that contains numerous technical terms. Our company and Oppos, S translation capabilities are insufficient. Do you think you can understand it? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen smiled. Send it over. I will take a look. Soon. Xu Mengyao sent the document. Lin Chen opened it and examined it closely. It should be manageable. I will have the translated document ready for you in half an hour. Thank you. Xu Mengyao ziplit. After ending the call, Lin Chen quickly opened his computer to translate. Even the most obscure technical terms were a breeze for him. Meanwhile, at Xu Mengyao and Oppos' location, one of her assistants reported, Boss, we contacted 4 translation companies, and they all replied that they cannot complete the translation in 2 hours due to the plethora of technical terms. I have someone working on it. Please wait. Xu Mengyao said. You may go now. I need some quiet time. After the assistant left, Xu Mengyao dialed her father's number. Father, how is mother doing? She asked. Xu Guofeng, her father, smiled. Your mother's recovering well. In 2 months, once her condition stabilizes, we will return home. Xu Mengyao and Oppos' eyes widened with surprise. Returning home in just 2 months? She had thought her father intended to stay longer. Xu Guofeng sighed. Your mother misses home and misses Xiaoqian. She can hardly wait to board plane back. Is Xiaoqian doing well with Lin Chen? He inquired, knowing Lin Xiaoqian was with Lin Chen. Though he had not contacted him, he did not hold Lin Chen in high regard. Lin Chen was quite ordinary, and, as the father of Xu Mengyao's only precious daughter, he naturally did not wish for them to be together. Fortunately, Xu Mengyao did not seem particularly interested in Lin Chen either. Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father, and he treats her very well. Xiaoqian is very close to him, Xu Mengyao replied. That and Oppos. That's good to hear, Xu Guofeng said. Xu Mengyao continued, Father, you had someone investigate Lin Chen back then. Wasn't he found to be rather ordinary? Yes, why do you ask? Xu Guofeng replied. Xu Mengyao pressed on, Father, who did you hire for the investigation? Did they perhaps not conduct a thorough check and gave you a half-hearted report? Xu Guofeng paused for a moment. Mengyao, are you suggesting that Lin Chen is not ordinary? He inquired. Chapter 27. Xu Guofeng's concerns. Xu Mengyao inquired, Dad, who did you ask about this? Xu Guofeng replied. My former bodyguard, Xiao He, conducted the investigation. Lin Chen comes from an ordinary background. His academic performance is average, and while he possesses decent looks, his attire is quite mundane. Xiao He visited their village, the high school Lin Chen attended, and even consulted his former homeroom teacher. There should be no oversight. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Xu Guofeng felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that his daughter has developed feelings for Lin Chen? Dad, he doesn't in Oppos. He seems so ordinary, Xu Mengyao responded. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he is proficient in several foreign languages. Xu Guofeng was taken aback. He speaks several foreign languages? I have his college entrance exam results, and his English score was merely mediocre. He barely passed the 4th level. Xu Mengyao insisted. His English is better than mine. Moreover, his Russian, German, and French are quite impressive. Xu Guofeng could hardly believe it, even if he lacked other talents. Such linguistic aptitude was commendable. Why had he previously appeared so unremarkable? Was he hiding his abilities during the college entrance exam as well? Mengyao, are you certain? Of course. I have conversed with him in English, and I witnessed him speaking Russian with others. Xu Guofeng asked, Is it possible that you have taken a liking to him because of this? Dad, certainly not. I have other matters to attend to and cannot discuss this further. Xu Mengyao abruptly ended the call. Su Guofeng was perplexed. How could a person change so dramatically? He entered the hospital room. Dear, what did our daughter say? Young Qingyue, Xu Mengyao and Amp, Appo's mother, awakened and inquired. Su Guofeng settled beside the bed. Wife, Mengyao called to say that Lin Chen might not be as ordinary as we thought. She mentioned his proficiency in several languages and his culinary talents. Yang Qingyue was astonished. Did she really say that? Indeed, Su Guofeng affirmed with a nod. Then she must have developed some affection for Lin Chen. She likely harbors considerable curiosity about him, Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. But, Yang Qingyue interjected, Dear, do not call her. Let our daughter choose for herself. She is no less intelligent than you. Su Guofeng countered. Even if he speaks several languages, he is still unworthy of Mengyao. Yang Qingyue retorted, In matters of the heart, worthiness is determined by fate, not status. After that incident, our daughter has been psychologically scarred. If Lin Chen can help her emerge from her shell, it may not be a bad thing. Su Guofeng gazed at Yang Qingyue in surprise. Wife, you did not think this way before. You once hoped Mengyao would find someone of equal standing, preferably someone of better circumstances. Yang Qingyue replied, After facing the operating table and flirting with death, many things no longer seem as significant. As long as our daughter is happy, we should not interfere too much. Su Guofeng frowned. But Yang Qingyue insisted, No buts. Help me sit up. Su Guofeng swiftly assisted her. Husband, even if Lin Chen is just ordinary, as long as our daughter likes him, our wealth is sufficient for them to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Su Guofeng sighed lightly. Wife, you do not understand. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. What is it that I do not understand? Su Guofeng explained. If our family only had 30 to 50 million, it would not be a significant issue. We could live comfortably without attracting trouble. However, we now possess 3 billion. To the giants of the industry, we are merely a piece of prime meat. Yang Qingyue questioned. Haven and Appo's. We navigated our journey without encountering substantial troubles? Su Guofeng replied, That is because I have a good father-in-law. But he has been gone for 2 years now. We have nearly exhausted the goodwill he left behind. Our future will inevitably be fraught with challenges. Yang Qingyue countered, We still maintain our connections, do we not? Su Guofeng shook his head. It is different. Though we are wealthy, we no longer belong to that circle. Within 2 or 3 years, we will certainly attract adversaries. Yang Qingyue stated. Yet we cannot sacrifice our daughter's happiness. Su Guofeng said, I hope Mengyao finds someone who is compatible and shares mutual feelings. That would be ideal. He sighed. If only the past had been different. Xu Mengyao, unmarried yet with a child, would undoubtedly deter some formidable second or third generation heirs. Husband, do not dwell on such thoughts. Even if we lose most of our wealth, having 300 to 500 million is still sufficient for our family to live comfortably, Yang Qingyue reassured him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Do not think too much. Focus on your recovery. We should not face any major issues in the next couple of years. Lin Chen smiled faintly as he completed his tasks. After a thorough review, he confirmed everything was in order. Xu Mengyao, the translation is done. Lin Chen sent the translated documents to Xu Mengyao. Upon checking the time, she was astonished. Lin Chen had taken only 27 minutes. Thank you. Adding to last time, would it be acceptable to give you 20,000 as a translation fee? Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Chen responded, We have a child together and are legally married. We are friends now, aren't we? Friends should not involve money in such matters. If you insist on giving me money, don't ask me for help in the future. I have no time for this while raising a child. Xu Mengyao fell silent for a moment before replying, Thank you. 5 minutes later, her assistant announced, President. The company and Appo's German translator said the documents are flawless. He indicated that the other party and Appo's proficiency is far superior to his. Indeed, Xu Mengyao nodded slightly, her astonishment growing. Their company boasted competent translators, yet they paled in comparison to Lin Chen. With such proficiency in English, Russian, and German, it was reasonable to assume his French was equally impressive. Xu Mengyao mused silently. Meanwhile, Lin Chen addressed his daughter. Dad, there's so many boxes. He brought Lin Shaoqian to the storefront he had rented, where 2,000 books had just been delivered. Each volume contained 100 copies. resulting in 20 large cardboard boxes strewn across the floor. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian, would you like to play for a while or take a nap? In the storefront, Lin Chen had set up a small bed for her, allowing him to work late into the night while she rested. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to draw. Lin Xiaoqian replied in her sweet voice. Lin Chen smiled. Very well, then draw for a while. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian grew tired. Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she soon drifted off into a peaceful slumber. With swift movements, Lin Chen signed each new book. His signature appeared similar to before, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed imbued with a new charm. This allure was difficult for the average person to articulate. It simply appeared more captivating. However, a skilled calligrapher would recognize that his writing had transcended into a different realm. Lin Chen's calligraphy had evolved from a masterful level to one of grand mastery, now ranking among the finest in the world. Chapter 28. Lin Xiaoqian's Talent Enhancement. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen finally completed the signing of 2,000 books after a busy afternoon. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian was exceptionally well-behaved. Upon waking in the afternoon, she refrained from disturbing Lin Chen, finding immense joy simply by being in his presence. In the past, when Xu Mengyao was on business trips, Xiaoqian was only accompanied by a nanny. Now, she had her father by her side. Xiaoqian, it's time to go home. Lin Chen smiled as he gathered the signed books. Daddy, come here. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out. Lin Chen squatted beside her. Look, Daddy, this is you, this is Mommy. And this is me. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Chen was astonished by Xiaoqian's drawing. Despite her young age, she displayed remarkable skill. Xiaoqian, your artwork is truly impressive. It seems you possess a natural talent for drawing. I shall teach you more in the future. A voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, certain abilities of yours are continuously enhancing and will significantly impact Lin Xiaoqian in this regard. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could his enhancement affect Xiaoqian? Only in certain aspects? He inquired. Yes, host. When one of your skills reaches the grandmaster level, it can double Xiaoqian and amp Oppo's innate talent in that area. At the legendary level, it can triple it, and at the mythical level, it can increase it by 4 times. Lin Chen pondered. He had just achieved grandmaster level in drawing yesterday. If Xiaoqian has any innate talent, a doubling would be substantial. But if she lacks talent, would a tripling still be ineffective? Yes, host. Lin Chen felt elated by this revelation. It was perfectly acceptable for Xiaoqian not to be a polymath. Excelling in her areas of talent was more than sufficient. How is this doubling, tripling, calculated? As he cradled Xiaoqian on their way home, he asked. The system explained, for various talents, the lowest score is 0, and the highest is 100. Most individuals possess a majority of their talents with scores below 10. A few may range from 10 to 20, and only a handful possess talents scoring between 20 and 30. A score of 30 is considered quite commendable for an ordinary person, but such talents yield minimal results. Even with effort, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, recognizing the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and prodigies. The majority of ordinary people can only dabble in various arts. Hoping to achieve greatness through them is a daunting challenge. Please continue, Lin Chen prompted. The threshold for genius is a score above 40. While 60 signifies excellence at the provincial level, a score above 70 denotes national-level distinction, 80 indicates continental genius, and 90 represents a global standard. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement. If Xiaoqian's innate talent is 20, doubling would yield 40, 2 times would yield 60, and 3 times would yield 80? Indeed, host. A broad smile graced Lin Chen's face. Excellent. Xiaoqian is likely to possess several talents scoring in the 20s or 30s, and the probability of her tripling to exceed 90 is significant. It is even possible for her to achieve a perfect score of 100. The likelihood of her scoring above 10 and tripling is also quite high. What are you laughing about, Daddy? You seem very happy, Lin Xiaoqian innocently inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. Because Daddy loves you. Holding you brings me immense joy. Kiss, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, planting a sweet kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. System, can you assess Xiaoqian's talents? Lin Chen asked mentally. Negative. Based on your abilities, You can discern this during your companionship, the system replied. Lin Chen felt no regret. Reflecting on his current skills, he noted that he had achieved grandmaster level in cooking, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, drawing, and driving. Foreign languages also counted. However, he had yet to reach grandmaster level in soccer, singing, and shooting. He pondered Xiaoqian's talents in cooking and driving, which remained uncertain. He estimated her talent in fairy tale writing and calligraphy might be below 20 with minimal enhancement. However, her progress in foreign languages and drawing was more pronounced, especially in the latter. Lin Chen believed Xiaoqian's drawing talent should be nearing or even surpassing 30. He mused that her drawing talent was likely around 60, placing her at the provincial excellence level, doubling that could elevate her talent to around 90. Xiaoqian, do you enjoy drawing? Lin Chen asked. Absolutely. Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Lin Chen smiled. Then, Xiaoqian, I will dedicate more time to teaching you how to draw in the future. How's that sound? Sounds great, she replied joyfully. Li Lin packed the books and set off for home that night. Editor-in-Chief, the signed books from the esteemed Lin you have arrived, reported Chen Xinhong at work. Chen Xinhong arrived at the storage area for the books. He casually opened a box and pulled out one. Chen Xinhong's eyes widened in surprise. Rubbing his eyes, he noted that while the handwriting appeared the same, Lin Chen's signature seemed even more aesthetically pleasing. Having previously signed books from Lin Chen for comparison, he wondered, what is going on? They look identical, yet I sense a difference. Lao Feng, come here for a moment. Examine these two signatures closely, Chen Xinhong called out. The other editor approached and soon exclaimed in astonishment, Editor-in-Chief, what is happening? I find this signature more visually appealing. Is this the latest one? Chen Xinhong nodded. I too feel this one is superior. It possesses an indescribable beauty. Wait, let me check the rest of the books. Chen Xinhong extracted more signed copies, all appearing more exquisite than the originals. Perhaps after signing so many books, Lin Yu has gained insights, leading to more graceful signatures, Editor Feng suggested with a smile. Chen Xinhong nodded slightly. That could be it. For the third batch of 1 million copies, ensure one is mixed in among the 500. Don't make a mistake. Editor Feng assured him, rest assured, there won't be any errors. Chen Xinhong picked up one of the later signed books. I'll step out. Contact me if anything arises. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at a villa community to visit an elderly gentleman. This man was a former member of the National Calligraphy Association, a towering figure in the calligraphy world. Even the current president of the association would address him as uncle. Chen Xinhong had visited him once before. Ding dong, he pressed the doorbell, and a caretaker soon opened the door. Xiao Chun, I am unable to greet you due to my limited mobility. Please come in, an aged voice called from within. Upon entering the villa, Chen Xinhong bowed respectfully. Mr. Jiang. It's been a long time. Mr. Jiang, named Jiang Xuesong, nodded slightly. It's been 4 or 5 years. I've grown old and don't entertain guests casually. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? Nothing trivial. He is not welcoming, Chen Xinhong thought to himself. Mr. Jiang, I would like to request your assistance in reviewing a signature, he said respectfully. Chapter 29, The Astonishment of Calligraphy Giants. Jiang Xuesong inquired, what signature? Chen Xinhong responded, the signature on this book. Could you please take a look? I have seen numerous calligraphy pieces, yet this signature strikes me as particularly unique. What makes it unique? Jiang Xuesong pondered as he donned his reading glasses. Chen Xinhong cleared his throat. Old Master Jiang, my skills are lacking, so I cannot articulate it precisely. However, it captivates me. I find myself entranced by merely gazing at the signature. Jiang Xuesong chuckled. That indicates your understanding is commendable. The ordinary see mountains as mountains and waters as waters. You have reached the second realm, where mountains are no longer mountains and waters are no longer waters. Let me see it. Chen Xinhong promptly opened the book. Old Master Jiang, this is the signature. Jiang Xuesong smiled. It is Lin Yu. Someone has shown me his work. His calligraphy is exceptionally high caliber. Indeed, Jiang Xuesong mused, leaning in closer to examine it thoroughly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhong remained silent, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, Jiang Xuesong sighed, impressive. Lin Yu's calligraphy surpasses mine. I once believed I was slightly superior, but now it seems he has ascended to a higher realm. Chen Xinhong remarked, Old Master Jiang. The realm you speak of is... Jiang Shuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is decent, and I have gained some recognition. In the grand tapestry of history, I am but a speck. Lin Yu's calligraphy can indeed rival that of Yin and Lu. Chen Xinhong was taken aback. Yin Jinqing and Lu Gongquan? Old Master Jiang, are you not overstating? Even among the historical giants, they stand at the pinnacle, with only the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, above them. Yet, Lin Yu's skill seems to warrant such a claim. It is perplexing. Why have I not heard of anyone in the calligraphy world with such prowess? Jiang Shuesong questioned. Chen Xinhong suggested, perhaps he is exceptional only in signatures. His other works might be average. Jiang Shuesong shook his head. Young Chen, that is implausible. Do you think one can attain such a level merely through practice without possessing the requisite talent? Without that skill, one cannot even comprehend it. Chen Xinhong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging he was one of those who could not grasp it. Jiang Shuesong continued, I do not refer to you specifically. You have discerned its extraordinary nature, which is quite admirable. Where is Master Lin Yu? I wish to pay him a visit. Chen Xinhong quickly replied, Old Master Jiang, you are over 80. It would be unwise for you to travel far. Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website. Ah, Jiang Shuesong paused. Such a talent is penning fairy tales for you? Chen Xinhong nodded. His fairy tales are remarkable. This book has sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Jiang Shuesong sighed. Calligraphy is not lucrative, yet you find ways to profit. Few in the nation can appreciate his level of calligraphy. Chen Xinhong respectfully stated, Old Master Jiang. While calligraphy may not yield immediate wealth, a top-tier calligrapher holds a revered status and may be remembered for generations. Jiang Shuesong mused. It is entirely possible for Master Lin Yu to achieve lasting fame. As for someone my caliber, that is a different story. Young Chen, is Master Lin Yu in his 60s or 70s? Chen Xinhong was taken aback. Old Master Jiang, he is not that old. Jiang Shuesong exclaimed. He is only in his 50s? At that age, to have attained such a level is remarkable. Chen Xinhong coughed lightly. Old Master Jiang, please calm down. Lin Yu is currently only in his 20s. Jiang Shuesong was stunned. After half a minute, he shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can one achieve such a level in their 20s? Chen Xinhong reassured him, Old Master Jiang, I have seen him. He is indeed in his 20s. Jiang Shuesong donned his reading glasses once more, scrutinizing the signature again. This is unfathomable. Could it be that someone else signed it for him? He questioned, doubt evident in his voice. Chen Xinhong replied, That seems unlikely. His fairy tale writing is extraordinary, and there would be no need for deception. If discovered, it would be a considerable blemish on his reputation. Jiang Shuesong inquired, Young Chen, can you contact him? Could you ask him to write a piece for me? I am willing to pay 300,000. Shall I inquire now? Chen Xinhong offered. Jiang Shuesong nodded. Yes, have him write the Lan Tingyi Su. Chen Xinhong dialed Lin Yu and Oppo's S number. Master Lin Yu, are you available? I have a matter to discuss. Lin Yu and Oppo's S voice came through. I am available. What is it? Chen Xinhong explained. Master Lin Yu, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who admires your signature greatly and wishes to commission a piece for 300,000. Would that be possible? Lin Yu was taken aback. 300,000? I initially thought that calligraphy would be a lucrative endeavor, but after investigating, I realized I may have been overly naive. The number of individuals who appreciate calligraphy is dwindling. With the prevalence of computers and smartphones, many people's handwriting has deteriorated. In the live streaming space, calligraphy works are packaged for $199, shipped to your home. Do you think the average person can appreciate your work? Yes, he desires a Lan Tingyi Su. Is that feasible? Chen Xinhong inquired. Lin Yu laughed. 300,000? How could I not seize such an opportunity? I previously earned only a few thousand a month. 300,000 would take years to accumulate. Absolutely. I will send it to you once it and Oppo's S finished, he assured. Great. Chen Xinhong concluded the call, turning to Jiang Shuesong. Old Master Jiang, I will deliver the piece to you as soon as it arrives. Very well. Jiang Shuesong nodded. I will transfer the funds to you. You must pay him up front for his work. In no time, Jiang Shuesong transferred 300,000 to Chen Xinhong. residing in a villa worth tens of millions. With tens of millions in the bank, 300,000 was a mere trifle. It was advantageous to earn from calligraphy while alive. Lin Yu pondered to himself. Accompanied by Lin Xiaoqian, he visited a stationery store to procure the finest supplies, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. For a 30,000 commission, he could not afford to disappoint. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaoqian asked, perplexed upon returning home. Lin Yu smiled. "I am writing, dear. You have yet to witness your father's extensive writing. Now you can observe closely." "Okay, I will be very good," Lin Xiaoqian replied, sitting patiently in a chair. Lin Yu spread out the paper, recalling the Lan Tingyi Su in his mind. His calligraphy skills had reached a masterful level, mastering various styles, including Wang Shiji's cursive script, which he could effortlessly replicate. His understanding of the Lan Tingyi Su was profound. In the 9th year of Yonghe, during the late spring, with a flourish, Lin Yu began to write, the brush flowing like water. Lin Xiaoqian watched her father in silence. Lin Yu was focused. His aura was extraordinary. When signing, he had used an ordinary pen, not fully showcasing his skills. Now that someone earnestly sought his work, he could not afford to be mediocre. With a final stroke, Lin Yu completed the over 300 characters. After a thorough inspection, a smile graced his face. Though it was his first attempt, the system had imbued him with the experience of having written it countless times, resulting in a flawless piece. "Lin Yu," he inscribed his name. "Dad, you look so handsome," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, gazing at him with admiration. Lin Yu playfully pinched her nose, chuckling, "Little Xiaoqian, you are too young. How do you know what handsome is?" Anyway, Dad is the most handsome." She beamed sweetly. Chapter 30. Mom, shall we sleep together tonight? While purchasing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, Lin Chen also acquired a painting tube. Once the ink dried, he carefully rolled up the completed characters and placed them inside. He did not assume responsibility for the mounting. Ordinary mounting might not satisfy the recipient. Soon, Lin Chen sent the piece he had written away. "Dad, what is that big ball?" Lin Xiaoqian asked, her voice sweet and innocent. She observed a small boy bouncing a basketball. Lin Chen thought the basketball was too large and refrained from buying one for her. "Xiaoqian, that is a basketball. You bounce a basketball with your hands, while you kick a soccer ball with your feet," Lin Chen explained with a smile. "Can I play basketball with that big brother?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired. "You'll have to ask him yourself," Lin Chen replied, gently setting her down. Though shy, she was articulate when conversing with adults, yet she had little experience playing with other children. Previously, her nanny had taken her out, often fearful of her getting into scuffles or bumps with other kids, thus rarely allowing her to interact with them. Now, however, Lin Chen felt comfortable letting her play with other children. Yet there was a slight dilemma. Most other children were accompanied by their mothers, making it seem inappropriate for him to join in. Lin Chen contemplated this issue. Xiaoqian not only needed his companionship, but also required peers to learn how to interact with other children. "Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Daddy is right here, ISN and AMP. Oppose. T. You are a brave little one," Lin Chen encouraged, squatting down with a smile. Emboldened by Lin Chen's reassuring gaze, Xiaoqian approached the boy. "I am Xiaoqian. Can we play together?" "I don and Oppose. T want to play with you," the boy retorted, clutching the basketball and swiftly departing. Xiaoqian looked back at Lin Chen with a sense of injustice, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen embraced her and said, "Xiaoqian, you were very brave just now. You didn't know that big brother, yet you courageously approached him." Xiaoqian and Appo's tears began to subside. "Daddy, am I really that great? But that big brother won't play with me." Lin Chen kissed her and smiled. "Of course, you are wonderful. It's all right that he doesn't want to play. Perhaps he prefers older children. As long as you remain this brave, you will surely find friends who want to play with you." Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really, Daddy?" Lin Chen nodded. "Absolutely. Do you still want to play basketball? If so, I will take you to buy one." She nodded eagerly. Nearby, there was a stationery store, and soon Lin Chen returned with a basketball. "Bounce, bounce." Lin Chen began to play with Xiaoqian. While ping pong and badminton were unsuitable for her, basketball and soccer were activities she could enjoy. Though she was just over 2 years old and not learning much, playing these sports would enhance her coordination. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. Host, your basketball skill is beginning to improve. It will reach master level in 10 hours, grandmaster level in 20 hours, legendary level in 40 hours, and mythical level in 80 hours, the system in Oppo's. S voice echoed in Lin Chen and Oppo's S mind. A subtle smile graced his face. Indeed, he had acquired a new skill. For him, basketball was more practical than soccer, as basketball courts were abundant in Huagua, while soccer fields were considerably fewer. System, how much has my physicality improved? Lin Chen inquired mentally. Host, your physicality has increased by a total of 51 points. Your current physicality is 112 points. The average physicality for a regular male is 60 points. So yours has nearly doubled, the system replied. A faint smile emerged on Lin Chen's face. With a doubling of physicality, his combat capability could increase tenfold or more. In a bare-knuckle confrontation, he could likely take on 10 opponents alone. Though he had no desire for conflict, it was natural for a man to wish for greater strength. Daddy, this ball is naughty. It keeps rolling away, Xiao Qian pouted, gazing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiao Qian, that's because you and it are not yet good friends. If you play with it often and become friends, it won't run away. Really? Of course. An hour passed, and Lin Chen and Oppo's skills had greatly improved. He would reach master level in 10 hours. An hour was significant, and his current skills were sufficient to join a university team. With his enhanced physicality, dunking should be effortless. In true competition, even the key players of the team would likely struggle against him. Ding ding. Lin Chen and Oppo's phone suddenly rang. It was Xu Mengyao calling. Lin Chen answered and switched to speaker mode. Xiao Qian and Oppo's mommy and Oppo's call. You can talk to her. Mommy, I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me and Daddy? Xiao Qian said sweetly. Daddy misses you too, Lin Chen added. Xu Mengyao's voice came through. Xiao Qian, Mommy is here. But when I arrived home, I didn't see you both. Xiao Qian's eyes brightened. Mommy, we're playing basketball downstairs. Come down. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, will you come down? You can play with Xiao Qian for a while. I'll head back to cook. Xu Mengyao replied. Last time I had your cooking, this time I will cook. You and Xiao Qian come back in an hour. Are you sure? Lin Chen asked. Absolutely, she affirmed before hanging up. Lin Chen shook his head secretly. Xu Mengyao likely didn't want to owe him anything, and winning her over wouldn't be easy. However, he was not in a rush. With a child, a marriage certificate, and the system, what was there to fear? Daddy, are we having Mommy and Oppo's cooking for dinner? Xiao Qian asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I haven and Oppo's. Tea tasted Mommy and Oppo's cooking yet. Is it delicious? Xiao Qian tilted her little head, pondering for a moment. It's edible. Lin Chen burst into laughter at her unexpected answer. Xiao Qian, Mommy's dishes may not be as tasty as Daddy's, but she is trying her best to cook for us, right? We should say it's delicious and eat well, okay? Xiao Qian looked at Lin Chen, puzzled. Is that lying? Mommy says good baby shouldn't lie. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Xiao Qian, lying can be malicious or benevolent. This is a benevolent lie. If Mommy is happy, the whole family is happy. Don't you agree? Xiao Qian nodded, seemingly understanding. An hour later, they returned home after playing basketball for 2 hours, and Lin Chen's skills had skyrocketed. Lin Chen, Xiao Qian, hurry and wash your hand for dinner, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, momentarily stunned. She was wearing an apron, and despite being a wealthy heiress and a CEO, she looked enchanting in it. However, Lin Chen and Oppo's eyes scanned the dining table. Xu Mengyao had prepared 4 dishes, which looked rather unremarkable. Mommy, it's getting dark. Can we sleep together tonight? After washing her hands and sitting at the dining chair, Xiao Qian eagerly asked. Chapter 31. Finding a painting teacher for Xiao Qian, Xu Mengyao, and Oppo's expression stiffened slightly as she shook her head, saying, Xiao Qian, Mommy just happened to pass by and thought I would check in. I have to leave for something soon. Lin Xiao Qian looked up with a pitiful expression. But I really want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Lin Chen interjected. Mommy has work to do. Xiao Qian, which dish do you think Mommy cooks best? Instantly, Lin Xiao Qian and Oppo's attention was diverted. Daddy, that dish. I love eating meat, she exclaimed, pointing at a plate of beef cubes. The fragrant pan-seared beef cubes were made from top-quality Australian Wagyu, a special ingredient Xu Mengyao had brought herself. If her culinary skills fell short, she would rely on the quality of the ingredients. Lin Chen glanced at the dish, and with his expertise, he could instantly identify dozens of flaws. Xiaoqian, let Daddy serve you a piece. Let's taste it together. He picked a cube for her and took one for himself, both savoring the taste. Such good meat. What a waste, Lin Chen muttered internally. Xu Mengyao's culinary skills were even inferior to his own from the past. Yet, as a daughter of a wealthy family and now a CEO, her ability to cook at all was commendable. Xiaoqian, how is it? Xu Mengyao asked expectantly. Xiaoqian hesitated, then replied, Mommy, it's delicious. Xiaoqian, if you lie, your nose will grow longer, Xu Mengyao warned. Xiaoqian glanced at Lin Chen and said, Mommy, this doesn't count as lying. Daddy says it's a white lie. Lin Chen was speechless. Xiaoqian, let us try this dish. He served her another plate, this time steamed base. After a bite, Xiaoqian's face twisted in disgust. Xiaoqian, is it not tasty? Xu Mengyao inquired. The base she used was not the ordinary kind found in markets. One of her fish could buy several dozen of the common ones. Mommy, it's good, Xiaoqian said, though she barely touched it. Xu Mengyao tasted it herself. The fish is bland and has a fishy odor. Lin Chen sampled it as well. It was far inferior to the beef cubes. Mommy, I love eating vegetables now. I want some vegetables, Xiaoqian declared earnestly. The fish was simply unpalatable for her. Xu Mengyao quickly served her some greens. Xiaoqian took a bite. Mommy, I think I'm full. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She tasted it herself and found it overly salty. Lin Chen sampled all 4 dishes. The beef cubes were the best. It's still rather mediocre. How about we eat out? Xu Mengyao suggested awkwardly. Lin Chen smiled and replied, They're in Oppos. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just refine it a bit. Please wait a moment. Soon, he whisked the dishes off to the kitchen. Rescuing failed dishes was a skill any top chef ought to master, as many ingredients were costly and wasting them would be regrettable. With a swift flick of the flames, Lin Chen began to work. His culinary skills were at a grandmaster level, and compared to Xu Mengyao's, he had significantly improved. The system had enhanced his skills comprehensively, and he was naturally adept at salvaging failed dishes. Mommy, don't be sad, Xiaoqian said, looking at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao gazed back at her. Although Mommy's dishes aren't great, you have a husband who cooks deliciously, Xiaoqian said earnestly. Xu Mengyao playfully poked Xiaoqian's forehead. You've been spoiled by your father. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had revitalized all 4 dishes, presenting them once more. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment. The dishes he brought back looked far more appealing than before. Mengyao, give them a try, Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Xu Mengyao picked up a beef cube and put it in her mouth, stunned. Was this the same dish she had just eaten? Why did Lin Chen's version taste so much better? He fed a piece to Xiaoqian. Daddy, this is so delicious. Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Xu Mengyao. Mommy, your dishes can be eaten. Xu Mengyao sighed. That reassurance is hardly needed. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mengyao, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. I guarantee you will master it, and there'll be no tuition fees. Mommy, you just need to give Daddy a kiss, Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. As Lin Chen served Xiaoqian more food. Xiaoqian, try the other dishes as well. Xiaoqian dug in eagerly. Xu Mengyao quipped, Xiaoqian, weren't you full just now? How can you eat so much now? Xiaoqian, not daring to meet her gaze, lowered her head and continued eating. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. Xiaoqian seems to have some talent in painting, and I would like to find her a painting teacher who can come daily for lessons. This might take up quite a bit of your time. Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Mommy, I don't want anyone else to teach me. Daddy is very skilled. He can teach me. While Daddy paints well, the teacher I find for you will be even more accomplished. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, disagreeing slightly. He was a grandmaster-level painter, among the world's elite. While Xu Mengyao was wealthy, the question remained whether she could find a top-tier artist to teach Xiaoqian. The Xu family's wealth was significant. Yet on a global scale, hundreds of billions in assets didn't hold much weight. World-class artists were not in need of money. Mengyao, my level is sufficient to enlighten Xiaoqian, Lin Chen asserted. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. I have contacted an artist who is quite renowned nationally. The foundational phase is crucial for Xiaoqian. Lin Chen pondered and said, I will paint a piece for you to show to him. Ask if my level is sufficient to enlighten a child over 2 years old. It's quite a hassle for someone to come here every day. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement, then it settled. After dinner, she said, I'll clean up, you go ahead and paint. Lin Chen shook his head. You rarely come over. Spend some time with Xiaoqian. I can clean up and will not take long to paint. All right then, Xu Mengyao acquiesced. Genuinely wanted to spend more time with Lin Xiaoqian. After tidying the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his brushes and large sheets of paper. After some thought, he painted an 8-horses picture. In the modern history of painting, Xu Beihong's horses stood unparalleled. Yet this time, Lin Chen felt he had found a worthy rival. His horses were equally as magnificent as Xu Beihong and Amp, Oppo's S. He had spent more time teaching Lin Xiaoqian to paint, and he was also at the grandmaster level, with painting skills surpassing even his calligraphy. Lin Xiaoqian should not be learning from others. Lin Chen mused. Once the ink dried, he rolled up the painting and placed it in a tube he had previously purchased. Xu Mengyao approached. Is it finished? She asked, not having had a chance to glance at it yet. Lin Chen nodded. It's in here. Mengyao, please don't mention that I painted it. Just ask if this level is sufficient to teach Xiaoqian. Okay, Xu Mengyao replied. Chapter 32. Lin Xiaoqian falls ill. After Xu Mengyao departed with her art portfolio, Lin Xiaoqian appeared crestfallen. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? You look so glum, Lin Chen remarked, gently teasing her nose. Lin Xiaoqian embraced Lin Chen, saying, Daddy, I don and Oppos. Do you want to learn painting from anyone else? I only want to learn from you. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, trust Daddy. With my expertise, I should be able to teach you. Now, let's go take a bath and go to sleep. Lin Xiaoqian inquired in her sweet, childlike voice, Daddy, I love sleeping with Daddy and Mommy. Do you like sleeping with me and Mommy too? I love it, Lin Chen replied with a smile, thinking, I couldn't love him more. Let's go. Let's get you all clean, and then I'll tell you a bedtime story, Lin Chen said, smiling. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian was fast asleep. Lin Chen went to his study to continue writing fairy tales. He had already uploaded 50 chapters. With 10 more, his second book would be ready for publication. The first print run of his first book had been 1 million copies, and even if it sold quickly, it would still take a month. If it sold slowly, it might take 3 months to sell out. Adding the 300,000 yuan from selling the rights, his savings now totaled 2 million yuan. With a little more effort, he could buy this house. 3 hours later, Lin Chen finished writing 10 fairy tales. He logged into the author's backend of Tongxin. Come, the rewards are quite generous, Lin Chen mused. As his book sales increased, his fan base grew, and those fans would visit the website to read the latest fairy tales. If they enjoyed them, they would give rewards. Although most people in Amp, Oppos, S rewards were small, the sheer number of people made up for it, and it added up to a considerable sum. Lin Chen had now received over 10,000 yuan in total rewards. He would get to keep 90% of that money. Time to call it a night. Lin Chen quickly uploaded the 10 fairy tales. Returning to the master bedroom, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. Lin Xiaoqian had kicked off her blanket, and her clothes had been pulled up, exposing half of her stomach. I hope she doesn't get sick, Lin Chen thought to himself. He quickly pulled her clothes down and covered her with the blanket. Beep beep. The owner of a certain publishing house was awakened by a phone call. Lao Wang, what's going on? I just fell asleep. You're disturbing my slumber, the awakened owner asked. The caller was the chief editor of his company. Boss, Lin Yu has updated, and he updated 10 chapters at once. He has 30 unpublished fairy tales. Enough for another book, the chief editor, Lao Wang, said quickly. The owner in Oppos. S eyes lit up. What an Oppos? That's the quality like? Lao Wang replied, Boss, anything Lin Yu produces is top-notch. I've read them, and every single one is excellent, the kind that will be read a century from now. Are we going to compete for it? The owner quickly said. What are you saying? Of course, we and Amp, Oppos, we're going to compete. Otherwise, what will all the people in the company eat and drink? We can sell this kind of book for decades. Lao Wang said, Tongxin, Ka might offer better terms. We won't have a chance if we don't improve our offer. then we'll improve it. It's been proven that Lin Yu isn't a flash in the pan. He's truly talented, and he deserves us to offer better terms," the owner said in a deep voice. They had been conservative with the first book, wondering what would happen if they offered good terms and the book sold poorly. Now the situation was different. The first book that Lin Chen had collaborated with Tongxin. Come on, the first print run of 300,000 and the second print run of 500,000 had already sold out. The total sales should already be over 1 million copies. The consumer reviews were also extremely positive. Fairy tales with good sales and good reviews could be profitable for many years. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded another 10 fairy tales, the boss heard from different sources. Many publishing company owners received the news. Many of them had been awakened from their sleep by phone calls. Liang Zhurong, the owner of Tongxin, was also awakened. Lao Chun, is the quality confirmed? Liang Zhurong asked. Chen Xinhan, boss, Lao Feng and I quickly read 5 chapters each. The 10 newly uploaded chapters are of equally high quality. Many people have called you, right? Yes, they all want to collaborate with Lin Yu. And some people have left messages in the comment section wanting to discuss things in detail with Lin Yu. Liang Zhurong considered for a long time and said, "For the second book, we'll give Lin Chen 18 of the royalties directly. No other company can possibly exceed us. We have a website, and they don't. In addition, we'll give Lin Chen a higher signing bonus. If we give Lin Chen a higher percentage, they'll earn less, but as long as the sales are high, they and Oppos, LL still earn a lot. Moreover, this kind of book can generate a continuous stream of income in the future. Boss, how much of a signing bonus?" I and Amp, Oppos, LL send Lin Chen a message right away. "You shouldn't and Amp, Oppos, TB asleep yet?" Chen Xinhan asked. Liang Zhurong considered for a moment and said, "Lin Yu has brought a lot of traffic to the website. The first signing bonus was 300,000 yuan. So this time, give him a 600,000 yuan signing bonus." "Boss, that and Amp, Oppos, a lot," Chen Xinhan said in surprise. Liang Zhurong, "Didn't and Amp, Oppos, Tu say that his writing is even better than Grandpa Jiang and Amp, Oppos, S? This could become a sensation in the future. I and Oppos, LL earn less now and slowly earn it back later. By the way, the first print run will be 1 million copies." Chen Xinhan quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had just finished taking a shower and saw the message from Chen Xinhan. An 18 royalty rate, a 600,000 yuan signing bonus, and a first print run of 1 million copies? Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise. The owner of Tongxin, Liang Zhurong, is truly bold. With this royalty rate, a first print run of 1 million copies would generate 4 million yuan in royalties, plus the 600,000 yuan signing bonus. That's exactly 6 million yuan. Adding my existing 2 million yuan, I could buy this house and still have 2 million yuan left over. Lin Chen thought to himself. Okay, Lin Chen directly agreed to Chen Xinhan. Tongxin, was generous, and he didn't want to haggle. Other publishing companies would find it difficult to offer such terms. Tongxin, could benefit from the traffic, but other companies couldn't. Phew. Chen Xinhan breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu, then you should get some rest. We and Amp, Oppos, LL sign the contract tomorrow. Okay. Lin Chen went to bed and quickly fell asleep. 2 hours later, Lin Chen was startled awake. Lin Xiaoqian was coughing. Xiaoqian really caught a cold. Lin Chen frowned. He had been checking on Lin Xiaoqian every 2 chapters he wrote. She had been fine before, and it was only later that she kicked off the blanket. In the end, she still caught a cold. Cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed, her little face red. Lin Chen felt very sorry for her. He would rather be the one who was sick. System, now that my physique has improved, can it also help improve Xiaoqian's physique somewhat? Lin Chen asked in his mind. The system replied, Host, that's not possible. But if your medical skills improve, you can nourish Xiaoqian. Or, if you learn martial arts in the future, you can teach her. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had actually wanted to acquire martial arts skills for a long time. But acquiring skills had to be natural. Forcing it wouldn't work. Xiaoqian wasn't into Amp, Oppos, interested at all right now. Cough. Every now and then, Lin Xiaoqian would cough uncomfortably. As she coughed, Lin Xiaoqian woke herself up. Daddy, I feel so uncomfortable, Lin Xiaoqian said, her little face flushed. Chapter 33. Is Lin Chen's artistic skill so remarkable? Lin Chen gently touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, which felt warm to the touch. She was suffering from a cold, accompanied by cough and fever. He hurriedly fetched a cooling patch from home and applied it to her, but the adhesive was uncomfortable, and Lin Xiaoqian promptly tore it off. Xiaoqian, be good. You have a fever. This will help cool you down. Just keep it on for a while, Lin Chen reassured her as he reattached the patch. Daddy, am I going to die? Lin Xiaoqian looked at him with wide, sorrowful eyes. What nonsense is that? Lin Chen replied. It's quite normal for children to catch a cold and have a fever. I will ensure you exercise more in the future so you get sick less often. He took her temperature, wiped her down, and administered fever-reducing medication, each second passing as he attentively watched over her. Though he had acquired some ancient medical knowledge, it was only barely activated. He lacked extensive expertise in traditional medicine. At this moment, he was unable to utilize his ancient medical skills to treat Lin Xiaoqian. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine were not mutually exclusive to him. What mattered was alleviating the patient's discomfort. As her fever subsided, Lin Xiaoqian drifted back into a drowsy sleep, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. While it was normal for children to fall ill, it pained him deeply to see her unwell. Her cough tugged at his heartstrings. He resolved to be mindful of her diet tomorrow and to prepare a warming herbal bath for her. Certain foods could exacerbate her condition, while others could aid her recovery. He had recently gleaned a wealth of information in this regard. He had also learned a bit about herbal remedies. However, since his medical skills had yet to develop significantly, he hesitated to prescribe any medicine for Lin Xiaoqian. Her illness was not severe. He believed that dietary adjustments and a herbal bath would suffice to restore her health. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed intermittently. Lin Chen remained awake. His robust constitution allowed him to forego sleep for several days without issue. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. Lin Xiaoqian experienced 2 more fever episodes, but Lin Chen was prompt in wiping her down to reduce her temperature, and fortunately, her cold did not worsen. He placed an order for several items, some of which were meant to nourish Lin Xiaoqian, while others were intended for her herbal bath. Seizing the moment while she was still asleep, he began to attend to these tasks. After 5 minutes, a plethora of information surged in his mind, and his medical skills were advancing at an astonishing pace. Half an hour later, he had prepared everything. Daddy, Lin Xiaoqian emerged from the bedroom, still looking somewhat dazed. Xiaoqian, I'm here. What is wrong? Lin Chen asked as he lifted her into his arms. Daddy, I feel weak and my body is still a bit sticky. Lin Xiaoqian murmured. Lin Chen had wiped her sweat, but since she had fallen asleep afterward, certain areas remained untouched. You have a cold, but it's just a minor illness. Don't worry. Trust me, Daddy will make you better soon, he said, planting a kiss on her forehead with a reassuring smile. After brushing her teeth, Lin Chen filled the bathtub with water and added steaming herbal solution. After 10 minutes of soaking, Lin Xiaoqian visibly perked up. During the bath, Lin Chen's medical skills saw considerable enhancement. He had been improving for an hour. For most, an hour would yield minimal progress, scarcely enough to read a few pages of medical texts. Yet for Lin Chen, this hour had been monumental. His expertise had already surpassed that of many traditional Chinese doctors. Daddy, let's go out to play, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed gleefully after breakfast. Typically, Lin Chen would take her out to play after breakfast, especially in the cooler morning air. Not today, my dear. You're unwell, and we must rest at home. Going out in the breeze will worsen your cough, he replied gently. Daddy, teach me to paint, Lin Xiaoqian suggested, as her current condition required her to limit her spoken words. All right, that sounds wonderful. I love painting. Lin Xiaoqian clapped her hands joyfully. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao arrived at a villa community not far from the Ziyuan residential area, a mere 20-minute drive away. Mr. Xu, please come in, greeted a middle-aged man in his 40s with enthusiasm. He was Zhao Yanming, the esteemed painter Xu Mengyao had mentioned, renowned across the nation for his genuine talent. Mr. Xu, where's your child? I thought you were bringing her for a trial lesson today, Zhao Yanming inquired, perplexed. Xu Mengyao replied apologetically, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Xiaoqian couldn't come today. I was informed that you could help find a teacher for her. Someone even painted a picture for me. Zhao Yinming glanced at the painting tube Xu Mengyao had brought. Although your child is young, early education is crucial. Are you seeking my assessment of the painting to gauge the artist's capabilities? Xu Mengyao nodded. I appreciate your assistance. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Yinming said, accepting the tube and unveiling the painting on his workbench. Huh? Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Zhao Yinming was equally astonished. While Xu Mengyao may not have fully understood the intricacies of the painting as an ordinary person, she found Lin Chen's depiction of the 8 horses to be quite impressive. Lin Chen possesses such artistic skill, she mused internally. She had not seen the painting until that morning, having left it in the car overnight. As time passed, Zhao Yinming leaned in closer to study the artwork. Remarkable. This artist and Appo's S-level is extraordinary. Even Su Beihong might not surpass him, he thought, utterly astonished. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Xu Mengyao asked after 10 minutes of silence. Zhao Yinming snapped back to reality. Are you joking, Miss Su? He shook his head in disbelief. Is the artist's skill not up to par? Xu Mengyao asked, somewhat bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yinming replied, Miss Su, the individual who painted this could very well be my teacher. No, I might not even be worthy enough to be his student. Really? Xu Mengyao was stunned. Do you know Su Beihong? Zhao Yinming continued. Su Mendian not that. It was common knowledge, and not knowing him would imply her education had been in vain. Su Beihong was renowned for his horse paintings, yet the horses in this piece, by my estimation, are not inferior to his work. If the artist excels in other subjects beyond horses, his skill may even surpass Su Beihong's. Zhao Yinming exclaimed in awe at the 8 horses. Xu Mengyao could hardly believe it. Is Lin Chen's painting skill truly so formidable? Mr. Zhao, are you certain? She asked, still in disbelief. Zhao Yinming affirmed, though my skill pales in comparison, my judgment should not be far off. Ms. Su, who is this remarkable individual? Chapter 34. Shall we share a kiss? Xu Mengyao expressed her apologies. Teacher Zhao, the other party has requested that I withhold their identity. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose who they are. Zhao Yinming felt a profound sense of regret. It was indeed as he suspected. This enigmatic figure must be a recluse. Otherwise, with such talent, they would undoubtedly be renowned across the land. Your daughter is truly fortunate to receive their guidance. Images of Lin Chen flashed through Xu Mengyao's mind. His culinary skills were exceptional, his linguistic talents remarkable, and in the realm of painting, he could rival Su Beihong. Yet he remained low-key, embodying the essence of a true hermit, she mused. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Even if Zhao Yinming and Appo's judgment was somewhat flawed, it was unlikely to be drastically off the mark. Lin Chen's capabilities were undeniably extraordinary. Director Su, I have a small request, Zhao Yinming said, slightly embarrassed. Xu Mengyao encouraged him, please go ahead. He gestured toward the painting on the table. Director Su, could you inquire with the other party if I might purchase this artwork? Xu Mengyao shook her head. This painting was created for Xiao Qian. It holds special significance for her. I do not wish to sell it. If you're interested, I can ask the other party if they would be willing to create another piece for you. What do you think? Zhao Yinming nodded in agreement, of course. That would be acceptable. However, Director Su, works by Su Beihong typically sell for over 5 million. His pieces are scarce, and given his renown, the prices are significantly elevated. I would be willing to offer 800,000 for a similar work. Xu Mengyao replied, Teacher Zhao, I will certainly convey your message, but I cannot guarantee that the other party will agree to create a piece for you. How troublesome. Zhao Yinming sighed. Xu Mengyao rolled up the painting and packed it away. Teacher Zhao, I truly apologize for taking up your time. He shook his head. It is a privilege to witness such a masterpiece and to know that such a talent exists in the world. I hope to have the fortune of meeting this remarkable individual in the future. Xu Mengyao soon took her leave. Once back in her car, she gazed at the painting tube in her hands, still in shock at Lin Chen's extraordinary talent, and that a single painting could be valued at 800,000. Remarkably, he had completed this work in less than half an hour. Where shall we go next? The driver, Liang Yi, inquired. After a moment in damp, Appo's, as thought, Xu Mengyao replied, to Ziyuan community. This painting was worth 800,000, and she could not simply keep it. She needed to return it to Lin Chen. Additionally, she had some questions for him. She had also forgotten to give him a book. From behind the seat partition, she retrieved a book, which happened to be a collection of fairy tales by Lin Yu, and notably it was signed. She had previously purchased 2 copies without signatures. This one was a gift from Tongxin Network, as she was the first Silver League member of Lin Yu. Ding dong, Xu Mengyao rang the doorbell. Lin Chen, peering through the peephole, spotted her outside. Xiao Qian, Mommy is here, he called out. Upon opening the door, Xu Mengyao looked at him with a strange expression. He did not resemble the typical top-tier artist. Mommy, Lin Xiao Qian exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward her. Qian Qian. Xu Mengyao squatted down to embrace Lin Xiao Qian, noticing a peculiar medicinal scent. Qian Qian, why do you smell like medicine? Lin Xiao Qian replied sweetly, Mommy, I took a bath, and Daddy added some dark medicine to the water. Xu Mengyao turned her gaze toward Lin Chen. Did you take her to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? She asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I prepare the medicine myself. Xu Mengyao looked at him in astonishment. You know about traditional Chinese medicine? I have a basic understanding. Lin Chen replied. He was not lying. Traditional Chinese medicine was profound, and it would take him 30 hours to reach a master level. For now, he only had a rudimentary grasp. This is for you. Xu Mengyao handed the painting tube back to Lin Chen. Mommy, let's go to the balcony. I've been painting. Daddy taught me, Lin Xiao Qian urged. Xu Mengyao carried Lin Xiao Qian to the balcony and was taken aback by the painting her daughter had created. Qian Qian, did you really paint this? She asked in disbelief. Lin Xiao Qian, barely over 2 years old, had produced a piece that was impressive in composition, color, and artistic expression. Yes, Mommy, am I amazing? Lin Xiao Qian beamed with pride. Absolutely. Our Qian Qian is the best. Xu Mengyao praised, kissing her daughter. Mommy, Daddy is even better. Since you kissed me, shouldn't you also kiss Daddy? Xu Mengyao responded with a sigh. You little rascal, it's not for you to meddle in your parents' and Appo's affairs. She playfully tapped Lin Xiao Qian and Appo's head. Cough, cough. Lin Xiao Qian coughed a couple of times. Xu Mengyao and Appo's heart sank. Her daughter and Appo's health was delicate, and each cold seemed to linger for days. Mengyao, don't worry. Xiao Qian just has a common cold. Her bronchial tubes are fine, and her lungs are in good condition. She should be better by tomorrow, Lin Chen assured her with a smile. Xu Mengyao asked, Are you sure she will recover in 2 days? Previously, her colds have lasted at least 3 or 4 days. Once, she was hospitalized for over 10 days due to pneumonia. Lin Chen nodded confidently. I am certain. You need not fret. Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. Lin Chen, Xiao Qian has improved significantly in her painting. At just over 2 years old, she can create something so remarkable. Thank you. Lin Xiao Qian looked at Xu Mengyao with confusion. Mommy, why are you thanking Daddy? He taught me to paint, so you just need to kiss him. Xu Mengyao and Appo's face turned slightly red. Adults must not let children see such affection. Lin Chen, let us go to the study, she suggested, and Lin Chen naturally followed her. Shall we share a kiss? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glare. Xiao Qian is just a child speaking nonsense. You mustn't Appo's indulge in such frivolous talk. Lin Chen, what is your skill level in painting? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. I do it for my own enjoyment. I believe I paint reasonably well, and I shouldn't have any issues introducing Xiao Qian to it. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. I showed your painting to a renowned artist, and they remarked that your skill may not be inferior to Xu Beihong. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. It seemed the other party had a decent level of discernment. At least their judgment was sound. Is that your reaction? Don't you know who Xu Beihong is? Xu Mengyao asked, her expression bemused. Lin Chen pouted. Xu Mengyao, you seem to underestimate me. I'm a university student, your senior. How can I not know who Xu Beihong is? Then why the lack of enthusiasm? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen pondered. What kind of reaction do you expect? I never intended to become a painter. I'm just tutoring Xiao Qian at home. Xu Mengyao clarified. I showed your painting to Zhao Yanming. He is willing to offer 800,000 for a similar piece. Chapter 35. Is this book written by Dad? 800,000 for my painting? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen asked, Why didn't you sell this painting directly to him? Xu Mengyao replied, This belongs to you. Moreover, this painting was created for Qian Qian, and it holds significance for her. If you wish to sell it, you can create another one. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Tongxi Network had already transferred 6 million to him. He originally had 8,200,000, which totaled over 14 million. The market price for this apartment was 13 million. The seller was eager to sell. Perhaps the price could be negotiated further. After purchasing the apartment, he would still have over 1 million left, and his books would certainly continue to generate substantial income. Selling a painting for 800,000 was quite impressive, but he no longer needed that money. There was no necessity to pursue it. Mengyao, if I don't sell, will it cause you any trouble? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao shook her head. No, but why 1.5? Oppos, to you sell? 800,000 is not a small sum. Lin Chen responded, I no longer need that money. I do not wish to gain fame. I simply want little Qian to grow up peacefully. I wouldn't want to take her out for exercise or to a supermarket only to be surrounded by people. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in amazement. While others sought fame by any means, Lin Chen chose to remain low-key. Lin Chen, I have a question. With your exceptional culinary skills, linguistic talent, and remarkable painting abilities, why do you choose to conceal them? Xu Mengyao queried, perplexed. Lin Chen sighed deeply. The troubles of a genius are beyond your comprehension. Xu Mengyao speculated. Are you so outstanding that you fear being discovered and then turned into a test subject? Lin Chen silently admired her reasoning. He chuckled. I feel that this current situation is quite satisfactory. Each day, I accompany little Qian, witnessing her growth. Su Mendas Vutin Lin Chen, suddenly noticing that he seemed to have become more handsome recently. Indeed, it was true. Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, S physique had improved, and he had developed abs. Additionally, the toxins in his body had diminished considerably, enhancing his complexion and making his features appear more attractive. Mengyao, what are you staring at? If you wish to kiss me, I am perfectly fine with that, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao blushed. Don't say such things. Since you don't want to sell the painting, I will decline Zhao Yiming's offer. You've been quite attentive while Qian has been ill. After saying that, Xu Mengyao hurriedly opened the door and left. Lin Chen chuckled. It seemed there was hope for him to thaw Xu Mengyao's icy demeanor in the future. Qian, Mommy has things to do, so she has to leave. Mommy will come see you again in a few days. By the way, Mommy brought you a fairy tale book. Make sure to ask Daddy to read it to you. Xu Mengyao took out Lin Yu's fairy tale collection from her bag. Mommy, I've heard it already. This is written by Daddy, and Daddy's stories are so lovely, Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet voice. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Is this really written by Dad? Lin Xiaoqian chimed, yes. Daddy, tell Mommy that this is written for me, right? Indeed, Lin Chen said, patting Lin Xiaoqian's head with a smile. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen replied, Lin Yu's my pen name. Some fairy tales weren't very appealing, so I wrote my own. Little Qian enjoys listening, and I can earn a bit of money in the process. Xu Mengyao was speechless. Lin Chen was a culinary master, possessed a remarkable linguistic talent, painted as well as Su Beihong, and was adept at writing fairy tales. Mengyao, how about you stay for lunch before leaving? Lin Chen suggested. Xu Mengyao shook her head. There are matters at the company. Mommy has to leave now. You must listen to Daddy. Okay, Mommy, kiss. Xu Mengyao squatted down, and Lin Xiaoqian pecked her cheek. Daddy kissed you too, and I kissed you. We all love you, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly declared. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She and T shared a kiss with Lin Chen in the room. However, there was no need to explain this to little Lin Xiaoqian. Mengyao, since Qian is unwell and cannot go out, we won't see you off. Drive safely, Lin Chen said. All right, Xu Mengyao replied. Upon returning to her car, her Bentley headed towards the company. Lin Chen was actually Lin Yu. Wait a moment. It was said online that Lin Yu and Oppos, as calligraphy was exceptional, which added yet another merit to Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao silently mused, criticizing her father for not discovering Lin Chen and Oppos' multitude of talents. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took a medicinal bath and fell asleep. She had already recovered from her fever, but the cough remained. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to open the door. Standing outside was the intermediary he had called. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the house? The intermediary asked as he donned shoe covers and entered. Lin Chen gestured for him to sit down. There are no problems with the house. My daughter and I are quite satisfied living here. If the price is right, I would consider purchasing it. The intermediary and Oppo's eyes brightened. This is a stroke of luck. The lowest price the owner has given us is 13 million, but the market is currently poor and it has been on the market for some time without selling. We might be able to negotiate a lower price. What is your intended price? Lin Chen smiled. In the current market, offers are generally around 90%, which will be 11,700,000. I'll add a bit to make it a nice number, 11,880,000. Speak with the owner. If we reach an agreement, I will pay in full. If it works out, great. If not, then so be it. The intermediary thought for a moment. Lin Chen's offer wasn't absurd and might still persuade the owner. Mr. Lin, I will do my best to facilitate the transaction, the intermediary said as he stood up. Lin Chen nodded. Please do it quickly. I have a substantial amount of cash now, but that may not be the case for long. If the owner changes his mind later, I might not be able to buy it. Understood, the intermediary replied before taking his leave. Once downstairs, he quickly called the owner. 15 million? That price is far too low. And Oppo's. That's 150,000 less. Selling at that price would mean losing everything on the renovations. The owner responded angrily. The intermediary replied, Mr. Tan, the economy is currently sluggish. Not many can afford a house priced over 10 million, and there are plenty of properties available on the market. Would you like me to discuss it further? If you feel the offer is too low and do not wish to negotiate, we can abandon it. The owner fell silent for a moment before saying, Go ahead and negotiate again. The intermediary affirmed, Mr. Tan, I will do my best. A few hours later, the intermediary called again, having managed to negotiate to 11,700,000. The owner was still dissatisfied. By evening, the intermediary finally reached 11,880,000. Mr. Tan, I've been discussing this with Mr. Lin for several hours. He is growing somewhat frustrated. He insists on this price, stating that if he does not sell, he does not wish to be contacted again. I'm truly out of options here. What do you think? The intermediary said in a resigned tone. After a moment of silence, the owner finally replied, Let him have it. Chapter 36. Mr. Jiang. How do you find this character? Mr. Lin, the seller has consented to the sale. Shall we arrange a meeting tomorrow to sign the contract? The intermediary called Lin Chen. I have no objections. Mr. Lin, then let us meet at the store tomorrow morning at 9. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Xiaoqian had recovered significantly from her cough. Her condition was no longer concerning. Lin Chen's medical skills had made remarkable strides overnight, amassing a total of 3 hours of practice. In just 30 hours, he could ascend to the mastery of a medical sage. After 3 hours, he had already reached a level comparable to many seasoned traditional Chinese physicians. Lin Xiaoqian and Oppo's mild cold was easily treatable. Daddy, where are we going to play? Lin Xiaoqian asked cheerfully, glancing around. With a smile, Lin Chen replied, Xiaoqian. Don and Amp. Oppo's. Do you love this house? If I buy it, we can stay here forever. Really? Lin Xiaoqian and Amp. Oppo's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lin Chen said, indulging her enthusiasm. Will Mommy come and live with us? I want to live with both Mommy and Daddy. Is that all right? Of course, but Mommy won't be moving in just yet. She is quite busy with her work, and it's more convenient for her to stay where she is, Lin Chen explained. As they conversed, Lin Chen arrived at the agency outside the community. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter, the intermediary introduced. The homeowner, Mr. Tan, extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Lin, a pleasure to meet you. You are truly impressive. To be so young and yet able to purchase a property worth over 10 million. Mr. Tan, you flatter me, Lin Chen replied with a smile. The terms had already been settled amicably, and both parties signed a contract with ease. Although the transfer had yet to be completed, the property was essentially Lin Chen's. In the morning, Lin Chen assisted the intermediary with some paperwork. The remaining tasks primarily rested with the agency. At the headquarters of Tongxi Network, an editor entered the office holding a package. Old Chen, you have a delivery here. It's from Lin Yu. Quick, hand it over, Chen Xinhai said eagerly. He carefully opened the package. What is it, Old Chen, that you handle with such caution? How can I not be careful? The contents are worth 300,000. Chen Xinhai replied. Several editors, hearing this, quickly stepped back. Chen Xinhai removed a protective tube from the package and sighed with relief upon seeing it was intact. Unrolling the tube, he revealed the calligraphy penned by Lin Chen. Lanting Su. This is written by Lin Yu? The others observed intently. Yet among them, only one had sufficient skill to appreciate its depth. The others could only grasp its surface beauty. This, Chen Xinhai was taken aback. Lin Chen's signature was in pen, but this was crafted with a brush, and Lin Chen seemed to have poured even more effort into it. Chen Xinhai understood the artistry. The impact on him was profound. The signature was not the pinnacle of Lin Yu's talent. The calligraphy displayed an even higher level of skill. What do you think, old Chen? An experienced editor inquired. Your calligraphy expertise surpasses mine. Please share your thoughts. After a moment in oppose. As contemplation, Chen Xinhai responded, in all of Huagua, there are certainly not more than 3 individuals whose calligraphy surpasses this. I must take my leave for a while, Chen Xinhai said, carefully re-rolling and securing the work. An hour later, he arrived at Jiang Xuesong and Oppose S. Villa. Mr. Jiang, this is Lin Yu and Oppose S. Lanting Su. I checked it briefly before coming here to prevent any mix-up during delivery. Chen Xinhai informed. Jiang Xuesong's eyes sparkled. Donning reading glasses and white gloves, he slowly extracted the piece. As he unfurled Lin Chen's Lanting Su, his eyes widened, and his breath quickened. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Chen Xinhai waited patiently for an hour as Jiang Xuesong scrutinized each character meticulously. Finally, Jiang Xuesong straightened up, exhaling deeply. Mr. Jiang, how do you find it? Chen Xinhai quickly supported him. With misty eyes, Jiang Xuesong replied, calligraphy is a treasure of Huagua. It has waned in recent years. We, the practitioners, have not measured up to our predecessors. I feared that our calligraphy might fade away. But now I know it will endure. While we may falter, there's still those who excel. Chen Xinhai remarked, Mr. Jiang, I can see this surpasses the previous signature, but just how much better I lack the ability to discern. Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, stating, this piece is not inferior to the original Lanting Su. Given time, it will become a rare treasure. Chen Xinhai swallowed hard. So remarkable? He was tempted to call Lin Chen to purchase a piece. As the editor-in-chief, he could afford the 300,000. Xiao Chen, 300,000 for a piece is too little. This work, in my estimation, is worth at least 500,000. I will send you an additional 70,000, of which 20,000 is a supplement, and the remaining 50,000 is for another piece. Chen Xinhai nodded and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, Mr. Jiang has received your Lanting Su. He wishes to add 20,000 to the payment. Additionally, he wants to spend 50,000 on another piece. I also wish to purchase a piece. Lin Chen was surprised. He wants to add 20,000? Editor-in-Chief Chen, please inform Mr. Jiang that the transaction is complete, and I do not require any additional payment. Furthermore, I no longer need the money and will not be selling any more works. Lin Chen had no intention of selling his artworks. He cherished the little money he had, but prioritizing Lin Shaoqian was paramount. Fame could wait for another time. Lin Yu, you won't sell any more? Chen Xinhai was momentarily speechless. Lin Chen replied, I was eager to buy a house before. Now that I have secured it, my finances are sufficient. Editor-in-Chief Chen, my apologies, Chen Xinhai lamented. Very well, Lin Yu, I shall not disturb you further. Please attend to your matters. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yu said no further payment is required and that he does not wish to sell more of his works at this time. Chen Xinhai sighed. Jiang Xuesong nodded. Wealth is but a mundane concern. A master of his caliber would not be swayed by money. It took me until I was 70 to reach such heights. I feel quite ashamed. Mr. Jiang, you are remarkable. I doubt I will ever reach such a level in my lifetime. Xiao Chun, did Master Lin Yu specify that this cannot be exhibited? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhai shook his head. Not at all. Since he sold it to you, it should be at your discretion. Jiang Xuesong announced. I plan to invite some individuals to appreciate it. This will not affect Master Lin Yu, will it? Chen Xinhai glanced at the signature at the bottom. I will cover that when the time comes. Jiang Xuesong smiled. That has settled then. The identity of Master Lin Yu will remain confidential. Even I do not know his exact residence. Chapter 37 Mengyao. You must acquire this piece of calligraphy. After Chen Xinhong departed, Jiang Xuesong logged into Weibo. He possessed his own account, yet had not updated it for a considerable time. Fortuitously purchasing the ink masterpiece of Master Lin Yu, Jiang prepared some tea and cordially invited a group of old friends to come and savor the art. Jiang Shuesong posted a Weibo update, accompanied by a recently captured high-definition photograph. Many followers of Jiang Shuesong quickly noticed the post. Jiang, an esteemed calligrapher, referred to another as a master. Who exactly was this Lin Yu? I know him. President Gu has given him recognition. It is surprising that even Jiang holds Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's, as calligraphy in such high regard. Clearly, Lin Yu and Amp, Oppo's, skill is genuinely impressive. I had assumed Lin Yu was merely adept at signatures, but I realize now that my understanding was superficial. His signature does not encompass his entire talent. As comments flooded in beneath Jiang Shuesong's Weibo post, many followers were also from the calligraphy community, including several distinguished figures, who expressed their astonishment upon seeing the photograph. Brother Jiang, I'm coming over for tea. Old Jiang, the photo I sent tea very clear. I'll be there shortly, so prepare some fine wine and delicacies. I've practiced the Lantingi Su over 1,000 times, and yet I find myself inferior to him. I'll book a flight immediately to learn. Prominent figures in the calligraphy world were quick to respond. The news spread rapidly, propelled by the efficiency of modern online media. Editor-in-Chief, our website traffic has surged, exclaimed someone from the Tongxin Network editorial department. The sales of Master Lin Yu's books are also showing a significant upward trend. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Chen Xinhong beamed with delight. His efforts to assist Jiang Shuesong in acquiring items from Lin Chen were not in vain. Indeed, Jiang Shuesong's influence proved to be substantial. Master, Jiang has posted a Weibo update that has garnered numerous likes and shares. The news has exploded, and book sales are seeing a considerable increase. Chen Xinhong messaged Lin Chen. Understood, Lin Chen replied succinctly, displaying little surprise. Having secured his home, he was not lacking in finances. Whether his books sold well or poorly held little consequence for him. Comparatively, his skills were of far greater significance. Lin Xiaoqian often brought him even greater surprises. Daddy, I want to cry. Lin Xiaoqian pouted after waking from her afternoon nap. Lin Chen hastily comforted her. Xiaoqian, did you have a nightmare? Or do you miss your mother? Daddy, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good girl. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiaoqian, it's been a long time since you last wet the bed. You've done remarkably well. We have a waterproof mat on the bed, and I'll just wash it. Lin Chen swiftly changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. Meanwhile, Chen Xinhong marveled at the situation. Truly, a master is a master. While other authors would revel in increased book sales, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed. Master, many people are inquiring about your contact information. Some wish to purchase your ink treasures. Rest assured, we will maintain strict confidentiality regarding your information. Chen Xinhong sent another message. Lin Chen had finished dressing Lin Xiaoqian when his phone chimed. He glanced at it. Editor-in-Chief, thank you. Xu Mengyao returned to her office after a meeting. She scrolled through short videos, and big data algorithms prompted her with information related to Lin Yu. The Lantingi Su. Xu Mengyao magnified the image, studying it closely. Although she lacked deep knowledge of calligraphy, she found Lin Chen and Oppo's rendition of the Lantingi Su to be quite aesthetically pleasing. Who exactly is Jiang Shuesong? She pondered. After a quick search, she was astonished to learn that Jiang Shuesong was the former president of the Calligraphy Association, possessing remarkable calligraphic skills. Father, what do you think of this piece? Xu Mengyao sent a photo of Lin Chen's Lantingi Su to Su Guofeng in the United States. It was the middle of the night. Xu Mengyao did not expect an immediate reply. Yet Su Guofeng was awake and noticed the message. Though Xu Mengyao's calligraphy was lacking, Su Guofeng had invested considerable effort into mastering it. Moreover, he possessed a discerning eye, having seen numerous top-tier works. So many have attempted the Lantingi Su. Achieving prominence is no small feat, Su Guofeng mused as he opened the image to examine it closely. 5 minutes passed as he scrutinized the work, leaving him astounded. This piece was evidently new, yet he could not fathom who currently possessed such high skill. Whose work is this? As long as the price does not exceed 1 million, purchase it immediately. Su Guofeng metsa Su Mendia. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, You're really willing to spend that much? This is not an antique. It's a modern piece that was created not long ago. Mengyao, you don't understand. It's worth $1 million. Don't hesitate. Simply offer them the price of $1 million and acquire it, Su Guofeng urged. This was showcased by old Jiang. He must have purchased it from someone else and is unlikely to sell it to us. Su Guofeng lamented, what a pity. Old Jiang has a deep affection for calligraphy. He would certainly not part with it. Xu Mengyao thought to herself. If Su Guofeng truly desired it, acquiring it would not be difficult. She could approach Lin Chen for a purchase in the future. If she lacked sufficient influence, she could always ask her daughter for assistance. Dad, get some rest. You sent me this. How can I sleep when you're asking me to buy something so significant? I need to examine it closely and study it further. Xu Mengyao mused. Lin Chen, how much more do you conceal? His culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale writing were all of the highest caliber, and he was proficient in several foreign languages as well. Knock, knock. Come in, Xu Mengyao called. Shun Qing entered, saying, President Su, it's not easy to get a moment with you. Xu Mengyao sighed. There are too many matters at the company. Many require my personal attention. You're fortunate. Without financial concerns and little to occupy your time. Do you have anything planned for the afternoon? Shopping? Shun Qing inquired. Xu Mengyao checked the time. I have a meeting in 45 minutes with a government official. Shun Qing scoffed. Can't you cut back a little and earn less? Xu Mengyao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. One must row against the current. If we do not advance, we shall retreat. If the company collapses, my parents and I may manage, but what of the many employees? Many have been with my father since the inception of the company. What will they do if it fails? Shun Qing sighed. You're right. With such a large family business, complacency is not an option. Mengyao, I've heard that Zhang Tianyu is pursuing you. Xu Mengyao replied, I have no interest in him. Shun Qing's expression turned serious. Mengyao, he is not a good person. If he encounters setbacks with you, could he pose a threat to Lin Chen and Qianqian? Xu Mengyao's demeanor hardened. He dares. Chapter 38. Have you and Lin Chen obtained your marriage certificate? Shun Qing remarked. One must always be wary. Have you considered informing Lin Chen about this matter? Should anything arise, he ought to be psychologically prepared. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I will inform Lin Chen when the time comes. With a beaming smile, Shun Qing suggested, Mengyao, I believe it would be more appropriate to convey this in person. Whenever you decide to go, I am free and will be delighted to accompany you. Xu Mengyao shot her glare. Are you simply looking to tag along for a meal? Shun Qing, unabashed, replied, Indeed, I wish to join you for a meal. Is it so wrong? I've helped take care of your daughter on numerous occasions. Surely, I deserve a meal in return? I oppose. We've been quite busy lately, Xu Mengyao stated. Shun Qing's expression soured. Lin Chen's cooking has rendered me unable to enjoy other meals. After dining at his place twice, I find it difficult to eat anything else. I oppose. V lost weight recently. Mengyao, your future happiness relies on you. Rely on me? Do you wish for me to introduce you to him? That is unnecessary. You are already acquainted, Xu Mengyao replied. Shun Qing, somewhat exasperated, clarified. What I mean is, you two should hasten to be together, and then I can frequently enjoy your meals. How exactly do we become together and oppose? Xu Mengyao asked, her tone flat. Shun Qing blinked. You ought to obtain a marriage certificate and cohabit. Then I can visit you often. We have already done so, Xu Mengyao stated. What? Shun Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Mengyao clarified, the last time I invited you over, Lin Chen and I went out, and we have already obtained our marriage certificate. Shun Qing gazed at Xu Mengyao in shock. Please do not look at me that way. We merely acquired a certificate. Nothing else has changed. We have even notarized our assets prior to marriage, so everything remains individually owned, Xu Mengyao explained calmly. Then why did you get the certificate? Shun Qing inquired, confused. Xu Mengyao replied, though Qianqian is young, she is quite perceptive. She might sense something amiss in our relationship. Having a marriage certificate can serve to placate her. Shun Qing regarded Xu Mengyao with a peculiar expression. Mengyao, it seems you have been deceived by Lin Chen, Haven and Damp. Oppose. To you? How so? Xu Mengyao asked. Shun Qing continued. Using a marriage certificate to placate Qianqian. Must it be real? Could you not simply create a fake? Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. The thought had indeed not crossed her mind. Was Lin Chen deliberately misleading me into obtaining a certificate? She pondered. Shen Qing nodded. What other explanation could there be? It is evident that you, a prominent CEO, have fallen for such a ruse. It appears you require my expertise in matters of the heart. I'll call Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao declared. Shen Qing quickly interjected. What are you thinking? You've already obtained the certificate. Do you intend to divorce now? I believe this arrangement is quite satisfactory. In what way? Xu Mengyao zito. Shen Qing elucidated. You are an impenetrable ice fortress. If he harbors no feelings for you, how could you expect to develop a relationship? His decision to acquire a marriage certificate indicates he has intentions towards you. It seems there is potential for romance. I feel deceived, yet you appear quite pleased. Xu Mengyao noted. Shen Qing laughed. The fact that you have acquired a marriage certificate suggests that you do not entirely reject Lin Chen, correct? Being deceived is of little consequence. Xu Mengyao shot her a disapproving glance. Mengyao, I find Lin Chen quite admirable. He surpasses your father in Oppos, as previous suitors by a vast margin. Just thinking of his culinary skills makes my mouth water, Shen Qing remarked. Xu Mengyao silently mused that Lin Chen and Oppos' talents extended far beyond cooking. What should I do? Shen Qing? Xu Mengyao inquired, looking for guidance. Shen Qing, appearing contemplative, responded, perhaps you should shift your perspective. The events of the past may have been fate and Oppos' designed for you and Lin Chen. It could be that little Qian is meant to be with you. A faint smile appeared on Xu Mengyao's face at the thought of Lin Xiaoqian. Mengyao, it has been 3 years. It is time for you to move forward. Shen Qing said, her tone laced with concern. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. What should I do? Shen Qing smiled. Engage more, interact more. It will be best to have me as your strategist. I can offer assistance. Do you harbor any feelings for Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I do not know. Shen Qing replied, saying you do not know suggests that you do, for otherwise, your response would have been a definitive and Oppos. No. And Oppos. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Shen Qing. Lin Chen does not seem particularly enthusiastic towards me. Aside from the video with Qian, he has not sent me a single message, she confessed. Shen Qing contemplated. He likely has reservations. Given your family's wealth, if he were overly eager, would you not suspect he is after your family's fortune? That is not the case. Xu Mengyao insisted. Zhao Yinming offered 800,000 for a painting, but Lin Chen refused to sell. His skills in painting, calligraphy, and cooking are all of the highest caliber. If he wishes, he will certainly never lack for money. That may be your perspective, but he may not see it that way. He would surely worry that excessive enthusiasm might backfire. I surmise his plan is to gradually cultivate feelings for you now that you are married, Shen Qing posited. Is that so? Xu Mengyao replied, contemplating. Shen Qing chuckled. It must be so. You should trust my expertise. I am well-versed in the art of romance. A well-versed strategist in romance who is still single? Xu Mengyao, Shen Qing retorted. Shen Qing, our company is preparing to hold a basketball tournament, and family members are welcome to participate. Should I invite Lin Chen to join? Xu Mengyao asked. Shen Qing looked at Xu Mengyao in surprise. If you invite him, one and Oppos, that reveal everything? Isn't it a bit too soon? Xu Mengyao countered. Isn't it better this way? If it becomes public knowledge, others will cease their pursuits of me. If I do not disclose my marriage now, when it eventually comes to light, people may gossip. After a moment's thought, Shen Qing advised, you must first ascertain whether Lin Chen can play basketball. We wouldn't want things to backfire. Indeed, Xu Mengyao agreed, pulling out her phone to call Lin Chen. Are you really going to ask him? Shen Qing questioned, astonished. What else should I do? Should I bring you along to inquire? Xu Mengyao replied with a smile. Moments later, Lin Chen answered the call, his voice coming through. Mengyao, you must be wondering how Qian is doing, right? She is nearly recovered from her cold. Qian, it's Mommy on the phone. Mommy, I miss you. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in sweetly. Xu Mengyao said, Mommy misses you too. Lin Chen, our company, is organizing a basketball tournament, and family members can participate. Would you like to join? Lin Chen expressed surprise. Mengyao, you want me to join the basketball tournament? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. What is your skill level? If you cannot play, then just pretend I never mentioned it. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Mommy, Daddy can play basketball. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, I have some experience with basketball. If I participate, I will make sure to practice beforehand. Anzai, sumen ziblit sopti. I will sign you up. Chapter 39. The first legendary skill. Mengyao, when does the competition commence? As the company CEO, which team will I be affiliated with? Lin Chen inquired. Sumen zetponde. Executives and their family members will be randomly assigned to different teams. You'll find out then. All right, that settles it. Xu Mengyao hung up the phone. Shun Qing, who was nearby, playfully remarked, Mengyao, are you feeling apprehensive? Apprehensive? I am not, Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Shun Qing blinked. Is that so? Normally. You bid farewell to Qian Qian after a call, Don and Oppos. To you? Xu Mengyao paused, realizing she had indeed forgotten to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoqian. The others will likely be astounded. You actually have a husband and are allowing him to make a public appearance, Shun Qing stated. Sumendia non chalen, zetponde. One amp. Oppos. That's so extraordinary about that. Qian Qian is getting older. It and amp. Oppos. It's only natural for me to have a husband. The marriage certificate can and amp. Oppos. To be concealed for much longer. Shun Qing nodded. Indeed, you still have to sleep together. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at Shun Qing. Shun Qing, are you trying to sell me off for a morsel of food? Shun Qing chuckled. I simply think you two are well suited. While you're busy with work, Lin Chen can take care of Qian Qian. He and amp. Oppos. As a great cook and very patient with her. Xu Mengyao remained non-committal. Mengyao, if Lin Chen participates in the basketball game, won't your parents find out? How will you explain it then? Shun Qing asked. Xu Mengyao countered. Is an explanation necessary? Lin Chen is Qian Qian's father. If I maintain a slightly better relationship with him for Qian Qian's sake, it will greatly benefit her. Have you informed your parents about your marriage registration? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I haven't told my parents, and he hasn't told his either. This is a matter for our small family of three, me, him, and Qian Qian. It has no bearing on our respective extended families. Shun Qing refrained from gossiping. Shun Qing nodded, understood, I won't be indiscreet. However, your parents will inevitably discover it sooner or later. Xu Mengyao indifferently stated, we'll address it when the time comes. A marriage certificate is hardly a momentous affair. With that, Xu Mengyao glanced at the time. Shun Qing rose to her feet. Busy woman, I understand. I should be going. Prepare for your meeting. I'll prepare for my shopping spree. As Shun Qing departed, Xu Mengyao adjusted her appearance. Her entire aura underwent a significant transformation, shifting from a girl-next-door demeanor to the commanding presence of a company president. Daddy, here you go. Daddy, it only listens to you. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen were playing basketball below their apartment. Lin Xiaoqian had mostly recovered from her cold and was able to engage in moderate exercise. Having been cooped up at home for an extended period, she was eager to get outside. Qian Qian, dribble more, play with it more, and it will listen to you more in the future, Lin Chen said tenderly. He patiently played ball with Lin Xiaoqian. A wealth of basketball-related information flooded his mind, and his coordination improved, as did his overall feel for the ball. His skill level already surpassed that of the university team and Oppos. As starting player, and with continued improvement, he could easily reach the national team level. Uncle, can I play too? A young girl, around 3 years old, approached and asked. Qian Qian, is that all right? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian happily replied, Daddy, of course. My name is Lin Xiaoqian. What's your name? My name is Nan Nan. The little girl responded politely. Lin Chen smiled. Nan Nan, you can call her Qian Qian. Lin Xiaoqian lacked playmates in the neighborhood, so Lin Chen was delighted that she had found one. Despite her young age, Lin Xiaoqian needed friends. Hello. Nanan's mother approached and greeted them. She was reasonably attractive, but paled in comparison to Xu Mengyao. Hello. Lin Chen replied courteously. Nanan's mother said, I've seen you several times. You and Amp, Oppos, very patient with your daughter. She has a wonderful father. Thank you, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Nanan and Amp, Oppos. As mother continued, Qian Qian and Amp, Oppos. As father and Amp, Oppos, LL sit over there. If you need anything, just call me, okay? All right, Lin Chen nodded. This arrangement suited him well. It would and Oppos. Be ideal if they got too engrossed in conversation. as it would hinder his experience gain. Time passed, and Lin Chen taught both Lin Xiaoqian and Nan Nan. Lin Xiaoqian was happier with a playmate, and Lin Chen and Oppos. S experience wasn't an Oppos. T affected. Nan Nan, let an Oppos. Let's play together again next time. Okay. The two little girls bid farewell reluctantly after their playtime. Qian, was it fun playing with your friend? Lin Chen asked after they returned home. Lin Xiaoqian nodded happily. Lin Chen smiled. Nan Nan took the initiative to play with you today. She's very brave, isn't she? You should be brave and play with other children too, okay? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, I'll be very brave, very brave. Daddy, my tummy is a little hungry. Lin Chen chuckled. Your clothes are sweaty. Daddy will change your clothes first, and then I'll make you food. Lin Xiaoqian said, Daddy, the food you make is so delicious. Nan Nan is my good friend. Can she eat with us? Well, Lin Chen hesitated. Qian, yes, but you have to invite Nan Nan when her mother is present. Why? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Lin Chen explained, if her mother isn't there, Nan Nan might think you don and amp, oppos. T have a mother, and that wouldn't amp, oppos. T be very nice, would it? Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment. I can tell her. I have a mother. My mother is at work. Lin Chen was at a loss. How should he explain this to the little one? Qian, ask your mother about this later, and let her explain it to you. Daddy is stumped, Lin Chen admitted. Soon, Lin Chen changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. Daddy, I want to draw. All right, you draw, and Daddy will cook. 2 days passed, and Lin Chen slightly increased his basketball training time, teaching Lin Xiaoqian for an hour and a half each day. The total teaching time reached 5 hours. 10 hours to reach the grandmaster level. 5 hours is amazing. Even in the national team, that would be considered a starting player level. Coupled with Lin Chen's current physical prowess, he might not lose in a one-on-one match against anyone on the national team. That evening, as Lin Chen was telling a story, a system notification appeared in his mind. Host, your fairy tale creation has reached the legendary level. A flood of information surged into his mind, and Lin Chen's eyes lit up with delight. He had finally acquired his first legendary skill. Lin Xiaoqian loved listening to stories, both before her afternoon nap and before going to bed at night, and occasionally at other times as well. This skill had progressed the fastest. System, one Oppos, has so special about reaching the legendary level. Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He would eventually experience it himself, but asking directly was faster. The system responded, Host, upon reaching the legendary level, the fairy tales you create will possess a greater power to move people. They can touch the soul, and your storytelling will become more captivating. Chapter 40. Rewarding the Golden Alliance Leader. As Lin Xiaoqian slumbered, Lin Chen entered the study. He no longer wished to sell paintings or calligraphy for profit, yet financial gain remained essential. Continuing to craft fairy tales emerged as an excellent choice. To sustain a successful market for his paintings and calligraphy, a considerable reputation was requisite. However, such fame would impede his ability to care for his child. Crafting fairy tales posed no such dilemma. The audience for art and calligraphy is limited, but children universally discern the charm of a well-told tale. He could adopt a pseudonym and quietly earn a living. Why had Lin Yu not updated recently? I narrate 5 tales to my son daily, totaling 60. At this rate, it won into Oppos. T lasts long. Great master, I implore you for an update. Lin Chen perused the comment section, noting that many were urging him to publish more. Lin Xiaoqian had been unwell, causing a 3 to 4 day hiatus in updates. No longer in a hurry to earn, he resolved to adopt a more relaxed approach to future updates. He planned to release 30 new pieces over the month, averaging just 1 per day. This would allow for the publication of a book each month, even with a modest first print and signing bonus. His monthly earnings would not dip below 5 million. Though still far from Xu Mengyao and Oppos, S earnings, a few million each month would suffice, provided he refrained from frequent extravagant purchases. With a flurry of keystrokes, Lin Chen began to write. Reaching a legendary skill level, a multitude of stories unfolded in his mind, awaiting transcription. Within mere minutes, he completed a story exceeding 1,000 words. This narrative held a certain intrigue, he mused. Reading it over on the screen, he acknowledged the system's assertion. At his current level, his stories possessed a newfound emotional resonance capable of touching souls. This tale was likely to evoke tears from many. At that moment, Xu Mengyao concluded her work and settled into the car, where the driver took her home. Habitually, she opened the Tongxin website, which she had been visiting multiple times daily. To her delight, she discovered that Lin Yu had finally updated, albeit with only one story. Cautiously, she noted the warning, "Beware. This may cause tears. Lin Yu, you owe me my tears. My daughter is inconsolable. What am I to do?" Xu Mengyao glanced at the comments section, noting that this piece had only been published half an hour prior, yet had garnered numerous responses featuring a different tone than usual. What could this mean? Curiosity piqued. She delved into the story. As she read, tears welled in her eyes, and by the conclusion, she could no longer hold back her emotions. Lin Chen and Oppos, as prowess was evidently enhanced. The emotional impact of this piece was immense, yet why must it be a tragedy? "Are you all right, miss?" The driver, Liang Yi, inquired. "I'm fine. I just read a tragic story," Xu Mengyao replied, returning to the comment section. The number of responses had surged in such a short time. "My daughter is also in tears, yet perhaps this story will nurture her compassion." A word of advice: prepare tissues and set aside at least half an hour to soothe your child. Lin Yu and Oppos, as talent seems to have ascended even higher. As she perused the comments, Xu Mengyao noted the overwhelming response to this story compared to previous ones. It appeared others shared her sentiments. Lin Chen's skills had made a remarkable leap. Just then, she noticed another update from Lin Yu. Upon finishing this piece, a gentle smile graced her face. The first was a tragedy, while this one offered solace. This narrative, while not overtly joyous, flowed like a gentle warmth, seeping into her very being. With a sigh of relief, Xu Mengyao felt her tension dissipate. The first story had provided an emotional release, while the second healed her spirit, leaving her feeling profoundly rejuvenated. To her surprise, she attempted to reward a Silver Alliance leader status, only to find someone had beaten her to it. Investigating the profile, she discovered it was another woman. Quietly, Xu Mengyao rewarded a Golden Alliance leader status. 10,000 yuan vanished. Yet for her financial standing, that amount was negligible. The family business was flourishing under her leadership, with the Xu family wealth growing by several percentage points. Currently, their assets exceeded 300 billion, translating to a remarkable increase of 40 to 50 billion. With his skills now at a legendary level, the effects were unmistakable. Lin Chen reviewed the back-end data, noting a significant uptick in clicks and comments, with a greater number of individuals rewarding him, including several substantial contributions. "Who is this floating life as a dream who has bestowed upon me both a Silver and a Golden Alliance leader status?" Lin Chen pondered. Each story on Tongxin has its own reward leaderboard, alongside an overall leaderboard for authors. Floating life as a dream had rewarded him a total of 110,000. "Hello. Thank you for your generous support. However, there is no need to spend so extravagantly." Lin Chen messaged them privately. Xu Mengyao received the message shortly after and replied with a screenshot of her bank statement. Upon opening it, Lin Chen saw that despite spending 100,000, Floating Life as a Dream still had over 80 million in her account. A true tycoon. Lin Chen marveled silently. With such a balance, spending 10,000 is hardly a concern. Tongxin Network. "Old phone, what do you think?" Chen Xinhong inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. He had read both stories several times. Old Feng, referring to Feng Onren, the deputy editor, had been with Tongxin for over a decade. "Old Feng," Chen Xinhong called again. Feng Onren, absorbed in thought, initially did not respond. "Chief editor, what is it?" Feng Onren eventually asked. Chen Xinhong probed. "What are your impressions?" Feng Onren sighed deeply. "I previously considered Lin Yu's work to be the pinnacle. I never imagined he would shatter that ceiling this time. These two stories are unparalleled, both domestically and internationally." Chen Xinhong, astonished, exclaimed, "Such high praise?" Feng Onren affirmed, "They merit such acclaim." "Chief editor, do you think you can find a better fairy tale?" Shaking his head, Chen Xinhong replied, "I cannot. I feel the same way, but we must be cautious in our promotion. We don't want to invite any negativity towards Lin Yu." Feng Onren agreed, "Naturally. Tell me, do you believe Lin Yu's success is due to sheer luck, Or has his creative prowess reached new heights? It must be sheer luck, Chen Xinhong mused. If such masterpieces could be produced casually, it would be quite extraordinary. Chapter 41. Fairy Tales and Textbooks? Morning at the Jiang family villa. Grandfather, the Lin you asked me to pay attention to has made a move. He published 2 fairy tales last night, a woman in her 20s remarked. Yin, how is the quality of his newly released stories? Jiang Shuesong inquired, for today was the day he had invited old friends to appreciate calligraphy. Grandpa, the quality was exceptional. My best friend even rewarded him with 10,000 yuan after reading it, Jiang Yin replied. Which of your friends gave him a reward? Jiang Shuesong asked. Xin Yue, of course. Who else could it be? Although others might have the means, they would certainly hesitate to part with 10,000 yuan. Xin Yue is wealthy and doesn't amp. Oppos. T minds such trivial amounts. Jiang Yin explained. Find her for me to take a look, Jiang Shuesong requested. Even though Xin Yue is affluent, she is not one to act impulsively. Jiang Yin quickly retrieved the fairy tales Lin Chen had shared the previous night. Jiang Shuesong, wearing his reading glasses, examined them slowly. After finishing the first read, he silently went through it again. I cried last night and shared it with Xin Yue, suggesting we could cry together. A while later, she sent me a screenshot showing that she rewarded Lin Yu with 10,000 yuan. However, her top spot was soon taken by someone else, Jiang Yin recounted. Jiang Shuesong expressed surprise. Someone rewarded him even more? Yes, that person rewarded Lin Yu with a golden leader, which costs 100,000 yuan. Grandpa, there's another story. Before long, Jiang Shuesong finished reading the second tale. He felt as though he had undergone a spiritual cleansing, with pessimistic emotions seemingly dissipated. A timeless masterpiece. I was just contemplating whether the first story would be suitable for inclusion in textbooks. Together, these 2 pieces are incredibly fitting, Jiang Shuesong smiled. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. They can be included in the Chinese textbook? I shall reflect upon this. Given my modest reputation, these 2 high-quality pieces should stand a chance. If my influence is insufficient, I shall enlist the assistance of the old friends gathered here today, Jiang Shuesong remarked. Yin, do you understand why I called you back? Jiang Yin looked at her grandfather with a hint of melancholy. Grandpa, I do, she replied. Jiang Shuesong smiled gently. It is a natural part of life, aging, illness, and mortality. As I grow older, I may depart at any moment. I worry for you. Tears glistened in Jiang Yan's eyes. Grandpa, please don't say that. You should at least live to be 100 years old. I dare not wish for a century, Jiang Shuesong chuckled. Ding dong, at 9 o'clock, guests began to arrive. Jiang Shuesong had invited several old friends, many of whom were accompanied by younger companions. By 9:30, the villa was bustling with activity. Over a dozen of Jiang Shuesong's old friends had arrived, along with about 30 guests in total. The maid was on holiday, leaving Jiang Yin responsible for serving tea. Brother Jiang, everyone has arrived. Where are the items? Someone couldn't and oppose. T helped but ask. All eyes turned to Jiang Shuesong, who smiled. Xiaoyan, go fetch the Lanting Yisu. Certainly, Grandpa. Jiang Yin quickly retrieved the calligraphy, which had been beautifully mounted. Jiang Shuesong had spent over 10,000 yuan on the mounting alone. Everyone, please come one by one. Others, feel free to enjoy some tea in the meantime, Jiang Shuesong said. The first group of 5 elderly gentlemen gathered around, examining the piece closely. Before long, expressions of astonishment emerged in their eyes. Remarkable skill. This level is hardly inferior to that of the sage of calligraphy, Wuden and Oppos. Do you agree? Perhaps they're an Oppos. As a slight gap. But in an Oppos, as certainly superior to our own. The elderly gentlemen exchanged remarks. The rest of the guests, who had yet to approach, grew impatient. Old Liu, you have been admiring it for quite some time. Come over for tea first. Let us enjoy it for a while. Indeed, Don and Amp, Oppos, till your legs hurt from standing? After much urging, the first group finally stepped aside, allowing the second group to rush forward. Brother Jiang, how much did you purchase this for? I have a bit of money left. Perhaps I can afford it, one elderly man inquired. Jiang Shuesong smiled. It cost 300,000. Upon receiving it, I felt I had underpaid and wanted to add another 200,000. However, the seller refused to part with another piece for 50,000. They kept the 20,000. Such a pity, another elder lamented. 50,000 isn't cheap, but I could manage that. Brother Jiang, you concealed the signature. Did Master Lin, you reveal his true name on this piece? Jiang Shuesong nodded slightly. As time passed, everyone took turns admiring the work. Afterward, they gathered to enjoy tea and engage in lively discussions. My friends, I recommend you take a look at the 2 fairy tales Lin Yu has recently penned. Jiang Shuesong smiled. The guests pulled out their phones, logging on a Tongxin net. After about 10 minutes, they had all finished reading. I personally believe they should be included in textbooks. What are your thoughts? Jiang Shuesong asked. I think it's entirely possible. Absolutely. The guests unanimously agreed. Shall we lend our support? Though we are from the calligraphy community, united, our influence could be significant and it should not pose a problem. I agree. Count me in. Perhaps, Master Lin, you will be remembered through history, and we might even leave our mark in the annals. The group concurred. Given their influence, this endeavor seemed highly likely to succeed, despite the fact that many online figures overshadowed them. Those individuals might not wield the same influence in higher circles. However, their opinions could certainly reach those in power, some of whom might even be their former students. Sales soaring? Lin Chen expressed surprise. Editor Chun, what is happening? How have the sales surged again? Lin Chen messaged, as he had been spending little time on his phone while accompanying Lin Xiaoqian, finding greater joy in their shared endeavors than in scrolling through social media. Chen Xinhong joyfully replied. Old Jiang communicated with many people, and they all voiced their praises. Each of them possesses considerable influence, and together they form a formidable force. The second volume, with a print run of 1 million, will likely sell out soon. The first volume has been printed 3 times, totaling 180,000 copies. The second volume has only printed 1 million. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Once sold out, he could produce another batch, earning himself a tidy sum. Master Lin Yu, could you provide some signed copies? Lin Chen quickly replied, in the future, I will only offer 1,000 signed copies per book. Rarity is valuable. I will not provide signed copies for either the first or second volumes. Chen Xinhong expressed regret. Master Lin Yu, the decision rests with you. Many people are inquiring about your news, Lin Chen added. You must keep it confidential. If you divulge any information, there may be no future collaboration, Lin Chen cautioned. Understood, Chen Xinhong promptly assured him. Lin Chen turned to gaze at the sleeping Lin Xiaoqian. He had no need for money, and he would not let financial matters disturb her peace. Ding ding. His phone chimed again. It was a message from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. I'll bring you your basketball jersey. Will there be food? After sending the message, Xu Mengyao felt it was inappropriate and quickly retracted it. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seemed the iceberg was beginning to thaw, if only slightly. Chapter 42. Will you stay here tonight? Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. This afternoon, I visited Qianqian with Shenqing, and I will deliver your basketball uniform to you as well. Xu Mengyao resent her message. Lin Chen did not respond immediately. Knowing Xu Mengyao was shy, he felt compelled to reply quickly, fearing she might suspect he had seen her previous message. Perhaps she would not come for 10 days, or even half a month. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen replied simply, okay. Xu Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his response. After all, my marriage with Lin Chen is merely a fade. How could I be the one to ask about meals? No matter how delectable Lin Chen's cooking may be, it is not appropriate. Xu Mengyao. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Xu Mengyao and Shenqing arrived. Mom, Aunt Qingqing, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully as the door swung open. Qianqian, Mommy missed you so much. Xu Mengyao quickly embraced her daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, I missed you too. Aunt Qingqing, I missed you as well. Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Mommy, can I invite Nuan over for dinner? Xu Mengyao inquired. Who is Nuan? Lin Xiaoqian replied. Nuan is my good friend. We play together often, and her mommy gives me tasty treats. Shenqing interjected. Qianqian. Nuan's mommy brought her to play downstairs, and your daddy took you down to play. So you met and became good friends, right? Yes. Lin Xiaoqian said with a sweet smile. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, who grinned at her and said, Mengyao, I haven't spoken much with Nuan and Amp. Oppos, this mommy. Qianqian, you can vouch for me. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Daddy, you spoke with Annie, and you seemed quite happy. Lin Chen responded, Mommy, I want to invite Wan for dinner, but Daddy said I can only invite her when you are here. Can I invite her now? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Xu Mengyao gently stroked her daughter's head, replying, How about another day? Today, Aunt Qingqing is here. Let's wait until a day when Aunt Qingqing isn't around. Okay? Why not? Lin Xiaoqian queried. Lin Chen explained, Aunt Qingqing is a guest, and so is Wan. We must take good care of our guests, right? If we invite them both at the same time, we might not manage. Lin Xiaoqian contemplated this for a moment before nodding, Daddy, you and Oppos, rewrite. Then I will invite Wan over for dinner another time. Xu Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, try this on and see if the basketball uniform fits. Lin Chen nodded and took the bag to the restroom. Shun Qing quietly asked Lin Xiaoqian, Qian, can I ask you a question? Is Wan's mommy pretty? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Yes, but I think mommy is the prettiest, and Aunt Qingqing, you are also beautiful. Qian, this is our little secret. Don't tell your daddy, okay? Shun Qing urged. Why can't I tell daddy? Lin Xiaoqian asked with confusion. This is a secret between you and Aunt Qingqing, and you mustn't and Oppos reveal it. Let an Oppos. Let's go to the balcony. Your daddy and mommy might want to share a quiet kiss. Shun Qing suggested, carrying Lin Xiaoqian towards the balcony. Lin Chen quickly changed into the basketball uniform. Xu Mengyao looked on with surprise. Although Lin Chen appeared slender and did not exude a strong aura, she noticed that his arms were quite muscular in the uniform. Mengyao, you chose the right size. This uniform fits me quite well, Lin Chen said with a smile. As long as it fits, that's what matters. Let us head to the study and have a chat, Xu Mengyao replied. Once in the study, Lin Chen explained, Mengyao, I haven't spoken much with Wan's mommy. We only exchange a few polite words each time. Xu Mengyao replied, We are merely pretending to be married. Even if you truly had something with her, I wouldn't amp, Oppos, mind. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao with a smile, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas, she said. Lin Chen responded, You asked me to come in. Is there something you need? I invited you in just to make Qian think we have intimate interactions. It's all an act, understand? Lin Chen nodded, understood. How is the basketball game arranged? Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. There are a total of 10 teams in the company basketball tournament. Each team consists of 12 members, and there are 10 executives participating, with each team assigned one executive. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems this is not just for show. If we win, is there a reward? Xu Mengyao replied. The first place team's salary for the entire department will be doubled, and the second place team will receive a 50% increase. Only the champions among the 10 executives will receive a reward, a $100,000 bonus, with each person contributing $10,000. 10,000 isn't much for us. But if we win, 100,000 is quite decent. How will the competition work? Xu Mengyao explained, the teams are divided into Group A and Group B, each with 5 teams. Each team will compete against each other. For a win, 3 points are awarded. For a tie, 1 point. And for a loss, 0 points. The teams with the highest total points will advance to the finals. Lin Chen remarked, the champion team will have to play 5 matches, while the other teams will play 4. This surely spans more than one day. Xu Mengyao confirmed, yes, it will take place over 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On days with matches, we will work normally. On Wednesday and Thursday, there will be 2 matches, and on Friday, only 1 final match. Lin Chen frowned. Little Qian needs her afternoon nap. On Wednesday and Thursday, I might only be able to participate in 1 match each day. Xu Mengyao nodded, that's fine. Each team has 12 members, so it's not necessary for everyone to play every match. Lin Chen inquired, will the games be held at your company? Yes. Xu Mengyao confirmed. The basketball court at the company is quite good. You could take Qian there tomorrow to take a look and meet your teammates. Lin Chen asked, will you be there? How will you introduce me? One tea that expose us? Xu Mengyao replied calmly, I will introduce you as my husband, as my boss. They wouldn't dare to make a fuss. This exposure might attract some trouble for you, but if that happens, just let me know and I will handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Given Xu Mengyao's beauty and wealth, even with a daughter, she would certainly not lack admirers. Lin Chen, you might face some difficulties. As compensation for you, I will purchase this apartment from the landlord, and it will be registered under Qian's name. However, you can stay here for as long as you wish, Xu Mengyao offered. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need. I have already bought this apartment from the landlord. The contract has been signed, and the transfer will be completed in a few days. Huh? Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen smiled gently. Lil Qian loves it here. So, will you stay here tonight? Chapter 43. Did you deceive me into getting the certificate? Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppos. S face flushed slightly. What am I doing here? Lin Chen chuckled. To keep Xiaoqian company while she sleeps. She misses her mother. What did you think I invited you here for? Xu Mengyao rolled her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen. Is this house fully paid for or mortgaged? If it's mortgaged, I can help you pay it off. Lin Chen replied, and Amp, Oppos, as fully paid. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Is writing fairy tales that lucrative? Lin Chen responded. Certainly not as profitable as your work, but if I do well, I can manage to support the family. Xu Mengyao nodded. Have you practiced basketball these days? Xiaoqian will be watching, so don't embarrass yourself. Lin Chen laughed heartily. You needn't worry. I am known as the Jordan of Huagua. My skills are undoubtedly sufficient. It's still early for dinner. Shall we take a stroll? Xu Mengyao hesitated. Lin Chen said, let us walk a bit to dissuade the single women in the neighborhood. So they know I am taken. Fine. Have Shen Qing keep an eye on them, so she doesn't keep coming over for meals. Soon, Lin Chen changed his clothes, and the two headed out. Aunt Qing, why are you stopping me? I want to go for a walk with Mom and Dad, too. Lin Xiaoqian asked innocently. Shen Qing replied, 2 reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I'll be lonely here alone. Second, don't your parents spend enough time together? They need some alone time to nurture their relationship. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat confused. Xiaoqian, teach me how to draw. I think your drawings are wonderful, Shen Qing said. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Dad taught me. He asked the best. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao arrived downstairs. The community had a winding path that circled the entire area. The two strolled along the path. Did you see the news online? Jiang Shuesong and several calligraphy masters hold you in high regard. Aren't you going to make an appearance? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no intention of doing so. I'm not doing well now. I have enough money and can devote myself entirely to Xiaoqian. We just need to work hard for her. If neither of us has the time, it would be troublesome. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Mengyao, when your father returns and resumes his position at the company, would you consider staying with me for a while? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Xu Mengyao's cheeks turned slightly red. Stop joking. Why would I move in? It would be proper. Lin Chen said, the guest room is unoccupied. You can either sleep there or accompany Xiaoqian while I take the guest room. If you stay here for a while, Xiaoqian would surely be very happy. Xu Mengyao fell silent for a moment, then said, let us discuss it later. Lin Chen, what happened back then left me with psychological scars. I occasionally have nightmares. Xiaoqian can only endure a bit more hardship. Lin Chen responded, Xiaoqian is my daughter. It is my duty to care for her. Mengyao, the little girl playing in the open area ahead is Wan, and the one beside her is her mother. Xu Mengyao moved a bit closer to Lin Chen. Uncle Lin, where is Xiaoqian? Wan called out as they walked further ahead. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Xiaoqian is at home. She has an aunt visiting, and they're playing together. Wan's mother asked, is this Xiaoqian's mother? Wan, you should call her aunt. Aunt, Wan exclaimed eagerly. Hello, I am Xiaoqian's mother. Wan, Xiaoqian told me about you. She said you're her good friend. Xu Mengyao smiled. Yes, we are good friends. Wan nodded. Lin Chen said, Wan, continue playing. We'll take our leave. As they walked further away, Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, Wan's mother is quite beautiful. Lin Chen chuckled. She is nowhere near as lovely as you. Xu Mengyao retorted, so you deliberately deceived me into getting a marriage certificate? Lin Chen está mal. No, that is not the case. I went with you to get the certificate for Xiaoqian and Oppos' sake. Xu Mengyao said flatly. Shen Qing mentioned using a marriage certificate to deceive Xiaoqian. Though we didn't need the real thing, just a fake certificate. She said I was fooled by you. Lin Chen coughed lightly. That is true. We never considered she would think of that. Shen Qing is quite clever. Smart people need to work hard and not be greedy. She shouldn't come over to eat at my place anymore. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. It seems she wasn't mistaken. You really did trick me into getting the marriage certificate. Lin Chen awkwardly said, I did it for Xiaoqian. We can get the certificate first and let our feelings develop gradually. I wouldn't want her to have a stepfather. And you wouldn't want her to have a stepmother, would you? Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Rest assured, she definitely wouldn't have a stepfather. Lin Chen smiled. Then you could be assured she wouldn't have a stepmother either. Mengyao, your family is quite wealthy. But I want you to know that I have no intentions towards your family's money. We also did a property notarization before marriage. Xu Mengyao nodded, I believe that. With your abilities, you won't lack for money if you showcase even a bit. Don't blame Xinqing. She has said many good things about you to ensure she can continue to enjoy meals here. Lin Chen chuckled. Then I'll add a dish for her tonight. Xu Mengyao laughed. You're quite pragmatic. If she exposes you, you don't want her to come over anymore. If she speaks well of you, you add a dish. Lin Chen replied with a smile. That is quite normal. If she were merely causing trouble, I would seriously suspect she is envious of you. Envious of what? Lin Chen said. Envious that you have such a good husband. Xu Mengyao exclaimed. You really have thick skin. Lin Chen laughed. If we're adding a dish. The ingredients at home are a bit insufficient. Shall we buy some nearby? Mama, Xu Mengyao note that. After walking around the community, they exited and went to a nearby grocery store to buy some ingredients. Lin Chen could feel the ice melting slowly. Daddy, Mommy. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran over. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, you keep Xiaoqian company. I need to hurry and cook. Xiaoqian, tell your mother what you've learned. Lin, Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen carried the groceries into the kitchen. Xu Mengyao was led to the balcony by Lin Xiaoqian. Xinqing pointed to a painting in astonishment. Mengyao, look at this. Can you believe this was painted by Xiaoqian? Her painting skills have grown explosively. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Compared to last time, Lin Xiaoqian had improved significantly. Thinking of Lin Chen's talent in painting, Xu Mengyao felt that Lin Xiaoqian must have inherited Lin Chen's artistic gift, which had not been properly nurtured before. Xiaoqian, you're amazing. Mommy will reward you with a kiss. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's little face. Lin Xiaoqian squealed, Mommy, it was Daddy who taught me. You should reward Daddy with a kiss too. Chapter 44. Why must we sleep here? After an hour, Lin Chen had prepared the meal. Lin Chen, is there something special today? There's even one more dish than last time. Xinqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen smiled and replied, I purchased this apartment, and it's a rare occasion to have some festivity, so let us celebrate a bit. Huh? You should have mentioned it earlier. Look, I came empty-handed without any gifts. Xinqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Chen shook his head. Gifts are unnecessary. Let us just enjoy a meal together. Everyone, please take a seat. I believe my culinary skills have improved. Xinqing was astonished. Your cooking skills can improve? Soon, Xu Mengyao and Xinqing began to eat. This, Mengyao, it seems like there truly has been an improvement. Xinqing remarked incredulously after trying 2 dishes. Xu Mengyao added, it's not just a semblance, it's real. Lin Chen, your cooking has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. The ingredients may be ordinary, but the flavors are exquisite. It's absolutely delicious. Every dish is delightful. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in sweetly, Mom, the meat Dad made is delicious, and the vegetables are great too. I'm no longer picky. I'm a good girl now. Xinqing replied, Xiaoqian, if your father's cooking is this good and you're still picky, you might get a spank. Mengyao expressed her concern. I suspect Xiaoqian isn't truly unpicky. She might be even more selective elsewhere. Lin Chen chuckled. Little Xiaoqian is still young. Let us ensure she gets a nutrition first. When she grows up, would she starve herself? Xu Mengyao note that. After finishing the meal, Xinqing rubbed her belly. Lin Chen, your dishes are too delicious. This is both a blessing and a curse. If I eat like this every day, I'll surely gain weight. Lin Chen laughed. If you eat occasionally, you'll indulge. If you eat every day, it wouldn't be necessary to overindulge. Xinqing paused. That's true. You 3 should head out. I'll wash the dishes. If I don and damp, Appo's, to do some work, I'll feel embarrassed to mooch off you in the future, Xinqing insisted. Lin Chen replied, you washing dishes doesn't seem right. Xinqing shook her head. There's nothing wrong with it. I want to come over more often. Mengyao is busy, and it's rare for you all to have time to gather. Let Shen Qing handle it. She ate too much and should do some work to digest. Xu Mengyao said, hurry up and go. Don't disrupt my performance. Shen Qing waved her hand. Lin Chen and the others went downstairs, with Lin Xiaoqian holding Xu Mengyao with one hand and Lin Chen with the other. Xu Mengyao felt a peculiar warmth in her heart. This family stroll felt quite cozy. Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you. After the basketball match, could you take Xiaoqian abroad for a trip? Xu Mengyao, Lin Chen asked. Does Xiaoqian's grandparents miss her? Xu Mengyao nodded. They miss her dearly. However, I have a lot of matters to attend to domestically and no time to travel. Lin Chen crouched down. Little Xiaoqian, go play on the slide for a bit. Your mom, I need to talk. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian bounced away. Mengyao, I have no objections, but will it be suitable for me to meet your parents now? Lin Chen asked. You're not going to meet my parents. You're taking Xiaoqian to see your grandparents. You don't even need to show up. My dad will send a car to pick you both up. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Xiaoqian to the hospital. Lin Chen hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate for me not to be present? Xu Mengyao responded, if you feel that way, just buy some fruit or something to visit once. Xiaoqian will probably only be at the hospital in the morning. She'll take a nap at noon, and you can take her around in the afternoon. Does that work? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I have no problem with that, but I don't have a passport. I need a visa to go to the U.S., right? Xu Mengyao reassured him. That's simple. You can apply for it, and I'll have someone expedite it for you. It will be ready soon. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Although he had no interest in other aspects of traveling to the U.S., he was eager to visit a shooting range, as his marksmanship had improved considerably. He had taken Lin Xiaoqian to amusement parks 5 times, and each time they played shooting games for about 20 minutes. In total, he had spent nearly 2 hours doing so. With 10 hours of practice, one could reach a master level. 2 hours was quite impressive, considering many soldiers weren't as skilled as he was. Lin Chen, thank you, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen looked at her earnestly. Mengyao, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for bringing Xiaoqian into this world, and for raising such an adorable daughter. Thank you for your hard work in raising her. Xu Mengyao's heart trembled slightly. Xiaoqian is over there alone. Let us go to her, she said, quickening her pace. An hour passed unnoticed, and when they returned home, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed, Mommy and Daddy, I had so much fun today. Xiaoqian, as long as you're happy. Su Min As Fly. Shen Qing. Upon entering the room, Xu Mengyao called out. No one responded, and the room was dark. Beep beep. Xu Mengyao dialed Shen Qing's number. The call connected, and Shen Qing's voice came through. Mengyao, I have an urgent matter and had to leave. I took your car. Aren't you going to your company tomorrow? You should go together. I'll return your car to the villa, Xu Mengyao replied. Shen Qing said. Traitor, Mengyao, I really have something important. I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home might not be turned off, Shen Qing said hurriedly before hanging up. Lin Chen suggested. Mengyao, you should sleep with Xiaoqian tonight. I'll take the guest room. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Dad, why? That bed is so big. It can fit all 3 of us. Lin Chen crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Little Xiaoqian, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand yet. Do you want Mommy to stay? If you want her to, then we can sleep like that, Lin Xiaoqian replied, nodding. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, what do you think? If you want to go back, I can drive you. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Forget it. It's too much trouble. Although she couldn't accept living together with Lin Chen, spending one night here felt bearable. Lin Chen said, there are women's pajamas in the wardrobe, brand new. Last time I bought pajamas for myself and Xiaoqian, she insisted on getting some for you as well, so I bought 2 sets. Lin Xiaoqian piped up, Mommy, you should thank me. Then I'll say you don't have to. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, Mommy is so touched that she can't find the words right now. Mengyao, you should go take a shower. I'll bathe Xiaoqian, Lin Chen offered. Note that. With 2 bathrooms available, they could shower simultaneously. Splash. As the water cascaded over her, Xu Mengyao felt somewhat dazed. Why must we sleep here? Chapter 45. Whisper my name. Emerging from the lavatory, freshly bathed, Xu Mengyao found Lin Chen, regaling Lin Xiaoxi with the tale. His gaze lifted. He was instantly captivated by her presence. Her skin, kissed by the recent ablutions, possessed a delicate rosiness. Tresses of raven hair, still damp from the wash, cascaded over her shoulders. The negligee she donned was of modest length, affording glimpses of her elegant, elongated legs. A muse, an inspiration. Lin Chen's mind surged with an ardent desire to immortalize this moment with his artistry. Lin Chen, cease your staring, Xu Mengyao playfully chided. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. Lin Chen cleared his throat and demurred. Xiaoxi requested a story, and it remains unfinished. Perhaps you would care to continue? Reluctantly, he relinquished the storybook and departed. Xu Mengyao secured the door with a lock. Past experiences had instilled in her a deep-seated sense of insecurity. This precaution was not exclusive to Lin Chen's abode. She employed it even within the confines of her own home. Qian, were you not expecting me to keep you company? Why did you summon your father to narrate a story? Xu Mengyao inquired of Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi responded with innocent perplexity, Mama, is that not permissible? It is. Where did your father conclude the story? I shall continue for a while, and then you must retire to slumber. Xu Mengyao gently proposed. Soon, she was immersed in the tale, captivating Lin Xiaoxi with her narration. Meanwhile, Lin Chen swiftly retrieved paper and oil paints. With nimble dexterity, he worked for approximately an hour, conjuring an image of a woman fresh from her bath. The likeness to Xu Mengyao was uncanny. Suddenly, a distinct click resonated. Xu Mengyao emerged from the chamber. Lin Chen froze, aghast. The oil painting, freshly completed, remained untamed by dryness. Lin Chen, what are you painting? Xu Mengyao inquired, drawn by the sight of Lin Chen's artistic endeavors. Ahem, a sudden surge of inspiration compelled me to create, Lin Chen confessed sheepishly. Xu Mengyao scrutinized the figure in the painting. Is this meant to be me? I do not possess such allure. Lin Chen responded with a tender smile. Mengyao, trust my perception. You are indeed this captivating. This painting is a true reflection of the vision I beheld moments ago. Did you require something? Xu Mengyao et lai. My throat grew parched from storytelling. I sought refreshment. Lin Chen, I wish to acquire this painting. I offer 1 million. Lin Chen demurred. Acquire it? It was crafted expressly as a gift for you. Would I create it merely to furtively admire it in solitude? Xu Mengyao regarded Lin Chen with playful suspicion. Was that not your intention? Lin Chen vehemently denied. Certainly not. With the genuine article gracing my presence, why would I seek solace in a mere depiction? Xu Mengyao and Appo's countenance flushed with a delicate crimson. I was previously unaware of your silver tongue. Once the paint has dried, secure it for safekeeping, lest Qian stumbles upon it. Having quenched her thirst, Xu Mengyao hastily retreated to the bedroom. Thump, thump. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of her heart. His watercolor paintings were impressive, but his oil paintings were formidable. She found herself increasingly unable to decipher the enigma that was Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao mused inwardly. Upon reclining on the bed, her gaze fell upon the serenely slumbering Lin Xiaoxi. A realization dawned upon her. Lin Chen occupied this very bed each night. They were, in essence, sharing a bed, albeit indirectly. Furthermore, they shared the same blanket. I do not seem particularly averse to this arrangement, Xu Mengyao mused to herself. These thoughts surfaced only upon her repose. Xu Mengyao succumbed to slumber, enjoying a night of unparalleled tranquility. Even within the familiar confines of her own home, she often awoke in the throes of nocturnal unease. Yet this night was different. She felt a sense of security that surpassed even her own dwelling. Why is this so? Xu Mengyao pondered. Could it be that my villa is too expansive, breeding insecurity? Yet, I experience the same unease when residing in hotels during business trips. Xu Mengyao ponder in wali. Smooch. A gentle kiss bestowed upon Lin Xiaoxi, Xu Mengyao arose. The hour remained early, and Lin Xiaoxi required further repose. Wife, good morning. Lin Chen greeted, his countenance radiant with a smile. Xu Mengyao's response was a silent stare. She glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who authorized you to address me in such a manner? Lin Chen explained, Mengyao, we are soon to visit your company, where the news of our marriage will become public. Occasionally, I must address you as wife, wouldn't you agree? And on occasion, you must refer to me as husband. Otherwise, you will persist in calling me Lin Chen, wouldn't you? Xu Mengyao remained speechless. Lin Chen continued, when introducing me to others, you cannot merely say, this is my roommate, Lin Chen. Can you? Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Wife, what fare would you fancy for breakfast? Xu Mengyao retorted with a delicate coyness, cease addressing me in such a manner. Lin Chen countered, wife, I merely utter the endearment a few times to acclimate you, lest you find yourself in a state of bewilderment when the moment arrives. We share a child. It is but a mere form of address. Xu Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Is it merely a form of address? Lin Chen chuckled. It is more than a mere form of address. Yet we possess the official certificate, granting us the right to employ such terms. Wouldn't you concur? I suggest you utter the endearment a few times in practice. Otherwise, your introduction may lack authenticity, arousing suspicion. Xu Mengyao pondered. Lin Chen's words held a modicum of truth. Husband, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Had Lin Chen not undergone physical enhancements, he would have remained oblivious. Mengyao, therein lies the issue. Though you uttered the word, your voice was scarcely audible. What if your voice were to diminish during an introduction? Lin Chen remarked with earnestness. Xu Mengyao inhaled deeply and declared, Husband, heir, while your volume has increased, your intonation lacks the genuine affection one would expect when addressing a spouse. It sounds as though you intend to inflict grievous harm upon me. Lin Chen observed. Xu Mengyao retorted with ill-concealed annoyance. Your assessment is accurate. She steadied her emotions. Husband. This time, the utterance possessed a more natural cadence. Ah. Lin Chen responded with a beaming smile. Xu Mengyao was rendered speechless. Wife, what fare would you fancy for breakfast? Xu Mengyao replied testily. Anything. I am rapidly losing my appetite. You're already causing me to feel replete with exasperation. Lin Chen gazed upon Xu Mengyao with a gentle smile. Her beauty transcends even her irritation. Wife, you are truly exquisite, Lin Chen declared. Xu Mengyao and Amp, oppose. S body stiffened imperceptibly. Cease your frivolous pronouncements. Xu Mengyao hastily retreated to the bedroom. Phew! Securing the door behind her, Xu Mengyao exhaled deeply. That scoundrel is taking liberties, Xu Mengyao silently lamented. Despite her internal protests, she found herself not entirely repulsed. I am afflicted, and the malady is profound, Xu Mengyao murmured as she settled upon the bed. Mama, are you unwell? Shall I summon father? He is a physician, Lin Xiaoxi inquired, rubbing her eyes as she awoke. Chanqian, did Mama rouse you? Lin Xiaoxi sat upright and responded, No, I slept soundly. Mama, do not fear sickness. I shall summon father. Xu Mengyao embraced Lin Xiaoxi, reassuring her, Mama is not ill. Chapter 46, Arrival at Xu Mengyao's company. My dears, Xiaoxi, time to freshen up and have breakfast. Lin Chen's voice echoed from the kitchen. Xu Mengyao stiffened, a blush creeping up her face. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled. Mommy, Daddy and Amp, Oppos, is calling us. And he called you and Amp, Oppos, wife and Amp, Oppos. Hold still, or your hair won't an Amp. Oppos, to look pretty, Xu Mengyao gently chided, tapping Lin Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos, as forehead. Hee hee. Lin Xiaoxi giggled gleefully. What's so funny? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoxi chirped, I'm just happy. I don't want Mommy and Daddy to be like Yuan's parents. Xu Mengyao's hand trembled slightly. What happened to Yuan's parents? They got divorced. She said her daddy doesn't want her anymore, and she's so sad. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. That Lin Xiaoxi and Yuan. Little girls of 2 or 3 would discuss such things. All right, let's hurry and brush our teeth and wash our faces. Okay. The two swiftly completed their morning ablutions and arrived at the table, where Lin Chen had prepared a tempting noodle breakfast. Lin Chen, did you make these noodles from scratch? Xu Mengyao asked, astonished. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, store-bought noodles aren't very good. I added a little something special to these. Xu Mengyao took a bite, her eyes widening. Was this even noodles? It was incredibly delicious. Mommy, Daddy's noodles are so yummy. Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed, twirling noodles around her fork. Lin Chen, aren't you spoiling Xiaoxi too much? She'll become a picky eater, Xu Mengyao cautioned. Lin Chen smiled. It's all right to indulge her with food. I'll definitely teach her the right things in other areas. Eat up while it's hot. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Xu Mengyao felt utterly satisfied. She usually ate well, but compared to this, her usual breakfasts were fit for the bin. Lin Chen, I'll clean up, Xu Mengyao offered. Mommy, you have to call him hubby. Daddy calls you wife, so you have to call him hubby too. Right, Daddy? Lin Xiaoxi insisted. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Xiaoxi, you and Oppos. Absolutely right. Daddy give you a big thumbs up. If Mommy calls me an Oppos, hubby and Oppos, I want an Oppos. Let her wash the dishes. Mommy, hurry up and say it. Lin Xiaoxi urged. Xu Mengyao glared playfully at Lin Chen. She felt a little embarrassed in front of Lin Xiaoxi. But recalling what Lin Xiaoxi had said in the bathroom, she opened her mouth and called out, hubby. Yay! Lin Xiaoxi cheered. You little rascal, so precocious. Xu Mengyao did that, tapping Lin Xiaoxi's forehead. Over an hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company complex. Mengyao, this is all your company? Lin Chen asked, surprised. Xu Mengyao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters. The one on the right is the company in Oppos, S dormitory. The one in the front right is the company in AMP, Oppos, S sports center. The first and second floors each have 2 standard basketball courts. The basement is a swimming pool. The third floor is a badminton hall, and the fourth floor is a table tennis hall. Lin Chen chuckled. Your company's benefits seem pretty good. Xu Mengyao agreed. My dad is very generous to his employees. He set all this up a long time ago. Turn left ahead. Take the car to the underground parking lot. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot entrance, which was also guarded by security. President. The security guard saluted upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Register this car into Oppos, S license plate in the system. Let it through directly in the future. Yes, President. Lin Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot. Under Xu Mengyao's guidance, Lin Chen drove the car to the high-level parking area. The parking spaces here were longer and larger. A dozen luxury cars were parked in the spaces. Lin Chen and Oppos. His car looked a little out of place here. Lin Chen, if you come here in the future, park here directly. This area is for the company's leadership and some VIPs, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded. Okay. The 3 of them got out of the car. There was a special elevator for senior executives nearby. Lin Chen and his family took the elevator directly to the top floor of the building. Hello, President. Some people greeted as they saw Xu Mengyao and her family. Xu Mengyao led Lin Chen and his family to her office. Lin Chen, there's a bedroom over there. I sometimes lie down there. When it's time for Xiaoxi's nap, you can let her sleep in that bedroom, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded. Mengyao, your office is quite impressive, Lin Chen said with a smile. The office was estimated to be about 200 square meters, larger than the house he had bought. My dad set it up. The company used to have real estate business. This headquarters was built according to my dad and Oppos' requirements, Xu Mengyao replied. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Xu Mengyao called out. Soon, the person outside opened the door and came in. Mengyao, I heard Xiaoxi is here. I came to see Xiaoxi. The person who came in was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He frowned slightly when he saw Lin Chen. Uncle Zhao, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Honey, Uncle Zhao is the company and Oppos' vice president. He is one of the company's veterans, Xu Mengyao introduced with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Lin Chen greeted. Xiaoxi, you need to greet him. Hello, Grandpa Zhao. Lin Xiaoxi called out. Hey, Xiaoxi is so good. Xiao Lin, Mengyao has high standards. It and AMP, Oppos. It's not easy for you to win her favor. Where do you work? Vice President Zhao asked with a smile. Lin Chen replied, I am Xiaoxi and AMP, Oppos' biological father. My current job is to take good care of Xiaoxi. Vice President Zhao nodded. That's good. Taking good care of children is more important than anything else. Mengyao, will Xiao Lin participate in the basketball game? Xu Mengyao said yes. I signed Lin Chen up. Vice President Zhao smiled and said, Zhao Tianyu is on another team. Maybe Tianyu and Xiao Lin will meet on the court. Tianyu is pretty good at basketball. I and Oppos. LL tell Tianyu to let Xiao Lin have his way on the court. Lin Chen said, Uncle Zhao, they're in Oppos. That's no need. I heard from Mengyao that this competition is related to many people's bonuses. We can't engage in any fraud. Vice President Zhao nodded. That's true. It depends on how well you play. Basketball is not a one-man sport. Maybe your team is stronger than Tianyu's team. Mengyao, I won't disturb you anymore. Soon, Vice President Zhao left Xu Mengyao's office. Xiaoxi, There are toys over there. Go play over there, Lin Chen said, pointing to a corner of the office. There was a small toy area in the corner, which Xu Mengyao must have prepared specifically for Lin Xiaoxi. Okay, Lin Xiaoxi hopped over. Mengyao, this vice president Zhao doesn't in amp, oppose, feel right, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Su Mendia thou when, Zhao Tianyu has feelings for me. Chapter 47. He is my husband. Lin Chen inquired, what percentage of shares do they hold? And how many shares does your family possess? Xu Mengyao replied, the Zhao family holds only 13%, while our family possesses 51%. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Their intentions are quite astute. Marrying you would indeed yield both wealth and companionship. Xu Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu is rather bothersome. Yet Zhao Shu is a founding partner who started the business alongside my father. I must show him some respect. Lin Chen chuckled. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall be your steadfast shield, ensuring he cannot penetrate our defenses. Xu Mengyao shot him a glare. Don't you feel uncomfortable unless you gain some advantage in conversation? Lin Chen replied earnestly, strictly speaking, this is merely a verbal advantage. I have yet to gain any true advantage. Xu Mengyao warned, Zhao Tianyu may very well target you, so be cautious. Lin Chen laughed. Do not let my lean appearance deceive you. I am quite muscular, comparable to Bruce Lee. Xu Mengyao retorted, with one punch from him, you would be knocked unconscious without making a sound. Lin Chen assured her, you will come to realize just how formidable I truly am. Xu Mengyao glared at him. No driving. Driving? Lin Chen responded in surprise. Mengyao, can you even drive on this terrible road? I meant you should understand how skilled I am in combat. Not that. Xu Mengyao, flustered, said, I want to discuss this further. Sit there for a moment. I will take you to meet your teammates shortly. She then left with Lin Xiaoqian. System, what is my current physical condition? Lin Chen asked mentally. He had not focused much on this, knowing it would improve daily. The system replied, Host, your current physical condition is 135 points. Satisfied, Lin Chen noted that his physique surpassed that of the average man by a factor of 2, although he still fell short of the world's top fighters. He was not in a hurry. After all, how long had it been since he obtained the system? In another half-month, his physical condition would rival that of the world's elite boxers. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Xu Mengyao and Amp. Oppose. His assistant entered president. The other team members are already at court 1. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian, and they descended the stairs, arriving at the sports center shortly thereafter. President. The 11 individuals in court 1 greeted in unison. Xu Mengyao nodded, smiling. It is not work time, so there's no need to be so tense. This is my husband, Lin Chen. He will be on your team. There will be no underhanded dealings in this basketball match. Whether you win depends solely on your efforts. The 11 responded in unison, yes, President. They remained nervous, aware that her word could determine their fates or those of their families. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen, darling. They are too tense with me here. Please converse with them and play some ball to ease the atmosphere. I will take Xiaoqian elsewhere for a stroll. Having practiced, Xiaoqian now pronounced her words quite fluently. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in sweetly, Daddy, good luck. After Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian departed, the others relaxed somewhat. Though not entirely, Lin Chen surveyed the group and smiled. Everyone, you seem anxious. Mengyao is both your leader and mine. She has left, so let us unwind. Hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. One man gave a thumbs up. Lin bro, you're amazing. You managed to win over a powerhouse like the president. Lin bro, how did you win over the president? They all chimed in. Lin Chen laughed. I was Mengyao Sr. To win over someone like her, you must start from before she became president. It's much easier with a foundation. Laughter erupted among them. Lin Chen appeared amiable, further easing their tensions. Shall we introduce ourselves? You know my name, but I am yet to learn yours. Soon, everyone shared their names. With his enhanced memory, Lin Chen effortlessly remembered them all after just one introduction. Who is the team captain? Lin Chen asked. An older member responded with a grin. Lin bro, it must be you. If we all fight for the position, what if the president gets angry and fires us? Lin Chen chuckled. It wouldn't be ideal for me to be captain. Xiaoqian needs to nap at noon, and since you all know the president is busy, I must be by her side during that time. Another chimed in, Lin bro, if you take the captaincy, We can choose a vice captain. The group nodded in agreement. Very well, Lin Chen said. We have 12 of us. 2 could be referees while we play to get accustomed. They quickly divided into teams. Within 5 minutes, Lin Chen assessed the other skills and realized that only 1 or 2 were competent. The rest were quite inexperienced. Sudong, make sure to defend well, Lin Chen advised. With the ball in his possession, he swiftly advanced, easily outmaneuvering his defenders. Reaching the basket, he leaped effortlessly for a powerful dunk. The others gazed at him in astonishment. Lin Chen could dunk. As time passed, it became Lin Chen's showcase, featuring an array of three-point shots and dunks. Lin bro, you're incredible. Your skills are top-notch, and your physical abilities are remarkable. With your level, I could have found a girlfriend in college. After half an hour, they paused, and the others voiced their admiration. Initially, they had chosen Lin Chen as captain solely because of Xu Mengyao, but now they were wholly convinced of his prowess. Let us work together. We might just claim first place, Lin Chen encouraged, and the group beamed with enthusiasm. Initially, they had little hope of winning, merely wishing to avoid last place. Now, knowing Lin Chen's exceptional abilities, their confidence soared. Basketball requires 5 players, and Lin Chen alone could likely match the efforts of 3. Lin Chen, have you become familiar with them? Xu Mengyao descended the stairs with Lin Xiaoqian in her arms. Lin Chen replied, Yes, we are well acquainted. Our skills are solid. Reaching the finals should not pose a problem. President, Lin bro's skills are astounding. They exclaimed. Indeed, we are mere novices, but Lin bro is genuinely impressive. Xu Mengyao smiled. You're all just flattering each other. As long as you are familiar, focus on the upcoming match. Lin Chen, will you and Xiaoqian be dining at the company today? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. Mommy, I don't want to eat here. The food is terrible. Daddy, let us go home. Lin Chen laughed. Mengyao, let us eat at home today. We may have to dine here for the next 3 days. So let us ensure Xiaoqian enjoys a good meal today. Xu Mengyao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the others. If anyone wishes to continue practicing, feel free to keep playing. Understood, President. Lin Chen and the others departed. One remarked, I envy Lin bro. He is a winner in life. With a powerhouse like the president as his wife and a lovely daughter, I only have a fierce tiger at home. Such envy is futile. Without discussing anything else, Lin bro's basketball skills would dominate in college. Lin bro hardly broke a sweat. He might have even held back. Shall we continue playing? If we strive hard, perhaps we can truly secure first place with Lin bro leading us. The remaining 11 continued their game. Not long after, someone arrived nearby to watch them play basketball. A few minutes later, this person left and made a call. Xiao, I did not see Lin Chen. He has already left. However, I did see the remaining team playing. They only have 2 players of decent skill, while the rest are rather inept. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. Basketball is a team sport that requires 5 players, even if there are 2 competent ones. It would be futile if Lin Chen's skills were merely average. Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, prepare for embarrassment. Unless I thoroughly humiliate you, consider yourself fortunate. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He was extremely vexed. He had known Xu Mengyao for 10 years and had always regarded her as his ideal partner, yet she had never reciprocated his feelings. Later, when Xu Mengyao went to university, she eventually studied abroad. Upon her return, he was taken aback to discover that Xu Mengyao had given birth to a daughter. This revelation had plunged him into a period of despondency. However, Zhao Tianyu soon realized that although Xu Mengyao had a daughter, she was not married and had no man by her side. He believed that an opportunity had presented itself once more. He hastened to pursue her. With Xu Mengyao and Appo's extraordinary beauty, coupled with the wealth of the Xu family, what did it matter if she had a daughter? Little did he expect that as he continued his pursuit, Lin Chen would resurface. Did Xu Mengyao actually have a husband? Previously, he had used connections to investigate Xu Mengyao in the Civil Affairs Bureau and Appo's records indicated that she was unmarried. Had Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen recently obtained a marriage certificate? Chapter 48. Mengyao, do you call Lin Chen hubby? As dusk fell, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Dad, he greeted his father, Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up, and inquired, Tianyu, how are you preparing for the basketball match? Have you met Lin Chen yet? I haven't seen Lin Chen. He left the company before I returned. However, I am aware that their team's strength is rather average. Zhao Tianyu replied confidently. Zhao Huayuan said, for a man, attracting women is greatly influenced by sexual tension. The court is an excellent place to showcase your prowess. Xu Mengyao is quite affluent, so money holds little allure for her. You must perform admirably tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu nodded. I understand, Dad. However, it's possible that I may not face Lin Chen's team, as we could be placed in different groups. Zhao Huayuan responded. If you are in different groups, simply focus on showcasing your talent. If Lin Chen is eliminated early, your performance will stand out even more. But do remember to maintain your poise. Your demeanor on the court will enhance your appeal. Zhao Tianyu nodded again. I understand, Dad. Zhao Huayuan continued. If you marry Xu Mengyao, the entire future of the Xu family will belong to our Zhao family. You must strive diligently towards this goal. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen of the grouping results. Their team, Team 1, was drawn into Group A, where Zhao Tianyu and Amp, Oppos, Team 7 was also placed. Lin Chen, Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can arrive a bit later, but make sure to be here before noon so you can have lunch with Qian and let her take a nap, Xu Mengyao texted. All right, dear, Lin Chen replied, to which Xu Mengyao sent several playful emojis. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Chen set off in his car, and an hour later, he arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoqian. Mom, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Xu Mengyao. However, this joy was short-lived. Once they arrived at the company cafeteria, Lin Xiaoqian said, Mom, I had a hearty breakfast, and I'm not hungry now. Can I skip lunch? Her voice was soft and pleading. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, this situation is your doing. You need to handle it. Lin Chen gently ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Xiaoqian, did you hear what your mother said? You are being picky because your dad and Amp, Oppos, cooking is too delicious. Would you prefer if I cooked poorly? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Lin Chen continued, also, if you finish your meal, you'll have the energy to cheer for Dad this afternoon. Isn't that right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded and began eating. They were dining in the executives and Oppos cafeteria, where the food was decent, yet it paled in comparison to Lin Chen and Oppos culinary skills. President Lin Chen was interrupted as Zhao Huayuan entered, accompanied by Zhao Tianyu. Vice President Zhao, Xu Mengyao nodded. Privately, Zhao Huayuan referred to her as Mengyao, while Xu Mengyao addressed him as Uncle Zhao in public. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This young man is Lin Chen, the father of Xiaoqian. You two should get to know each other better since you are both young. Zhao Huayuan smiled. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Chen stood to shake it. Lin Chen, see you on the court, Zhao Tianyu said with a confident grin. Sure, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Soon after, Zhao Huayuan and his son moved to a table farther away after filling their plates. Tianyu, how do you feel? Zhao Huayuan asked quietly. Nothing to fear, Zhao Tianyu replied confidently. Mengyao likely has no feelings for him. Otherwise, they would have been together by now. Their connection is probably due to Xiaoqian. After lunch, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao returned to her office. Lin Chen, I have a lot to do shortly. Please take Xiaoqian to bed, and once she wakes up, hurry down. Perhaps you can still make it to the first game. Oh, and remember to change into your jersey, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded. Come on, Xiaoqian. Let's go. Dad will tell you a story. Okay. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the bedroom. Ding. Xu Mengyao's phone rang. It was an international call. Dad, you and Oppos. Re still awake? Xu Mengyao answered. On the other end, Su Guofeng said with irritation, what is going on between you and Lin Chen? I heard you publicly call him hubby. Are you two together? Dad, if we were together, would you disagree? Su Guofeng paused for a moment. Mengyao, it's not that your mother and I disagree. It's just that compared to you, Lin Chen is rather ordinary. You might have better options. We only wish for your happiness. Xu Mengyao replied, what if I feel happy with him? Mengyao, if you're truly happy, then your parents will certainly bless you. We are not that materialistic, Su Guofeng said solemnly. Dad, although Xiaoqian is still young, she is quite perceptive. She understands the meaning of divorce. And Lin Chen and I have to maintain a fa ade Xu Mengyao did not reveal the truth. She chose not to mention that she and Lin Chen were already legally married. At this stage, there was no need to involve their parents. Mengyao, as long as you're clear about your feelings, your parents will support you. Su Guofeng's voice softened. Okay, Xu Mengyao said, hanging up the call and looking towards the bedroom. Dad, the ordinary person you speak of is not so ordinary. Wait until Lin Chen arrives in America, and you will see. Xu Mengyao mused silently. Honey, our daughter has developed feelings for Lin Chen, Yang Qinghua stated confidently. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. I know. If she and she wouldn't call him hubby openly. He wouldn't even be participating in this basketball match. Yang Qinghua added. You previously said that Mengyao should find someone influential for our family as security. What will happen if she ends up with Lin Chen? Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead. What can we do? If she truly chooses Lin Chen, can we really tear them apart? We'll find a way to stabilize the situation. Yang Qinghua sighed. If only my father were still here. Su Guofeng took her hand. Don't worry, my dear. I will manage this. Focus on taking care of your health so we can return home soon. You should rest early too. It's quite late, Yang Qinghua reminded him. In China, it was midday, while it was midnight where they were. Whistle. The basketball match commenced. Lin Chen's team 1 faced off against Team 4. Lin Xiaoqian was still napping, and Lin Chen was absent. Go, go. Spectators on both sides cheered fervently. Swish. Team 4 scored the first basket. As time passed, the score gap widened. Xu Mengyao observed with a furrowed brow. The performance of Team 1 was evidently subpar. Buzz. Xu Mengyao and Appo's phone vibrated. She took it out to see that it was a call from Lin Chen. Mengyao, Xiaoqian is awake. Is the match over? Are we coming? Lin Chen inquired. They're in amp. Appo's has one final quarter remaining, and your team is trailing by 20 points. Xu Mengyao replied helplessly. Lin Chen expressed surprise. Is that so few? Not bad then. Xu Mengyao, exasperated, replied. We're on our way. Lin Chen swiftly picked up Lin Xiaoqian and rushed out. Chapter 49. Is Lin Chen really that strong in basketball? Lin Chen arrived at the sports center with remarkable swiftness. By this time, the final quarter of the game had already commenced for 2 minutes, and the score gap had widened to 22 points. Timeout. Upon noticing Lin Chen's arrival, Vice Captain Su Dong decisively called for a pause. Wow, there's so many people. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with a childlike innocence. Xu Mengyao took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen's arms and whispered, Lin Chen, there are only 10 minutes left. Are you going to play? Chasing down a 22-point deficit is incredibly challenging. Lin Chen replied with a smile. What matters is participation. Since I've come, as the captain, I must get on the court and contribute. Xiaoqian, cheer for daddy. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. As Lin Chen stepped onto the court, one player from the opposing team exited, and Su Dong and the remaining 4 teammates looked at Lin Chen with newfound optimism. Su Dong, pass me the ball often. Let us try to catch up. There might still be hope, Lin Chen encouraged. Understood. Su Dong and the others nodded in agreement. The ball was in their possession, and they quickly passed it to Lin Chen. Daddy, go for it. Lin Xiaoqian shouted excitedly. Lin Chen swiftly dribbled toward the opponent and amp. Appo's half were the opposing captain. Wang Kai positioned himself just outside the 3-point line to intercept him. However, Lin Chen accelerated and slipped past him with ease. Such speed, Wang Kai thought to himself. Just as he turned to defend, the resounding thud of a dunk echoed. Lin Chen had executed a powerful slam dunk, securing 2 points and narrowing the score gap to 20 points. Remarkably, less than 10 seconds had passed since Lin Chen entered the game. Wow, a dunk! Go, go! Many spectators were astonished, cheering fervently for Lin Chen. Lin Chen is incredible. Xu Mengyao gazed at him in disbelief. Everyone stay calm. We still lead by 20 points. And basketball is not a one-man sport, Wang Kai urged as they quickly organized their offense. Yet, Su Dong and his teammates appeared invigorated, defending tenaciously. One opposing player attempted to pass, but Lin Chen swiftly intercepted the ball. Daddy, go for it. Lin Xiaoqian cheered with all her might. Lin Chen dashed toward the opposing side and leaped outside the 3-point line to take a shot. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, a 3-pointer. He even tricked an opponent into committing a foul. Without a doubt, he made the free throw. The score gap shrank to just 16 points. and Lin Chen had only been on the court for less than a minute. Mommy, ISNT daddy the best, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her daughter's words. As time ticked away, Lin Chen and his team as opponents desperately tried to maintain their lead, but the gap continued to close. With 2 minutes remaining, a thunderous dunk from Lin Chen leveled the score. Following that, his team surged ahead without contest. The final whistle blew, and the score settled at 52-47. Captain, you were phenomenal. You were holding back a lot of strength yesterday. Su Dong and the others rejoiced. Ling Gu, we accept our defeat gracefully, Wang Kai and his teammates admitted, having been overturned by Lin Chen's remarkable performance. You all played well too. Lin Chen smiled as he approached Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, you're the best. I'll give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian chimed sweetly. Lin Chen shook his head. Xiaoqian, not right now. Daddy is sweaty. You can't kiss him now. Daddy, what about Mommy? Can Mommy give you a kiss? Lin Xiaoqian inquired innocently. Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Mommy can't either. Wouldn't that be unhygienic? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, then we'll kiss you when we get home. Sounds good. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and Amp, Oppo's team, Team 7, was competing upstairs and also emerged victorious. He performed admirably, scoring 21 points. Did that brat Lin Chen get on the court? How did he perform? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his subordinates. This subordinate hadn't seen Zhao Tianyu's game, but had been watching Lin Chen's match downstairs. He hurried upstairs after the game concluded. Boss, something is off, his subordinate said. What's going on? Zhao Tianyu frowned. Boss, Lin Chen only entered the game in the last 10 minutes. They were significantly behind, but once he played, he scored 23 points in just 10 minutes. Leading his team to victory, the subordinate explained. Zhao Tianyu could hardly believe it. How is that possible? How can he score over 20 points in just 10 minutes? Boss, that's the reality. He is far superior to the others. He made 4 out of 5 three-pointers and could dunk, the subordinate reported. Zhao Tianyu was stunned. Lin Chen scored 23 points in 10 minutes, while he himself had only managed 21 points in an entire game, making it an awkward comparison. Though scoring 21 points is impressive, it pales in comparison when juxtaposed with Lin Chen and Oppo's performance. He didn't care about rewards. What he desired was to overshadow Lin Chen and win Xu Mengyao and Oppo's affection. What should I do now? Did you film it? I did. Zhao Tianyu soon watched several clips and was left in shock. Lin Chen's skill surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. He felt Lin Chen was capable of playing in the NBA. Ding! Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was his father calling. Zhao Huayuan was not at the company at that moment. Son, well done. I received the results of your game. Keep it up. Zhao Huayuan's voice came through the line. Dad, it's useless, Zhao Tianyu replied bitterly. What do you mean it's useless? Dad, that dog Lin Chen is too strong. I scored 21 points, and he scored 23 points in just 10 minutes. On the other end, Zhao Huayuan was taken aback. As a regular watcher of basketball, he understood the significance of the gap. He could hardly believe that before even facing off, they were destined to lose. Tianyu, don't lose heart just yet. The next match is between your two teams. Even if you lose, make sure it's a dignified defeat. His parents are farmers. You still have considerable advantages in other aspects, Zhao Huayuan advised solemnly. I understand. After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu headed to the locker room. The next match was in an hour, and he needed to recuperate as much as possible. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu and his team descended to the first floor, where they would compete against Lin Chen's team. Lin Chen, I watched the video. You're impressive. Zhao Tianyu smiled as he approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu, who wore a smile. Yet Lin Chen could clearly sense the underlying hostility in his eyes. It's all right. Basic skills are essential. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Zhao Tianyu responded with silence. However, you have a slight issue. Basketball is a team sport. When you perform alone, the other players merely become your backdrop. You must also provide opportunities for the rest, Zhao Tianyu remarked, feigning concern for his teammates. Beside them, Xu Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu, don't you think that sounds foolish? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this the time for humility? Lin Chen chuckled. My wife is right. Chapter 50. The woeful Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu retreated in silence, unable to retort to Xu Mengyao's rebukes. Mengyao, you must exercise caution with the Zhao family in the future. Although Vice President Zhao was once your father's partner, people are susceptible to change, and the Zhao family's avarice appears to have grown, Lin Chen murmured. Xu Mengyao nodded. I've discussed it with my father, but he is rather sentimental. Moreover, the Zhao family possesses 13% of the shares, making it difficult to simply oust them. Besides, expelling a jackal might invite tigers and leopards. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, you needn't fret excessively. Even if you were to become destitute, your husband would provide for you without hesitation. Xu Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. It's about to commence. You should proceed. Show no deference to Zhao Tianyu. Upon entering the basketball court, Lin Chen was greeted by Su Dong and others, who exuded confidence. Although Zhao Tianyu and Appo's team boasted considerable strength, Su Dong and his teammates now harbored unwavering faith in Lin Chen. Su Dong sees every opportunity to shoot, regardless of potential misses. I and Appo's secure the rebounds and make the follow-up shots. Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Understood, Brother Lin. With you here, Brother Lin, victory is assured. Su Dong and his companions exclaimed gleefully. You mongrel, don't expect an easy triumph. Even if you're skilled, basketball is a team endeavor, Zhao Tianyu muttered inwardly, his resentment for Lin Chen reaching a fever pitch. Everyone, muster your spirits. This will undoubtedly be a fierce contest. Should we emerge victorious, I'll bestow a reward of 10,000 yuan upon each of you, Zhao Tianyu declared, attempting to galvanize his teammates with financial incentive. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, we and Appo's exert our utmost effort. Although Brother Lin is the president and Appo's husband, we won and Appo's deliberately concede on the court. Zhao Tianyu and Appo's teammates chimed in. While 10,000 yuan might be inconsequential to Zhao Tianyu, it represented a substantial sum for ordinary workers. Beep beep. The game commenced. Daddy, go for it. Lin Xiaoxi cheered from the sidelines, her voice filled with encouragement. Lin Chen leaped, overcoming his relative height disadvantage to secure the ball effortlessly for his team. Attack! Lin Chen roared. Su Dong and his teammates promptly surged toward Zhao Tianyu's half of the court. A teammate of Lin Chen's attempted a three-point shot from beyond the arc. Predictably, it missed. The ball ricocheted off the rim and soared high into the air. Before it could descend, Lin Chen's figure ascended. He seized the rebounding ball in midair, forcefully slamming it into the hoop with a resounding dunk. Holy shit! Zhao Tianyu exclaimed, his complexion paling. He had been guarding Lin Chen. Yet Lin Chen had just executed a thunderous dunk over him. Magnificent! Go, Brother Lin! The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Lin Chen and Appo's dunk igniting their enthusiasm. Mommy, you should cheer for Daddy too, Lin Xiaoxi urged. That way, Daddy will be even more formidable. Honey, give it your all, Xu Mengyao called out, her voice barely audible, reaching those nearby, but likely lost to those further away. However, Lin Chen was no ordinary man. His constitution far surpassed that of an average person, and his hearing was correspondingly enhanced. Upon hearing Xu Mengyao's voice, Lin Chen turned toward her. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed crimson. Thump! Thump! Throughout the game, Lin Chen refrained from attempting three-pointers, instead allowing Su Dong and his teammates to shoot while he focused on securing rebounds and executing follow-up shots. His relentless dunks left Zhao Tianyu reeling. Zhao Tianyu and Appo's attempts to defend him proved futile, as if he weren't Appo's even there. Beep beep. Halftime arrived, leaving Zhao Tianyu exhausted. His countenance was grim, and upon examining the score, it darkened further. At halftime, the score stood at 36-23, with his team trailing by 13 points. Furthermore, he had only managed to score 2 points in the first half, effectively neutralized by Lin Chen's suffocating defense. How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyu inquired of a lackey. 20. All dunks. Zhao Tianyu glared at his subordinate. Did he truly need to ask how Lin Chen had scored? Hadn't they all been executed over his head? Daddy, have some water. Lin Xiaoxi offered Lin Chen a bottle of water. Lin Chen accepted it, and Xu Mengyao paused, recognizing the bottle as one she had just drunk from. However, she hesitated to intervene, conscious of the surrounding onlookers. What's the harm in a married couple sharing a bottle of water? It's nothing. I already have a child with Lin Chen, so sharing a drink is acceptable. Xu Mengyao, while she couldn't tolerate sharing a drink with others, she could just barely accept it with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, wipe away your sweat. Xu Mengyao handed him a towel after he finished drinking. Thank you, darling. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes inwardly, knowing that he was just trying to take advantage of her. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his face and neck before lifting his shirt to wipe the sweat from his body. Wow, Brother Lin, you have an 8-pack. Brother Lin, how did you develop such a physique? Su Dong and the others exclaimed in admiration. Xu Mengyao's eyes also widened in surprise, noting that Lin Chen possessed not only muscular arms, but also a sculpted abdomen. He appears slender when clothed, yet his physique is so well-defined. Xu Mengyao mused. She had no recollection of the events of that night 3 years ago and had no memory of Lin Chen's physique at the time. Beep. 15 minutes elapsed quickly, signaling the start of the second half. Zhao Tianyu desperately attempted to score and impede Lin Chen, but to no avail, as the disparity in their abilities was too vast. Lin Chen simply collected the rebounds from his teammates and oppos, missed shots, adding 10 more points to his tally and finishing the game with an impressive 40 points. The final score settled at 70-43, with Zhao Tianyu and oppos' team suffering a resounding defeat. Damn it, Zhao Tianyu cursed, feeling an overwhelming desire to die as he stared at the scoreboard. Lin Chen had dunked on him approximately 20 times, leaving his head pounding and his legs feeling like lead weights. He stubbornly remained on the court for the entire game, determined to save face. However, what comparison could be drawn between Lin Chen's robust constitution and his own? Daddy, you were amazing. I want to be as awesome as you. Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed as Lin Chen approached, her voice filled with delight. Xu Mengyao interjected, Lin Chen, go take a shower. You must be exhausted after playing 2 games. Let's dine out tonight instead of cooking at home. Sound great. Lin Chen responded with a smile. Xiaoxi, do you have any objections? Lin Xiaoxi shook her head, replying in a childlike voice, Daddy, I want to eat the food you make, but you're tired. I don't want my daddy to be exhausted. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Xiaoxi with affection, recognizing that despite her youth, her words were often heartwarming. Lin Chen, go shower in my office. I and oppos, take Xiaoxi, and we'll return in about half an hour. Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen nodded. Xu Mengyao's office included a bedroom suite with a bathroom, which allowed for washing up. Her father had previously resided in the company when he was preoccupied. Dad, Zhao Tianyu entered his father and oppos' office. Zhao Huayuan had returned from his errands. I know the outcome. Don and oppos, be disheartened. 1 game, dozen and oppos, to find you. While our family and oppos' assets may not rival the Xu family and oppos', we still possess approximately 7 or 8 billion yuan. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan consoled Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 51. Mother, you said you love Daddy, Zhao Tianyu remarked. Lin Chen's parents are farmers. I truly cannot fathom how he ended up having a child with Xu Mengyao. Could it be that he resorted to force? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be? If that were the case, he would have surely spent these years behind bars. Do you think Xu Shu has achieved his current status by merely being passive? Could it be that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen were intoxicated? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Zhao Huayuan responded, Stop your wild guesses. 3 years have passed. Such matters are not easily clarified, and whether they are or not is of little consequence. Lin Chen excels in basketball. You should capitalize on his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu sheepishly said, Dad, I've nearly exhausted my funds. I need a little financial support from you. Our main advantage over him is our wealth. I'll give you 2 million. However, this advantage is only applicable to Lin Chen, and you must be cautious in your approach. We are not as affluent as the Xu family, and a misstep may yield adverse effects. Zhao Huayuan promptly transferred 2 million to Zhao Tianyu. This is all the money you have this year. Spend it wisely. Zhao Tianyu inquired, What if I make progress? Can I request additional funding then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you show progress, I may consider providing you with more. You need to think strategically and not act in haste. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao belonged to different social strata and possessed differing ideologies. Time will inevitably reveal Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, as shortcomings. Zhao Tianyi nodded, understood, Dad. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a pleasant ambience. As for the flavor, well, no restaurant outside can compare to your culinary skills, Xu Mengyao remarked. The three of them arrived at a riverside restaurant, where large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the river. Mama is right. Daddy's cooking is the best, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Mama, Daddy smells good. You should kiss him too. She looked at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao retorted with a hint of annoyance. When and whether Mama kisses is not something you need to orchestrate, you little rascal. Just take care of yourself. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, Mama is shy. Adults seldom kiss in public. Is that so? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Sir, madam, may I take your orders now? The waiter approached respectfully. They were at a French restaurant. The atmosphere exquisite, and naturally, the prices were equally delightful. Lin Chen, what will you have? Choose what you think is delicious. I trust your judgment. Lin Chen replied. After a brief moment, Xu Mengyao placed the order. Daddy, what is that? Lin Xiaoqian pointed to a grand piano in the distance. Lin Chen smiled. That is a piano. When someone plays it, it produces beautiful sounds. You are still too young to learn, but if you wish to learn in the future, I can teach you. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You can play the piano? Lin Chen shook his head. Not yet. But if Xiaoqian wants to learn, I will start practicing. Learning to play the piano shouldn't be too difficult. Xu Mengyao nodded, convinced by Lin Chen and Oppos as confidence. Though she would usually dismiss such claims as boasting from others, Lin Chen's talents in culinary arts, calligraphy, painting, and storytelling were indeed exceptional. Even his basketball skills were remarkable. He was fluent in 7 languages, though she knew that now he had mastered 10. Your home is not suitable for a piano, is it? Playing at home would disturb others, Xu Mengyao commented. Lin Xiaoqian suggested, Mama, Daddy can live with you. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. While she held some affection for Lin Chen, that did not imply she was prepared to cohabit with him. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. Xiaoqian, it's wonderful that you want to help, but your grandparents will be returning soon, and living together may not be convenient. Daddy, Mama's house is big. There's enough space for Grandma and Grandpa too. Lin Xiaoqian replied, puzzled. Lin Chen explained, it's not just about space. For instance, you dislike spicy food. While I enjoy it, everyone has different tastes. It's manageable with fewer people, but with many, accommodating everyone's preferences can be quite troublesome. Don't you think? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Xiaoqian, if I don't move in with you, can you think of another solution to this problem? Lin Xiaoqian pondered seriously. Xu Mengyao observed Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian across the table, a soft smile gracing her face. Lin Chen was exceptionally patient with Lin Xiaoqian, far more so than she was. Daddy, I have an idea. There are vacant houses outside. We can put the piano there. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. If we think hard enough, we will surely find a solution, right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded fervently. Xu Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, what vacant house are you referring to? Lin Chen chuckled. I rented a small storefront. When I sign books, they could be delivered there. If Xiaoqian wants to use it, we may need to find a larger one later, but that isn't urgent. For now, Xiaoqian doesn't need it. We previously discussed only half a year. After that, Xiaoqian will be able to attend kindergarten, and by then, my father will be in charge. And I will also have more free time. Lin Xiaoqian inquired, Mama, what do you mean by half a year? Lin Chen replied, let us not dwell on that now. Half a year is still far off. Perhaps by then, you will have already moved in. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Dishes began to arrive one after another. Lin Chen sampled a few. The ingredients were decent, but the flavor, mediocre. Mama, the food here isn't very tasty, Lin Chen remarked. Before he could respond, Lin Xiaoqian pouted, Daddy, the food here is bad. Xu Mengyao interjected, it's not that the food here is bad. It's just that Daddy's cooking is superior. So you perceive this as lacking. However, children shouldn't be picky eaters. So that is how it is. My daddy is the greatest. Daddy, I love you. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Lin Chen kissed her gently. Daddy loves you too. Lin Xiaoqian blinked, Daddy, you must tell Mama and Appo's wife I love you. And Appo's Mama, you must tell Daddy too. And Appo's husband, I love you. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao exchanged glances, speechless. Wife, I love you, Lin Chen said with a grin. Lin Xiaoqian urged Xu Mengyao, Mama, it's your turn. Xu Mengyao hesitated, for amidst the crowd, merely cheering for him with a husband, go, was her current limit of acceptance. You always come up with such mischievous ideas. Hurry and eat, Xu Mengyao retorted playfully. Lin Chen chuckled, Xiaoqian, Mama is shy. In time, she may not be so bashful. Chapter 52, A Special Guest. After dinner, darkness enveloped the outside world. Mengyao, will you still sleep over at my place tonight? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao shook her head. The driver has come to pick me up. Please take Xiao Qi home safely. All right, Lin Chen nodded, not pressing the matter further. Their relationship was developing naturally. As a man, would take some initiative, yet given the Xu family's wealth, he knew he must tread lightly. Furthermore, his temperament was not one inclined towards overt pursuit. Mom, see you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqi waved goodbye to Xu Mengyao. Beep beep. Upon returning home, Xu Mengyao received a video call from her father. It was morning in the United States. Dad, she exclaimed as the call connected. Su bu feng zipli, mendia. Lin Chen's situation appears somewhat different from what I had investigated back in the day. How is it that his basketball skills are so exceptional? Xu Mengyao mused internally. Exceptional? That's an understatement. Dad, the person you found back then was inadequate. Su Guofeng continued. When Lin Chen was playing, I heard you cheering for him, calling him hubby. Do you harbor feelings for him? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted. Dad, can you refrain from being so nosy at your age? This isn't nosiness. I'm simply concerned about you. Xu Mengyao continued. After all, he is Chi-Chi's father. Had it not been for him back then, I might have faced far worse circumstances. It's only natural for me to have a fondness for Lin Chen. Quite normal indeed, Su Guofeng acknowledged. Once the basketball tournament concludes, have Lin Chen and Chi-Chi come over. We wish to assess him. Sumengamuto, I said. The crystal has long been shattered. What did you say? Su Guofeng inquired, unable to catch her words. It's nothing. Mom just misses Chi-Chi, right? I've discussed it with Lin Chen. He'll bring her over later. Xu Mengyao stated, please don't give him a hard time. Lin Chen has done nothing wrong to me, and he is Chi-Chi's father, which is a fact that cannot be altered. Su Guofeng nodded. Rest assured, we won't be unreasonable. Your father and I are not the type of parents who lack understanding. We merely want to know more about him. Our primary wish is for your future happiness. Xu Mengyao replied, Dad, please don't be too surprised when the time comes. Su Guofeng's eyes widened with curiosity. Are you implying that Lin Chen is not as you have portrayed? Yes, Xu Mengyao nodded. You'll understand the specifics when you meet him. He and Chi-Chi will stay for 3 to 5 days. All right. Su Guofeng was eager to discover just how different Lin Chen was. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Lin Xiaoqi, enjoying breakfast, pondered about lunch. Daddy, can we not eat lunch at Mommy's place? I have an idea, she said. Lin Chen asked, what is the idea? Lin Xiaoqi blinked her eyes. Daddy, you cook, and we'll bring the food to Mommy. Lin Chen chuckled at her enthusiasm. Of course, that's a splendid idea. Hee hee. At noon, Lin Chen brought the meal to Xu Mengyao's company. Lin Chen, why did you bring food? Xu Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqi's nose. Xiaoqi suggested we bring lunch during breakfast. Am I clever? Mommy? Lin Xiaoqi looked at Xu Mengyao with a hint of pride. Xu Mengyao replied with mock annoyance. For the sake of a meal, Xiaoqi, you've really put in the effort. Lin Chen, you're spoiling her. Let us eat, Lin Chen grinned. He had purchased a multi-layered lunchbox for this occasion, and Xu Mengyao began to take out the dishes one by one. Just as they started to eat, her assistant knocked and entered the room, drawn in by the delightful aroma of the food. What is it? Xu Mengyao inquired. President, there's a document that requires your signature. Bring it here. Xu Mengyao swiftly reviewed and signed it. Once her assistant left, she rubbed her stomach, realizing that she was now hungry. Lin Gu's culinary skills must be remarkable. Excellent cooking, impressive basketball skills, a fit physique. He possesses many virtues. Yet compared to the president, he still falls short. Her assistant mused internally. as she believed few could truly match Xu Mengyao. "Daddy, I don't want to take a nap at noon," Lin Chen declared. "You're skipping your nap? Daddy, you have a match, and I want to cheer for you." Lin Chen smiled. "As long as you can hold on, you can skip your nap." Lin Chen nodded. She did not nap, and Lin Chen's first match commenced, resulting in an undeniable victory for their team. Halfway through the second match, however, Lin Xiaoqi's eyes began to glaze over. "Daddy, I'm running out of energy," she said drowsily. Xu Mengyao was busy with other matters, and Lin Chen turned to Sudong. "Sudong, I won't be playing anymore. Ling Ge, you take care of your business. We have a significant lead." "It's not a problem," Sudong replied with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, cradling Lin Xiaoqi as they departed. Upon returning to the office and lying down, Lin Xiaoqi fell asleep. Half an hour later, Xu Mengyao returned. "Did you win?" Lin Chen smiled and asked. 52-45, with a 7-point lead. "Your team has secured the A Group Championship." "Lin Chen, there will be a special guest at tomorrow's finals." "Who is it?" Lin Chen inquired. "It's a coach from the Magic City men's basketball team." Lin Chen was puzzled. "Did you invite him?" Xu Mengyao shook her head. "He reached out to us." "Haven't you seen the short videos? You've gained some popularity online. Several people recorded videos and shared them. Coach Liang likely saw them and had someone contact us, wanting to attend our finals tomorrow." Lin Chen shook his head. "Even if he comes, it won't matter. I won't agree to play basketball for him." Xu Mengyao urged. "Lin Chen, shouldn't you consider it? With your talent, joining the national team shouldn't be an issue. Becoming a basketball star would undoubtedly bring you great recognition. Let us discuss that later. At the moment, I have little interest," Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao glanced aside. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "If we were truly together in the future, my father would manage the company, allowing me time to take care of Chi. You would have time for your career," Lin Chen observed intently. Xu Mengyao felt her face grow warmer under his gaze. "Don't stare at me like that. I was merely hypothesizing. What I said was just a possibility, all right? You can meet Coach Liang tomorrow. Don't be too harsh in your refusal," Xu Mengyao said, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. Lin Chen chuckled. "All right, I'll heed my wife's advice." Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. "Lin Chen, don't be so self-absorbed. I just don't want you to be held back because of Chi. That would make me feel indebted to you." Lin Chen shook his head. "You needn't think that way. At this moment, ensuring Xiaoqi's well-being is my utmost priority. By the way, even if we don't end up together, you can still take care of Chi if you step back from managing the company." Xu Mengyao was momentarily stunned. The next moment, she blushed in annoyance. "When Chi wakes up, you better leave. I don't want to see you." Chapter 53. Victory in the finals and a lucrative invitation. "Old Liang, you called me out. Is there good news?" inquired Song Yuan, the owner of the Magic City Men and Oppo's basketball team. The request for this meeting came from Liang Hui, the head coach of the team. Pouring a glass of wine for Song Yuan, Liang Hui remarked, "Boss, this time it is indeed good news. I have discovered a prodigy." "Old Liang," Song Yuan replied. "Let me do the math. In your 5 years as head coach, you have claimed to have found 9 talents. No, with this one it makes 10. Yet, our results have been dismal." He sighed, noting that the team was barely holding on. Slightly embarrassed, Liang Hui responded, "Boss, previously there were minor talents. This time, it's a major genius." Song Yuan retorted, "Next time it will be an elite genius, and after that, a once-in-a-century super genius. Shall we then await a once-in-a-millennium unparalleled genius?" Liang Hui, "Old Liang," Song Yuan continued, "now we are struggling to maintain our position. If we bring in another genius, I suspect we will be pouring money down the drain. The economic climate is poor, and even landlords have no surplus." Liang Hui produced a tablet he had prepared. "Boss, watch a few clips, and you and Oppo's LL understand." He opened a video, displaying a young man effortlessly penetrating defenses, then leaping like lightning to execute a powerful dunk. "Wow!" Song Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "He is remarkably fast. I doubt anyone on our team can match that speed." "Just wait and see," Liang Hui said, flipping to another clip, having edited it to highlight key moments. This segment showcased Lin Chen jumping from the three-point line to dunk. "What tremendous leaping ability and body control," Song Yuan said, his astonishment growing. Liang Hui proceeded to the third clip, where Lin Chen casually sank a three-pointer. That's rather ordinary, Song Yuan remarked. His opponent seems weak. Making a three-pointer is not a significant feat, Liang Hui countered. He made 10 out of 13 three-point attempts over 4 games. Boss, do you still think that in Oppos as ordinary? 10 out of 13? Song Yuan responded, incredulity etched on his face. That's an astounding shooting percentage. But why only 13 attempts in 4 games? Liang Hui explained. In his first game, he played only 10 minutes, shooting 4 out of 5 and scoring over 20 points, leading to a comeback victory. After that, he primarily set up opportunities for others. Otherwise, his stats would be far more impressive. Song Yuan was taken aback, even against weak opponents. Scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes is impressive. Old Liang, he is indeed a promising talent. You must recruit him directly. You haven't reported on every talent before. Boss, it and amp, Oppos, that's a bit complicated, Liang Hui said. Is he asking for too much money? Do you need my approval? Song Yuan asked. For talent of his caliber, I am willing to invest. How much will it take to secure him? With a sigh, Liang Hui replied, I haven't approached him yet, so I don't have a price. But from what I've heard, he has a wonderful wife, which may complicate his joining our team. Song Yuan frowned. You mentioned he has a wonderful wife, yet you say she might affect his decision to join us. This sounds contradictory. Liang Hui chuckled ruefully. His wife is extraordinary. She is Xu Mengyao. Song Yuan was taken aback. Xu Mengyao, daughter of Xu Guofeng? Indeed, Liang Hui confirmed. Old Liang, are you jesting? My assets hardly equate to 1/10 of the Xu families. What am I to do about courting the husband of Xu Mengyao? Raising his glass, Liang Hui stated, Boss, it's not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Chen. He comes from a modest background and is currently a stay-at-home dad. Is it a case of a woman working while the man stays at home? Such talent would be wasted, Song Yuan remarked. Yes, Liang Hui nodded. Tomorrow is the finals. I initially planned to watch and then approach him, but it turns out he is Xu Mengyao's husband. So, Liang Hui smilait de quardli. You wish for me to accompany you? My standing before Xu Mengyao is not much greater than yours. However, our combined presence may convey sincerity. Song Yuan contemplated before nodding. I have no plans for tomorrow, so I will join you. The following afternoon, Song Yuan and Liang Hui discreetly settled beside the basketball court, where an audience had gathered. Lin Chen approached with Lin Xiaoqian in his arms, Xu Mengyao by his side. President, Brother Lin. Many greeted them as they arrived at the sidelines. Lin Chen handed Lin Xiaoqian to Xu Mengyao. Daddy, do your best, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed sweetly. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao, smiling. Xiaoqian is cheering for me. What about you, my dear? Xu Mengyao replied. With many eyes upon them, Xu Mengyao said, Go for it, darling. As Lin Chen and Xu Dong entered the court, the game commenced. Song Yuan and Liang Hui found the performance of the other players rather lackluster compared to Lin Chen's prowess. However, they were not there to evaluate others. With a thud, swish, Lin Chen commenced his display of skill. Dunks and three-pointers flowed seamlessly from his hands. Having practiced extensively with Lin Xiaoqian over the past few days, his basketball skills had notably improved, nearing a masterful level. Though not yet at the pinnacle of domestic standards, Lin Chen and Amp, Oppos, as physical prowess surpassed that of many basketball players, placing him firmly among the elite in the country. Boss, what do you think? Liang Hui inquired as the game neared its end. Lin Chen is impressive, but his opponents are too weak. He may not have showcased his full potential. Let us speak with Xu Mengyao after the game, Song Yuan replied. Agreed. The match concluded with Lin Chen's team securing first place without question. Brother Lin, thanks for leading us. Brother Lin, let's treat you to drinks tonight. Xu Dong and others chimed in excitedly. Lin Chen laughed. Drinks are fine, but let me treat you. I and Oppos, LL find a good place and let you know. How about 6 o'clock? As the time was currently 4:30, it was perfect for a quick shower and some rest before heading out for dinner drinks. Dear, I and Oppos, I'm going to drink with Xu Dong and the others tonight. You and Xiaoqian 1 and Oppos. TB joining, right? If you come, they might not feel comfortable. Lin Chen said to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Come with me to the second floor. She instructed her assistant to take Lin Xiaoqian while she and Lin Chen went upstairs where only two individuals awaited them. President Song, Coach Liang, Lin Chen, and Xu Mengyao approached. "Good day, President Song," they greeted. "Allow me to introduce," Xu Mengyao said. "This is my husband, Lin Chen. Darling, this is Song Yuan, the owner of the Magic City men's basketball team. And this is Coach Liang Hui." Lin Chen exchanged handshakes with Song Yuan and Liang Hui, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though lacking their wealth, his various skills provided him confidence. Coach Liang rubbed his hands together. "Lin Chen, your skills are exceptional. Would you be interested in joining the Magic City men's basketball team?" Song Yuan added, "We can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Chapter 54, Grandma. "We are at Daddy's house." Xu Mengyao expressed her surprise. "Mr. Song, is it really that low? Aren't NBA stars earning tens of millions of dollars each?" Song Yuan replied with a wry smile. "Xu, our team and Oppo's highest annual salary is merely this amount. We cannot possibly compare ourselves to the NBA. However, players can secure endorsements on their own, and as their fame grows, they can earn significantly more than this 8 million. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. "Darling, your side business must be generating over 10 million a month, right?" Lin Chen chuckled. "Not necessarily 10 million, but 8 million should be within reach." Song Yuan and Liang Hui were taken aback. If Lin Chen and Oppo's side business yielded such a substantial income monthly, what allure did an annual salary of 8 million hold for him? "Excuse me for the interruption," Liang Hui said regretfully. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Coach Liang, I won't be signing with you, but I do have a fondness for basketball. Little Qian is still young, and I lack the time right now. However, I might occasionally play when I have the chance. In such a scenario, could I participate in the games?" Liang Hui and Oppo's eyes lit up. "Of course you can. There are foreign player slots available. We can even recruit overseas players, let alone our compatriots. The only concern is the conditions." Lin Chen laughed. "Conditions are of no concern to me. Just make the arrangements as you see fit. I have 3 simple requests. First, I cannot commit time for regular training. Second, I will only participate in the games I wish to attend. Third, if Mengyao and my daughter wish to watch, I hope they could be arranged decent seats." Song Yuan readily agreed. "No problem." Lin Chen was not demanding in terms of compensation. These were trivial matters. Nonetheless, even if he did not request remuneration, they would certainly ensure he received his due. "Will you be available?" Liang Hui asked eagerly. Lin Chen smiled. "My availability depends on when Mengyao can take little Qian. I should be tied up for the next 2 to 3 months." Song Yuan and the others nodded. 2 to 3 months would swiftly pass. Not long after, Song Yuan and his team took their leave. Xu Mengyao remarked, "Lin Chen, I never anticipated their team's salaries were so low." "Low? 8 million a year may seem trivial to someone of your wealth, but for an ordinary person, it is substantial. I used to earn less than 80,000 in a year," Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao scrutinized Lin Chen. "That's because you didn't want to earn. If you set your mind to it, 100 million a year would be effortless." Lin Chen, who now took time to write fairy tales, was already thriving financially. If he were to exert more effort, his earnings would undoubtedly increase. "Given such a low salary, I thought you would outright refuse. Why did you agree to participate?" Xu Mengyao questioned, somewhat puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. "I enjoy it. Many people would likely pay to play basketball with stars. Participating in games while earning money. What an Oppo's. That's not to like? Moreover, have you noticed how excited little Qian is? Right now, she needs companionship, but as she grows, she and Oppo's desire more than just that. When the time comes, while other fathers are achieving great things, should her father be stuck at home?" Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen, struck by his thoughtful consideration for their daughter. Lin Chen continued, "Actually, there is another reason." "What reason?" Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen fixed his gaze on her. "I need to demonstrate my capabilities in the future. Otherwise, people might talk behind your back, claiming your husband lacks merit." Xu Mengyao interjected. "I don't an Oppo's. Care about that." Lin Chen explained. "The events of the past may eventually come to light. If I am perceived as incapable, others will look at you with pity. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable for you? If I am strong, then those past events will merely be a fated encounter, and others will envy rather than pity us." Xu Mengyao stood, momentarily taken aback. A fated encounter? She silently pondered. While others might be unaware, she already recognized Lin Chen's exceptional nature. Perhaps this truly was their destiny. The shadows in her heart began to diminish. Lin Chen, you should go take a shower. Afterward, rest a bit, and please drink less tonight, Xu Mengyao advised. If I drink tonight, I want an oppos to be able to drive. Why not stay at my place, and we can set off early tomorrow to take little Chen home? Lin Chen suggested, producing his car keys. Xu Mengyao hesitated before accepting the keys. Make sure to return early. If you don't, Chen might not sleep. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. At 7:30 in the evening, after finishing his drink, Lin Chen prepared to hail a cab when he heard Lin Xiaoqian's voice. Daddy, over here. Daddy, Mommy and I are waiting for you to come home. Lin Chen turned to see Lin Xiaoqian and Amp, Oppo's little head peeking out the window. Su Dong and others looked on with envy. Lin, you're truly a winner in life. A beautiful and wealthy wife and a lovely child. I and Amp, Oppo's, am so envious. Su Dong and the others chimed in. Lin Chen waved them off. I and Amp, Oppo's, am leaving. Be careful on your way back. Soon, he got into the car, taking the passenger seat. Wow, the smell of alcohol is strong. How much did you drink? About 1 kilogram. They were all very enthusiastic. But don't worry, my alcohol tolerance has improved, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. Drinking over 1 kilogram is excessive. You need to cut back on alcohol in the future. Lin Chen chuckled, all right. If I take good care of my health, who knows? We might even consider having a second child. Xu Mengyao's hand trembled. You're drunk. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she scolded him playfully. Daddy, what is a second child? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously from the back seat. Xu Mengyao quickly replied, Qian, don't ask. Your daddy is drunk. Let him rest. Okay, daddy, you should rest. Lin Xiaoqian said with a sweet voice. An hour later, they arrived home. Ding! Xu Mengyao's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was a video call from her mother. Mom. Xu Mengyao moved a bit away to answer the call. On the other end, her mother, Yang Qingwei, looked puzzled. Mengyao, it seems you and Oppos. Were you not at home? I and Oppos. Am at a friend in Oppos' house, Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Xiaoqian heard her grandmother and Oppos' voice and joyfully ran over. Mommy, is that Grandma? I heard Grandma and Oppos' voice. Yes, Qian. It's Grandma. Yang Qingwei exclaimed with delight. Xu Mengyao pointed her phone at Lin Xiaoqian, feeling an unsettling premonition in her heart. Grandma, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. Yang Qingwei replied, Grandma misses you too. Where are you and your mother? We and Amp, Oppos, at Daddy and Amp, Oppos' house. Lin Xiaoqian quickly responded. Xu Mengyao was left speechless. Chapter 55, Ascendancy to Basketball Mastery. Yang Qingwei mused, realizing it was nearing 9 o'clock in China. Xu Mengyao was likely still with Lin Chen, perhaps even spending the night. Qian, why aren't and Oppos? You asleep yet? Yang Qingwei inquired with a gentle smile. Lin Xiaoqian chirped sweetly, Mommy and I are waiting for Daddy. He won a championship. He can't drive after drinking, so we're waiting to go home together. Surprise flickered in Yang Qingwei's eyes. Mengyao, Qian's articulation has improved significantly. Su Mendian not that. It might be from spending time with Lin Chen. He talks to her a lot, which seems to have enhanced her language skills. Mom, is there anything else? I need to go. Lin Xiaoqian questioned, puzzled. Mommy, where are you going? You said you and Oppos. Sleep at Daddy and Oppos' place. Xu Mengyao was caught off guard. What a candid daughter, always ready to expose. Yang Qingwei retorted good-naturedly, Mengyao, if you're sleeping over, just admit it. Why the secrecy? Qian is the honest one. Qian, do you sleep with Mommy or Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian responded crisply, Grandma, I slept with Daddy yesterday. Today, I'll sleep with Mommy. Mengyao, Qian's bathwater is ready. Lin Chen's voice echoed from the master bedroom. Xu Mengyao hastily said, Mom, Qian needs a bath. I can't chat anymore. She needs to bathe and sleep soon. All right. Yang Qingwei acknowledged, Goodbye, Qian. Goodbye, Grandma. Xu Mengyao promptly ended the call. She playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian and Amp, Oppos' forehead. Where an Amp, Oppos, you in the bedroom with Daddy? Why did you run out? Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mommy, I was afraid you'd leave. If you left, I'd be very, very sad. Xu Mengyao felt a pang in her heart. Mommy said she and Oppos D sleep here, so of course, she won an Oppos T leave. Lin Xiaoqian pouted. Mommy, you just said you were leaving. Mommy, please give me a bath. Okay. Xu Mengyao agreed, realizing Lin Xiaoqian still feared her departure. Lin Chen emerged, puzzled. Mengyao, Xiaoqian and Oppos S bathwater is ready. Why aren't an Oppos T you going? Lin Xiaoqian explained, Daddy. Mommy and I video called Grandma. I want Mommy to bathe me tonight. Sure, Lin Chen consented. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian was asleep. Lin Chen, having also bathed, was working in the study, updating his Tongxin website. Knock, knock. Just as he finished an article, a knock sounded. Lin Chen opened the door to find Xu Mengyao, radiant after her bath. Her delicate face tempted him to steal a kiss. Mengyao, is something the matter? Lin Chen inquired, inviting her into the room. Xu Mengyao, my mom knows I'm sleeping here tonight. They'll definitely suspect our relationship. Lin Chen asked, are they strongly opposed to us? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Not exactly. If I make a decision, they and amp, oppos, LL respect it. They and amp, oppos, re just unaware of some things about you. Lin Chen chuckled. You haven and amp, oppos, T told them. Fearing they and oppos. D think you and oppos. Re trying to earn me brownie points? Anyway, you and oppos. LL have to meet them eventually. Say whatever you want, Xu Mengyao retorted. Lin Chen chuckled. All right, I'll tell them myself. I'll win over my future in-laws. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Future in-laws? Don't be ridiculous. La Chen finit de surprise. I'm not being ridiculous. We're married. Aren't they my in-laws? Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Our marriage is just between the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They and amp, oppos, re not your in-laws. Lin Chen conceded. All right, if I get along famously with your dad, we and amp, oppos, LL become sworn brothers. Xu Mengyao was speechless. Your passport will be ready tomorrow, and your visa is already processed. You and Qianqian will fly to the States the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen inquired. What are your parents like? I can't visit them empty-handed. You don't need to prepare anything. Lin Chen demurred. That won't do. If we end up together, they'll remember my first visit with nothing in hand. Who said we'd be together? You. Just get something, anything, Xu Mengyao said before swiftly leaving the study. A faint smile graced Lin Chen and Oppos' face. Gradually melting this icy CO is quite intriguing. In the United States, Su Guofeng pushed open the hospital room door. He spent his days with his wife, sleeping elsewhere at night. In case of emergencies, doctors and nurses would notify him, and he lived nearby for quick access. Honey, how are you feeling today? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingwei replied, I and Oppos. am fine, but Mengyao seems to have an issue. She slept at Lin Chen and Oppos' place. And in Oppos' probably not the first time. Lin Chen won the competition. Qianqian mentioned her dad was the champion. Lin Chen was drinking with others, and Mengyao drove. She and Qianqian were waiting for Lin Chen to return home. Su Guofeng retrieved breakfast from the thermos. Lin Chen and Oppos' team did win. Mengyao likely has a more favorable view of Lin Chen. Yang Qingwei retorted impatiently, that's stating the obvious. Would Mengyao sleep over otherwise? What are your thoughts, dear? Su Guofeng responded, what can I think? Before a daughter makes a decision, we should offer guidance. Once she chooses, we, as parents, can only offer our blessings. I can't very well force them apart. Yang Qingwei was surprised. You seem to have warmed up to Lin Chen. Su Guofeng nodded. Indeed, I used to think Lin Chen was ordinary and unworthy of Mengyao, but now I see he's not so bad. At least he plays basketball well and takes good care of Qianqian. He then pulled out his phone and tapped on a video, highlights of Lin Chen playing basketball. Yang Qingwei hadn't and Oppos' seen it before. Soon, astonishment appeared on her face. Lin Chen and Oppos' basketball skills clearly surpassed everyone else. After watching the 3-minute video, Yang Qingwei said, Honey, I don't understand basketball, but Lin Chen seems incredibly skilled. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. He is indeed skilled. I consulted a friend who said Lin Chen could play in the NBA. Some NBA players aren't as good as him. Yang Qingwei was amazed. Su Guofeng added, I and Oppos' chat with Lin Chen later to see if he and Oppos' willing to develop in the States. If he is, I can pull some strings to get him into the NBA. With professional training, his skills might improve further. Yang Qingwen nodded slightly. Daddy, catch the ball. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian were playing basketball downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian had shown interest in basketball recently, and Lin Chen had been spending more time playing with her. Host, you spent 10 hours teaching Lin Xiaoqian basketball. Your skill level has advanced to grandmaster. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen received a wealth of basketball-related information, and his muscles and nerves underwent changes. Finally, grandmaster level, Lin Chen muttered with a faint smile. With grandmaster level skills and his physique, no more than 10 people in the world could surpass him in basketball. Chapter 56. Lin Chen arrives in the United States. Mr. Lin, Ms. Qianqian, welcome aboard. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian boarded Xu Mengyao's private jet, registered under her name. Aunt Iya, Aunt Tonton, hello. Lin Qianqian chirped sweetly. Lin Chen nodded, carrying Lin Qianqian into the cabin. Xu Mengyao and Appo's aircraft, a Gulfstream G550, boasted an opulent interior that left Lin Chen quietly astounded. It's good to be rich, he mused. His previous air travels had been relegated to the cramped confines of economy class. He had never imagined finding himself aboard a private jet, least of all one owned by his wife. Mr. Lin, the aircraft will require refueling en route. Our total flight time will be approximately 16 hours. Please do not hesitate to request anything you require, one of the flight attendants said deferentially. Lin Chen nodded. As the flight attendant departed, Lin Qianqian piped up, Daddy, let's fold paper airplanes. I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma. All right, Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile. He began instructing Lin Qianqian on the art of paper airplane construction. Within 5 minutes, a deluge of information pertaining to aviation flooded Lin Chen's mind. Much of it concerning the Gulfstream G550 they were currently traveling in. System, is there perhaps an issue with the aircraft? Is that why the information I and Oppos am receiving, triggered by folding paper airplanes, is primarily related to this? Lin Chen queried mentally. Had that been the case, he would have disembarked with Lin Qianqian immediately. System, Master, that is not the case. As you are currently within this aircraft, information pertaining to it is prioritized. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will be equipped to handle them. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour elapsed. Whoosh, the private jet carrying Lin Chen and his daughter gracefully ascended into the sky. Lin Chen kept a close watch on Lin Qianqian, aware that changes in altitude and air pressure could be quite uncomfortable, even for adults. Fortunately, Lin Qianqian seemed unfazed. She had flown numerous times before and knew how to cope. Daddy, let's continue, Lin Qianqian exclaimed gleefully once the plane had leveled off. All right, Lin Chen replied, resuming his paper airplane tutorial. A steady stream of aviation-related knowledge continued to pour into his mind. 2 hours passed, and Lin Chen and Appo's familiarity with the aircraft surpassed even that of the pilots. Daddy, I and Appo's am so sleepy. I want to sleep, Lin Qianqian yawned. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, if you're tired, go ahead and sleep. We have a long journey ahead of us. We can fool more when you wake up. Okay, Lin Qianqian responded. As Lin Qianqian drifted off to sleep, Lin Chen also succumbed to slumber. Unlike the cramped conditions of economy class, the spacious seats of the private jet provided a comfortable haven for rest. Time continued its relentless march. Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian spent 15 hours aboard the aircraft, with Lin Qianqian dedicating 4 to 5 hours to folding paper airplanes. Lin Chen and Appo's expertise in aviation soared, his knowledge of the Gulfstream G550 exceeding even that of its chief designer. Thump, with a resounding thud, the aircraft touched down, landing at New York International Airport. The plane taxied smoothly to the designated parking area, where a black sedan awaited their arrival. Mr. Lin, please enter the vehicle. The boss has sent me to escort you and Ms. Qianqian to the hotel, the driver standing beside the car said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded, carrying Lin Qianqian into the car. The driver promptly took his place behind the wheel and drove them away smoothly. Mengyao, we've disembarked. We're heading to the hotel now. After we drop off our belongings, we'll go to the hospital. Lin Chen texted Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao, Lin Chen, are you both all right? You'll need to adjust to the time difference in New York. I'm fine. And Qian is quite energetic. Okay. Xu Mengyao set down her phone, gazing at the documents before her, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Will there be any issues when Mom and Dad meet Lin Chen? He's Qian's father, after all. If they clash, Qian will be caught in the middle, Xu Mengyao murmured to herself. Over an hour later, Lin Chen and Lin Qian arrived at the hotel. The driver who had brought them ushered them to their room. Mr. Lin, please look over there. Madam Xu is in that hospital, Ward 306 in Zone 3. This is a pass. You'll need it to enter, the driver said, handing Lin Chen a pass. Lin Chen gazed out the window. It's quite close. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to walk there. The driver nodded. It should take about 15 minutes to get to the ward from here. Also, Ms. Xu is staying next door to you, in 305. It's daytime now, so Ms. Xu is at the hospital. Lin Qian chirped. Daddy, let an amp. Oppos. Let's go see Grandpa and Grandma. I miss them so much. The driver said, Mr. Lin, here in Damp. Oppos. That's my card. If you need a car, please don't hesitate to call me. All right. Lin Chen replied with a nod. The driver departed. Lin Chen inquired, Qian, aren't you tired after such a long flight? Should we go tomorrow instead? It was 3 or 4 in the afternoon in New York. Daddy, I'm not tired. Are you tired, Daddy? Lin Chen shook his head. The private jet allowed them to lie down and sleep, and with his physical constitution, he felt perfectly fine. Daddy, let's go now then. All right. Lin Chen relented, picking up the gifts for Su Guofeng and his wife, and setting off. Due to the proximity, it didn't end Oppos. Take long for Lin Chen and his daughter to reach the hospital entrance. It was a private hospital, and Lin Chen had to present the pass to gain entry. As they drew closer, Lin Chen felt a surge of nervousness. Beep beep. Lin Chen and Oppos' phone rang. He set Lin Qian down and answered the call, which was from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, have you arrived at the hotel? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen, we and Amp, Oppos, we already inside the hospital. In another 2 or 3 minutes, we and Amp, Oppos, LLB at the ward. Suma vaam, Oppos, et hut daiten. You and Amp, Oppos, we going today? Yes. Qian wants to see her grandparents, and it's not too late yet. We'll take her to see them today. Xu Mengyao paused for a few seconds before saying, my father is fond of calligraphy, and my mother enjoys music. She plays the guzheng quite well. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Mengyao, rest assured, I will do my best to earn your parents' approval. Xu Mengyao, I was just mentioning it in passing. Give the phone to Qian. I want to speak with her. Shortly after Xu Mengyao finished speaking, Lin Chen ended the call. Xu Mengyao found herself unable to focus on the documents. She rose and walked to the window. I hope Mom and Dad Don and Amp. Oppos, started arguing. Xu Mengyao thought to herself, her heart pounding in her chest. Zone 3, 306. This is it. Lin Chen carried Lin Qian to the outside of the ward. Xu Mengyao's mother had undergone surgery some time ago. While she could have been discharged, the Xu family's wealth allowed her to remain in the hospital, ensuring Su Guofeng's peace of mind. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, doctors could respond immediately. Knock knock. Lin Chen reached out and rapped on the door. Chapter 57. Meeting Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppos, as parents. With a click, Su Guofeng opened the door. Grandpa, Lin Xiaoxi called out cheerfully. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Uncle Su, I and Amp, Oppos, am Lin Chen, Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos, as father. Lin Xiaoxi chirped, Daddy, you and Amp, Oppos, re-saying it wrong. Grandpa is Mommy and Amp, Oppos, as Daddy. You should call Grandpa and Amp, Oppos, Daddy and Amp, Oppos too. Su Guofeng reached out to hug Lin Xiaoxi, kissed her, and chuckled, Xiaoxi, you're right. I'll have your daddy correct that mistake later. Lin Chen, coming quickly. You must be weary from such a long flight. I thought you weren't in Damp, Oppos, arriving until tomorrow. The three entered the room. The ward was a suite, with a living room in the front and the patient and Oppos' room in the back. Xiaoxi expressed a wish to see her grandparents. It was more convenient to come over directly, so he did. Lin Chen said, taking down a painting scroll from his shoulder. Uncle Su, I wasn't in Amp, Oppos, sure what gift to bring. I hope you and Aunt Yang will appreciate this painting. Su Guofeng responded, bringing Xiaoxi over his gift enough. We should be thanking you. Lin Xiaoxi seemed puzzled. Her grandpa didn't in Oppos. T seemed very familiar with her dad. Grandpa, where are Grandma and Grandpa? Lin Xiaoxi inquired. Su Guofeng smiled and said, Your grandma is asleep and hasn't in Oppos. T woken up yet, but she should be waking up around this time. Old man, is Xiaoxi here? Let me see Xiaoxi. Yang Qingwei said anxiously from inside the room. Su Guofeng hugged Lin Xiaoxi and pushed open the door. Lin Xiaoxi stared blankly at Yang Qingwei on the hospital bed, her eyes quickly reddening. Grandma, you and Amp, Oppos, V lost weight. In a short time, tears welled up in Lin Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos, his eyes. Xiaoxi, Don and Amp, Oppos, T cry. Grandma's fine. Grandma has just been eating a little less lately. The food here doesn't quite suit her palate, Yang Qingwei said, flusteredly trying to comfort her. Lin Xiaoxi's tears streamed down. Grandma, are you sick? You must get well soon. Yes, yes. Grandma will expedite her recovery, Yang Qingwei quickly replied, her gaze falling on Lin Chen. Aunt Yang, I'm Lin Chen, Xiaoxi's father. Yang Qingwei smiled. Mengyao said that you're taking care of Xiaoxi now, and that you're doing a great job. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Chen shook his head. Taking care of Xiaoxi is no hardship. Xiaoxi is very sensible, and she brings me a great deal of joy. Su Guofeng helped Yang Qingwei sit up. Grandma, your hands are thinner too. Lin Xiaoxi held Yang Qingwei and Oppo's hand in her small hands. Yang Qingwei was not plump to begin with, and now her hand felt somewhat emaciated. Xiaoxi, Don and Amp, Oppo's, T worry. Grandma will be fine, Yang Qingwei said softly. Lin Xiaoxi said, Grandma, you need to eat more. At this, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Chen. Daddy, can we bring food for Grandma? Of course, we can, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi happily said, Grandma, Daddy's cooking is the best. Grandma, you'll definitely like it. Is that so? Then Grandma is looking forward to it. Yang Qingwei said with a smile. Old man, help me out of bed. I'll get up and sit in the living room. Xiaoxi, let's go out first. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi outside. A few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei joined them. The living room was 50 or 60 square meters, with sofas and a television. The hospital environment was quite good. The daily expenses were naturally considerable. Grandma, Daddy is also a doctor. You and Oppos, Reese sick. Do you want Daddy to take a look at you? Lin Xiaoxi asked in her childish voice. Yang Qingwei said in surprise. Lin Chen, you also know medicine? Lin Chen nodded. I understand a little. I can handle Xiaoxi's colds, but I may not be able to handle more complex cases. That's good too. It's very common for children to catch colds, have fevers, and cough, Yang Qingwei said with a smile. Lao Su showed me a video of you playing basketball. I didn't in Oppos. T expect you to be so good at basketball. Lin Xiaoxi and Oppos. S eyes lit up. Grandma, I saw Daddy playing basketball. Daddy is the best. Su Guofeng said, Lin Chen, have you ever considered developing in the NBA? I can help you find connections to get you into the NBA. Uncle Su, I don't have that idea for the time being. The most important thing for me now is to take good care of Xiaoxi, Lin Chen said. Su Guofeng nodded. If you ever have that idea in the future, tell me, and I'll try my best to arrange it for you. Uncle Su, thank you. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. Daddy, you guys are so strange. What in Oppos is wrong? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi said in confusion, Daddy, we in Oppos, we a family. It in Oppos, it's only right for a family to help each other. Grandpa said thank you, and you said thank you to Grandpa. Why? Yang Qingwei said, Xiaoxi, it may be because Grandpa, Grandma, and your dad haven't seen each other for too long. Over time, we've become a little estranged. Old Su, why don't you go for a walk with Lin Chen? You guys can have a good chat. Xiaoxi, Grandma will play with you. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen and Su Guofeng went downstairs. Su Guofeng had chosen a very high-end private hospital. The environment inside the hospital was very good, and the downstairs was like a park. Lin Chen, regarding what happened back then, we should actually thank you. If it hadn't been for you, Mengyao's psychological trauma would have been much greater. She might have even thought of ending her life. Su Guofeng said as they walked slowly. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, there's no need for thanks. Su Guofeng said, we still have to thank you properly. If you want to enter the NBA, I and Amp, Oppos, LL help you get in. If you don't and Amp, Oppos, T want to? I and Oppos, LL provide you with 10 million in startup capital. Lin Chen muttered to himself. It seems Xu Mengyao didn't and oppose. T say anything. If she had, Su Guofeng should know that he doesn't and oppose. T need 10 million in startup capital right now. Uncle Su, do you disapprove of us being together? Su Guofeng shook his head. Don't misunderstand. That's not what I mean. If you were extremely ordinary, I would disapprove. You can't just be together because of Xiaoxi. That way, you'll still break up when Xiaoxi grows up. Such a marriage is just a waste of your time. You have a daughter now. As a father, can you understand? Lin Chen nodded. I can understand. Su Guofeng said, the situation is different now. You play basketball extremely well, which is a big highlight. It doesn't end amp, oppose, T matter if you don't end amp, oppose, T have money or anything. As long as you excel in one area. If you can truly be together, Mengyao's mom and I will bless you. Lin Chen looked at Su Guofeng in surprise. Su Guofeng was much easier to talk to than he had expected. Su Guofeng sai sopti. If you two are together, Mengyao might truly be able to emerge from the shadows of the past. Lin Chen said, Uncle Su, I will help Mengyao come out of it. Yes. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. What are your plans for the future? If you start a business, I can offer some advice. If you choose basketball, then you'll have to work hard on your own. Lin Chen smiled. Uncle Su, I actually have a job now, and I can earn some money every month. Chapter 58. The Astonishment of Xu Mengyao and Oppo's as Parents. Su Guofeng inquired with a hint of perplexity. Arin and Oppo's. T you occupied with Qian? Where do you find the time to work and earn money? I can make money online after Qian falls asleep, Lin Chen replied. Su Guofeng and Oppo's brow furrowed slightly. That's not ideal. Caring for a child is already demanding, and earning money on top of that is even more challenging. Isn't Mengyao providing you with a monthly allowance? If not, I and Oppo's. LL have to speak with her. Lin Chen responded, Uncle Su, I and Oppo's am not strained. I work less than half an hour a day. Su Guofeng remarked. That amount of time probably doesn't and Oppo's T yield much. I and Oppo's. LL still asked Mengyao to give you some money each month. Lin Chen demurred. Uncle Su, there and Oppo's. No need. I earn about 3 to 5 million each month. Su Guofeng was taken aback. How much did you say? Lin Chen clarified. Under normal circumstances, 5 million shouldn't and Oppo's to be an issue. His plan involved publishing a new book each month, and the royalties plus signing bonus from the new book alone would amount to 6 million. You're not involved in anything illicit, are you? Su Guofeng asked with a grave expression. Less than half an hour of work each day, yet at least 5 million each month. He couldn't imagine any legitimate occupation that offered such returns. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not illegal. I write fairy tales online, and I receive royalties for my published books. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Chen, Don and amp, Oppo's. T tell me you and amp, Oppo's. Re-Lin Yu. Xu Mengyao had shown him Lin Yu and Oppo's preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, so he knew that Lin Yu was a top-tier fairy tale author. Only Lin Yu could earn so much from writing fairy tales. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Yu is my pen name. Regarding the published books, I initially considered calling them and Oppo's, Qian and Oppo's, bedtime stories and Oppo's, but I didn't and Oppo's. T want others to notice Qian because of the title, so I didn't and Oppo's. T use it. You. Su Guofeng stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen was actually the Lin Yu from the internet. Calligraphers like Jiang Shuesong all highly praised Lin Yu's calligraphy, and he himself found Lin Yu's calligraphy to be exceptionally impressive. Lin Yu's identity was shrouded in mystery, with no information available online. Su Guofeng never imagined that Lin Chen would be Lin Yu. Does Mengyao know your Lin Yu? After a long pause, Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Chen nodded. She knows that Lin Yu is my pen name and that I and Oppo's VE earned some money through writing fairy tales. She offered to give me an allowance before, but I declined. Su Guofeng's lips twitched. Mengyao knew you were Lin Yu all along, and she kept it from us. Lin Chen explained, I asked her to keep it a secret. If the news that I and Oppo's Lin Yu were spread, it might affect my time with Qian. I and Oppo's D'd probably be mobbed if I went out. Su Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. You shouldn't have asked her to keep it from us. She just didn't want to say it herself. I'll have a word with her later. Lin Chen, your calligraphy is remarkably skilled, and your fairy tale writing ability is also formidable. You're also quite talented at basketball. Why didn't an amp, oppose, to you show any of this before? Su Guofeng was somewhat puzzled. The results of his investigation indicated that Lin Chen was quite ordinary. His appearance might have been his only redeeming feature, but Lin Chen's previous attire was very plain, which concealed even that. Lin Chen smiled without answering. He simply didn't and oppose. He possessed these abilities before. Lin Chen, never mind if you don and oppose. Do you want to talk about it? Everyone has their little secrets. Thank you, Uncle Su. Inside the hospital room, Yang Qingyue took out some snacks for Lin Qianqian, which she had asked Su Guofeng to prepare before Lin Qianqian arrived. Qianqian, are your mother and father doing well? Yang Qingyue asked. Lin Qianqian nodded. Grandma, they're doing great. Mommy and Daddy are both healthy and haven't been sick. Yang Qingyue sighed inwardly. She must be delirious from her illness, asking a 2-year-old child such a question and phrasing it so subtly. There was no way Lin Qianqian could understand what she was really asking. Do you sleep with your mother and father? Do your mother and father hug and kiss? Yang Qingyue rephrased her question. Lin Qianqian, munching on her snacks, replied, Grandma, I don an amp, oppose, to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Mommy and Daddy kiss in a room. Yang Qingyue musetu herself. It seemed that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had and oppose. T made any substantial progress. Lin Qianqian and oppose. S statement that they kissed in a room was probably untrue. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao were likely just trying to deceive Lin Qianqian. Knock knock. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others returned. Qianqian, we need to go back now. We'll come back here tomorrow to see Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Qianqian was reluctant, but she still bid farewell to Yang Qingyue and the others, and Lin Chen carried her away. Honey, Lin Chen and Mengyao probably haven and oppose. T made any progress. They and oppose. Re likely just putting on a show to deceive Qianqian and make her think they and oppose. Re in love, Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng replied, I wish they had made progress. If they haven't made any at all, Mengyao's psychological trauma might be more severe than we realize. Yang Qingyue was puzzled. I told you about Lin Yu. Lin Chen is Lin Yu. Huh? Yang Qingyue was stunned. She knew of Lin Yu, but how could Lin Chen be Lin Yu? Lin Yu and amp, oppose, S fairy tale writing and calligraphy were both top-notch. Honey, are you sure? Su Guofeng replied. Lin Chen told me himself. Do you think he would deliberately lie to me about something like this? Yang Qingyue shook her head. There is absolutely no point in lying about something like this. Moreover, it would be counterproductive. Honey, then Lin Chen is exceptionally talented. His fairy tale writing and calligraphy are both so strong, and he's also skilled at basketball. Su Guofeng nodded. Mengyao knows all of this. If she has absolutely no feelings for Lin Chen, wouldn't you say her problem is much more serious than we thought? Yang Qingyue mutret. Could it be that they really do kiss in the room? What? Su Guofeng asked. Qianqian said that they don't sleep together, but sometimes they close the door and kiss in the room. I originally thought they were just putting on a show. Su Guofeng suddenly stood up. He retrieved the painting scroll that Lin Chen had brought. After wiping the coffee table clean, Su Guofeng unrolled the scroll. Su Guofeng was taken aback. He had assumed it was a piece of calligraphy, but it turned out to be a painting. The painting depicted pine trees and cranes. It was a pine and crane painting, symbolizing health and longevity. Honey, this painting looks quite good. You know more about this than I do. What do you think of this painting? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue remained silent, carefully studying the painting. Gradually, 10 minutes passed. Honey, Su Guofeng nudged the engrossed Yang Qingyue. What is it? Yang Qingyue asked, puzzled. Su Guofeng repeated, Honey, what do you think of this painting? Yang Qingyue considered for a moment and said, Someone once gave my father a pine and crane painting, and my father quickly returned it after learning that it was worth 18 million. I saw that painting, and it wasn't oppose. T as good as this one. However, that one was the work of a famous artist and was an antique, while this one is a new work. As she said this, a look of shock appeared in Yang Qingyue's eyes. Honey, could this painting be Lin Chen's own work? Su Guofeng said, I suspect it is. His calligraphy is so good, there's no need for him to give someone else's work as a gift. Let's call Mengyao and ask. We'll know then. As she said this, Su Guofeng took out his phone. Chapter 59. Mengyao, is Lin Chen actually Lin Yu? Yang Qingyue. Husband, it's not yet dawn in China. I'll send Mengyao a message first. She'll reply as soon as she's awake. Su Guofeng sent a message to Xu Mengyao. Dad, what's up? Xu Mengyao replied a little over an hour later. Having woken up early, Su Guofeng initiated a video call with Xu Mengyao. Dad, what's the matter? Xu Mengyao inquired, still in bed, needing to lie down for a while after waking. Su Guofeng said, slightly annoyed, Mengyao, Lin Chen is such a remarkable artist. Why didn't you tell us? Yang Qingwei glanced at her husband, as they weren't yet certain that the painting was indeed Lin Chen's. On the other end of the line, Xu Mengyao felt a bit awkward. Dad, wouldn't it be better for Lin Chen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng. So, Lin Chen really painted the picture? Dad, you and Oppos. Were you trying to trick me? Xu Mengyao said playfully. If you want to ask, just ask directly. Why are you trying to get it out of me? Would I hide anything from you? Su Guofeng retorted. You have a history. You knew Lin Chen was Lin Yu, but you didn't say anything. You sent me Lin Yu's Lan Tingyi Su before. You knew Lin Chen was Lin Yu back then, didn't you? Xu Mengyao. Dad, that's not important. I don't have any relationship with Lin Chen, so why would I mention it? Yang Qingwei leaned in. Mengyao, don't you have feelings for Lin Chen? His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale creation, and basketball skills are all exceptional. He's already incredibly outstanding. No, Xu Mengyao said, dissembling slightly. Su Guofeng, that's good. Your mother and I have found you a good prospect. You can see how things go. Dad, don't go making decisions without consulting me. Xu Mengyao exclaimed. Su Guofeng, we spoke with the doctor, and the best way for you to move on is to start a new relationship. Rest assured, the person we found for you is excellent. A true catch. Reduce contact with Lin Chen and spend more time with him. Xu Mengyao. She took a deep breath and said, Dad, it's not like I have absolutely no feelings for Lin Chen. I've already developed some affection for him. Please, you and Mom, don't go looking around for me. Yang Qingwei smiled. Your dad didn't look. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Dad, you're addicted to lying to me. Su Guofeng chuckled. Who told you not to tell the truth? If you did, your dad wouldn't need to resort to this. You have some affection for Lin Chen. But you Don and Oppos. Tell us about his situation. Arin and Oppos. You afraid we and Oppos. LL give Lin Chen a hard time? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Lin Chen is Qian and Oppos, as father. And he's also been kind to our family. You wouldn't say anything harsh to him. Su Guofeng, tell us more about Lin Chen's virtues. Dad, didn't you have him investigated before? Xu Mengyao countered. Su Guofeng. Yang Qingwei interjected. Mengyao, stop arguing with your dad. Tell us more about Lin Chen's situation. We want to learn more about him. Xu Mengyao. Mom, you want to learn more about him? His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale creation, and basketball skills are all quite good. Anything else? These are already excellent, but I feel like they're in Oppos. It's more, Su Guofeng probed. Xu Mengyao. His culinary skills are superb, of world-class caliber. Also, he has a knack for languages. He probably knows 7 or 8 foreign languages. That and Oppos. That's all I know. I and Oppos am not very familiar with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei were stunned. There really is more. Dad, don't spread this around. He might worry about being experimented on or secretly assassinated by some national power. Su Guofeng. His concerns aren't unfounded. Some top geniuses in our country have died under mysterious circumstances. Rest assured, your mother and I absolutely won't blab. Yang Qingwei. Mengyao, Lin Chen is so outstanding, and you have Qian. You have to seize the opportunity and not let him get away. Okay, Su Guofeng, Mengyao, put in some effort. Don and Oppos, let Lin Chen fall for someone else, and Qian end up with his stepmother. Dad, if he finds someone else, it just means we and Oppos, we're not meant to be. All right, I need to get up and go to work. Bye. Xu Mengyao quickly hung up. Honey, your investigation back then was too unreliable, Yang Qingwei commented. Who knew Lin Chen was hiding so much? Mengyao said she has some feelings for him. They might have a chance. If they get together, and Mengyao completely moves on, that would be wonderful, Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingwei nodded. Let an Oppos. Let's hope Mengyao can seize the opportunity. If she fails, her condition might worsen. The night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen bought some groceries. He spent some money to borrow the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes, packed them in lunchboxes, and brought them to the hospital. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy made food. Daddy's food is the best. Grandma, you'll definitely love it, Lin Chen said sweetly. Lin Chen looked at them suspiciously. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, is there something wrong with me? Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei were looking at him strangely. No, Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Chen opened the lunchboxes, and the aroma immediately spread. Yang Qingwei swallowed. She had an oppose. She had much of an appetite since the surgery, and the doctor diagnosed her with mild anorexia. But now she found herself with an appetite. She really wanted to try the dishes Lin Chen had made. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, please try some. The presentation isn't great, but the taste should be all right, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Chen, Grandma, try it quickly. Yang Qingwei took a bite and was immediately stunned. She recognized the ingredients, but the taste was completely different. Not even a five-star hotel chef could achieve this level. I oppose. LL try some too, Su Guofeng said, sampling the food. He looked at Lin Chen in shock. Xu Mengyao had an oppose. He exaggerated. Lin Chen and oppose. As culinary skills were definitely world-class. Grandma, is it delicious? Daddy and oppose. Food is the best. Mommy and I both love it. Lin Chen giggled. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei nodded. 20 minutes passed, and Yang Qingwei stopped eating. She was getting full. Mild anorexia was non-existent in the face of such delicious food. Lin Chen, I have a request to make. Qian's grandma has been diagnosed with anorexia, but she's eating very well now. Could you possibly send a meal every day for the next few days? Su Guofeng asked, feeling a little embarrassed. If Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao were together, he wouldn't need to feel embarrassed. There would be no need for formalities between family members. But Lin Chen wasn't yet with Xu Mengyao. Of course, no problem, Lin Chen said with a smile. Uncle Su, you don't need to be so polite. When the time came to poach the cabbage, he certainly wouldn't be polite. Having dined, Su Guofeng returned to the hotel with Lin Chen. As Yang Qingwei also desired an afternoon repose, his presence was unnecessary. Grandpa, narrate a tale to me. This storybook was penned by Daddy, and it's ever so delightful, chirped Lin Xiaoxi, nestled upon the bed. Indeed, Grandpa shall recount a story, Su Guofeng responded gently, regaling her for a quarter of an hour until she drifted into slumber. A faint smile gracing her countenance. Lin Chen, be seated, Su Guofeng beckoned, inviting Lin Chen to occupy a space in the outer parlor of the deluxe suite he had procured for Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi. The events of yesteryear left Mengyao traumatized. She consulted numerous physicians. Although she appears composed, she is not fully recuperated. I implore you to exercise a modicum of forbearance towards her. A swift declaration of affection and decisive action are not advisable. Rather, a gradual, organic progression is warranted. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Su, I understand. I possess some medical acumen and am cognizant of the prevalence of psychological impediments stemming from trauma. Su Guofeng offered a subtle smile. Lin Chen, I am grateful for your understanding. That incident also inflicted considerable distress upon her mother and myself. Consequently, we have become increasingly vigilant regarding her well-being, perpetually fearing a recurrence. Lin Chen avowed, Uncle Su, I shall safeguard her. He recalled the image of Xu Mengyao awaiting him after imbibing alcohol. Despite her persona as an aloof, glacial CEO, Xu Mengyao possessed moments that resonated with warmth within him. Indeed, Su Guofeng affirmed with a nod. Lin Chen, some affluent individuals, when selecting a son-in-law, favor those of a more docile and intellectually limited disposition. However, my preferences diverge. I aspire to find someone capable of serving as Mengyao's mainstay. Her mother, and I cannot shield her in perpetuity. Material possessions are ephemeral, provided you both are content. Our wealth shall ultimately be yours. Lin Chen demurred, Uncle Su, you are mistaken. Even if Mengyao and I were to unite, your resources would remain yours. I am capable of providing for myself. Should we embark on a relationship, it would be predicated on her intrinsic qualities, not the pecuniary assets of the Su family. Su Guofeng gazed at Lin Chen with astonishment. Lin Chen, let us defer these discussions to a later juncture. Mengyao's mother and I hold you in high esteem. Lin Chen inclined his head and inquired with a gentle smile. Uncle Su, are there any shooting ranges in the vicinity? I harbor a desire to engage in some marksmanship. Xu Guofeng affirmed. There is a range situated somewhat remotely. When Mengyao and Amp, Oppo's mother is unwell and I am burdened by stress, I frequent it to alleviate tension through shooting. I have procured a black card there, granting access to all manner of firearms. You may avail yourself of my card and proceed there immediately. I shall attend to Qian. Lin Chen assented, secure in the knowledge that Lin Xiaoxi was under Xu Guofeng and Oppo's watchful eye. 20 minutes elapsed before Lin Chen arrived at the shooting range. He grasped a firearm, and the tactile sensation evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of his shooting experiences at the amusement park with Lin Xiaoxi. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen discharged 3 rounds in rapid succession. The initial shot deviated slightly, but the subsequent 2 struck with unerring precision, as if executed by a seasoned veteran. Time ebb away. Lin Chen indulged in a variety of firearms, acquiring proficiency with each. Regardless of the weapon, he demonstrated commendable competence. You, good. A blonde woman approached Lin Chen, uttering halting Mandarin. Lin Chen responded in fluent English. I am proficient in English. May I inquire as to your purpose? The blonde woman and Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up. Your English is impeccable. I'm seeking an individual to serve as a bodyguard. Your marksmanship is impressive, and I wish to enlist your services. The duration would be 1 month, with a remuneration of $100,000. Lin Chen was taken aback. $100,000 for a month in Oppo's work was a substantial sum. I regret to inform you that I am merely here for recreation and am scheduled to return to my homeland imminently. I am unable to accept your offer. With $100,000, you could engage several professional bodyguards. Lin Chen declined. The blonde woman explained, those who seek to harm me possess considerable prowess. I fear that individuals from professional bodyguard agencies may be compromised. Therefore, I have come to the shooting range to personally select a suitable candidate. I shall offer you $200,000 for 1 month. Lin Chen shook his head. I am not motivated by financial considerations. This is not a matter of money. Madam, I suggest you seek another. $300,000. I am willing to remit $150,000 in advance, the blonde woman persisted. Lin Chen remained resolute in his refusal. At that juncture, 2 individuals advanced towards Lin Chen and the woman, their hands reaching into their garments. From their gazes, Lin Chen detected an intent to kill. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that trouble had arrived. The approaching figures produced firearms from within their clothing. One of them aimed at Lin Chen. Bang, bang. Lin Chen swiftly discharged 2 rounds, each striking the assailants precisely between the eyebrows. Given their intent to eliminate him, he had no compunction in retaliating. In the face of armed adversaries, politeness would have been suicidal. The blonde woman was momentarily stunned. You have saved my life. Here is my card. Should I survive this month, I shall mobilize my family's resources to assist you in any future predicament. The blonde woman presented a seemingly unremarkable business card. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Their bodies, the blonde woman interjected. That is of no concern to you. Surrender your firearm to me, and I shall claim responsibility for their deaths. My family will handle the matter, ensuring that the police do not involve you. Lin Chen relinquished the firearm to the blonde woman. I require no assistance from you, but ensure that no complications arise for me. May we never meet again. Lin Chen departed expeditiously. The blonde woman initiated a telephone call. Andrew, 2 assassins attempted to eliminate me, but I neutralized them. I am currently at. Please dispatch individuals to dispose of their corpses. Upon departing the shooting range, Lin Chen secured transportation to another location, transferring between several taxis before returning to the hotel. Daddy, where have you been? Lin Xiaoxi, now awake, eagerly approached him. Lin Chen stooped down and lifted Lin Xiaoxi into his arms. Daddy was attending to some matters. Have you been well-behaved, Qian? Have you been mischievous? Lin Chen inquired, showering Lin Xiaoxi with affection. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. I have been well-behaved. I engaged in drawing with Grandpa, and my artistic skill surpasses he. Xu Guofeng exclaimed in admiration. Lin Chen, Qian possesses exceptional artistic talent, undoubtedly inherited from you. Lin Chen set Lin Xiaoxi down. Qian, continue drawing for a while and create a portrait for Grandpa and Grandma. Su, I wish to discuss something with you. With Lin Xiaoxi occupied with drawing in the bedroom, Lin Chen and Su Guofeng adjourned to the parlor. Su Guofeng inquired with concern. Lin Chen, your demeanor suggests that something is amiss. Has something transpired? Lin Chen recounted the events at the shooting range. The business card? Su Guofeng in Guit. Lin Chen handed the card to Su Guofeng, whose eyes widened in astonishment as he examined it. Lin Chen, this family wields considerable influence. Your act of saving Salina may not be detrimental. Lin Chen probed. Uncle Su, are you acquainted with this family? Su Guofeng nodded. I possess some rudimentary knowledge. This family surpasses our Su family by a factor of 10 or more. Is Salina attractive? Lin Chen hesitated. He shook his head. Medio unso Su. I eliminated those 2 assassins. Will I incur any repercussions? Are you not focusing on the pertinent issue? Su Guofeng asserted. Even if it becomes public knowledge, their attempt on your life and your subsequent self-defense are justifiable. They will not antagonize the Su family for the sake of 2 deceased individuals. Lin Chen nodded subtly. He resolved to enhance his combat capabilities further. Ultimately, self-reliance is the most dependable recourse. Chapter 61. Should Lin Chen and the others obtain their certificate first? Lin Chen pondered. Having eliminated the assassin and thwarted their plans, would they truly refrain from seeking revenge? Su Guofeng replied, most likely not. Powerful forces are involved in numerous aspects, with many plans disrupted each year. If they retaliated for every minor setback, they would find themselves at odds with the entire world. Such petty grievances would prompt other factions to worry about their own safety. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Su Guofeng continued, this will conclude within a month. Such matters are generally indicative of internal power struggles within a family. Attracting trouble for a family is detrimental. Smaller factions and families tend to harbor grudges easily, but larger forces prioritize their interests above all. You're merely unwittingly entangled in this situation. There is no need for excessive concern. Lin Chen remarked, I'm not overly worried for myself. My concern lies with you and Aunt Yang in the United States. I fear you may encounter trouble. Su Guofeng Yuke. Your concern is unwarranted. Among the wealthy, there exists an unspoken understanding. If they were to harm us, what benefit would it bring them but chaos? We are all part of the same circle. Breaking the rules would lead to ostracism from others. Countless wealthy individuals face bankruptcy, yet how many have resorted to murder over such matters? Reflecting on Su Guofeng's words, Lin Chen acknowledged the rarity of such occurrences. Uncle Su, let us remain vigilant. Su Guofeng nodded. Rest assured, I have hired bodyguards from the strongest security firm in the U.S. Should anything happen to us, their reputation would be tarnished, and various factions would grant them some respect. Lin Chen exhaled in relief. I will have someone investigate further to uncover the truth behind this matter. Once I have results, I will inform you. Little Qian is asleep. You should also rest. Su Guofeng then took his leave. Ding! Upon entering his room, Su Guofeng made a phone call. Leveraging his connections in the U.S., within half an hour, he received news confirming that it was indeed a family feud. Su Guofeng mused to himself. Having added Lin Chen on WeChat, he sent a message. Lin Chen, it is an internal conflict within the Dawson family. There will be no issues. All right, Uncle Su. Lin Chen felt reassured. However, this incident served as a warning bell. The world was not as peaceful as it seemed. He needed to become stronger to protect himself and his family. He wondered when he would acquire martial arts skills. Lin Chen reflected on the natural progression of skill acquisition, knowing that forcing Lin Xiaoqian to practice would yield no results. Little Qian, you are over 2 years old now. It is time to stand tall. In his bedroom, Lin Chen gently touched Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's small nose, eliciting a sweet smile from her, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. Time passed swiftly, and 5 days went by. Su Guofeng took Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital in the morning, and, at noon, Lin Chen prepared a meal for the 4 of them to share at the hospital. He made extra, knowing that Yang Qingwei would also partake in the evening, and her recovery was progressing well with each hearty meal. Grandpa and Grandma, I will miss you. Grandma, please get well soon and come back quickly, Lin Xiaoqian said with reluctance. They had been there for a week, and even though Su Guofeng and the others were reluctant, they had to let Lin Chen and his family return. Xu Mengyao missed Lin Xiaoqian as well, and hoped for more opportunities for Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao to interact. Grandma will recover swiftly. Qian. Remember to listen to your parents, Yang Qingwei said, embracing Lin Xiaoqian with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Knock, knock. The door sounded, and Su Guofeng opened it to reveal not a doctor, but a blonde woman. This woman was Salina, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, I am Salina. I came to visit the esteemed lady. Su Guofeng welcomed her into the room, where Salina presented the flowers to Yang Qingwei, then turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. I have achieved victory. Should you ever require help, please do not hesitate to contact me. Lin Chen replied coolly. I did not assist you. I acted in self-defense. Just ensure that no one disturbs us. Rest assured, that will not happen, Salina assured him, and she left within 2 minutes. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, we will take our leave now. Please take care, Lin Chen said as he embraced Lin Xiaoqian and departed shortly thereafter. Though Salina was not exceptionally beautiful, she was still appealing. Yang Qingwei expressed her concern. Do you think she might have feelings for Lin Chen? Su Guofeng replied, Dear, what are you thinking? The Dawson family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars, far exceeding our own. She is destined to be an heir of the Dawson family. Lin Chen is also quite exceptional. Do you believe there is no chance Salina could be interested in him? Yang Qingwei furoet her bro. Su Guofeng conceded. Well, it is not entirely impossible, but the likelihood is quite low. Do not worry, my dear. Do you lack confidence in Mengyao? Yang Qingwei remarked. If Mengyao were more proactive, I would certainly have confidence. Our daughter is no less than anyone else, yet she has always been indifferent towards men. I fear that if time passes, Lin Chen and Appo's enthusiasm may wane. Su Guofeng's expression turned peculiar. Wife, do you think your satisfaction with Lin Chen is perhaps too high? After all, I have dined with him numerous times. Yang Qingwei mused. Should we encourage Mengyao to obtain a marriage certificate with Lin Chen? They could secure a certificate first and gradually nurture their relationship. Obtain a certificate first? Well, considering they already have a child, it does not seem out of place, Su Guofeng contemplated. However, let us not rush. Let them spend more time together. When we return, we can assess their situation then. Little did they know, Lin Chen and the others had already tied the knot. 20 hours later, the plane landed safely. Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold paper airplanes, having acquired ample information about them, particularly about the Gulfstream G550. He had initially hoped for some revelations, but it became evident that his system was not inclined towards chaos. Mom, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully upon disembarking from the plane. Xu Mengyao drove into the airport to pick them up. Qian, Mommy missed you dearly, she said, lifting Lin Xiaoqian into her arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, Daddy, and I missed you so much too. Did you miss Daddy? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, her cheeks flushing. I did, she stammered. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, let me down. You and Daddy should hug and kiss. Xu Mengyao replied. Not right now. Mommy cannot hug Daddy. He has not bathed in a long time. He must smell quite bad. Lin Chen, you drive. I will hold Qian. Not allowing her assistant to drive, Xu Mengyao took the wheel herself. All right. Lin Chen smiled, and soon they were on their way. Mommy, I have a little secret to tell you, Lin Xiaoqian whispered. However, the car was small, and Lin Chen could hear her clearly. What secret? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian leaned closer to Xu Mengyao's ear, and Annie came looking for Daddy, and she brought flowers. Chapter 62. Xu Mengyao's jealousy. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze drifted towards Lin Chen, who was focused on driving. Lin Chen, you seem to be quite popular, she remarked. Lin Chen pondered to himself that perhaps a hint of insecurity from Xu Mengyao might expedite the progression of their relationship. Mengyao, why do you ask that? He feigned ignorance of Lin Xiaoqian's earlier comment. It's nothing, Xu Mengyao teased Lin Xiaoqian, ignoring Lin Chen altogether. An hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot of their residential complex. Mengyao, you and Xiaoqian head upstairs first. I need to pick up some groceries. We and Appo's. We're out of everything at home, he smiled. Okay, Xu Mengyao nodded, and she accompanied Lin Xiaoqian upstairs to their room. Xiaoqian, was the lady who brought flowers for Dad pretty? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Mom, no. That lady brought flowers for Grandma, not for Dad. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She had been feeling slightly melancholic on her way here, only to discover that the flowers were not meant for Lin Chen. Xiaoqian, you mentioned a lady came to see Dad and brought flowers, Xu Mengyao retorted, slightly annoyed. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mom, did I say something wrong? Xu Mengyao sighed. While she hadn't misspoken, the implication was entirely different. Was that lady beautiful? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She was very pretty, despite her inability to discern. She felt there was no harm in complimenting someone. Xiaoqian, why don't you go play on the balcony? Your toys have missed you, Xu Mengyao suggested. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian bounced toward the balcony. Mom, Xiaoqian is back. Are you both well? Have you been feeling better these days? Xu Mengyao called as she dialed Yang Qingyue for a video chat. All is well. It's good that Lin Chen and Xiaoqian are back safely. Mengyao, Lin Chen is quite exceptional. You two should nurture your relationship. Don't regret it later, Yang Qingyue advised. Xu Mengyao playfully protested. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Chen has only been here for a few days, and you are all defending him. Yang Qingyue continued. Even your father spoke well of Lin Chen during his call yesterday. Lin Chen is indeed remarkable. He takes excellent care of Xiaoqian. Do you want Xiaoqian to have a stepfather or stepmother? Yang Qingyue questioned. Mom, you never said such things before, Xu Mengyao murmured. Knowing that Lin Chen excels at basketball is not trivial. Your father and I have come to appreciate him. We simply did not anticipate his exceptional qualities. Xu Mengyao feigned casualness. Mom, Xiaoqian mentioned a beautiful lady brought flowers for you. Who is she? Yang Qingyue's interest piqued. I don't know her personally. She's a friend Lin Chen met here, and indeed, she is quite beautiful. In truth, Sarina and Appo's appearance was merely above average, while Xu Mengyao and Appo's beauty was unparalleled. There was a significant disparity, and Yang Qingyue was deliberately emphasizing it. Lin Chen's friend took the time to visit you. That shows thoughtfulness. Mom, I'm just checking to let you know I'm safe. I have to go wash Xiaoqian, Xu Mengyao concluded and ended the video call. A subtle smile graced Yang Qingyue and Appo's face. As a mother, she understood her daughter well. Xu Mengyao and Appo's video call was secondary to her desire to learn about the woman who sent flowers. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned, and Xu Mengyao had finished bathing Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Chen, please prepare less food for lunch. I'm on a diet and don't wish to eat, Xu Mengyao informed him. Lin Chen assessed her. Mengyao, your figure is flawless. What do you need a diet for? Besides, who diets by skipping lunch? Most merely refrain from eating afternoon. I had a substantial breakfast. I simply don an Appo's tea want lunch. Please make less to avoid waste, Xu Mengyao insisted. Are you really not going to eat? No. Lin Chen nodded slightly. All right, I'll prepare less. Mengyao, I have a bit of medical knowledge. It's fine to do this occasionally, but if it becomes a habit, it could be detrimental to your health. I understand, Xu Mengyao replied, continuing to engage with Lin Xiaoqian, as she had to spend quality time with her daughter after such a long absence. Before long, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. It smells wonderful, Xu Mengyao swallowed hard. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished preparing the meal, consisting of only 3 dishes with fish, meat, and vegetables, which was quite decent. Mommy and Appo's, it's time to eat. Lin and Appo's, let's go wash our hands first, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Xu Mengyao helped Lin Xiaoqian wash her hands and then lifted her onto her dining chair. Xiaoqian, Mommy ISN and Appo's, tea hungry. You and Daddy can eat. I have to go to work at the company and will visit you again in a few days. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian goodbye. Mommy, aren't and Appo's, tea you hungry? Your stomach is growling. Lin Xiaoqian replied, puzzled. Grandma says when your stomach growls, it means you and Appo's hungry. Just then, Xu Mengyao and Appo's stomach growled again. The dishes Lin Chen prepared looked delicious and appealing. Mengyao, you're clearly not uninterested in food. I made enough for you. 3 dishes should suffice, Lin Chen remarked as he served himself a bowl of rice. After the meal, Xu Mengyao insisted on doing the dishes. By the time she finished, Lin Xiaoqian had fallen asleep. Mengyao, are you feeling a bit jealous? Lin Chen chuckled. Sarina approached me because I helped her out. Her looks are average and pose no threat to you. Xu Mengyao replied coolly, don't be so self-absorbed. Jealousy? I merely want you to understand our agreement. If you pursue anyone else, we should part ways. I have work to attend to, so I must leave. Lin Chen was bewildered. What is going on? Mengyao, the flowers from Serena were not for me. They were for your mother. I know, Xu Mengyao responded. When Xiaoqian is not around, please call me by my name. Our relationship is not that close. As she moved toward the door to change her shoes, Lin Chen was left utterly confused, unaware that his future mother-in-law was inadvertently aiding him from afar. Even Xiaoqian said that lady was beautiful. Mengyao, let's clarify a few things before you leave. Lin Chen blocked the doorway. He thought a hint of jealousy was a positive sign, but too much could be detrimental. Why do you call Serena average-looking? She's quite beautiful. We only obtain a marriage certificate. I won't interfere with your life. There's no need to lie. I find that rather displeasing. Xu Mengyao frowned. Lin Chen, perplexed, replied, I haven't lied. Xiaoqian said she was pretty. Kids can sometimes exaggerate. My mom also said she was beautiful. Xu Mengyao spoke calmly. Well then. Lin Chen realized he was receiving assistance from both his mother and daughter. Chapter 63. Xu Mengyao presents a gift. Lin Chen stepped aside, helplessly saying, Mengyao, perhaps you should consult our mother again. The disparity in aesthetic appreciation between individuals cannot be so vast. Xu Mengyao shot him a glance, her beautiful eyes rolling. What do you mean our mother? She is my mother. Please help Qianqian adjust her time zone, she added before departing. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Xu Mengyao entered her car but hesitated to start the engine, lost in thought. Did mom intentionally claim that Salina is beautiful? She pondered, checking the time. It was 12:30. In the United States, it was midnight, and her parents were likely asleep. Dad, are you awake? Xu Mengyao sent a message to Su Guofeng. As her mother was unwell, it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Her father might still be awake. What is the matter? Su Guofeng quickly replied. Lying in bed, but not yet asleep. Qianqian mentioned that a beautiful lady sent flowers, but Lin Chen said she wasn't pretty. Who's lying? A faint smile appeared on Su Guofeng and Appo's face as he read the message. It was amusing to see his daughter so invested in this. Neither of them is lying. Qianqian is still young. She likely thinks the lady is beautiful because she is well-dressed and sent flowers. Salina is average-looking, even with makeup. Xu Mengyao buried her face in her hands upon reading his reply, feeling utterly embarrassed. How could I let this get to me? She lamented internally. Regret washed over her for feeling jealous and angry. Mengyao, you haven't quarreled with Lin Chen, have you? Su Guofeng texted again. Of course not. Why would I care about whether Salina is pretty or not? As long as Lin Chen isn't lying, that's what matters. If he were to lie, it would set a bad example for Qianqian. Su Guofeng sent her a photo of a roasted duck. Dad, why are you sending this? Just thought of Beijing roast duck. Xu Mengyao raised an eyebrow at her phone, suddenly understanding her father's intention. Stubborn old man. Lin Chen, I should be free the day after tomorrow. If you have no plans, let us take Qianqian to the amusement park, Xu Mengyao messaged Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled at the message, having just left in a huff. It seems Xu Mengyao had realized Salina's looks were rather ordinary. Not going. You're misunderstanding me. I'm quite hurt. A kiss or hug won't heal this in 10 days or so, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao, should I lift you high again? You can amp, Appo's, lift me. How about I lift you instead? Xu Mengyao exited her car and retrieved a box from the trunk. 2 minutes later, she knocked on the door. Lin Chen quickly opened it. Mengyao, you made the trip with Qianqian and cooked for my parents. Thank you. Your calligraphy is impressive. So I got you this pen for your signatures. I forgot to give it to you earlier. Lin Chen grinned at Xu Mengyao, suspecting she hadn't forgotten, but was merely upset. Thank you, he said as he accepted the box containing the pen. Does this symbolize flying together, as in holding you close? Xu Mengyao, I didn't amp, Appo's, think that much. Don't overthink it. Goodbye. Feeling a bit flustered, she turned and left quickly. Lin Chen opened the box to find an exquisitely crafted fountain pen, evidently of high quality. Though Xu Mengyao displayed a hint of pride, he found the gift rather delightful. In such situations, many girls would expect their partners to coax them. Some might even demand tangible gestures of affection. Xu Mengyao may feign indifference, but her actions spoke volumes. I'm free the day after tomorrow. Qianqian has long wanted to visit the amusement park as a family. You should come over tomorrow evening. It's hot. So we should leave early, Lin Chen messaged Xu Mengyao. Okay, she replied after a moment of contemplation. She had many tasks to complete. If she were to visit Lin Chen tomorrow evening, she needed to work efficiently, likely staying late until 10. What are you practicing? Lin Chen mused. With Lin Xiaoqian napping. He searched for martial arts materials online. There were numerous styles available: Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Xing Yi Bahua, Muay Thai, and more. The authenticity of these resources was uncertain, but they seemed plausible enough to practice. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian directly would be too conspicuous and ineffective. His plan was to practice first, hoping Lin Xiaoqian would develop an interest and join him. After some consideration, he settled on Tai Chi, as its gentle movements could be practiced indoors, making it suitable for Lin Xiaoqian to follow along. System: if I continue to enhance my physique, can I develop inner strength through Tai Chi? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Host: if you select the right technique, it is possible. However, you may need at least 10 years of dedicated practice, committing over 3 hours daily, the system replied. Lin Chen: it seems that achieving greatness relies heavily on my precious daughter. System: there are many Tai Chi styles online. Please help me choose a reliable one. Understood, host. After a while, the system presented several options, selecting one that would yield results with consistent practice. For an average person, even with long-term commitment, it would only offer fitness benefits. Attaining inner strength was wholly unattainable. Closing the curtains, Lin Chen began practicing silently while following a video, aiming to master the movements first. He knew that only by performing beautifully would Lin Xiaoqian find it captivating. He estimated it would take him 4 to 5 days to learn the basics and perhaps 10 days to refine his technique. After finishing a round, he wondered, system: what is my current physique level? Host: your physique is currently at 171. A subtle smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. His physique was nearing that of elite fighters. In terms of pure physicality, he was now almost on par with Tyson in his prime. However, without combat skills, he would struggle to showcase his full potential against Tyson. I must continue practicing. Just 10 days or so. Even if Xiaoqian doesn't join me, it will still be beneficial. As he resumed his training, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen frowned, guessing it was not Xu Mengyao. She would not ring the bell while Lin Xiaoqian was napping. Zhao Tianyu? Lin Chen recognized the visitor through the peephole, surprised that Zhao Tianyu had found his residence. What a coincidence. I just returned to the country today, and you happened to drop by, Lin Chen said, opening the door with a bemused expression. Chapter 64. The kindness of Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's sarcasm. Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Please come inside. Lin Chen replied softly. The Zhao family is, after all, a partner of the Xu family. It is necessary to maintain a semblance of politeness. Zhao Xiao, please have a seat. What brings you here? Lin Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Zhao Tianyu began. Lin Chen, you have been spending quite a bit of time with Xu Mengyao. Do you truly believe you are suited for one another? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Zhao Xiao, I believe we are very compatible. Xiaoqian is our daughter, and just look at how adorable she is. If I were to post her pictures online, I and Oppos, am sure the netizens would encourage us to have more children. Zhao Tianyu responded. Lin Chen, do not deceive yourself. Xu Mengyao and Oppos' interest in you is solely because of Xiaoqian. She needs a father figure right now. However, you both belong to different social strata, and your relationship will only hinder each other. In movies and television, when a beautiful woman falls for a poor scholar, she's often portrayed as either a ghost or a vixen. You must face reality. Indulging in fantasies will not benefit you, Xu Mengyao, or even Xiaoqian's future. Zhao Tianyu spoke earnestly, trying to persuade Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Zhao Xiao, you make valid points. Please continue. Zhao Tianyu continued. You are leveraging your relationship with Xiaoqian, which is quite clever, but your chances of success are slim. The gulf between your social classes is immense. Xu Mengyao has grown up in luxury, while you come from humble beginnings. Their family possesses hundreds of billions, while your family has little to show. One must possess self-awareness. Lin Chen gazed at Zhao Tianyu, acknowledging the truth in his words. He, however, had the fortune of acquiring a system that could elevate his circumstances. Zhao Xiao, that is not entirely accurate. In novels and films, characters often resort to throwing money at their problems, Lin Chen said with a light laugh. Zhao Tianyu replied. Let me impart some wisdom. I'm not here to wield my wealth to intimidate you. We should calmly clarify matters. Lin Chen regarded Zhao Tianyu, suspecting he had received advice from his father. Lin Chen, even if you were to be with Xu Mengyao, the vast economic disparity between your families means you would essentially be a dependent. If you do not seek financial assistance from her, she may regard you more favorably. But what significance does that hold for you? If you ask for help, it may dilute any affection she has for you over time. She will come to look down on you. Lin Chen nodded. You are right. Zhao Tianyu, feeling emboldened, continued. Pursuing Xu Mengyao may lead to frustration and likely divorce in the future. Instead, it would be wiser to seek another partner with some financial support. I can offer you 1 million. Please do not entangle yourself with Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen was taken aback. 1 million? Xiao, you underestimate Mengyao and Amp. Oppos. Allure. Not only does she come from a distinguished family, but she is also exceptionally beautiful. This mere million seems quite meager. Zhao Tianyu said solemnly. If you agree to cease your pursuit of Xu Mengyao, I will give you 2 million and an additional 1 million upon your marriage to someone else. I will also assist you in securing a good job with a salary of no less than 50,000. Lin Chen felt a surge of appreciation for Zhao Tianyu's generous offer. Xiao, you have indeed piqued my interest, but I must decline. Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed. Lin Chen, 3 million plus a good job. Would it not be easier to find a girlfriend under such circumstances? Your pursuit of Xu Mengyao could very well lead to a fruitless endeavor. As time passes, you may find yourself without money or a good career. Consider your parents and Xiao Qian. Do you wish for her to grow up with nothing? Zhao Tianyu pleaded earnestly. Lin Chen replied, Xiao, your reasoning is sound, and your offer is generous, but Mengyao has feelings for me. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. What could she possibly see in you? Your dilapidated home? Your farmer and Amp? Oppos. As background? Your meager salary? Wait, you were laid off, so you have no income at all. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps she is attracted to my good health? Nowadays, wealthy women tend to value that. Zhao Tianyu was left speechless, rising to his feet. I urge you to think carefully about what I have said. Consider your future, as well as that of your parents. Daydreaming for too long can be detrimental. Zhao Tianyu exited swiftly. Xiao, safe travels. No need for farewells, Lin Chen said with a slight smile as he closed the door. Once outside, Zhao Tianyu struck the wall in frustration. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth. His father had sent him to negotiate, yet the outcome had nearly caused him internal distress. Lin Chen listened attentively, having initially believed he could sway Zhao Tianyu, only to have his proposal met with a smile and refusal. Father, I have failed. Zhao Tianyu messaged Zhao Huiran. Come back. Zhao Huiran replied promptly. An hour later, Zhao Tianyu returned and recounted his encounter with Lin Chen in detail. Father, I approached him with kindness, yet that scoundrel showed no appreciation. A person like him will never earn 3 million in his lifetime. Zhao Huiran pondered for a moment. Let him stew for a week. In a few days, he may regret not accepting your offer. Do not rush to approach him again. The more eager you are, the easier it is for him to take advantage of you. A glimmer of determination shone in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Father, should we employ some tactics? Zhao Huiran replied calmly. What do you intend to do? Zhao Tianyu shook his head. I have yet to devise a plan. Zhao Huiran advised, do not resort to underhanded methods. If you could spend a little to persuade Lin Chen to leave, that would be the best outcome. A slightly higher expenditure is acceptable, but do not raise the price. Let Lin Chen propose it himself. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in America, the night had passed, and Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Wife, did you speak with Mengyao last night? Yang Qingwei replied. She asked me if Salina was beautiful. I thought it might stir some jealousy and deepen their feelings. So I told her Salina was quite lovely. Why? Su Guofeng said, our daughter may be at odds with Lin Chen. Really? Is that necessary? Su Guofeng et lie. She believes Lin Chen is lying. Last night, she asked me, and I told her the truth. If she questions you again, please explain it well. Let their relationship develop naturally. Do not interfere. Yang Qingwei picked up her phone. I will explain right now. She dialed Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppos, S number. But Mengyao was working late at the company, attending a meeting with some executives. Upon seeing her mother's call, she declined to answer. Had it been Xu Guofeng, she would have picked up. What if something unexpected happened to her mother? Honey, do you think Mengyao has returned home by now? She ignored my call. Yang Qingwei said with a hint of frustration. Chapter 65, Acquiring a Shop. She may not have finished work yet. She will call you after she gets off. Xu Guofeng was peeling an apple for Yang Qingwei. Yang Qingwei, puzzled, asked, ISN and AMP. Oppos, it too late for her to still be at the office? Our company rarely has employees working this late, right? Xu Guofeng smiled. Occasionally, when matters are urgent, overtime is necessary. An hour or two passed. After the meeting, Xu Mengyao busied herself for another hour, completing several tasks so she could leave early the next day. She thought to herself, I must catch dinner at Lin Chen's place. By the time she returned home, it was quite late. After a shower, she went straight to bed, too weary to make any calls. Dear, do you think Mengyao is still working late into the night? Yang Qingwen mused while having lunch. Xu Guofeng replied, I doubt it. She probably just forgot. You can call her tonight. Yang Qingwen remarked, for dinner, let's try another place. This one doesn't compare to Lin Chen's cooking. Xu Guofeng sighed. We've tried all the nearby restaurants. It's normal for their chefs to be inferior. Lin Chen's culinary skills are undoubtedly world-class. Yang Qingwei continued. If Lin Chen and Mengyao were to be together, we could still enjoy his cooking. Once they're no longer together, it will be hard to find such good food. Xu Guofeng replied. Their relationship depends on how their feelings develop. We can't sacrifice our daughter for a meal, can we? Yang Qingwei retorted. I think Lin Chen is quite good. Xu Guofeng chuckled. Many had better circumstances than mine back in the day, yet you still chose to marry me. A beautiful shoe must also fit well. He added, forget about them. Focus on your recovery. Yang Qingwen nodded slightly, continuing her meal. Though the food was not as delectable as Lin Chen's, after a week of his cooking, her health had improved, and her mild anorexia had nearly vanished. The following morning, Xu Mengyao had breakfast while video calling Yang Qingwei. Mengyao, did you work late last night? Xu Mengyao nodded. I worked until nearly 11. Mom, I was in a meeting when you called, and it was too late to return your call afterward. Yang Qingwei, feeling concerned, said, why are you working so hard? A little more or less profit 1T affect our lives. Were you staying late to see Qian? Xu Mengyao shook her head. No, Mom, don't be so nosy. She preferred her parents not to know she was staying at Lin Chen and Oppo's place that night. Yang Qingwei cleared her throat. Mengyao, Selina is quite ordinary looking. I mentioned she was pretty yesterday to instill a sense of urgency in you. Please do not misunderstand Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao calmly replied, it's nothing. What misunderstanding could there be in my relationship with Lin Chen? Yang Qingwei pouted. After ending the video call, she picked up Xu Guofeng's phone and forwarded the roast duck image to herself. Mengyao, your meals are too bland. Let me add a dish for you. She sent the roast duck image to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao was speechless, thinking, this couple is truly something else. Ding! Lin Chen received a bank message. He had signed a reprint contract with Tongxi Network yesterday. The first 1 million copies of his fairy tale had nearly sold out, and they wanted to print another 1 million. The rapid sales were aided by the promotions from Jiang Shuesong and others, as well as the superior quality of Lin Chen and AMP, Oppo's later fairy tales. His fairy tales had become legendary, with excellent results, and many parents voluntarily promoted them. Naturally, as his fan base grew, so did sales. The additional 1 million copies did not come with an advance, but Lin Chen earned a substantial 5 million in royalties from this batch. He had over 1 million remaining. And with this new income, his account swelled to 7 million. This sum was sufficient for purchasing a shop. His plan for the shop was to convert it into a music and dance studio for Lin Xiaoqian, and it did not have to be particularly large. Furthermore, the shop did not need to be on the first floor. Ding! Lin Chen dialed the previous real estate agent's number. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the property? If so, we will do our utmost to assist you. The agent quickly answered. Lin Chen inquired, do you also sell shops outside the community? The agent replied, yes, we do. The agent continued, in the past, one shop could support 3 generations. Now, it's the other way around. Shops are far less marketable than before, and we have many listed. Lin Chen asked, What is the lowest price for a shop around 150 square meters? The agent thought for a moment. Mr. Lin, if you have no requirements regarding location or floor, we have a corner shop on the third floor, 180 square meters, selling for just over 6 million. You might be able to negotiate further. Lin Chen was surprised. Is the price really that low? Does this shop have any other drawbacks? The agent explained, aside from the poor location and floor, it is a bit far from the elevator, and while the area is large, the storefront is somewhat small. The previous owner bought it for 9 million, rented it out for a year without success, and later tried to sell it, dropping the price from 8.5 million to the current 6 million, yet still no buyers. The agent added, though I want to make a sale, I cannot recommend this shop for you. It might have been viable for educational purposes in the past, but investing in this now could lead to significant losses. Lin Chen smiled lightly. While being far from the elevator and having a small storefront may be disadvantages for business, they were not a concern for him, as he intended to use it himself. Ask the landlord if he would sell it for 5 million. If he agrees, we can sign a contract today. If not, at this market rate, he may not sell it for 5 million next year. All right, Mr. Lin, I will discuss it with the landlord. The agent quickly called the landlord. Boss Wei, someone has offered 5 million for your shop. Are you open to selling? The landlord's expression darkened. Xiao Li, do you know I bought it for 9 million? Selling it for 5 million means I would lose half after loans and taxes. The agent sighed. Boss Wei, you've only had one inquiry in the past month for 6 million. If you list it for 5.5 million, you may get a few more inquiries, but closing a deal is uncertain. Given the current environment, holding on to cash may be the safest option. Boss Wei felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing he had been foolish in his investments. Tell them to raise the offer. I'll sell it for 5.5 million. The agent replied, I've already tried negotiating, but they are firm on their price. If you agree, they can sign the contract today. If you hesitate, they may move on to another shop. Defeated, Boss Wei said, fine, sell it. I'll come over immediately to finalize the contract for this wretched shop. Understood. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei signed a contract. Lin Chen inspected the shop, which perfectly met his needs. With 2 million remaining, he would have enough to ensure high-quality renovations. Lin Chen thought to himself, I need to expedite the renovations. Although Lin Xiaoqian does not require it yet, the process takes time, and once completed, it will need to air out for a while. Chapter 66. Another Absurd Reward. Xiaoqin, when you run, keep your eyes on the path ahead. How did you trip over your own feet? Did you hurt yourself? Let me take a look. In the community's grassy area, Lin Xiaoqin joyfully dashed about, but her small stature often led to her stumbling and falling. Host, instruct Lin Xiaoqin in running to acquire the skill lightness on grass. Achieve mastery in 30 hours and grandmastery in 60. The system and Oppo's voice resonated in Lin Chen and Oppo's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Teaching Xiaoqin to run on grass to gain such a skill? This seemed a tad far-fetched. Previously, he had earned aircraft manufacturing techniques from folding paper planes. Was the system experiencing another surge of absurdity? System, I've already taught Xiaoqin before. Host, your previous instruction lasted less than 5 minutes. Skills activate only after 5 minutes of teaching. Is it true that lightness on grass allows one to fly? Lin Chen inquired within his thoughts. Note, the narrative does not follow the urban fantasy genre. There are no martial arts families involved. It merely aims to ensure the protagonist can protect himself in the future. This book primarily focuses on everyday life. Host, this skill enhances speed and agility. But without inner strength, one cannot truly achieve flight. It is a skill that requires inner strength to support it. Are you suggesting that even if I learn martial arts, I may not master the footwork, but if I acquire inner strength first, I can utilize this skill directly? Indeed, the system replied. An enhancement in speed and agility is quite beneficial. Lin Chen mused. His physique was commendable, yet he struggled to maximize its potential. Gaining the lightness on grass skill could bolster his footwork. Even if he couldn't best others in combat, he could at least outrun them. Daddy, come. Chase me. Oh no. Lin Xiaoqin called out in her sweet voice, only to stumble once more, casting a woeful glance at Lin Chen. Daddy is here. Xiaoqin, you did wonderfully today. You didn't cry when you fell and have been diligently learning. Lin Chen encouraged as he approached. Xiaoqin and Appo's look of distress vanished instantly. She sprang up swiftly. Daddy, I don't cry. I'm not a little baby anymore. Indeed, Xiaoqin, you are absolutely correct. Lin Chen continued to instruct her. A wealth of information flooded Lin Chen and Appo's mind, all pertaining to running. Mastering the art of running is, in itself, a profound study. Many individuals injure themselves while running, and some severe cases even lead to disabilities. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Acquiring this skill was advantageous. Children often stumble and fall. Gaining expertise in this area would enable him to teach Lin Xiaoqin effectively. After several minutes, Xiaoqin gasped for breath. Daddy, I'm out of energy. Can we practice again tomorrow? She looked up at Lin Chen, seeking his approval. Lin Chen crouched down. Running can be exhausting. Are you certain you want to practice tomorrow? Can you endure? Yes. Wan runs so fast. I can't catch up to her. Xiaoqin nodded eagerly. Lin Chen chuckled softly. She is older than you. If you wish to run as fast as she does, you must practice more. But today is our first day. This is sufficient for now. Sit down, and I shall give you a massage. Understanding how to relax one's muscles is also an art in itself. He had just acquired considerable knowledge in that regard. In the evening, Xu Mengyao arrived at Lin Chen's residence. Why is Xiaoqin still sleeping? She inquired, puzzled. Lin Chen explained. We went out at noon to purchase a shop. When we returned, she saw Wan and didn't want to come back to sleep. She ended up playing outside for quite some time and is now exhausted. Xu Mengyao expressed her astonishment. You bought a shop? Yes. How large is it? 18 square meters. I plan to create a piano room and a dance studio for Xiaoqin, along with a martial arts room. I only need a studio of about 20 square meters for myself. Xu Mengyao asked, how much did you spend? I and Appo's cover half. Lin Chen shook his head. You needn't contribute. The shop is in a less favorable location, and it's on the third floor. It cost 5 million. If we split it, that is 2,500,000 each. But, Xu Mengyao frowned. Enough with the buts. This is for Xiaoqin. The shop will still be there. I can utilize it after my investment. Xu Mengyao suggested. Then I'll find someone to help you with the renovations. Although our company doesn't specialize in that. We have partnered companies for such work. A small triangular piano will suffice for home use. It doesn't have to be a dedicated piano room. It could be a music room shared with other instruments. 50 to 60 square meters would be appropriate. The dance studio needs to accommodate martial arts as well. Xu Mengyao regarded Lin Chen with suspicion. Do you know martial arts? Lin Chen smiled. I know a little. When Xiaoqin gets older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. In truth, he was not yet proficient in martial arts. However, his robust physique guaranteed formidable combat capability. Claiming to possess a smattering of knowledge was not misleading. Just a little? Xu Mengyao questioned with skepticism. If you only know a little, would you consider teaching Xiaoqin? Indeed, I truly only know a little. Lin Chen affirmed with a smile. For now, it's just a smidgen, but in the future, it might be a bit more. A simple dance studio of 30 to 40 square meters will suffice, but the martial arts space needs to be larger. How much usable area does your shop have? 150 square meters. Xu Mengyao note that's ample. A music room of 50 square meters, a dance room of 70 square meters, and the remainder can be your studio. Your studio should be a tad larger. Lin Chen chuckled. You can handle the arrangements. Just let me know how much it costs, and I'll reimburse you. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a look. Has our daughter become solely yours? You purchased the property, and I handle the renovations. Yet you expect me to cover the costs? What about the keys? I'll find someone to design and renovate it. It will likely take about 2 months. Lin Chen handed the keys to the shop to Xu Mengyao. Suddenly, a wailing sound emerged from the master bedroom. Mengyao, hurry. Xiaoqin has a little incident to discuss with you. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Xu Mengyao swiftly entered the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqin gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. Mommy, I wet the bed. It seems she indeed has something to share. Xiaoqin, it's all right. Mommy will take care of it. After she had changed Lin Xiaoqin, she found Lin Chen cooking. Xu Mengyao approached the kitchen, puzzled. Lin Chen, how did you know? Lin Chen chuckled softly. Xiaoqin doesn't usually cry upon waking. If she cries, it's typically because she wet the bed. Xu Mengyao countered, that's not accurate. When she's south at my place, She sometimes wakes up without having wet the bed and still cries. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is spacious, and when she wakes, you might not be there. She lacks a sense of security. Here, she knows I will definitely be present. When she wakes, she can simply get out of bed and find me. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen, could you teach me your cooking skills? Lin Chen was taken aback. You wish to learn? Indeed. Lin Chen shook his head. No need. Our household requires only one chef. I can manage alone. Moreover, even if you practiced for 20 years, you wouldn't reach my level. Chapter 67, Daddy, hold Mommy's hand. Xu Mengyao remarked, I never aspired to reach your culinary level. I will be content if my cooking improved a little. Lin Chen chuckled, that's not sufficient. My culinary skills are a lineage to be passed on to sons only. Neither you nor Qian can inherit them. Perhaps if you bear me a son, I could impart my skills to him. Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glare. This isn't about preferential treatment for sons. I would be fine with another daughter too. There are other skills I could pass down. With a hint of irritation, Xu Mengyao replied, you can keep them for yourself. Lin Chen suggested, why don't you take little Qian downstairs to play? At this hour, many children must be out. She might make a couple of new friends. Just come back in an hour. Xu Mengyao note that. She led Lin Chen downstairs, where many families in their neighborhood employed nannies for cooking, and indeed, a multitude of children were playing outside. Hello, I'm Qian. Can I play with you? Lin Chen boldly approached a group of children and soon joined in their games. Xu Mengyao watched with delight as Lin Qian's confidence blossomed. She had previously been shy about making friends. Lin Chen was adept at encouraging Qian, Xu Mengyao mused. Even when she was at home, her efforts never quite matched his. Often, she found herself preoccupied with work, unable to devote her full attention to their child. Isn't Qian not yet 3? She speaks so well, far more than our child. Someone nearby remarked to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Qian is 2.5. It's common to see Qian's father playing with her. I wish my husband was as attentive as Qian's dad. Xu Mengyao added, my husband has had more time lately. In their upscale neighborhood, there were quite a few mistresses. While they might not receive formal recognition, acquiring a valuable property was still a significant gain. Often, those who could play the role of a mistress were quite alluring themselves. She needed people to understand that Lin Chen was not a solitary figure. 50 minutes passed, and Xu Mengyao returned home with Lin Chen. Qian, why did you come back so quickly today? Usually when I call you, you refuse to leave your friends, Xu Mengyao inquired. With a giggle, Lin Chen responded, Mommy, Daddy is home, and he made delicious food. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. The world of children is remarkably simple. The allure of outdoor play is strong. Yet the comfort of home can be even more compelling. Soon, they arrived home, greeted by the delightful aroma of the meal. A wave of warmth washed over Xu Mengyao. Though they had a nanny for cooking, the experience of returning home after playing outside imbued her with a sense of familial warmth that was irreplaceable. Qian, take Mommy to wash your hands. Remember to clean them thoroughly after playing outside. Lin Chen smiled. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, leading Xu Mengyao to the washroom. Lin Chen, what dish is this? Upon returning, she noticed the meal was already on the table and pointed to one of the dishes with curiosity. Lin Chen responded with a smile. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today, I and Amp, Oppos, V prepared all renowned dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, lioness head, and this dish is Wensi tofu. Xu Mengyao remarked, I and Amp, Oppos, V had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but it was different from yours. Its taste was rather mediocre. Lin Chen pointed at the lioness head and exclaimed, Daddy, I want to eat the meatball. Mommy, meatballs are so delicious. Lin Chen served her one, then ladled some Buddha jumps over the wall for Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall requires a lengthy, simmering process. I used a pressure cooker, so tell me how it tastes. Xu Mengyao blushed slightly as she replied, Thank you. Although Lin Chen did not serve her directly, this gesture felt intimate nonetheless. As she tasted the food, Xu Mengyao was astonished. The flavors exploded on her palate, truly exquisite. The myriad ingredients in Buddha jumps over the wall must harmonize beautifully. A true test of a chef and Oppo's skill. Lin Chen had reached near legendary culinary prowess. He understood the nuances of each ingredient, enabling him to achieve such perfection even with a pressure cooker. How is it? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Xu Mengyao, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I've had before, this is an entirely different experience. The ones I had were a mishmash, rather bland in flavor. Yours is exceptionally delicious. Lin Chen chuckled. This dish is quite demanding. Previously, I could only make it using traditional methods. Though using a pressure cooker might be seen as inauthentic, at home, speed is of the essence. It's merely a compromise. Xu Mengyao shook her head. If this is a compromise, then what I usually eat could only be classified as swill. After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao felt profoundly satisfied, though she had to resist the urge to continue eating. Lin Chen, if Qian eats this well every day, she won in amp, oppos, T gain weight, will she? I don an oppos, T want her to become a little chubby. Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't worry, I keep track of it all. I know how much she eats at each meal, the carbohydrates, proteins, and fats she consumes, and I'm aware of her daily energy expenditure. I also understand her growth needs. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. You can control it so precisely? He smiled. It doesn't need to be overly precise. After all, we are not machines. It's enough to adjust dynamically. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I'll wash the dishes, she offered. Lin Chen shook his head. You should spend time with Qian. It's rare for you to be here. Why waste this time? He saw washing dishes as another opportunity to hone his culinary skills. But no buts. I'll wash quickly, and we can all go for a walk to aid digestion. You did eat quite a bit for dinner. Xu Mengyao and Oppos. S face flushed as she realized he was right. She had indeed overindulged. The food was simply too delectable. Before long, Lin Chen finished washing the dishes. The Ziyuan community was not far from the Huangpu River, and they made their way there. The night had fallen, casting a beautiful glow over the scenery. Many people strolled along the riverbank. Daddy, I want to be carried, Lin Qian said, looking up at Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao, who were holding hands. All right, I'll carry you. Lin Chen bent down with a smile and lifted Lin Qian into his arms. Lin Qian giggled. Daddy, you have one free hand. Hold Mommy's hand with that one. Lin Chen silently praised Lin Qian for her cleverness. What a good girl. Why must you hold Mommy and Oppo's hand? She and Oppo's. That's not a child. Xu Mengyao retorted. Lin Qian pointed ahead. Mommy, look. Ahead, there was another family of three, where the father was carrying his daughter while holding his wife's hand. Daddy, you should hold Mommy's hand too. I've never seen you do that. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao and extended his hand. Chapter 68. Shun Qing. We held hands. Xu Mengyao hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. While she had her reasons for not embracing or kissing outdoors, holding hands was a perfectly normal gesture, something Lin Xiaoqian understood well. Numerous couples strolled hand in hand along the road. Xu Mengyao was astute. If she refrained from holding Lin Chen and Oppo's hand, Lin Xiaoqian would undoubtedly sense the tension between them. She had already endured psychological scars in the past and wished to spare Lin Xiaoqian from experiencing the same. Lin Chen clasped Xu Mengyao's delicate hand, causing her to shiver slightly. She almost withdrew her hand entirely, as the memories of past events loomed large in her mind. Yet, having spent considerable time with Lin Chen and developed some feelings, she managed to resist the urge to pull away. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Xu Mengyao's hand was smooth and soft, feeling quite pleasant in his grasp. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with joy. It's all right. It's perfectly normal. After all, Lin Chen and I have a child together. Holding hands is simply a part of social interaction. Xu Mengyao reassured herself internally. Indeed, holding hands was a customary social etiquette, yet she usually only lightly touched fingers with others, seldom lasting more than 3 seconds. Now, Lin Chen held her hand firmly and continuously, a stark contrast to her usual brief encounters. Lin Chen, please let go of my hand. I'm getting warm, and my palms are sweating. Xu Mengyao finally spoke after a few minutes. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Daddy, switch hands to hold me, and hold Mommy with the other. That way, it won't be so hot. Mommy, am I smart? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, you're brilliant. You know how to solve problems when they arise. He switched hands, now holding Xu Mengyao with his right hand. After a few more minutes, Xu Mengyao suggested, Xiaoqian, you can walk on your own for a bit. It's tiring for Daddy to carry you. Don't spoil her too much, Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed, Xiaoqian. Why not walk a little? Look at that little friend ahead. See how they're walking by themselves? After their stroll, Lin Xiaoqian soon fell asleep after her bath. Xu Mengyao, however, felt wide awake. Today, she had actually held hands with Lin Chen, and it had been both of their hands. Ching Ching. I held hands with Lin Chen today, Xu Mengyao messaged Shen Qing. Shen Qing replied with a shocked emoji. Xu Mengyao continued. It was because of Xiaoqian. We were walking by the river, and she saw other parents holding hands, so she wanted us to do the same. Just for Xiaoqian? Why hadn't it Oppos? You held hands before. Shen Qing teased with a smirk. Xu Mengyao. Forget it. I won't discuss this with you, single dog. Shen Qing rolled her eyes. So? You and Oppos. Were you just here to show off? Xu Mengyao. I and Oppos. Am feeling a bit confused. I Don and Oppos. T seemed to mind it, and I wanted to ask about your thoughts on the situation. But I might have asked the wrong person. What do you know, single dog? Shen Qing scoffed. Mengyao, it's more about your psychological state. If it were anyone else, they would have probably already shared a bed. Lin Chen is an excellent cook, great at basketball, and has an impressive physique. If he were my boyfriend, I'd probably be a month into my pregnancy by now. Xu Mengyao. Inwardly, she mused that Lin Chen possessed many admirable qualities beyond just cooking and sports. Mengyao, your family can and Oppos. Do without Xiaoqian. She and Oppos, as quite the little powerhouse. Xu Mengyao, what should I do now? Shen Qing, what can you do? It and amp, Oppos, as a matter of your feelings. You can end amp, Oppos, just push Lin Chen down right now. Take your time. Let things unfold naturally. By the way, I have a small suggestion. When your parents return, why not move in with him? Xu Mengyao pauset, Xu Beat. Move in with him? Shen Qing responded, you only see each other every few days. Your feelings are progressing slowly, and I can't help but worry for you. Living together can accelerate emotional development. Living together doesn't mean you have to share a bed. With Xiaoqian around, you have a valid reason not to. Xu Mengyao, is this just so you can mooch off meals? Shen Qing, please ignore my little selfish motives. That and amp, Oppos, that's not the point. There are plenty of beautiful women in the UN community. Xu Mengyao felt a slight twinge of anxiety. Indeed, there were many attractive women in that community. Properties there cost over 10 million each. Those who could afford such homes were generally not lacking in looks. They were wealthy, beautiful, and often lonely. Enough about that. I didn't amp, Oppos, sleep well last night, so I amp, Oppos, I'm off to bed early. Xu Mengyao turned off her phone, intending to sleep early, but found herself unable to doze off for quite some time. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Xu Mengyao got out of bed. The guest room was empty, so she opened the study door and found Lin Chen inside. The computer in the study displayed a video of someone practicing Tai Chi. Lin Chen was actually following along. I know you and Oppos. Redoing it, but you and Oppos. Still young. When Oppos. That's the point of practicing Tai Chi for health. Lin Chen paused and smiled. I believe some of these traditional practices are quite beneficial. I'm just seeing if I can cultivate inner strength. Xu Mengyao stared at him, speechless. What are you thinking? Lin Chen paused again, grinning. Mengyao, your husband is a genius. Who knows, I might be able to cultivate inner strength one day. Even if I can't, strengthening my body will be good for you in the long run. Xu Mengyao felt her cheeks flush. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chen replied, puzzled, what are you thinking? I meant that if my body becomes stronger, I can protect you and Xiaoqian from any miscreants or threats. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Lin Chen, today when I held your hand, don't overthink it. It was for Xiaoqian's sake. I didn't want her to feel disappointed. I understand, Lin Chen nodded. You can continue your Tai Chi practice. I'll see if you really can cultivate inner strength. Xu Mengyao quickly retreated from the room, while Lin Chen continued his practice. He needed to find ways to enhance his strength for self-protection, as he was aware that his various abilities could attract unwanted attention in the future. After Einstein and amp, Oppos, death, his brain was stolen and sliced into hundreds of pieces. He was well aware that some foreign powers had no scruples and could resort to any means. He lay back in bed and reopened his phone, logging on a Tongxi network. Lin Chen had not updated his content yesterday or today. Suddenly, she noticed that someone had gifted him a silver alliance on his latest post, and it was from the same person as before. Xu Mengyao mused to herself that Lin Chen had quite the affluent female admirer. This time, she refrained from gifting him again. It felt somewhat contrived, as if she were trying to one-up the other person. Ding! Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppo's phone rang suddenly. It was a video call from her mother, Yang Qingwei. Xu Mengyao sighed, wondering why she had turned her phone on. Chapter 69. Xu Mengyao incurred a debt. After hanging up the video call, Xu Mengyao messaged, Mom, I and Amp, Oppo's, am in the shower and can and Amp, Oppo's, to answer video calls right now. Is there anything important? Yang Qingwei on the other end of the line was dubious. Inconvenient to answer video calls while showering? You and Amp, Oppo's, video call me while showering before. And the camera doesn't need to be pointed at your body, just your head. Mengyao is probably at Lin Chen's place again, Yang Qingwei mused to herself. While they used to be anxious about this, they now welcomed it. If Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen were truly together, it would signify that Xu Mengyao had completely emerged from her shadow. Yang Qingwei, your Aunt Liang is turning 50 soon, and you need to attend. Have you prepared a birthday gift yet? Not yet. Yang Qingwei. Then you need to hurry and prepare. You know her family and Oppo's situation. The gift can and Oppo's TB subpar, but also shouldn't be too extravagant. Also, consider whether Lin Chen should go. He participated in your company's basketball game, so it might not be appropriate if he doesn't and Amp, Oppo's, attend such an event. Xu Mengyao felt a slight headache. Her Aunt Liang and Amp, Oppo's husband was an official with a considerable rank. Choosing gifts for them was always a challenge, especially now that it was her 50th birthday. Mom, I'll prepare it. I'll discuss whether Lin Chen should go with him tomorrow. Yang Qingwei. Need to wait until tomorrow? You should be able to discuss it with him right now if you just go to the room next door, right? Xu Mengyao. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Xu Mengyao got up, finished washing up, and went outside to find Lin Chen preparing breakfast. Lin Chen, one and Oppo's. It'd be tiring for you to prepare 3 meals a day like this? It and Oppo's. It's okay for you to slack off occasionally, Xu Mengyao said, standing at the kitchen doorway. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao and smiled. Someone who finds this tiring can hardly achieve a high level of culinary skill. Has that little lazybones, Xiao Qian, not woken up yet? Xu Mengyao nodded. Not yet. I wanted to discuss something with you. My Aunt Liang and Amp, Oppo's, 50th birthday is next Wednesday. Qian definitely has to go, so please join us. Lin Chen inquired. Is Aunt Liang a relative of yours? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Not a relative. Her husband used to be my maternal grandfather and Oppo's subordinate, and my grandfather took good care of him. Our families used to have a good relationship. After my grandfather passed away, the relationship faded somewhat, but we still exchange pleasantries and gifts during festivals and birthdays. Lin Chen, does her husband hold a high position? He and Amp, Oppo's, the district head here in Shanghai. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The district head of Shanghai held a considerable rank. When is it? Would it be appropriate for me to go? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao, next Wednesday. You publicly participated in the company and Amp, Oppo's, basketball game. So given our relationship, you probably have to attend Aunt Liang and Amp, Oppo's, 50th birthday. Lin Chen nodded slightly. I have no problem with that. I and Amp, Oppo's, am good at freeloading. In China, to expand a business, he knew that one had to have connections in the officialdom. The adult world wasn't a fairy tale. Relationships that needed to be maintained had to be maintained. Lin Chen, there's one more thing. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen hesitantly. What is it? Xu Mengyao, could you paint a picture for me? I and Amp, Oppo's, been thinking about it, and can and Amp, Oppo's, to decide what kind of gift would be appropriate. If I give her a painting that you painted, even if it and Amp, Oppo's, exposed later, no one can find fault with it. Lin Chen chuckled. That's right. Giving a painting painted by one's own husband certainly can't be considered bribery. I can paint for you, but I wanted Oppo's to accept money. You need to think about how you and Oppo's thank me then. Will it be a kiss, a hug, or something else? Xu Mengyao, ISN and Amp, Oppo's, giving you $1 million better? Lin Chen shook his head. No, it reeks of money. Then I and Amp, Oppo's, have my daughter kiss you. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. Don't even mention kissing. You can't even have your daughter sleep with me. Cheating won't work. Xu Mengyao, I'll cook you a meal. Lin Chen said grumpily. The last time you cooked, I had to modify it to finish it. You, as a big CEO, can't do this. It's fine if I eat poorly. But don't harm Xiao Qian. Was it really that bad? Xu Mengyao muttered to herself. Then I owe you a hug, to be repaid within 3 years. Lin Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Mengyao, it seems you're confident that you'll be with me within 3 years. But 3 years is too long. 3 months is more like it. 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Chen shook his head. The payment period is too long. I can't accept it. Half a year. Half a year, the shortest. Xu Mengyao glared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. Lin Chen chuckled. Half a year it is then. I'll take a loss in this regard. You'll have to compensate me in other ways. The hug can't be shorter than 1 minute. Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. There's quite a difference between a quick hug and hugging for over a minute. But their relationship should have made considerable progress in half a year. And hugging at that time should be acceptable, right? It's better than having to hug within 3 months. Okay, fine. I'll go wake Chin up. Xu Mengyao quickly scurried away, her face red. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Teasing Xu Mengyao was quite interesting. Xu Mengyao looked very alluring when she blushed. It seems that Mengyao and Appo's affection for me has increased quite a bit. Otherwise, she wooed and Appo's have agreed to a hug in half a year. Xu Mengyao agreeing to this was a good expectation for their relationship. If it weren't into Appo's for Xu Mengyao and Appo's illness, they might be together soon. Xu Mengyao's illness was a psychological one, a mental issue that she herself had difficulty controlling. Lin Chen knew medicine, and he was well aware that psychological illnesses were difficult to treat. He could only slowly let her psychological shadow disappear. You rascal, making me owe such a debt. It and Appo's. It's not like I can and Appo's. To give you 5 million instead of 1 million. Xu Mengyao covered her face, feeling it getting hot. Qian, wake up. We and Appo's. We're going to the amusement park today. After calming down for a while, Xu Mengyao woke Lin Xiaoqian. After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others set off quickly. Go to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoqian shouted excitedly. Daddy, I want to go to a big amusement park. I want to ride a horse. Xu Mengyao asked in confusion. Are there horses at the amusement park? Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian is talking about a carousel. About 20 minutes passed. Beep beep. Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Chen, your mother is calling, Xu Mengyao said, looking at Lin Chen's phone. She was a little nervous. Lin Chen's parents had been to Shanghai and had met Lin Xiaoqian, but they hadn't met her and hadn't even seen her in a video call. Lin Xiaoqian, Mommy. Daddy's driving. Answer the video call. I want to talk to Grandma. I miss Grandma. Answer it and give it to Xiaoqian, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. Her little cotton-padded jacket sometimes let the wind in, but since Lin Chen had gone to the United States to see her parents, she couldn't refuse to answer the video call. Picking up the phone, Xu Mengyao answered the video call, but she didn't immediately give the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Auntie, hello. Lin Chen is driving. We and Appo's. Retaking Qian to the amusement park. Xu Mengyao greeted the camera. Chapter 70. Is Mengyao tempting me? Mengyao, you. Hello. Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, said hurriedly. Although she had never seen a photograph of Xu Mengyao, she was familiar with her name. It was undoubtedly Xu Mengyao who had gone to the amusement park with Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian. Auntie, Xiaoqian wants to talk to you. Xu Mengyao said with a smile, handing her phone to Lin Xiaoqian, who was seated in a safety seat. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out, holding the phone. Ah. Chen Mei responded joyfully. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked Grandma, why does Mama call you Annie and not Mama? Xu Mengyao felt helpless. While Lin Xiaoqian was young, she was quite perceptive. Well, Xiaoqian, you're still small, and there are some things you don't understand yet. Eat well, grow quickly, and you'll know when you're older, Chen Mei explained. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. Is that how it is, Grandma? Chen Mei nodded. Yes, when you were even younger. Didn't you understand anything? Now that you're a bit older, you understand a bit more, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, what about Grandpa? Chen Mei smiled. Grandpa is busy building a house. Once it's finished, you can come over to play. Mom, is there something important about the video call? Lin Chen asked. No. I just wanted to see Xiao Qian. You drive well. I'll just chat with her, Chen Mei replied. After a few minutes, she ended the video call, and Xu Mengyao sighed with relief. Mom, when Grandma's house is built, let us go play together, Lin Xiaoqian said. Xu Mengyao replied, that will take some time. We can talk about it then. For now, let us enjoy our time at the amusement park. Dad, how much longer until we arrive? Lin Chen smiled. Very soon. Don't worry. At Lin Chen and Appo's hometown, Chen Mei excitedly found Lin Hai. Dear, I just video called our son, wanted to chat with Xiao Qian. And guess who I saw? Did you see Xiao Qian's mother? Lin Hai asked in surprise. Chen Mei nodded. Yes, I saw Mengyao. She is so beautiful. Even more so than those stars on TV. They drove to the amusement park together. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Mengyao came along for Xiao Qian. But perhaps her relationship with our son has improved as well. Who knows, they might really end up together. Lin Hai agreed, that would be ideal. But let us keep our hopes in our hearts and not speak of it out loud. The Su family is quite wealthy. We wouldn't want her to think we are after their money. Indeed, Chen Mei nodded. I understand. Mengyao just spoke to me, but she called me Auntie. Lin Hai chuckled. If she doesn't call you Annie, should she call you Mother? Don't indulge in such fantasies. Chen Mei sighed with longing. It would be wonderful if our son and Mengyao were together. That would be the best for Xiao Qian. Go, go. Little horse, run quickly. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. They were on the carousel, with Lin Xiaoqian riding a small horse while Xu Mengyao sat on a larger horse to her left and Lin Chen to her right. Dad, take a picture of me and Mom. All right, Lin Chen said, pulling out his phone. Xu Mengyao cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor becoming shy. Lin Chen gently pressed the button. The photo was captured. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, while Xu Mengyao's bashful expression was utterly charming, prompting Lin Chen to feel an urge to kiss her cheek. This was the first photo of Xu Mengyao on Lin Chen's phone. Dad, Mom, I'm so happy. I love you both so much, Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian. She had taken her to the amusement park before, but never had she been this joyful. Occasionally, witnessing other families reveling in happiness made her feel sorrowful, pondering why she lacked a father. Such thoughts had crossed her mind several times, and unable to bear Xiaoqian and Appo's sadness, she resolutely decided to bring her to find Lin Chen. Her previous decision had proven quite right. At the very least, Xiaoqian was happy now, Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, who wore a faint smile. For someone like her, burdened by past shadows, riding the carousel was beneficial. The innocence and laughter of children could help alleviate her inner turmoil. Let us go play bumper cars, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. Dad, you take one car, and Mom and I will take another. After the carousel, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Sound good, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Before long, they were aboard the bumper cars. Xiaoqian, be careful. I'm coming for you, Lin Chen declared, crashing his bumper car into theirs. Ouch. Mom, hurry and crash into Dad. He asked the big bad guy now. Let us defeat the big bad guy together. Lin Xiaoqian laughed joyfully. They enjoyed various attractions in the morning, had lunch inside the park, and Lin Xiaoqian, for the time being, showed no signs of wanting a nap in the afternoon. The amusement park offered water activities, and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to play, while Xu Mengyao refrained from getting in the water. Xiaoqian, this is how you swim, Lin Chen taught her. As the weather warmed, swimming could be scheduled more frequently. 5 minutes passed. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim, you have acquired swimming skills. You will reach mastery in 10 hours and grand mastery in 20 hours. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen and Appo's mind. Lin Chen was not surprised. It was normal to acquire swimming skills by teaching Lin Xiaoqian, while gaining the ability to run on grass was an unexpected boon from the system. On the shore, Xu Mengyao watched Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Lin Chen and Appo's physique was remarkable. His 8-pack abs were well-defined, making him appear slender, yet incredibly strong. During the basketball match, Xu Mengyao had only glanced at him when he lifted his shirt to wipe sweat, but now she observed clearly. Nearby, several women were also taking notice. Xu Mengyao thought to herself, there truly are many women with wandering eyes. Some women stole glances, while others boldly stared at Lin Chen. Men may be lecherous, but many women were even more so. Time passed. After Lin Xiaoqian played for over half an hour, Lin Chen hesitated to let her continue, fearing she might catch a cold again. There would be plenty of opportunities to teach Lin Xiaoqian to swim in the future. Achoo! Lin Xiaoqian sneezed after changing her clothes. Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, I have a bad feeling. Lin Chen replied. Once in the car, Lin Xiaoqian quickly fell asleep, her breathing becoming heavy, and her nostrils slightly congested. Mengyao, you have a way of foretelling misfortune, Lin Chen said helplessly. Lin Xiaoqian's condition indicated she was catching a cold. It was still in the early stages, but it could worsen. Xu Mengyao murmured, if I hadn't said anything, would it have been fine? Xiaoqian's constitution isn't strong. She catches colds easily. Lin Chen, I have a question. I haven't seen you practice. Yet how did you achieve such a physique? Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. Are you tempting me? Xu Mengyao. Chapter 71. The auspicious double longevity painting. Xu Mengyao spoke with a hint of annoyance. Stop being so self-absorbed. I merely wish to know how you train. I want to practice as well. Lin Chen chuckled. You and Oppos. LL find out how I train when you eventually live with me. Humph. Xu Mengyao huffed lightly, lost in her daydreams. Lin Chen suggested, Mengyao, once your parents return, I think you should consider moving in with me. If you have plenty of time off work, would you really want to stay home alone for days before visiting Xiaoqian? Or would you prefer to commute here every day after work? Xu Mengyao bunda. Previously, she had no choice but to work, and it seemed unreasonable not to spend time with her daughter. Moreover, she relished the moments spent with Lin Xiaoqian. Let's discuss this later, she replied after a while. The idea of cohabiting was significant. Even if they were to occupy separate rooms, society would perceive them as living together. If their relationship had reached a certain depth, it would naturally be acceptable. But if it had not, they would have to consider alternatives, such as purchasing a home within the same community. This option was typically unfeasible for ordinary people due to financial constraints, but for Xu Mengyao, it was merely a matter of willingness. Fine, let's talk about it later, Lin Chen smiled. Xu Mengyao's response indicated a plausible likelihood. If the possibility were minimal, she would have outright rejected the notion. I'll take a nap, Xu Mengyao said, closing her eyes. She was not inclined to delve further into this topic with Lin Chen at that moment. Lin Chen glanced over at Xu Mengyao, noticing her ears were slightly flushed, an indication of her shyness. 20 minutes later, upon returning to the community, Lin Chen observed that Xu Mengyao, who had feigned sleep, opened her eyes. She looked worryingly at Lin Xiaoqian, noting the child's increased nasal congestion and a few coughs during their journey, indicating an impending cold. Don't worry, dear, I've got this. Lin Chen reassured her with a smile. I'll study medicine more thoroughly, treating Xiaoqian and Oppos. Minor ailments will be a breeze. Xu Mengyao shot him a glance. Lin Chen had referred to her as dear. Was it necessary to showcase their relationship in public? And was it excessive to do so privately? Is there a problem with that? Lin Chen pretended to be oblivious. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. You used to call me Xu Mengyao, then simply Mengyao, and now you've jumped straight to dear. Relax, it's just a term of endearment, Lin Chen chuckled. Just don't wake Xiaoqian, she replied. Lin Chen gently opened the back door of the car and lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. The child, still drowsy, recognized Lin Chen and promptly closed her eyes again, continuing her slumber. Upon arriving home, Xu Mengyao announced, Lin Chen, I'm heading to the office. There's much to attend to. Please think about the gift. She added, keep an eye on Xiaoqian. Lin Chen reassured her, don't worry about Xiaoqian. Children have weaker immune systems. Catching a cold occasionally is perfectly normal. Children who never catch colds may not be as healthy. Xu Mengyao nodded. I feel much more at ease with you taking care of Xiaoqian. When the nanny was in charge, I often felt anxious at work when Xiaoqian caught a cold. With that, she departed. Lin Chen began to contemplate what to gift. He had previously given Xu Mengyao and Oppos, as parents, a painting of longevity, which was quite suitable as a gift for longevity. But since he had already presented that, it would be inappropriate to repeat it. Perhaps a painting of auspicious double longevity, he mused. Lin Xiaoqian typically napped for 2 hours, leaving him with ample time. He swiftly gathered the necessary materials and commenced his artwork. In less than an hour, Lin Chen completed the piece. He had depicted a beautiful ribbon bird, known for its longevity among small birds, and peonies, the national flower and symbol of wealth and prosperity. Such a painting would be entirely appropriate for a 50-year-old. Yet, something seemed to be missing. Lin Chen scrutinized the painting and realized it lacked inscriptions. My calligraphy encompasses a wide range, and if I refrain from using Lin Yu's style, writing in a more ordinary manner should pose no issue, he thought. Lin Yu's identity was currently popular online, and he felt it was not the right time to expose that aspect of himself. For now, he preferred to enhance his own skills quietly. Soon, Lin Chen inscribed a few characters on the painting. His handwriting was distinctly different, simple and unpretentious, ensuring it did not overshadow the artwork. Many artists are not particularly skilled in calligraphy, which is quite common. Let Mengyao handle the framing, he concluded. He snapped a photo of the painting and sent it to Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, it's finished. When you have time, come pick it up and find someone to frame it. Shortly after arriving at the office, Xu Mengyao, who had yet to begin her work, quickly opened the photo. Wow, she gasped, captivated by the painting and Oppo's beauty. Just viewing the photo was impressive. The actual piece would undoubtedly leave an even greater impact. To complete such a masterpiece in under an hour is truly remarkable, she thought to herself. Thank you. I'll come by tomorrow or the day after to pick it up, Xu Mengyao messaged back. Xiao Qian interjected, Mom, you should thank Dad. Xu Mengyao responded. Has Xiao Qian woken up? Not yet. I'm speaking on her behalf, came the reply, accompanied by an exasperated emoji. I have to go. I'm at work now. Suddenly, Lin Xiao Qian coughed herself awake. Lin Chen hurried into the bedroom, where she sat up, her eyes wide with innocence. Daddy, can you check? I think a bug got in my nose. A bug? Lin Chen felt a twinge of concern. Lin Xiao Qian rubbed her nose. My nose is blocked. Lin Chen chuckled. It's not a bug. You have a cold, and your nose is congested. Daddy will give you some medicine, and you'll feel better in a couple of days. His medical skills had reached a level akin to that of a seasoned practitioner. Daddy, where's Mommy? Lin Xiao Qian inquired as she dressed. Mommy went to work. She dropped you off while you were still asleep. So, she headed to the office, Lin Chen explained. Play for a bit. Daddy will prepare your medicine. He kissed Lin Xiao Qian gently. Okay, she nodded, understanding. Lin Chen quickly got to work, gathering various medicinal ingredients from home. Previously, he had relied on express delivery for medicine when Xiao Qian was sick, but some of those remedies were less effective. He had since purchased a selection of superior herbs from the pharmacy. Now that his skills had improved, he felt confident in preparing a brew for Xiao Qian to drink. I'll add some to her medicine this time, he thought. After half an hour, the medicine was ready. Daddy, I don't want to drink it. It tastes bad. Lin Xiao Qian grimaced, gazing at Lin Chen with a pained expression. Chapter 72. A touch of melancholy for Shun Qing Lin Chen. Xiao Qian. Have you ever taken such medicine? Lin Xiao Qian nodded. This is bitter medicine. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Lin Chen squatted down to comfort her. Father understands that this medicine is somewhat bitter. When we are unwell, many tiny viruses and bacteria invade our bodies. They are as bothersome as little bugs. At this time, numerous cells within us engage in battle, and the medicine can empower them. Would you like to help them? Lin Xiao Qian nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Father knows you are the bravest. After you finish your medicine, I and Oppo's take you to paint. We and Oppo's depict the little cells triumphing over those viruses and bacteria. Shall we? With a pained expression, Lin Xiao Qian swallowed the medicine. You are truly amazing, Xiao Qian. Your mother doesn't Oppo's drink bitter medicine as quickly as you do. Here, as a reward for you, a piece of candy, Lin Chen praised, giving her a piece of raw candy. The sweetness enveloped her mouth. And Lin Xiao Qian and Oppo's little face broke into a smile. Father, have I helped the little cells? Of course. Now, let us go paint. Later that night, Lin Xiao Qian fell asleep. Beep beep. Lin Chen had just finished updating a fairy tale when his mother called via video. He quickly answered, Son, has Qian fallen asleep? What is the situation with Mengyao? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen replied, I suppose we are friends now. Why? Lin Hai leaned in. Your mother wants to know if there is any progress between you and Xu Mengyao. Is there hope for the future? Lin Chen explained, Mengyao has psychological issues. It will take time. There's no immediate promise, but there should be potential in the future. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me here. Focus on building the house. Don and Amp, Oppos, T end up with no place to hold the wedding. Spare no expense on the house. I know you're accustomed to frugality, but necessary expenses must be made. Don't think about saving here and there. Chen Mei remarked, your father truly tries to save money. Lin Chen shook his head. Dad, you get what you pay for. There's something I haven't told you. I bought this house outright for over 12 million. I earned the money myself and paid in full. You don't need to save that little bit. Chen Mei and Lin Hai exchanged astonished glances. Son, is writing fairy tales that profitable? Lin Chen chuckled, Mom. Your son is a genius. I and Oppos, am telling you this to assure you that I am not short on money. You need not scrimp on my behalf. Also, don't force yourselves into discomfort. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest support you can give me. Lin Hai note that? With Lin Chen earning so quickly, saving that little bit truly seemed inconsequential. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen ended the video call. He thought, I should transfer some money to Dad. He wasn't into Oppos, T responsible for the shop and Oppos, S renovation, and he still had 2 million in his account. Money provides a sense of security for a person. With funds available, Lin Hai and the others would feel much more at ease. Logging into online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his father. For ordinary folks, that is a substantial sum, but for him, earning 1 million could take just 3 or 4 days. Ding! Lin Hai received a bank notification. Huh? Seeing the message, he was taken aback. Honey, our son has transferred another 1 million. Chen Mei, upon seeing the message, called Lin Chen again via video. Son, why are you transferring money again? Our finances are sufficient. Lin Chen smiled. With money, Dad will be willing to spend. Don't be stingy. In the future, Mengyao and perhaps her parents may visit our home. You wouldn't want to lose face in front of the in-laws, would you? Chen Mei nodded. Lin Chen's reasoning was quite compelling and must be accepted. After ending the call, Lin Chen opened a Tai Chi video. This practice needed to be continued. He was still clumsily following along with the video. 2 days passed. Lin Xiaoqian had nearly recovered. During these 2 days, Lin Chen had prepared herbal medicine for her and provided medicinal baths, yielding remarkable results. His medical skills had also significantly improved. Initially, he surpassed most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but now his expertise exceeded that of 99% of them. With such skills, he was already considered a miracle worker in the eyes of ordinary people. Mom, Aunt Qingqing, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully called out as Xu Mengyao and Shen Qing entered. Upon stepping into the house, they were greeted by a delightful aroma, and Shen Qing and Oppos' eyes brightened. Shen Qing, wipe your drool, Xu Mengyao teased. Shen Qing wiped her mouth, feigning indignation as she looked at Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, you have a wonderful husband. The well-fed cannot understand the hunger of the starving. Is it easy for me to come over for a meal? Xiaoqian, do you think Aunt Qingqing has it easy? Lin Xiaoqian pondered and replied, Aunt Qingqing, you should find a husband. Then you can have delicious food too. Xu Mengyao chuckled. Xiaoqian is laughing at you for being single. Thank you. Shen Qing retorted playfully, scooping up Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, not everyone's cooking is as delicious as your father's. You are the luckiest little one, eating well every day. Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen, saying, Mengyao, come on in. What are the 3 of you doing crowded at the door? Shen Qing quipped, Lin Chen, I've spoken highly of you numerous times. Is it wrong for me to come over for a meal? Not at all. When Mengyao and I host a banquet, I'll reserve a seat for you as the matchmaker. Lin Chen chuckled. Shen Qing was quite the supportive ally. Xu Mengyao blushed. Who wants to host a banquet with you? Lin Xiaoqian inquired curiously. Daddy, what does it mean to host a banquet? Lin Chen replied with a smile. A banquet means a feast, a grand meal. Would you like Daddy and Mommy to host one? Lin Xiaoqian nodded fervently. Daddy, when will it be? Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. Xiaoqian, that depends on your mother's wishes. Daddy is ready any time. Mommy, when will it be? Lin Xiaoqian turned to Xu Mengyao, her voice sweet and innocent. Xu Mengyao sighed. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You eat very well every day. What more do you need? Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Shen Qing touched her stomach and sighed. Mengyao, I feel a bit full even before eating. Lin Xiaoqian warned. Aunt Qingqing, You can't eat anymore. Eating too much will hurt your stomach. Xu Mengyao agreed. Xiao Qian is right. You shouldn't eat anymore. Shen Qing felt a twinge of sadness. Chapter 73. The thoughts of a top private chef as the first bite of the dish touched her palate. Shen Qing was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen, is it merely my imagination, or has your culinary skill noticeably improved compared to before? Shen Qing gazed at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled and replied, indeed. There's been a slight enhancement. You are quite impressive. You can discern even the slightest improvement in my skills, he added. Shen Qing shook her head. No, this is not a mere slight enhancement. The improvement is quite evident. I do not have much interest in clothing or bags, but I'm truly passionate about food. Having been away for some time, she could clearly see Lin Chen and Appo's as significant progress in culinary arts, a contrast to Xu Mengyao, who frequented his place more often and thus perceived less change. I thought your culinary skills had reached their zenith and could not possibly improve further. Yet here you are, demonstrating such clear advancement. Shen Qing expressed with admiration. Lin Chen mused inwardly. This is merely the beginning. My skills have yet to attain legendary status. However, I am approaching that level, and it should only be a matter of days. Uncle Lin is the best. Lin Xiao Qian chimed in sweetly, her eyes sparkling. Shen Qing nodded. Qian, your father's culinary skills are unmatched. Mengyao, have you considered investing in Lin Chen to establish a top-notch private chef service? One that operates solely by reservation and charges at least 10,000 per dish. It would be exclusive, catering only to the elite, ensuring you won't lack powerful connections. Lin Chen felt a spark of interest. He had no intention of opening a regular restaurant, but the idea of becoming a premier private chef was indeed appealing. Connections are invaluable. Writing fairy tales could earn him a decent income, but the networking potential was limited. Connections, at their core, are a form of demand. The more others need him, the more weight he carries in their eyes. While fairy tales have broad appeal, how much can one book truly earn? The demand is not substantial. This exposure may elevate his status in some eyes, but that is the extent of it. Culinary skills, however, are different. His current abilities may not yet command dominance, but once he reaches a legendary level, even the world's finest chefs would seem like novices before him. Most gourmets are affluent individuals. Once his culinary prowess reaches that pinnacle, clientele will flood in, eager to secure reservations. As demand for his services increases, so too will his connections, placing him in a position of influence. Lin Chen, do you genuinely entertain this notion? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen smiled. Let's discuss it later. Once my skills have improved further, I envision a more upscale operation, perhaps accepting only 1 or 2 reservations per week, with clients providing their own ingredients, and each meal costing no less than 1 million. Shen Qing and Appo's jaw dropped. She thought his initial suggestion of a minimum of 10,000 per dish was extravagant. Yet here Lin Chen proposed a minimum of 1 million per table, with clients expected to supply their own ingredients. Lin Chen, your standards are exceedingly high. Those with assets below 100 million simply cannot afford it, Shen Qing remarked, realizing she herself would be excluded from such exclusivity. Lin Chen chuckled. With only 1 or 2 dinners each week, I do not need a plethora of clients. My aim is to cultivate connections, not to serve a crowd. Xu Mengyao interjected. Lin Chen, considering the ingredients, over 1 million for a single meal seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Even though my family is well off, it still appears quite pricey. Lin Chen responded, once my culinary skills reach a higher level, I am confident that even at such a price, people will compete for reservations. But that's a discussion for another day. There is no rush. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, can your culinary skills really improve further? Shen Qing inquired. Indeed, I believe they can, Lin Chen replied with a smile. There are still legendary and mythical levels to achieve. After finishing the meal, Shen Qing clutched her stomach, feeling as though she needed to lean against the wall for support. Does your stomach hurt, Aunt Qing? Lin Xiao Qian asked with concern. Shen Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. No, Qian Qian, I'm merely feeling a bit stuffed. Mengyao, you two should enjoy your time together. I'll stay home with Qian Qian. Lin Chen, do not move. I will wash the dishes, she insisted. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you really manage that in your current state? Shen Qing replied. I will rest for a moment before washing up. You two should hurry out. Very well. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao departed. Lin Xiaoqian did not insist on following them. Having spent time with Xinqing in the past, she felt a longing to reconnect. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao arrived by the riverside. Lin Chen, when you mentioned starting a private chef service, were you serious? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen nodded. I do have some thoughts on it. In a couple of days, I will attend a birthday banquet, not only to strengthen our ties, but also to maintain this valuable connection. By doing well, I can shift to a position of influence. Xu Mengyao acknowledged his point with a subtle nod. When my grandfather was alive, we did not have to worry too much, but our connections have indeed dwindled since then. There are certain factions eyeing our family business. Lin Chen was not surprised. The Xu family's assets exceed 300 billion, making them a prime target. As time passes, the favors from her grandfather diminish. Eventually, all goodwill can be exhausted. Mengyao, do not fret too much. Even if your resources dwindle, I can take care of you. Lin Chen reassured her with a grin. Who needs your support? Xu Mengyao politely. Lin Chen reached for her hand, and though she instinctively tried to pull away, he held on. Mengyao, during our last walk, we held hands. Did we not? That was different. Qian Qian was with us. I didn't want her to feel left out, she replied, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Lin Chen laughed. We held hands then. What is the harm in doing so again? Do not be stingy. Holding hands won't cost you anything. Xu Mengyao fet. You are incorrigible. Lin Chen responded. I merely seized the moment. Xinqing arranged this opportunity for us to be together. It would be wasteful not to acknowledge her efforts. Besides, we will be attending a birthday banquet soon. There may be even closer interactions. You should start getting used to it. Xu Mengyao sighed. Lin Chen, you used to be quite earnest. Why do you become so bold now? Lin Chen replied. You are the patient here. You should take the initiative. I must ensure you. My patient are a bit more outgoing. Come on, come on. Others are watching us, he urged. Xu Mengyao relented, allowing Lin Chen to lead her forward, secretly not minding the gesture. As they walked for about 10 minutes, a surprised voice called out, Mengyao. Two girls approached, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao together. Chapter 74. We are not having an affair. Xu Mengyao retracted her hand and said, Lili Lu Siki, it's been a long time. Do you live around here? Another girl shook her head. No, we just came here to stroll. Mengyao, who is this handsome guy? Xu Mengyao replied. He is my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these two are my high school classmates from the same dormitory. Hello. Lin Chen smiled. Li Li and Lu Siki chorused. Hello, brother Lin. Mengyao, when did you get married? You kept his secrets so well. We had no idea. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, why don't you wait for me up ahead? I do like to chat with Li Li and the others for a bit. All right. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. After he had walked 100 meters away, Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen and I have only registered our marriage. We Haven and Amp, Oppos, T held a ceremony yet. Please keep this a secret. Of course. Li Li and the others nodded in agreement. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Li Li laughed. Mengyao, we won't disturb your time with your husband any longer. Enjoy your romantic moment. Bye. With that, they departed. Xu Mengyao approached Lin Chen and said, somewhat irritated, you wanted to hold hands, didn't it, Amp? Amp? Oppos to you? What if they saw? Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, what is there to be afraid of? We have a certificate. It's legal. We are not having an affair. Xu Mengyao zipli. I want them to keep it a secret, but it's unreasonable to expect them to do so for a long time. Lin Chen said, if you and Oppos worry they might spill the beans, then why did you tell them I'm your husband? You could have said, I'm your boyfriend. Xu Mengyao paused, taken aback. She had indeed registered her marriage with Lin Chen, and she hadn't considered that perspective. Lin Chen smiled and remarked, Mengyao, the books say that a woman in love tends to have a lower IQ. You are the CEO. Your intelligence should be quite high. Could it be? Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppos, as face flushed red. She quickly denied, Don and Amp, Oppos, be ridiculous. Who is in love with you? If you Don and Amp, Oppos, want to leave? Let an Oppos. Let's take a taxi home. Lin Chen nodded. And Oppos, home and Oppos, is a good word. Thumbs up for that. Xu Mengyao shot him a glare. Back to your house. Upon their return home, Xinqing exclaimed, Mengyao, come and look. This painting was actually done by Xiaoxi, and she and Amp, Oppos, that's only a little over 2 years old. I feel like I can't compare to her. Mengyao, I think we should find a painting teacher for Xiaoxi. She definitely has a talent for painting. The future Da Vinci is her. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head and said, Aunt Qingqing, I don't want a painting teacher. My dad is the best. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos' artwork and indeed found it remarkable, far beyond what one would expect from a child her age. Xiaoxi, keep painting. Mengyao, Lin Chen, come over here. Qing led them to the study. Lin Chen, Xiaoxi says you paint well, but you and Amp, Oppos, not a professional. Teaching her might waste her talent. Mengyao might have felt shy to say it, but for Xiaoxi's future, she felt compelled to speak up. Qing said earnestly. She was unaware of Lin Chen's artistic abilities. Xu Mengyao replied, Qing, Lin Chen is quite skilled at painting. Qing frowned slightly. If Xiaoxi and Amp, Oppos' talent were average, it would be fine to learn casually. But her talent is truly exceptional. I've never seen anyone with a better talent for painting. No. You have seen someone? Xu Mengyao said softly. I have poor talent in painting. Xiaoxi inherited it from Lin Chen. Qing was taken aback. Xu Mengyao continued. I consulted teacher Zhao Yiming, a renowned master in painting here in Magic City, and he offered 80,000 to buy a painting from Lin Chen. Lin Chen declined. Qing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Lin Chen was already outstanding in his culinary skills and basketball prowess. Now he was also remarkable in painting. Mengyao, here's the painting you wanted. Lin Chen retrieved a tube from the cabinet. Can I take a look? Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded. Just don't tell anyone. For now, I prefer to remain low-key and focus on Xiaoxi. Xu Mengyao unrolled the painting. As it unfolded, her eyes widened in amazement. The actual piece was indeed far more beautiful than the photo on her phone. Unlike Western abstract art, which is often incomprehensible to the average person, Chinese painting possesses a beauty that even a layman can appreciate. You two have really kept this under wraps, Qing remarked. And I was worried about Xiaoxi being held back. It turns out her talent is flourishing because of Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao clarified. It's not that I wanted to keep it from you. It's Lin Chen who insisted on secrecy, and I haven't known for long. Let me admire it a bit longer, Qing said, fixated on the painting. Lin Chen said, you two take your time. I'll go prepare some medicine for Xiaoxi. She still needs to take her medicine and have a medicinal bath tonight. As Lin Chen stepped outside, Qing closed the study door. Mengyao, you need to secure Lin Chen quickly. With his exceptional cooking skills, athleticism, and artistic talent, he is undoubtedly a rare gem of a man. If you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it. Qing whispered. Xu Mengyao replied, I'm not too shabby myself. Qing urged, you two are a perfect match. If you're together, Xiaoxi will have a complete family. How wonderful is that? It's just that Lin Chen is so low-key. If he were more prominent, would you be concerned about others competing for him? Although you've registered your marriage, there are so many divorces these days. Xu Mengyao narrowed her eyes at Qing. You seem more anxious than I am. Qing replied, I'm not doing this for a free meal. I'm looking out for you and for Xiaoxi. Oh, Xu Mengyao said, appearing enlightened. Qing added, you really are like the emperor who isn't anxious. It's the empress dowager who is. Continue, Xu Mengyao laughed. Qing chimed in, the emperor isn't anxious. It's the empress dowager who is. Xu Mengyao whispered, actually I know Lin Chen is great, but I'm afraid of intimate contact. If he loses patience and goes with someone else, I can't do anything about it. Qing, I believe my health is gradually improving. Just now he held my hand. Though I instinctively wanted to withdraw, I ultimately didn't. Qing's eyes brightened. At least they're in Oppos' progress. This is different from when Xiaoxi was around, and you two were deliberately showing off your affection. You should sleep here tonight. I'll take my leave. I'll go with you. I still need to find someone to frame this painting, Xu Mengyao quickly said. Soon, Xu Mengyao and the others bid farewell to Lin Xiaoxi. Daddy, I don't want a painting teacher. I just want my dad. Lin Xiaoxi rushed into the kitchen and hugged Lin Chen's leg. Lin Chen squatted down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi, smiling. Xiaoxi, we want to look for any other painting teachers. Aunt Qingqing doesn't know that your dad is quite skilled at painting. She cares about you and wants to find a good teacher. Lin Xiaoxi patted her chest. You scare me, Daddy. Lin Chen chuckled. Where did you learn that, Xiaoxi? From Aunt Qingqing, she replied. Daddy, Aunt Qingqing is wrong. She is not a baby. Lin Xiaoxi said in her sweet voice. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoxi's nose. What she meant was incorrect. You're the baby, right? Lin Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. Chapter 75. Enhancing the Art of Painting. Lin Chen smiled and asked, Is my little darling being good? Daddy, I and Oppos am very good. I and Oppos am the best. Lin Xiaoqian replied with a giggle. Lin Chen continued, Then, Xiaoqian, you must obediently take your medicine. However, the smile on Lin Xiaoqian's face faltered. Daddy, sometimes I'm a good baby, and sometimes I'm not. Amused, Lin Chen inquired, So you're not a good baby right now? That's right. Lin Chen encouraged Xiaoqian. Just take this last dose, then enjoy a nice bath, and by tomorrow, you'll be well enough to play with your friends, Wan Wan and Chi Chi. Chi Chi was a new friend Lin Xiaoqian had met while playing with Xu Mengyao. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated, longing to join her friends. Daddy, I want 2 candies, she said, counting on her fingers. All right, Lin Chen replied, kissing Lin Xiaoqian affectionately. At around 10:30 in the evening, Xu Mengyao closed her laptop. She had brought some work home and had just completed it, with a birthday party to attend in 2 days. She needed to finalize her tasks promptly. Xu, can you frame your painting a bit nicer? I can do it at cost for you. A message popped up from the framing master she had contacted. Xu Mengyao had specific requirements for the framing, but asked the craftsman to use ordinary materials. Pei Lao, it and Oppos, that's not about the money. This is a gift for someone else. Expensive materials Woon and Oppos. To be appropriate, she replied. The craftsman, Pei Gong Yi, quickly replied, Xu, compared to your painting, even the most expensive frame won't significantly enhance its value. After a moment of silence, Xu Mengyao responded, The painting is done by my husband. What an amp. Oppos, that's wrong with gifting something created by my spouse. Buying someone else an amp. Oppos, S artwork might be expensive, but this is essentially costless. Even if someone reports it, there wouldn't be any issues. Pei Gong Yi was astonished to learn that the painting was created by Xu Mengyao's husband. What a prodigious talent, he mused. Xu Mengyao was quite young, and her husband must be as well. Understood, Xu. I will do my utmost to frame it beautifully using standard materials. Pei Gong Yi assured her. Thank you, Xu Mengyao replied. Pei Gong Yi rose and unfolded the painting by Lin Chen. As a framing master with a lifetime of experience, his discerning eye recognized that this painting could rival the finest masterpieces. What a waste of talent, he murmured to himself. Some clients ask me to gild trash, while this exquisite piece deserves to be adorned with the finest materials. Determined, he began working immediately, striving to achieve the best possible effect with the simplest materials, knowing it would require considerable time. The following day, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian how to paint. Host, your painting skills have reached a legendary level. The system and amp. Oppos. S voice resonated in Lin Chen and amp. Oppos. S mind. A torrent of information flooded his thoughts, and he felt subtle changes within himself, particularly in his hands, which now possessed a steadiness surpassing that of a surgeon and Oppos. S. Daddy. I don't want this one. It's not good, Lin Xiaoqian said, momentarily stunned. With Lin Chen's advancement to legendary status, her innate talent also flourished. Initially, her painting talent was commendable, estimated at 30 points, but with the enhancement, it reached 60. Now, her talent could potentially double. Lin Xiaoqian and amp. Oppos. S painting prowess likely exceeded 90 points, placing her among the ranks of world-class geniuses. As her talent surged, she recognized flaws in her recent work and conceived better ideas. Xiaoqian, why not start anew? Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Nodding eagerly, Lin Xiaoqian began again, and Lin Chen observed her newfound focus. Even the most exceptional talents possess unwavering concentration. Half an hour later, with just a slight prompt from Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqian completed a remarkable piece. Compared to her earlier work, this painting was far superior in creativity and aesthetics, a different realm altogether. Effort pales in comparison to talent, Lin Chen mused internally. Lin Xiaoqian adored painting, and Lin Chen dedicated himself to teaching her. While her progress had been steady, it now surged exponentially. Her earlier confusion had dissipated, and her enhanced talent illuminated her understanding. "Daddy, do you think my painting looks good?" Lin Xiaoqian asked, brimming with excitement. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. "Xiaoqian, your painting is splendid. As long as you continue to work hard, you will become even better." "Daddy, painting is so much fun. Can I do another one?" Lin Xiaoqian asked with eager anticipation. Lin Chen shook his head gently. "Not now, my dear. We need to engage in some outdoor activities. You and Appos, still young, and insufficient outdoor play could deplete your reserves for farsightedness." "What are farsighted reserves?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. "Ah, you'll understand when you grow older. Now go grab the basketball. Let's head outside. Perhaps Wan and the others are down there." "Okay," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, picking up the basketball. "Xiaoqian, why do you always choose basketball?" Lin Chen asked. "Because, Daddy, you're so handsome. You look the best when you play basketball. Bruce, I can cheer for you with Mommy." "Daddy, when will you play basketball again?" Lin Xiaoqian gazed at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen looked back at her. For his daughter, cheering for him alongside her mother was the greatest joy. "There will be opportunities, my dear. For now, let an Appos as practice together." After a meeting, Xu Mengyao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her several messages, all featuring daily photos of Lin Xiaoqian. Why are there so many messages in the class group? A sense of foreboding crept into Xu Mengyao's mind. To her astonishment, news had leaked that she had quietly registered her marriage. "The campus belle is married. My youth is gone. When will we hold a celebration?" The group was abuzz with discussions about her. "Xu, I'm sorry, I couldn't help but mention it to Zhang Yan. I told her to keep it a secret. But I didn't expect." Lu Siqi had already sent a private message to Zhang Yan. Xu Mengyao knew that leaking the news was inevitable, but she hadn't anticipated it happening so quickly. "Well, it's out now," she thought, sending a message to Lu Siqi. "Lin Chen, I asked Li and the others to keep it quiet, but Lu Siqi told a friend, and now it's spreading through the group." Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen. "In an Appos. That's all right. I plan to hang myself from this crooked tree you and Appos V mentioned, so it doesn't affect me," Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao shot back. "You're the crooked tree. Is that so? Then we make quite the pair." Xu Mengyao smiled subtly. Chapter 76. Has my daughter actually registered for marriage? In the early morning of America, Yang Qingwei awoke, having adhered to her routine of rising early after sleeping early. Su Guofeng had yet to arrive at the hospital, likely still in slumber. "Qingwei, I heard that Mengyao has got married?" "Zhongratullatians, Yang Zong. I heard that Mengyao is married." As she unlocked her phone, Yang Qingwei was met with two messages, one from Aunt Liang and another from a classmate's mother of Xu Mengyao as from university. A wave of disbelief washed over her. Her daughter was married? How had she, as a mother, remained oblivious? Could it be that they had seen the video of Lin Chen playing basketball, in which Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband? That had merely been a ruse to tease Lin Xiaoqian. "Shuizong, where did you hear that Mengyao is married?" Yang Qingwei inquired, sending a message to the mother of Xu Mengyao as classmate. This individual was the mother of Mengyao's roommate and owned a company, thus enjoying a comfortable living. They had previously connected on WeChat and collaborated for business. "Yang Zong, it was my daughter who mentioned it. The class group chat has been buzzing about it." Mengyao herself disclosed it. The response came swiftly. As it was morning on Yang Qingwei's end, it was still daylight in Huagua. Surprise flickered in Yang Qingwei's eyes. Ding! Yang Qingwei initiated a video call with Xu Mengyao. "Mom, is something wrong?" "I'm still at work," Xu Mengyao replied, puzzled, as her mother typically video called around 8 or 9, by which time she was usually home. At this hour, she was either still working or had finished but was in transit, making it inconvenient to take a call. "Mengyao, are you in the office? I heard from Huang Jian's mother that you claimed you're married." "How could I, as your mother, not know about this?" Yang Qingwei said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Xu Mengyao hesitated. "Well, yesterday I went for a walk with Lin Chen, and he held my hand, and 2 classmates saw us. When I introduced him, I referred to him as my husband and asked them to keep it a secret. And then, did you go for a stroll with Lin Chen and Xiaoqian?" Yang Qingwei interjected, her eyes lighting up. Xu Mengyao cheeks flushed. No. Yesterday, Ching Ching came over for a meal. She brought Xiaoqian and urged me to take Lin Chen for a walk. Yang Qingyue's excitement grew. So, there has been some progress between you and Lin Chen. But why did you introduce him as your husband when Xiaoqian wasn't there? Isn't that a bit misleading? You could have simply called him your boyfriend. Xu Mengyao replied, Mom, Lin Chen and I have registered our marriage. Yang Qingyue was taken aback. When did this happen? It's been a while. We first did a property notarization, then went to register our marriage. Regardless of whether it's before or after marriage, our assets belong to ourselves, Xu Mengyao explained. Yang Qingyue stared at her daughter in disbelief. Mengyao, I have no intention of marrying anytime soon. Lin Chen said he doesn't either. We just thought registering might be better for Xiaoqian. Did you suggest this, or did Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue probed. I suggested it, Mengyao replied. Yang Qingyue shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen's idea. Given your personality, would you propose getting married? Mengyao, it seems you've been persuaded by Lin Chen to register. Xu Mengyao sighed, realizing how she had been novelly led by Lin Chen. He likely intended to solidify their relationship first before nurturing their feelings further, which had its merits. Mom, that is not the point. I feel like I've been tricked. You must reprimand Lin Chen later. Don't be like Xin Qing, who, after eating Lin Chen's cooking, immediately sided with him. Yang Qingyue reassured. If you were deceived by a scoundrel, your father and I would seek justice for you. But being deceived by Lin Chen? Well, perhaps that is not such a bad thing. Xu Mengyao nodded. Does Lin Chen's family not know yet? She confirmed yes. We agreed that this is our affair and doesn't concern our families. Mom, please don't speak out of turn. Yang Qingyue mused. No wonder you called him husband while playing basketball and introduced him as such to others. He truly is your husband now. That is quite wonderful. Xu Mengyao's face reddened. Mom, I have to go now. I have things to attend to, and please don't mention this to Lin Chen. With that, she quickly ended the video call, her heart racing. An hour later, Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Dear, what is wrong? Did the doctor share some good news? He inquired, noting the joyful expression on Yang Qingyue's face. We no longer need to worry about Lin Chen and Mengyao not being together, she replied. Su Guofeng was taken aback. They're together now? Given Mengyao's condition, that seems quite sudden. Yang Qingyue shook her head. They've already registered their marriage. Su Guofeng was astonished. What? Our daughter has gotten married, and I didn't know? Yang Qingyue recounted the details to him. Though it's a little disheartening to learn this now, their marriage registration is indeed a good thing. It significantly increases their chances of being together. Indeed, Yang Qingyue agreed. However, just because they've registered doesn't guarantee they will truly be together. It ultimately depends on the depth of their feelings. Su Guofeng noted that. Let us not worry too much. They can handle their own affairs now. They're parents, not children anymore. Yang Qingyue smiled. With a marriage certificate in hand, a child on the way, and hands held together, how could they possibly drift apart? I simply wish to recover soon and return home, where I can encourage Mengyao to stay with Lin Chen. Now that they're married, what is the point of her remaining at her parents' house? The next afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Xu Mengyao's company. Aunt Liang's birthday celebration was scheduled for that evening, and since it was neither Saturday nor Sunday, her husband had to work. Most guests were either at their jobs or attending school. The celebration would primarily take place at noon, but in today's age, many preferred evening gatherings for a more relaxed atmosphere. Mom, upon seeing Xu Mengyao, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. As Xu Mengyao approached, Lin Chen asked Mengyao, do you need to switch cars? His vehicle was a simple family car. Xu Mengyao shook her head. No need. Given Aunt Liang's family's situation, arriving in an extravagant car would be inappropriate. Besides, we don't need a vehicle to showcase ourselves. As she spoke, she opened the back door of the car. Mom, you sit in the front. I like you and Dad sitting together, Lin Xiaoqian chimed, grinning. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. All right, I'll sit in front. I'll need to guide your father later. Soon, Xu Mengyao settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chen, before we head to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's house, we need to pick up the painting. It has already been framed, she instructed. Mom, you should call him husband. Lin Xiaoqian, seated in her safety seat, piped up. Xu Mengyao shot a glance at Lin Xiaoqian. You have so many demands for such a little one. Where do you get all these requests? Husband, let us go. Xu Mengyao acquiesced to Lin Xiaoqian's wishes. Chapter 77. A clever method to avoid alcohol. Yay. Dad is off. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully from the back seat. Xu Mengyao turned to glance at her, suspecting that Lin Xiaoqian sensed something amiss between her and Lin Chen. Typically, children prefer their mothers to sit in the back with them, yet Lin Xiaoqian surprisingly wanted her and Lin Chen in the front. Darling, since it's Aunt Liang's birthday, there will be many guests today, right? Is there anything we should be mindful of? Lin Chen inquired. There shouldn't be too many guests. Nowadays, extravagant gatherings are discouraged. Uncle Zhao wouldn't make such a blunder. The guests will either be relatives or of considerable standing. So it's best to avoid taking photographs at the banquet. Even if you do take photos, make sure not to include others in them. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Xu Mengyao continued, don't be too ostentatious, yet don't be overly reserved either. There will certainly be drinking involved. If you can't handle your liquor, it's best to abstain from the start. If you can drink, don't lie about it. Otherwise, it will be quite awkward when others find out you can. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Previously, his tolerance for alcohol was merely average, but now, with his improved physique, he was confident his capacity had significantly increased. Drinking moderately shouldn't pose a problem. Some individuals may toast you. I will accompany you, Xu Mengyao added. Understood. Lin Chen acknowledged with a nod. Dad, please don't get drunk. It will be really uncomfortable, Lin Xiaoqian warned. Xu Mengyao interjected. Xiaoqian, you only care about your father and not about your mother? That makes me sad. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mom, I've told you before. Have you forgotten? You shouldn't get drunk either. You felt so uncomfortable when you were drunk before. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. You got drunk before? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I was excessively drunk. And now, when I socialize, Liang Yi accompanies me. However, sometimes it's unavoidable to drink a bit. Even if I don't get drunk, it's still unpleasant. The Xu family is affluent, yet there are many with greater wealth and power, while top-tier magnates may drink at their leisure. The Xu family has not yet reached such heights. Lin Chen smiled. If you want to avoid drinking in the future, I have a splendid method to suggest. You can tell others that you are preparing for pregnancy, which will ensure no one will press you to drink. Xu Mengyao's eyes brightened with curiosity. What method? She was fond of alcohol, and if she could avoid it, she surely would. Lin Chen replied, simply say you are preparing for pregnancy to improve your health, which could allow for a second child. Xu Mengyao was speechless. What was she expecting from Lin Chen? Lin Chen laughed. Isn't this a good method? If you use it, no one will dare to persuade you otherwise. Thanks a lot, Xu Mengyao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Mom, what is a second child? Is it a younger brother or sister? I want a younger brother or sister. Chi has a little brother, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Xiaoqian, don't listen to your father's nonsense. We are very satisfied with just you. You are the most well-behaved child, worth several others, Xu Mengyao affirmed. But I want a younger brother or sister. If I have a sister, I will share my dolls with her and take her painting. If it's a brother, I will play ball with him, Lin Xiaoqian expressed eagerly. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, who blushed slightly. The doctor had said her chances of conceiving again were slim. But slim chances did not imply impossibility. Xiaoqian, let us discuss this later. Your mother is quite busy at the moment, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian giggled, Mom and Dad, when you're not busy anymore, please give me a younger brother or sister. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. It was not something one could simply grant. Lin Chen turned left ahead. Xiaoqian, please be quiet. Don't distract your father while he is driving, she instructed, wishing to steer the conversation away. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove into an older residential complex. The location was prime, once a luxurious area, but the buildings had aged over 20 years, leaving many aspects outdated. Lin Chen, Old Pei wishes to meet you. He has spent his life in the framing industry and is a master in his field. You may need to interact with him in the future. Shall we go introduce ourselves? Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen nodded, all right, carrying Lin Xiaoqian. While Xu Mengyao held a gift bag, the three ascended in the elevator. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao pressed the doorbell, and the door swung open to reveal Pei Gongyi, who was in his 70s. Old Pei, greetings. Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen said in unison. Hello, Grandpa Pei. I'm Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with her sweet voice. Pei Gongyi warmly welcomed them. Mr. Xu, Master Lin Xiaoqian, please come in. I was just wondering when you would arrive, and here you are. Lin Chen quickly interjected, please, don't call me Master Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin. I'm no master. Pei Gongyi chuckled. In the world of painting, if your level cannot be considered masterful, who else could be called a master? Though I may be old, my faculties are still intact. If I call you Xiao Lin, others may accuse me of relying on my age. You can accept this title of master. Lin Chen helplessly glanced at Xu Mengyao. Pei Gongyi continued, Ms. Xu, please do not persuade me otherwise. I respect his skill, not his age. Please have a seat. I'll fetch a painting from my study. Shortly after, Pei Gongyi returned with a painting. He gently unrolled it and presented it, saying, Mr. Xu, Master Lin, with ordinary materials, I could only achieve this. I feel it's somewhat inadequate. Lin Chen admired his painting. The framing enhanced its beauty. Although the materials used were modest, Pei Gongyi and Appo's craftsmanship was impeccable. Dad, it looks wonderful. When will you teach me to paint flowers? I also want to paint little birds. Lin Xiaoqian inquired with wide eyes. Pei Gongyi was astonished. Is she only over 2 years old? Has she begun learning to paint at such a young age? Yes, Grandpa. I love painting. Lin Xiaoqian replied earnestly. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian has a remarkable talent. Grandpa Pei, I may have to trouble you more in the future with Xiaoqian. Pei Gongyi laughed. You honor this old man. It's you who are supporting my business, Ms. Xu. If it's all right, I will keep this painting. Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Pei Gongyi carefully reinserted the painting into its tube. We need to attend a banquet, so we'll visit again another day, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen added, Mengyao, you and Xiaoqian wait outside for me. I will talk with Grandpa Pei for just a few minutes. Xu Mengyao looked puzzled, but took Lin Xiaoqian outside. Grandpa Pei, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. May I take your pulse? Lin Chen offered. Pei Gongyi, confused, asked, Master Lin, am I unwell? Just a precaution, Grandpa. Perhaps I'm not skilled enough to see clearly, Lin Chen replied. Pei Gongyi nodded, extending his hand as he sat down. Lin Chen placed his fingers on Pei Gongyi's pulse point. After half a minute, Lin Chen withdrew his hand. Grandpa Pei, if you have time, please go for a checkup at the hospital, particularly for your heart. Chapter 78. Mengyao, this is idol worship. Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest and said, I occasionally feel a bit of tightness in my chest. Is there a serious issue? Lin Chen replied, Mr. Pei, it shouldn't amp, oppose, TB anything major. Thank you, Master Lin. Pei Gongyi expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen stood up. Mr. Pei, you should get checked out soon. Mengyao and the others are still waiting for me, so I must take my leave. Shortly after, Lin Chen departed. Once in the car, Xu Mengyao curiously asked, Darling, what did you talk about privately with Mr. Pei? If it's a secret, you needn't share. Lin Chen started the vehicle and continued, I discovered that Mr. Pei has some heart issues. Some people prefer not to let others know when they are unwell, which is why I asked you all to leave first. However, Mr. Pei doesn't seem to harbor any reservations about it. Xu Mengyao responded in surprise, but Mr. Pei looks fine. Lin Chen chuckled, can you truly tell? His breathing and complexion were somewhat off. I even took his pulse earlier. He has quite severe coronary heart disease. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. What about my mother? Is she all right? Did you and Qianqian check her pulse when you went to America? Lin Chen shook his head. I donned amp, oppose, Tino. Back then, I could only treat little Qianqian's cold. Even now, my medical skills can't compare to those of the premier hospitals in America. Mengyao, this is sheer idol worship. Lin Chen remarked. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen an amused glance. Who worships you? I do, interjected Lin Xiaoqian from the back seat. Daddy is the best. Lin Chen smiled. See, Mengyao, while you may not idolize me, I still have my loyal little fans. Xu Mengyao asked, Qianqian, do you know what idol worship means? Of course. It in amp, oppose, S in the storybooks, Lin Xiaoqian replied. Lin Chen smiled gently. The stories he wrote were engaging and educational for children. Qianqian, can you tell us a story now? Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment and began to narrate. Xu Mengyao listened quietly, astonished at how much smarter Lin Xiaoqian seemed since her arrival. Little did she know, Lin Chen and Appo's skill enhancement had elevated Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's innate talents, boosting her intelligence. Lin Chen, now a master storyteller, had significantly improved Lin Xiaoqian's storytelling abilities. Mommy, I'm done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Mengyao applauded. It was wonderful. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Mommy, now you sing a song? I love to hear you sing. Daddy, have you heard her sing? Not yet, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao felt a bit shy. Singing for Lin Xiaoqian was no issue, but with Lin Chen present, she hesitated to sing. Mommy, hurry up. After you sing, let Daddy sing too, Lin Xiaoqian urged. Encouraged by Lin Xiaoqian's words, Xu Mengyao felt a bit better and softly began to hum a tune. With her beauty and sweet voice, her singing was delightful, and Lin Chen found immense pleasure in listening. Daddy, it's your turn now. Mommy, Daddy can sing really well, Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet voice. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen could sing well? Lin Chen smiled. Let me sing a fairy tale. I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard you tell me your favorite story. Though Lin Chen had spent less time teaching Lin Xiaoqian to sing than he had drawing, their combined time approached 10 hours. 10 hours of experience had elevated him to a master level. How many singers in the entertainment industry could boast such proficiency? Lin Chen's singing ability had reached an extraordinarily high standard. Xu Mengyao listened in a daze. I wish to become the angel you adore from the fairy tale, spreading my arms to transform into wings to protect you. As Lin Chen sang, Xu Mengyao felt a tremor in her heart. His voice seemed to touch her very soul. Clap, clap. Upon finishing, Lin Xiaoqian clapped her little hands. Mommy, you have to applaud. Isn't Daddy's singing amazing? Xu Mengyao gently applauded and turned to Lin Chen, increasingly aware of his many virtues over time. Lin Chen, with your level, you could release an album, Xu Mengyao remarked. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in entering the entertainment industry. If I wanted fame, I'd rather pursue calligraphy or painting. Even playing basketball would be preferable to entering showbiz. Daddy, I want you to sing more, Lin Xiaoqian insisted. As time passed, Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the mastery stage. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. A wealth of information flooded his consciousness, rapidly enhancing his singing skills and altering his vocal quality. Xu Mengyao noticed something different in the final lines of the song, as if they sounded even better than before. Just ahead on the right, we will arrive shortly, Xu Mengyao announced, her mind occupied with other thoughts. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he parked the car in front of a modest restaurant. Xu Mengyao and Appo's Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang were quite affluent. But given Uncle Zhao's position, hosting a banquet at a luxurious restaurant would reflect poorly. A humble restaurant was much more appropriate, and the food quality would not disappoint. They had reserved the restaurant for the evening, and the chef was not one of the original cooks from the establishment. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li, please come inside. Director Liu, please make yourself comfortable. Let's enjoy a drink later. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang greeted the guests at the entrance. Lin Chen, that's Uncle Zhao over there, Xu Mengyao pointed out. As they approached, Xu Mengyao smiled. Uncle Zhao, Zhao Jingqiu and Appo's gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Mengyao, I heard from Aunt Liang that you've gotten married. It seems the news is true. Young Lin, you're quite fortunate. Qian, don't you want to greet Grandpa Zhao? Come here for a hug. Let us see if you've grown. Grandpa Zhao, Lin Xiaoqian called out. Zhao Jingqiu lifted Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen's arms. It's been a while, Qian, you've grown. If you grow any taller, Grandpa Zhao won't be able to lift you anymore. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly replied, That's because I eat well. Is that so? Then Qian is such a good child. Zhao Jingqiu smiled. Mengyao, you take Qian inside. Young Lin, how about you help me greet the guests? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, sensing that Uncle Zhao might have something to discuss with him. Daddy, Qian and I will go in first, Xu Mengyao said as she took Lin Xiaoqian into her arms. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. As Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian entered, Zhao Jingqiu offered Lin Chen a cigarette, which Lin Chen declined, explaining, Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke, and it's not convenient with little Qian here. Feeling a bit apologetic, Zhao Jingqiu said, Young Lin, I owe you an apology regarding something. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jingqiu in confusion. Zhao Jingqiu awkwardly continued. 2 months ago, someone asked me to help introduce his son to Mengyao. I thought Mengyao was alone and that an introduction might help her open up. I never expected that you two would already be married. Will the other party be coming today? Lin Chen inquired. I didn't know your situation earlier, so I invited him. I will explain everything to him later. Just then, an old Audi pulled up. Speak of the devil. They arrived, Zhao Jingshou remarked. Chapter 79. The script doesn't seem right. As the Audi parked, Zhao Jingshou remarked, Xiaolin, I wish to introduce you to someone named Zheng Su. His father, Zheng Qingyun, is also a businessman with assets amounting to billions. Zheng Su and Appo's maternal family hails from a political lineage. His maternal grandfather holds a position even higher than mine. Lin Chen marveled inwardly at the enormity of the wealth and the influential connections. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Were it not for the system and the abilities he had acquired, he would be no different from an ant in the face of such a family. Though, it was unlikely he would encounter such prominent figures. Mr. Zheng, Xiaoxiu, Zhao Jingshou greeted as the two individuals from the Audi approached. Lin Chen took a few steps forward as well. Zhao Gu, Zhao Uncle, Zheng Qingyun, and Zheng Su responded, one with warmth and the other with respect. Zhao Jingshou shook hands with Zheng Qingyun, stating, Mr. Zheng, the young man beside me is Lin Chen. He is married to Mengyao. I must apologize for this news, as I have only just learned of it. The expressions of Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Su shifted subtly. Their primary purpose for coming was to meet Xu Mengyao, and they were not locals, with most of their business operations situated elsewhere. Mr. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Zheng Qingyun nodded, his tone apologetic. Xiaolin, we must apologize as well. It is our oversight for not having understood the situation beforehand. Zheng Su coughed lightly. Lin Chen, I apologize. I genuinely had no idea that Su Zong was already married. Lin Chen responded with a smile. No worries. Mengyao and I obtained our marriage certificate privately. It's perfectly normal for others to be unaware. Zhao Jingshou interjected, Mr. Zheng, this is my fault for not being thorough, causing you to make this trip. Zheng Qingyun chuckled. It's Mengyao's birthday. We ought to have come regardless. There is no need for apologies. Zhao Jingshou nodded slightly. Mr. Zheng, please go inside. I shall toast to you later as an expression of my regret. Zheng Qingyun replied. Zhao Gu, you carry on with your duties. Xiaolin, this is on us. I will have Xiaoxiu toast you a few times later, so please don't take offense. Soon, Zheng Qingyun and his party entered. Zhao Jingshou took a few steps outside, with Lin Chen following, and inquired, Xiaolin, what are your impressions? Lin Chen reflected, it's different from what I anticipated. In dramas or novels, under such circumstances, they would typically be angry and pressure me to leave Mengyao. Zhao Jingshou chuckled. Individuals of Zheng Qingyun's caliber are usually quite astute. Such occurrences are rare. Today is my wife's birthday. They would not act in that manner. Do you sense anything else? After a moment of consideration, Lin Chen replied, they are very courteous. But I feel this politeness is merely superficial. The Su family may face troubles ahead. Zhao Jingshou gazed at Lin Chen in surprise. You mentioned that the Su family might encounter difficulties rather than yourself. That is quite intriguing. Please elaborate. Lin Chen shook his head. Zhao Uncle, I cannot analyze further. My abilities are rather ordinary. Zhao Jingshou regarded Lin Chen intently, a smile breaking across his face. Xiaolin, that is quite wise. It seems you understand that superficial relationships can be detrimental. I hope you and Mengyao can achieve lasting happiness. Zhao Uncle, I shall head inside now, Lin Chen stated. Zhao Jingshou nodded as Lin Chen entered the restaurant. A hint of worry crossed Zhao Jingshou's features. The Su family would indeed face challenges. He had already caught wind of certain rumors. Yet, such matters were difficult to amend. With over 300 billion in assets, the Su family possessed a flourishing company, and their wealth continued to grow. There were many eager to stake their claim. Initially, he had hoped to introduce Xu Mengyao to Zheng Su, believing that if they became acquainted, it would alleviate pressure on the Su family. Even if the Zheng family were to absorb a portion of Su's assets in the future, the Su family's wealth would not be consumed overnight. They should retain at least half of it. Now, however, Xu Mengyao was already married. Sigh, if only the old leader could live a few more years. Zhao Jingshou lamented internally. Had Yang Qingyue's father lived longer, the foundations of the Su family would be more stable. Presently, they were precarious. Some of the connections from Yang Qingyue's father still lingered. helping to maintain stability for the moment, but such favors would dwindle over time. How could outsiders continuously assist the Xu family unconditionally? Should conditions be imposed, it would be no different from dealing with ravenous wolves. Perhaps they could have remained stable for another couple of years, but the situation with the Zheng family might accelerate the deterioration. Zhao Jingshou felt a deep sense of helplessness. Inside the restaurant, Lin Chen approached Xu Mengyao. "Dad," Lin Chen sweetly called as he neared Lin Xiaoqian. "Ah." Lin Chen smiled as he extended his arms. And Xu Mengyao naturally transferred Lin Xiaoqian into his embrace. "Aunt Liang, this is my husband Lin Chen. Darling, Aunt Liang looks like my sister. But don't mistakenly call her that." Xu Mengyao smiled. "Aunt Liang," Lin Chen greeted. Xu Mengyao's Aunt Liang, Liang Chunhua, smiled, Xiaolin. "You are truly fortunate to have Mengyao as your wife and such a sweet daughter like Xiaoqian." Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. "My union with Mengyao may be fated. Xiaoqian is indeed the finest gift from heaven." Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Liang Chunhua observed this exchange, noting that Xu Mengyao likely had Lin Chen firmly in her heart. In this scenario, any further attempts to persuade Xu Mengyao to divorce and choose another would be entirely unnecessary. "Mengyao, Xiaolin, I wish you both well. And thank you for the gift," Liang Chunhua smiled. Xu Mengyao had already presented the gift to her. The painting tube was nearby, yet it remained unopened. "Thank you, Aunt Liang." Liang Chunhua glanced elsewhere. "Xiaolin, I must excuse myself for a moment. Mengyao, please attend to Xiaolin." "Anzai, Su Mengyao not that." Liang Chunhua then approached a newly arrived guest. Xu Mengyao leaned in closer and whispered, "Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you?" Lin Chen smiled. "Uncle Zhao asked when we would hold the wedding banquet. He can hardly wait to celebrate with us." Xu Mengyao responded with silence. Zheng Qingshan and Zheng Su approached together. Zheng Qingshan expressed his apologies. "Su Zong, we must extend our apologies for a certain matter. We have already spoken to Lin Chen, but it is necessary to mention it to you as well. We were unaware of your marriage, which prompted us to ask Zhao Ge for an introduction. He has informed us of your marriage now." Zheng Su added, "I insisted my father bring me here. I never anticipated it would nearly turn into a farce. I hope you won't take offense." Xu Mengyao smiled. "It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. It's quite normal that you weren't aware since we Haven Tea made it public." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zheng Qingshan and his son departed. Xu Mengyao silently frowned. Though the Zheng father and son displayed considerable grace, she sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. It could potentially have adverse repercussions for her family. "Xiaoqian, there's a young lady over there. Would you like to go play with her? Your mom and dad will be watching over you," Lin Chen asked, kissing Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen gently set her down, and she hurried off to play with another child. "Lin Chen, they didn't bother you too much, did they?" Xu Mengyao inquired softly. Lin Chen whispered, "Mengyao, I suggest you call me an amp. Amp, Oppo's husband, and amp, Oppo's. It might not be ideal for others to hear you addressing me as Lin Chen." Xu Mengyao remained silent. Chapter 80. The contest at the banquet table. Lin Chen remarked, "Mr. Zheng and the others are quite courteous. I initially anticipated they would put on airs and attempt to belittle me, but it seems I miscalculated." Xu Mengyao replied, "The upper echelons differ vastly from the lower. While they may appear jovial on the surface, it is commonplace for them to stab one in the back when least expected. Today, we toast and refer to each other as brothers. Yet tomorrow they may seize an opportunity to cause you immense suffering." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Zhao Tianyu is far less astute than Zheng Su," he mused. Xu Mengyao continued, "This is quite normal. The Zhao family rose alongside our Su family. Their foundation remains unstable, and they have only truly prospered for about 20 years. The Zheng family's grandfather was already affluent, and the education that their father and son received diverged significantly from ours." Lin Chen nodded again, his instincts telling him that further actions were likely in the offing. Xu Mengyao affirmed, "Indeed, there is a considerable possibility. Our Su family is regarded as nouveau riche. We generate more wealth than they do, which irks these traditional families. My grandfather passed away early, leaving our family lacking in heritage. Heritage is not merely a matter of wealth. It encompasses a web of relationships that requires time to cultivate. While established families may not possess vast fortunes, they often have intermarriages with numerous other families. Perhaps one of their members has ascended to a position of power. Or perhaps someone became a teacher, nurturing many successful students. My grandfather's legacy has enabled the Xu family to thrive thus far and continue to receive protection. One can only imagine the formidable foundation that established families possess. You might not excel in such matters, Mengyao. Your parents will return next month. Let your father deal with the headaches. His experience in conflict is undoubtedly far superior to yours, Lin Chen suggested. Xu Mengyao nodded. My father is certainly more capable than I. I have managed to steer the company through favorable winds thus far. But let us not dwell on that. For the moment, they are unlikely to take action against us. Our Xu family is not easily provoked. Whoever dares to be the first to act will undoubtedly face significant repercussions. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Do not worry too much. Even if losses are incurred, you and Xiao Qian shall still want for nothing. I can provide for you both. Xu Mengyao and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. I do not wish for your support. As time passed, the anticipated guests began to arrive. There were not an overwhelming number, totaling around 100, seated at 10 tables. Among them, 2 large tables could accommodate over 20 individuals each. Lin Chen and his party occupied one of these tables. The Xu family's assets amounting to hundreds of billions are not insignificant anywhere. Zhao Jingshou, after all, is merely a district chief. How many prominent business figures would attend his wife and Appo's birthday banquet? Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my wife and Appo's 50th birthday. I thank you all for your presence. Enjoy the feast. Allow me to toast in respect, Zhao Jingshou announced, raising his glass. He then downed the liquor in one gulp. Cheers erupted, with some applauding. Although Zhao Jingshou's position is not extraordinarily high, being a district chief in the bustling metropolis still holds considerable weight. The banquet soon commenced in earnest, the atmosphere lively. Daddy, I want that one. And that meat, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed from her seat beside Lin Chen, while Xu Mengyao occupied the space to his right. Although Xu Mengyao had considered placing Lin Xiaoqian between them, she ultimately chose to sit on Lin Chen's right to signal to others the strength of their relationship, discouraging any attempts to provoke him. The Zheng family, being an established clan, held considerable influence, particularly Zheng Qingshan and his son. However, others at their table had lesser assets, perhaps lacking the same depth of strategy. A few drinks might lead them to speak indiscreetly. Daddy, let me serve you, Lin Chen said gently, assisting Lin Xiaoqian with her meal. She tasted the food, her little mouth pouting in discontent. Daddy, I want to tell you a secret, Lin Xiaoqian whispered, looking up at him. Lin Chen leaned closer. The food here is not tasty. Yours is the best, Daddy. Xiaoqian, you mustn't be picky. Otherwise, we shall have to ask Mommy to cook for you instead, Lin Chen replied. In haste, Lin Xiaoqian stuffed a large spoonful of rice in her mouth, well aware of her mother's culinary skills in comparison to the restaurant's offerings. Mr. Xu, I had no idea you were married. Allow me to raise a toast to you and your spouse. Someone at their table initiated a toast. Zheng Qingshan and his son were not seated at this table. Although they are a business family, Zheng Xu's mother hails from a powerful lineage, and they occupied another large table. Mr. Li, you are too kind. You are the elder. It is we who should toast to you. Xu Mengyao smiled, holding her glass of red wine, while Lin Chen sipped white. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Chen had already consumed a fair amount, with the majority of their table having had their fill. Zheng Qingshan approached with a cup and a pouring vessel. Lin, we were in the wrong regarding that matter. I shall self-punish with a drink. Please do not take it to heart. He drank deeply from his glass. Lin Chen naturally raised his glass in return. Mr. Su Lin, may your love be sweet. Zheng Qingshan filled his glass again, smiling. What have we done about it? They had to drink. Another cup down. The glasses they used were not large, but each was filled to about 70 to 80%, roughly 5 ounces. 2 cups equated to a substantial amount of liquor. Mr. Li, it has been a long time since we last met. Zheng Qingshan continued to mingle with others after toasting with Lin Chen. He appeared unfazed, undoubtedly a seasoned drinker. Lin Chen, how are you? You typically do not drink. If you cannot handle it, Do not force yourself. Xu Mengyao leaned closer to Lin Chen, her voice low, having already consumed a couple of ounces, and now hastily downing another ounce. Those with lesser tolerance might find themselves ill. Fear not. My tolerance is sufficient. Should you find it difficult later, I can assist you. Lin Chen whispered back. Previously, his tolerance had been around half a pound. Even 3 or 4 ounces would leave him in a daze. Now, however, he felt no such effects, as his constitution had significantly improved, surpassing 180 points, a level exceeding that of elite fighters. While his combat prowess may not match theirs, his formidable physique ensured he could handle alcohol adeptly. Lin Chen, without further ado, I shall toast to you. Zhang Su approached Lin Chen, eager to drink. Though they were shrewd, if a straightforward apology could lead to Lin Chen becoming intoxicated and embarrassed, they would welcome it. Lin Chen, Mr. Su, congratulations to you both. Another toast quickly followed. Lin Chen, allow me to self-punish once more. After finishing his second cup, Zhang Su filled a third glass. Before Lin Chen could respond, he downed it in one gulp. Lin Chen followed suit, thinking it no great matter. How could he allow Zhang Su to self-punish alone? Lin Chen, my tolerance is lacking. I'll return to eat some dishes and recuperate. I shall toast you later. Zhang Su retreated after speaking. Xu Mengyao cast a worried glance toward Lin Chen, having observed him consume yet another ounce and a half of liquor in a short span. Darling, how are you feeling? We ought to go toast others as well, she inquired. Lin Chen smiled gently. Wife, I'm perfectly fine. Chapter 81, Tonight. I shall stay at Xu Mengyao's home. Qin, your father and mother are going to toast, so be a good girl and eat your meal. They will be back shortly, Lin Chen said to Lin Xiaoqin. Lin Xiaoqin nodded obediently. After entrusting someone nearby to keep an eye on her, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao began to raise their glasses for toasts. Lin Chen found the taste of alcohol rather unpalatable, yet it was a common occurrence at adult gatherings. Without it, the meal would be consumed in mere moments. Business discussions? Building relationships? A simple toast could see the meal concluded before any substantial conversation took place. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Liang, I would like to toast you both, wishing you good health and all the best. Xu Mengyao smiled as she spoke. Zhao Jingshou, as the protagonist of the evening, was naturally toasted first. Mengyao, Shaolin, thank you, he replied with a smile. Aunt Liang added, Shaolin, don't forget us when it comes to celebratory feasts. Lin Chen chuckled. Aunt Liang, rest assured. Mengyao and I will certainly invite you when we hold our celebrations in the future. As time passed, Lin Chen consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, fared much better. She sipped her red wine, taking only small mouthfuls. By the time Lin Chen had finished toasting everyone, he had downed nearly a pound of white liquor, yet he felt merely tipsy, far from intoxicated. He estimated his current tolerance to be around 2 to 3 pounds. Shaolin, your capacity for liquor is impressive, remarked Zhang Qingshan, who approached again, clearly feeling the effects of the drinks himself. Allow me to toast you once more. Our families might find opportunities for collaboration in various fields. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me, Lin Chen replied, raising his glass once again. After they finished their toast, Zhang Qingshan sought another reason to drink with Lin Chen. Before long, Zhang Su arrived. After sharing a drink with him, Xu Mengyao leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, you should stop drinking. The Zhang father and son want to see you intoxicated, hoping for you to embarrass yourself. You've already had over a pound. Lin Chen turned to her, their eyes locking within mere centimeters of each other, feeling the warmth of their breaths. I want them to drink more, if they indulge. Even if they don't voice it, their eyes will reveal whether they are friend or foe. After saying this, he lifted his glass and prepared to pour more. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. If they desire me intoxicated, I shall provide them the opportunity, if they possess the ability. The Zhang family was shrewd, and it was rare to glimpse their true intentions. This gathering presented an excellent opportunity to glean their thoughts. Mr. Zhang, I owe you an apology. Initially, I had some misunderstandings about you. Lin Chen spoke, deliberately allowing his words to be somewhat unclear. He found reasons to toast Zhang Qingshan 3 times. With each drink, even if it was only a modest amount, Zhang Qingshan began to feel dizzy. Drink slowly, and I can manage more, Zhang Qingshan remarked, maintaining a smile. Though Lin Chen noticed the coldness in his gaze. The Zheng family harbored ill intentions. Lin Chen thought to himself, Mr. Zheng, I can only drink this much for now. In the future, I hope to toast with you again. Not a problem, Zheng Qingshan replied with a smile, though the chill in his gaze remained. Others might not discern it, but Lin Chen and Zheng Qingshan's eyes were locked in a tense exchange, one that felt as sharp as a knife. The Xu family possessed hundreds of billions in wealth, while the Zheng family only had tens of billions. The Zheng family aimed to swallow the Xu family. Yet their plans faltered when Xu Mengyao married Lin Chen. Dad, please stop drinking. I'm worried about you, Lin Xiaoqin said, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's. I wanted Appos. Tea drink anymore. Xiaoqin, you did very well, not causing a fuss and finishing your meal. Lin Chen smiled at her. Having achieved his goal, there was no need for further indulgence. The Zhengs likely wooed and Appos. Tea dare approach again. While they had strong tolerances, they were nearing their limit. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded, and everyone began to depart. Xu Mengyao called for Liang Yi, who was driving. President, are we heading to Ziyuan community? Liang Yi invited. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, shall we go to my place? You and Appos, V had quite a bit to drink, and tonight may not be suitable for caring for Xiaoqin. I've had some drinks too. Certainly, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He had yet to tour Xu Mengyao and Appos' villa. Dad, let me take you my room. It has a slide. Lin Xiaoqin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. All right, Xiaoqin. Lead the way, Lin Chen responded eagerly. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with concern. Lin Chen, I suspect you've had nearly 1.5 pounds of alcohol. Are you all right? Lin Chen shook his head. I and Amp, Appos, am fine. Meanwhile, in the old Model A6, Zheng Qingshan and his son sat in the back seat, driven by their chauffeur. Dad, Lin Chen's tolerance might surpass ours. Despite our drinking, he remains far from intoxicated, Zheng Su said, rubbing his temples, feeling dizzy. Son, you and Xu Mengyao are not meant to be, Zheng Qingshan stated. I know, Zheng Su nodded. Lin Chen is not simple. It's unfortunate that we couldn't uncover his true nature. Zheng Qingshan had sensed Lin Chen's complexity from their initial meeting. Ordinary people would be reserved in such situations. Even if fortunate enough to marry Xu Mengyao, it would be difficult to change their demeanor. Yet Lin Chen had not shown any signs of restraint. Dad, we can have someone investigate later, Zheng Su suggested, feeling increasingly drowsy. I need a rest for a bit. Zheng Qingshan closed his eyes, feeling the effects of the alcohol more intensely than usual. 40 minutes later, Liang Yi arrived at Xu Mengyao and Appos' expansive villa. With over 1,000 square meters in area, such a property in Shanghai would easily surpass 100 million in value. However, given Xu Mengyao and Appos' family and Appos' previous real estate ventures, their expenses likely didn't amount to that much. Sister Ping, please gather everyone, Xu Mengyao instructed, calling the 4 housekeepers. The size of the villa made it difficult for a few caretakers to manage effectively. This is Lin Chen, my husband, and Xiaoqin and Appos' father. You may address him as Mr. Lin, Xu Mengyao introduced. Hello, Mr. Lin. The 4 housekeepers greeted in unison. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. Papa, let me down. I want to take you upstairs. My room is really beautiful, Lin Xiaoqin urged. Lin Chen gently set her down, and soon they took the elevator to the upper floor. Lin Xiaoqin glanced at her room, and then at Xu Mengyao and Appos' room, which was directly across from hers. Dad, come in, Lin Xiaoqin exclaimed as she entered Xu Mengyao and Appos' room, and Lin Chen followed, puzzled, for it seemed not to belong to a child. Dad, you will sleep in this room tonight, Lin Xiaoqin giggled. Chapter 82. Did you not sleep together? Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. Is this Mother's room? Lin Xiaoqin nodded her little head. Yes. Tonight, I will sleep with Aunt Qingqing, and Daddy, you will sleep with Mommy. At this moment, Xu Mengyao arrived at the doorway, having overheard Lin Xiaoqin and Appos' words. Xiaoqin, where an amp, Appos, are you going to show Daddy your room? Xu Mengyao said at the entrance. Lin Xiaoqin replied, Mom, it an amp, Oppos. It's dark outside, and Daddy needs to sleep soon. I'll take Daddy to see where he sleeps. Xu Mengyao remarked, what a little darling she is. But this little darling belonged to Lin Chen. He found the warm clothing quite cozy, though it was too large for her, letting in a draft. Xiaoqian, let us head to your room. I want to see what your slide looks like, Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly led Lin Chen to the room across the hall. Lin Xiaoqian's room was quite spacious, and indeed, there was a slide with a small house atop it. Daddy, look! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she climbed the padded stairs, traversed the tiny house, and slid down. Is it fun, Daddy? She asked sweetly. Lin Chen crouched down and gently patted her head. It's fun, but Xiaoqian, be careful while you're playing. Okay, Daddy, I'll take you to another place, Lin Xiaoqian said, leading him to her playroom, which was filled with an array of toys. Daddy, there are so many toys here, but it's no fun by myself. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, knowing that if Xu Mengyao were not home, the nanny would never allow other children over to play. In their villa community, every child was precious, and they couldn't afford any accidents. With Xu Mengyao at home, she would likely take Lin Xiaoqian out for outdoor activities more often. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian dashed outside. Daddy, come quickly. We're going to another place. Soon, they reached the third floor, where a sizable music room awaited them, featuring a guzheng, an eru, and a grand piano. Daddy, this is Mommy's. Grandma plays this. And the smallest one is Grandpa's. Mine is this one, Lin Xiaoqian said as she pulled out a small drum from the corner. Lin Chen was astonished. The Xu family possessed quite the artistic flair. He knew Xu Mengyao played the piano and guzheng well, while her mother excelled at the guzheng, and her father played the eru. Lin Xiaoqian randomly struck the drum a couple of times. Lin Chen chuckled, imagining her causing a ruckus while they entertained themselves. Daddy, how do you play this? She asked. Mommy says I'm too small, but I'm big now. Lin Xiaoqian insisted, approaching the piano. Lin Chen lifted the piano lid. Though he couldn't play, he had researched some basics online to teach Lin Xiaoqian later. Xiaoqian, each key on the piano produces a different sound. Lin Chen began to teach at a steady pace, mindful that he could only impart a limited amount of knowledge before he would exhaust his own understanding. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian to play the piano, gaining piano skills. 10 hours to master level, 20 hours to grandmaster level. The system and amp. Oppo's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Simultaneously, a flood of information surged into his consciousness, and a faint smile graced his face. Finally, it had arrived. He feared his knowledge of the piano would soon vanish. Daddy, what is this? Just as Lin Chen acquired the skill, Lin Xiaoqian rushed over. If she had been a moment quicker, his skill might not have awakened. The beginning is always the most challenging, but once awakened, improvement would follow naturally. This is the eru, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. Daddy, it's so strange. It has only one string, yet it can make so many sounds. Do you like this, Xiaoqian? He inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. I don and amp. Amp, oppos, like it. The grandpas in the park like it. I'm still a little baby. Lin Chen felt a touch of regret. He had some interest in the eru, yet it was clear Lin Xiaoqian was not inclined towards it. He knew he could not force her to learn, as he wouldn't gain the skill that way. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. While he could acquire paper airplane making skills, Lin Xiaoqian had recently shown little interest in that, and he wouldn't pressure her. Her healthy and happy growth was paramount. Knock, knock. Xu Mengyao entered, saying, Xiaoqian, let us share with Daddy tomorrow. It's getting late. You need to wash up and go to bed. Mom, can I and Daddy stay here tomorrow? I want to play with Yuan and the others, Lin Xiaoqian pleaded. Xu Mengyao knelt and kissed Lin Xiaoqian. This is your home. If you don't want to go back, you can stay here. Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Mommy, I'm with Daddy. Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. You little rascal, so clever for your age. You can take the elevator down by yourself. Mommy needs to talk to Daddy. Giggling, Lin Xiaoqian happily left the room. Xu Mengyao blushed slightly and said to Lin Chen, you and Xiaoqian should stay here tonight. She probably wants to introduce you to her little friends. She has always envied those who have a father. As she spoke, nostalgia flickered in Xu Mengyao's eyes. There was a time I lay down with her to sleep, and in the middle of the night, she called out for her father. It truly tugged at my heartstrings. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao, sensing the gravity of her decision to bring Lin Xiaoqian to find him. Mengyao, don't be sad. From now on, Xiaoqian will have a father, and you will have a husband, he said with a warm smile. Xu Mengyao playfully retorted, as long as Mengyao has a father. That's enough. As for me, I'm quite fine on my own now. I'll get you a set of new pajamas for my dad. Your clothes will be washed and dried by tomorrow for you to wear, she added. Lin Chen nodded, pondering, but where will I sleep? Xu Mengyao replied, slightly annoyed. You'll sleep in the guest room. Are you really going to follow Xiaoqian's suggestion and sleep in my room? Lin Chen chuckled. I think that sounds delightful. It might even save on the air conditioning bill. Xu Mengyao retorted, hurry up and take a shower. You've had quite a bit to drink. Wash up and go to bed. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished a shower and lay down on the guest room bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open a little, and Lin Xiaoqian peeked her little head in. Daddy, why are you here? I didn't see you in Mommy's room. Xiaoqian, didn't you go to bed? Lin Chen asked. I can't sleep, Daddy. I want to hear a story. And Qingqing's stories aren't interesting. Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed on a Lin Chen's bed. Daddy, I have a question, she said, looking a bit apprehensive. What's wrong? Lin Chen gently kissed her and asked. Lin Xiaoqian inquired, Daddy, did you and Mommy get divorced? Lin Chen was taken aback. Xiaoqian, why do you ask that? We're doing just fine. Lin Xiaoqian responded. But you didn't sleep together. Grandpa and Grandma sleep together. Didn't your mother call me her husband? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. I know that. But you didn't sleep together. Chapter 83 Qin. Here is the marriage certificate. Knock, knock. Xu Mengyao entered, asking, Qin, why aren't you sleeping? Your father is here. He has had quite a bit to drink and cannot take care of you tonight. Lin Chen said, Dear, please fetch our marriage certificate. Xu Mengyao paused. Why? Lin Chen pinched Lin Xiaoqian's cheek gently. Xiaoqian asked why we didn't sleep together and wondered if we are divorced. For such a young child, her thoughts are quite profound. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. Ever since Lin Chen's arrival, their daughter seemed to have become significantly more perceptive. What 2-year-old would ask such questions? Xiaoqian, Don and Amp. Amp, Oppos, disturb your father. Come with me to take a look, and then you can go to bed, Xu Mengyao said, slightly irritated. Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed down from the bed. Xu Mengyao led her to her own bedroom, where a safe contained some jewelry and important documents. The marriage certificate was also stored there. Opening the safe, Xu Mengyao retrieved the marriage certificate. Xiaoqian, this is the marriage certificate of your father and mother. Look, it has our pictures on it. If your father and mother were divorced, we would not have this certificate. Lin Xiaoqian scrutinized it for a few moments and muttered, Mom, I don't know these words. Is this the marriage certificate? Let me check those 2 characters for you. She used her phone to look up the characters for marriage and chose the voice option to read them aloud. Is this the marriage certificate? Why don't you believe your father and me, you little rascal? Xu Mengyao said, slightly exasperated. Lin Xiaoqian asked, Mom, why don't you and Dad sleep together? Grandpa and Grandma do. Xu Mengyao replied. For certain reasons, your father and I, Haven and Amp, Oppos, lived together before. We need time to adjust. Both of us love you dearly, and we will not get divorced. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Mom, really? Of course, Xu Mengyao assured her. Now, let's make a pinky promise. They linked pinkies together. Mom, you mustn't change. If you do, you'll turn into a puppy. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. All right, if I change, I'll be a puppy. Now hurry to Aunt Qingqing's to sleep. You mustn't come out again. Your father and I need to rest well, Xu Mengyao instructed. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian happily retreated to her room. Xu Mengyao pondered for a moment and then returned to Lin Chen. I just showed Xiaoqian the marriage certificate. What is going on with her? Lin Chen replied. She fears we might separate and lacks a sense of security. Such feelings are normal, with ample love. Her insecurities will gradually dissipate. Xu Mengyao not that Li. All right, you should sleep. Wait, there is one more thing, Lin Chen said. What is it? Xu Mengyao inquit. Good night, my dear, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, she softly replied, Good night, my husband. She quickly retreated, her heart racing. You naughty man, she thought to herself. Hastening back to her room, she lay down on her bed, covering her whole head with the blanket. Ding ding. Soon after, her phone rang. It was a video call from her mother, who was in the United States, where it was morning. "Mom, Dad." Xu Mengyao greeted as she answered the call. Her parents were together. Yang Qingwei asked, "Mengyao, how was Aunt Liang and Amp, Appo's birthday banquet? Did anything happen?" Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. "There was an incident. The Zheng family wanted Uncle Zhao to introduce me to Zheng Su 2 months ago. Uncle Zhao had planned to introduce us at the banquet. But since I married Lin Chen, he didn't tea." Su Guofeng expressed confusion. "The Zheng family is causing trouble?" Xu Mengyao responded. "They appeared very polite and kept apologizing multiple times while drinking. Lin Chen mentioned that their eyes were off." Su Guofeng remarked, "Mengyao, since you're with Xiaoqin, it's clear that Zheng Qingshan and the others are angling for a marriage alliance. Their intentions are evident." Yang Qingwei scolded, "Old Su, do you mean to say that Mengyao, with Xiaoqin, is undesirable?" Su Guofeng coughed lightly. "That's not what I meant. I just meant that Zheng Su might have more options." Yang Qingwei asked, "Dear, is Zheng Su's grandfather in a critical situation? If Mengyao and Zheng Su become engaged, would it be beneficial or detrimental for him?" Su Guofeng shook his head. "I'm not sure about his grandfather's situation. If they were to get engaged, perhaps some would chuckle behind their backs, but it would certainly provide some advantages." Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. "Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? I will not be getting engaged to him." Su Guofeng reassured her, "We're merely analyzing. If it's indeed a critical stage, your engagement could escalate matters. Our family has considerable wealth, and your grandfather still holds some influence." Yang Qingwei scoffed. "If that's the case, their intentions are quite shrewd. They would gain everything while my father's remaining connections serve their interests. My father previously held a higher position than Zheng Su and Amp, Appo's grandfather." Su Guofeng clarified, "Mengyao, this is just our speculation. Please keep our analysis private." "Understood." Xu Mengyao nodded. Yang Qingwei expressed concern. "Dear, if the Zheng family is plotting this way, and things go awry, the likelihood of them targeting us afterward is not insignificant." Su Guofeng agreed. "Indeed, the chances are considerable. However, we need not worry excessively. The Zheng family currently has better connections in the political arena, but our Su family and Amp, Appo's assets surpass theirs by several times. In this regard, we hold a significant advantage." He paused before continuing, "Mengyao, refrain from expanding your business further. We must strengthen our risk management." Xu Mengyao nodded, acknowledging that the situation was unfavorable for expansion. Yang Qingwei then asked, "Where is Xiaoqin?" Lin Chen drank quite a bit. "Did she return with him?" Xu Mengyao replied, "No. She is sleeping with Qingqing." "Is Lin Chen at our place?" Yang Qingwei inquired. Xu Mengyao hesitated before nodding lightly. "Yes. That's good. He drank a lot. If you let him go back alone, something might happen," Yang Qingwei advised. Su Guofeng suggested, "Since Lin Chen is here, let him stay with Xiaoqin for a few more days. I'm sure she misses her little friends." "Yes," Xu Mengyao agreed. Su Guofeng smiled. "Since Lin Chen is drinking, let him have a few bottles from the wine cellar. The best ones are in the first wine cabinet." Yang Qingwei glanced at Su Guofeng. "Old Su, when my father visited before, you never offered him wine from the first cabinet. Now you're quite generous." Su Guofeng replied, "Your father is a revolutionary soldier. I cannot indulge him." Chapter 84. Is this painting by Lin Chen? The Zhao family had seen off all their guests. Some relatives had followed them home, where they cut the cake and engaged in lively conversation for some time. "Darling, why don't you unwrap the gifts?" Zhao Jingshou suggested. "I'll record it, and if anything seems overly extravagant, we'll return it." He activated the video function on his phone, feeling the need to be cautious. If someone were to capture a video showcasing an expensive gift and later report it, he would have no way to clear his name, no matter how deep he plunged into the Yellow River. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal. "All right," Liang Chunhua nodded, beginning to unwrap each gift. Given Zhao Jingshou as standing, the gifts from their guests were expected to be of a certain quality, yet they remained within reasonable limits. The most expensive among them would not exceed 10,000. The Zhao family was affluent, and receiving such gifts was quite reasonable, as their own offerings were of similar caliber. "Dear, this one must be for Mengyao, right?" Zhao Jingshou inquired. Liang Chunhua was about to open a painting tube. "Yes, I remember it was from Mengyao. Liang Chanhua carefully extracted the contents. Zhao Jingshou assisted in unrolling the painting. Staring at the unveiled artwork, Zhao Jingshou was taken aback. Having encountered many paintings and calligraphies, he possessed a keen aesthetic sense. He could immediately tell this piece was of substantial value. "Hubby, this painting is remarkable. The auspicious double longevity motif. Mengyao truly has a thoughtful heart," Liang Chunhua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Although her discerning eye wasn't as sharp, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for the piece. Zhao Jingshou inhaled deeply. "It is indeed thoughtful, but the issue is that this painting is exceedingly precious." He leaned in for a closer inspection, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, "Wife, we cannot accept this. I believe it could fetch at least several 100,000. Liang Chunhua was momentarily stunned. "So much?" Zhao Jingshou affirmed. "It will only appreciate in value. But I believe we can accept it," Liang Chunhua insisted. Zhao Jingshou frowned. "Dear, don't be foolish. Even if it is a gift from Mengyao, we still cannot accept it. Mengyao wouldn't intentionally harm us. But there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. What if word gets out?" Liang Chunhua pointed to the lower right corner of the painting. "Look there." Zhao Jingshou leaned in to examine it. This painting is by Lin Chen?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Liang Chunhua replied, "It should be. There is no other signature. And this painting appears to be quite new. Mengyao is very considerate. She wouldn't buy $1 million painting to put us in a difficult position." Zhao Jingshou marveled. "If it's by Lin Chen, then Mengyao and he make quite the match. A talented couple. Can we accept it?" "I quite like this painting," Liang Chunhua asked. Zhao Jingshou pondered. Lin Chen is Mengyao's husband. He didn't spend any money on it. The framing materials are quite ordinary. If you truly love it, then you may keep it, but we must first confirm its authenticity. Liang Chunhua took out her phone. "It's not too late. Mengyao should still be awake. I'll give her a call." Soon, Liang Chunhua connected with Xu Mengyao, who was indeed still awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. "Aunt Liang," Xu Mengyao greeted. "Mengyao, we just unwrapped the painting you sent, and it's signed by Lin Chen. Is it indeed his work?" Liang Chunhua inquired. "Yes. I wasn't sure what to give, and I thought Lin Chen's work would suffice, so I asked him to create a piece," Xu Mengyao explained. "Is there a problem?" Liang Chunhua chuckled. "If it's by Lin Chen, then there is no problem at all. Mengyao, when you have the time, please bring Lin Chen over for a meal. I'd like to express my gratitude." "Sure, sound good." Liang Chunhua soon hung up the phone. Zhao Jingshou reflected on Lin Chen's demeanor. He carried himself with a sense of composure, suggesting he was quite knowledgeable. "Darling, why don't you unwrap the other gifts while I admire this one a bit longer?" The following morning, Lin Chen and his family awoke to find the nanny had prepared breakfast. Lin Xiaoqian pouted, having grown accustomed to Lin Chen's cooking. She found yesterday's banquet unappetizing, and the nanny's breakfast even less palatable. Despite being a simple meal, it had been prepared by a skilled chef from a renowned hotel. "Xiaoqian, you mustn't be picky," Xu Mengyao admonished. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Mommy, Aunt Qingqing and the others work so hard every day, don't they?" "What are you implying?" Lin Xiaoqian glanced at Lin Chen. "Daddy, let us give Aunt Qingqing and the others a break, shall we?" Lin Chen chuckled, scratching Lin Xiaoqian's nose. "Little Xiaoqian, while I understand your intentions, it's commendable that you can empathize with other struggles. I think it's a good idea. What do you think, darling?" Xu Mengyao sighed in exasperation. "You two have conspired together. How can I oppose you? After all, the house won't get too dirty in just 2 days. Let us grant them 2 days off." Soon, Xu Mengyao informed the 4 nannies, who happily departed, enjoying paid leave. "Xiaoqian, Daddy will cook lunch today," Lin Chen announced. "But we already have breakfast ready. Can we afford to waste food?" he inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. "Then let us eat quickly. After breakfast, we'll go out for a stroll. Perhaps we'll run into your friends." "Okay." Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. "Daddy, I want to play with Tian Tian, Pippi, and Yuan Yuan." Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao. "They are all children from our neighborhood. Tian Tian, and Yuan Yuan are girls, slightly older than Xiaoqian, while Pippi is a little boy. Their families are quite well off," Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Chen nodded. "Can those living here be anything less?" This neighborhood was exclusively composed of villas, the smallest of which likely spanned 400 to 500 square meters, with each villa priced no less than 50 million. Though he had made some money, it paled in comparison to the fortunes of those living here. After finishing breakfast, they soon stepped outside. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian spotted a playmate, slightly older than herself. Xiaoqian. The little girl beamed upon seeing Lin Xiaoqian. This is my daddy. I have a daddy, and he is a superhero. Lin Xiaoqian chattered excitedly. The little girl, accompanied by her mother, turned to Xu Mengyao. Ms. Xu. Xiaoqian has become much more cheerful and articulate. Xu Mengyao smiled. It's all thanks to her father. Sister Song. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Dear. Sister Song's family runs a clothing business, and they're doing quite well. Sister Song, named Song Cici, appeared surprised at how naturally Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband. She was unaware if they had officially registered their marriage. Hello, Brother Lin. Song Cici greeted with a smile. Lin Chen nodded hello. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Darling, I have some matters to attend to at the company. Please take Xiaoqian with you. Xiaoqian, remember to listen to your father, she reminded. Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Xu Mengyao. Mommy, give daddy a kiss. Xu Mengyao complied, bending down to kiss Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, you should kiss daddy too. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Xu Mengyao. Chapter 85. The dazzling father of Lin Xiaoqian. Don't speak nonsense. Adults cannot simply kiss in public. Xu Mengyao chided as she pinched Lin Xiaoqian's cheek. You should play nicely with and the others. Soon, you and Oppos, I'll be off to see your father, and it will be a while before you see them again. Sister Song, I shall take my leave now, Song Cici replied, nodding. She felt a tinge of curiosity. It appeared that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen shared a decent relationship. Yet Lin Xiaoqian was living elsewhere with Lin Chen, while Xu Mengyao remained here. If their relationship was so good, why the separation? The distance between Lin Chen's residence and Xu Mengyao's company was also puzzling. As with her financial means, it would be effortless for her to purchase a property near the office. Soon, Xu Mengyao departed, and Xiaoqian resumed playing with Big Brother Lin. How did you teach Xiaoqian? She has changed so much compared to before. I'd like to learn from you. Song Cici earnestly inquired as the little ones played. How was Xiaoqian before? Lin Chen asked. Song Cici pondered for a moment. Xiaoqian is a bright child, but she was quite introverted. Even when playing with familiar children, she seldom took the initiative. Her speech was not as fluent as it is now. Being a few months older, used to speak more clearly. Now Xiaoqian seems almost like a little adult, while appears to lag behind. Do you have any secret methods? Lin Chen mused internally, for he possessed a system that could greatly enhance Lin Xiaoqian and Oppo's abilities. Any skill he honed to the level of a grandmaster or even legendary status would, in some way, elevate her. I wouldn't call it a secret. Xiaoqian spent most of her time with a nanny, who, for safety reasons, might have placed limitations on her. When I look after her, I encourage her to explore boldly. Song Cici nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Xiaoqian is indeed intelligent. It's just that her potential hadn't been fully tapped before. Lin Chen smiled, saying, every child is a treasure. As parents, it is our duty to learn how to uncover that treasure. A child's poor performance in learning does not equate to a lack of intelligence. In nature, various animals excel in different ways. It would be unjust to judge solely by the speed of running. Song Cici gently nodded. Big Brother Lin, what industry are you in? Perhaps we might collaborate in the future. Lin Chen contemplated. His current income primarily stemmed from creating fairy tales. He also practiced calligraphy and painting, fitting into the art sector. I suppose I am in the arts industry, he replied with a smile. Daddy, can you teach me and how to play ball? Lin Xiaoqian approached, her voice sweet and innocent. Of course, but what shall we do without a ball? Lin Chen squatted down to inquire. Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment. We can go back to get it. Song Cici asked, Xiaoqian, which ball do you want to play with? The auntie can call someone to bring it over. Basketball. Daddy is the best at basketball. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed proudly. Her little friends all had fathers, and until now she had not. She wished to show them that she had a father, and he was the greatest of all. Song Cici quickly made a phone call, and before long, a basketball was delivered. Lin Chen began to teach the little ones how to play, and gradually the group expanded from 2 to 3, then to 4. As Lin Xiaoqian's friends joined in, Lin Chen engaged earnestly with the children, relishing every moment as he gained valuable experience. His basketball skills were now at a master level, and combined with his exceptional physique, he ranked among the best globally, although technically, he still had room for improvement. It seemed Lin Chen and Appo's ability surpassed that of a typical basketball coach. He was dedicated to teaching the children. Unfortunately, he was Xu and Appo's husband. Such a coach would be beyond their means. The mothers of the 3 children gathered to converse. "Daddy, I'm a bit tired. Can you tell us a story?" After an hour, Lin Xiaoqian looked up expectantly. "Certainly. You all sit over there," Lin Chen smiled. Soon, he began to narrate a captivating story, all from memory, without the need for a book. With his legendary fairy tale crafting skills, he spun tales that enthralled Lin Xiaoqian and her friends, who listened with rapt attention. Song Cici and the other mothers watched from a distance, utterly amazed. "Daddy, I want to hear another story." Lin Xiaoqian and the others clamored after the first tale concluded. Lin Chen smiled and began yet another story. "I think I understand why Xiaoqian has changed so much. Lin Chen provides her with high-quality companionship," he mused. Indeed, as time flew by, evening descended. Xu Mengyao returned home earlier than usual. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a delightful aroma, filling her with warmth. "Mommy!" Lin Xiaoqian joyfully rushed over. "Xiaoqian, did you have fun today?" Xu Mengyao asked as she lifted Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. "I had such a wonderful day, Mommy. And the others all know I have a daddy now, and my daddy is the most amazing," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. "What did Daddy do with you?" Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian held up her fingers. "We played basketball. Daddy told us stories, taught us to sing, and even taught us to draw. I drew the best." She giggled. Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen, laughing. "Xiaoqian is just showing off what I taught her friends. She nearly emptied my repertoire of skills." Xu Mengyao, she used to envy other children with fathers. "Xiaoqian, you don't envy and the others anymore, do you?" Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. "Not anymore, because I have the best daddy in the world." "Mommy, are you going to work tomorrow?" Lin Xiaoqian asked, her eyes lighting up. "I want to be working tomorrow." "Why do you ask?" Xu Mengyao, "Can I invite and the others over for dinner?" Lin Xiaoqian beamed. "That is something you need to ask Daddy about. Since he'll be cooking, it may be a bit burdensome for him if you invite your friends over," Xu Mengyao explained. "I already asked Daddy, and he said yes," Lin Xiaoqian declared. Xu Mengyao said, "If Daddy agrees, then of course you can." She turned to Lin Chen. "What do you think? Should we invite just Xiaoqian and Appo's as friends, or their mothers too? Having adults around might be a bit much." Lin Chen replied, "Why not invite the adults as well? Today, Xiaoqian is showing off her daddy. Tomorrow, let us allow you to showcase your husband." Xu Mengyao and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, "What do you have to show off? Daddy is the best." Lin Xiaoqian interjected. Lin Chen chuckled. "You all hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Lin Chen, "Do you drink?" "My dad called last night and asked me to bring you 2 bottles of the finest wine," Xu Mengyao commented. Lin Chen grinned. "I generally don't drink, but given your father's kind intentions, I must sample it." "Humph," Xu Mengyao lightly scoffed, aware that her father was not yet Lin Chen and Appo's father-in-law, as they had not yet held a wedding. Chapter 86, Legendary Culinary Skills. Xu Mengyao swiftly arrived at the wine cellar, which boasted 8 temperature-controlled wine cabinets, each brimming with exquisite wines, each bottle worth over 10,000. Ordinary varieties like Matai were not stored here. She opened the first cabinet, which housed the finest and most expensive treasures, each bottle valued at no less than 100,000. Some so rare that Su Guofeng himself refrained from consuming them. Xu Mengyao, lacking expertise in wines, casually selected a bottle. "Lin Chen, I've only brought you 1 bottle. While you can indulge, do not overindulge, as it could harm your health. Tomorrow, when you and Qian return, I shall procure a few more bottles for you." Lin Chen chuckled. "I'll sip a little. My primary curiosity lies in discovering the taste of my father-in-law and Appo's wine." Xu Mengyao, "There's no need to bring more wine tomorrow. I seldom drink, and it's inconvenient to enjoy it with Qian present. Occasionally, I can visit, and if I do, I can bring Qian along so you can enjoy a glass whenever you wish. Caring for a child can be quite taxing, and a glass of wine might help you unwind. Honestly, I do not find looking after little Qian particularly burdensome, Lin Chen remarked. Teaching her new things is rewarding. The thrill of witnessing her growth is captivating. For instance, learning a foreign language was once arduous for me. Now, after 3 hours of teaching Qian English, she can master it proficiently. It's incredibly gratifying. I've now adeptly grasped more than a dozen languages. Hee, Daddy, I'm a good girl, right? Lin Chen beamed at Lin Chen. Indeed, our little Qian is the best, Lin Chen replied, planting a kiss on her cheek. Xu Mengyao uncorked the wine and retrieved 2 glasses, one large and one small. Lin Chen, I'll join you for a sip. She filled both glasses to the brim, releasing a fragrant bouquet of aromas. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Though he was not a connoisseur, the enticing scent ignited his desire to taste. Thank you for taking such wonderful care of Qian, Xu Mengyao said, raising her glass. Lin Chen turned to Lin Qian. Is Mommy speaking incorrectly? Little Qian nodded vigorously. Mommy, you should call him an oppos. Husband and oppos. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qian. This little, short-sleeve shirt feels a bit too breezy. Husband, thank you, she said without hesitation, having grown accustomed to the term over time. Lin Chen lifted his glass. Wife, while the title is one aspect, we are family. Your gratitude for my care, Qian, is unnecessary. Isn't that so, Qian? Little Qian nodded enthusiastically, yes. Xu Mengyao smiled. As long as you understand my intention. I didn't take care for Qian as well as you do. Lin Chen clinked glasses with Xu Mengyao. A small sip will suffice. Let us refrain from toasting in the house. They both took a modest sip. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she savored her meal. Lin Chen, today's dishes seem more delectable than ever. Is it merely my imagination, or do superior utensils yield better flavors? Lin Chen chuckled. Can you truly discern the difference? Of course. Today's dishes are markedly superior to those I've tasted before. She affirmed. Daddy, they are indeed tastier, even better than at lunch. Lin Chen chimed in. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen and Oppo's face. While tidying up the kitchen at noon, his culinary skills had ascended to a legendary level. The transformation from a top-tier master to a legendary chef marked a qualitative leap, resulting in a distinct enhancement in flavor. Mengyao, while finer utensils enhance taste significantly, the true breakthrough lies in my improved culinary skills, Lin Chen stated with a smile. Throughout history, the greatest chefs have only reached the pinnacle of mastery, a limit of humanity. However, with the aid of the system, I have surpassed that boundary. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Lin Chen and Oppo's talent was astonishing. In such a short span, his culinary abilities had escalated to this extraordinary level. Let us try some other dishes, Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Xu Mengyao sampled more dishes, each equally delightful. Lin Chen, why is it that with the same ingredients, your creations are so exquisite, while mine are less than satisfactory? Mommy, yours are still edible, Lin Chen reassured. Sung azito playfully, Gian. Thank you for your consolation. You're welcome, Mommy. Little Qian replied cheerfully. Xu Mengyao sighed. Perhaps this illustrates the difference between a top scholar and a struggling student. Explaining things to you, my elementary school level peer, is likely futile. Just then, a notification chimed as Xu Mengyao and Oppo's phone rang. It was her mother calling via video. After a brief contemplation, she accepted the call, knowing her parents were aware of Lin Chen's presence. Grandma, Lin Qian exclaimed sweetly upon spotting Yang Qingyue. What are you up to, Qian? Yang Qingyue inquired. I'm having dinner, made by Daddy. His cooking is delicious, Lin Chen replied, causing Yang Qingyue to swallow. Reminiscing about Lin Chen's culinary prowess. Despite her husband's efforts to find skilled chefs, none could compare to Lin Chen's cooking. Mengyao, where's Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue asked. Xu Mengyao shifted the camera to Lin Chen, who greeted, Aunt Yang, I hope you're feeling better. Much improved. Xu Mengyao is quite generous with you. She has even brought out her father's finest bottle of wine for you. Yang Qinghua teased. Xu Mengyao clarified, Mom, I merely selected the outermost bottle. Yang Qinghua chocolate. Your father had previously set that bottle aside, reluctant to drink it. It's wonderful that you offered it to Lin Chen. Though he may hesitate to indulge himself, he would certainly share it with you. Xu Mengyao playfully protested. What are you saying, Mom? Why did you call so early? Is there something you need? Lin Chen, your mother's birthday is approaching. Isn't it? I intend to buy her a gift. If you return home, please bring it with you. If not, I shall send it directly to your residence. Lin Chen replied, My mother's birthday is next week. We're currently building a house, and I do not plan to return for the time being. Bringing Lin Chen back home would be quite inconvenient with the chaos. Yang Qingyue nodded. Then, I shall send it to your hometown. What is your mother's phone number? Please send it to me so I can fill in the recipient and Oppos as details. Mengyao, you should prepare a birthday gift as well. Lin Chen raised her hand. Grandma, I want to prepare a birthday gift for Grandma too. Yang Qingyue lauged. Arig. And how wonderful that Chen wants to contribute. Xu Mengyao felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Are our parents about to meet? Chapter 87. Lin Chen. Why don't you hold me and see? That evening, Lin Chen narrated tales to Lin Xiaoqian, who, with a sweet smile gracing her face, soon drifted into slumber. She was nestled in Xu Mengyao's room. Lin Chen sent a message to Xu Mengyao, who promptly arrived, freshly bathed and donned in her light sleepwear, suitable for the warm weather. What are you staring at? Xu Mengyao playfully inquired, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Just admiring my wife. Is that a crime? Mengyao, please keep Xiaoqian company while I take a shower. Just a moment. Xu Mengyao hesitated slightly. With a grin, Lin Chen teased. Are you expecting a hug and a kiss? Xu Mengyao shot him a glare. You daydream too much. My parents are already aware that we and Oppos registered our marriage. But you still don't know. You should find an opportunity to tell them. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Chen, with a hint of amusement, said, Isn't this a matter between us? Are we now involving two families? Xu Mengyao retorted, It is our affair, but it's unfair that my parents know while yours remain in the dark. The painting you gifted my mother delighted her. And that and Oppos. That's why she intends to bring a gift for your mother on her birthday. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao with a smile. Is it only that? Xu Mengyao's eyes flickered slightly. Of course. What do you think? Don't overthink it. Just tell your parents the truth. We are married, but for now, we are still merely friends. Lin Chen's expression dimmed. Just friends? I thought we were good friends. Perhaps I have been overly sentimental. Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. Good friends is sufficient, I misspoke. Regardless, we are still just friends. Please refrain from saying anything that might lead to misunderstandings with your parents. Lin Chen assured her. Rest easy, there will be no misunderstandings. Xu Mengyao sighed with relief. Lin Chen chuckled. My parents will undoubtedly see you as their daughter-in-law. There can be no confusion about that. Xu Mengyao responded, You should hurry and shower. I don't wish to engage in further banter. The following morning arrived. Xu Mengyao took Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen to the supermarket, as they needed to prepare additional ingredients for the guests arriving at noon. Lin, you are so considerate in bringing Xiaoqian, one of the mothers remarked. Indeed, if he weren't an Oppos to your husband, I would gladly pay him to help with the children. He plays basketball well and tells delightful stories that the kids adore. Mengyao, even if Lin Chen earns a bit less, such a man is quite admirable. After all, you are the one who will earn. Your wealth is boundless, another mother chimed in. Lin Xiaoqian and her friends were playing, while Pai Pai had been taken away by his parents due to prior commitments. Within the same community, small circles formed, and Xu Mengyao and her fellow mothers constituted one such circle. Xu Mengyao asserted, Lin Chen earns quite a bit on his own. She wished to dispel any misconceptions that Lin Chen was merely spending her money. As noon approached, they all headed to Xu Mengyao's villa. Daddy and Oppos, cooking is the best in the world, Lin Xiaoqian declared with a hint of pride. Is that so? Xiaoqian, are you exaggerating? Her friends expressed skepticism. Before long, they arrived. Upon opening the door, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting several involuntary swallows. How delightful! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she dashed into the kitchen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, please take your friends to wash their hands. Our meal will be ready shortly. The others hurried to wash up. Lin Chen quickly brought out dish after dish, preparing a total of 10 courses to accommodate the gathering, each symbolizing perfection. Lin Chen, how is it that your cooking surpasses even that of a 5-star chef? One mother exclaimed, marveling at the visually stunning dishes that resembled masterpieces. Xu Mengyao was unfazed, as she was accustomed to Lin Chen's culinary skills, which, though infrequent, were consistently exquisite. Everyone, please dig in while it's hot, Lin Chen encouraged. Take a seat. Don't be shy, Xu Mengyao added. The dining area featured a large round table, comfortably accommodating all 9 of them. As they began to eat, the mothers were soon utterly captivated. Lin Chen and Appo's dishes not only looked magnificent but tasted extraordinary. Despite their wealth and having indulged in various delicacies, they had never encountered anything so delectable. You weren't exaggerating, Xiaoqian. Uncle Lin, this food is delicious. Her friends chimed in, showering Lin Xiaoqian with admiration. A sweet smile radiated from Lin Xiaoqian, who felt immense joy in receiving her friends' envy and approval. What do you think? Xu Mengyao asked with a smile. The 3 mothers were effusive in their praises, eagerly sampling each dish, all of which proved to be exquisite. By the end of the meal, they felt thoroughly satisfied. Lin Xiaoqian's friends, who typically were picky eaters, devoured their meals with surprising speed today. Lin, your culinary skills are exceptional. You must have one over Mengyao with your cooking. The children exclaimed as they played. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao and said, that should be a question for Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. I wasn't conquered by you. I stumbled into this relationship without realizing. Her words, though honest, sounded like sweet nothings to the other mothers in Appo's ears. Mengyao, I'm already full, yet you continue to feed me dog food. Have some pity on this single soul. One mother lamented, having recently divorced. Lin, you and Mengyao haven't had a wedding yet. Have you? If you do, please remember to invite us. Another mother chimed in. Certainly, Lin Chen responded with a smile. Before long, the guests departed, leaving Lin Xiaoqian and her friends to take their afternoon nap. Xu Mengyao lulled Lin Xiaoqian to sleep as Lin Chen washed the dishes. Xu Mengyao zima. The dishes could have been left unwashed. Qing and the others will return later to handle it. Lin Chen chuckled. I might as well keep myself occupied. My dear wife, how about it? Have I brought you pride today? A kiss, perhaps? A hug would suffice. Gathering her courage, Xu Mengyao replied, Lin Chen, you can forget about kissing me for now. Why don't you try giving me a hug? With that, she closed her eyes. Deep down, she understood Lin Chen's goodness, yet she was unsure if she could accept such intimate contact at this moment. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he stepped closer. Xu Mengyao felt his approach, her body trembling slightly, and her complexion paled. Lin Chen gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead. Mengyao, let's wait a bit. You and Appo's, not ready yet. Xu Mengyao opened her eyes. I and Appo's, am sorry, Lin Chen. I don't and Appo's, know what and Appo's is happening. I can and Appo's, control myself. Chapter 88. Acquiring Western Medical Skills. Lin Chen reassured, my dear, relax. It is entirely normal for many veterans to experience post-traumatic stress disorder. Psychological ailments can be difficult to manage. If it were easy to control, you would have already done so. With a smile gracing his face, he continued, though I may not have held you, I have certainly felt your sentiments. Xu Mengyao lowered her gaze and softly remarked, once my parents return, I will move in with you. Lin Chen and Appo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Mengyao, what did you just say? I didn't and Appo's quite catch that. Xu Mengyao, feeling shy, stomped her foot and said, if you didn't hear it, then never mind. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen teased, I vaguely heard you mention moving in with me. That is not the case, she replied. I'm off to take a nap with Qian. With that, Xu Mengyao hurried toward the staircase. Mengyao, why won't you take the elevator? He called after her. Xu Mengyao merely thought about how close the elevator was to Lin Chen and wished to distance herself quickly. A smile lingered on Lin Chen's face. Although he had not embraced Xu Mengyao, their relationship had undeniably progressed. Just moments ago, she had shown the initiative to let him hold her. Yet, Her psychological barriers were still a work in progress. While it may be easy for an ordinary person to take such a step, for Xu Mengyao, grappling with psychological issues, it was a significant challenge. He had anticipated that her parents' return would prompt her to consider living with him. Yet she had taken the initiative herself, which was quite delightful. Lin Chen mused that their mutual efforts were far more promising than a one-sided endeavor. In the room, Xu Mengyao covered her face, astonished by her own boldness in suggesting that Lin Chen embrace her and the idea of moving in together. Have I been too indiscreet? She pondered. What must Lin Chen think of me now? Her cheeks flushed with warmth. 2 hours later, when Lin Xiaoqian awoke, Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian, it an amp, oppos. It's time for us to head back. How about we come visit your little friends again soon? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, not overly reluctant to leave, as in her heart. The significance of her father far outweighed that of her friends. Xu Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, inside is Xiaoqian and amp, oppos, vaccination book. She needs to get her shots, so please take her when the time comes. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Daddy, getting shots hurts so much. I don't want to. Can I just take medicine instead? Lin Chen shook his head. No, Xiaoqian. Vaccinations are not for treating illnesses. They prevent them. I can help you when you're sick, but I cannot prevent you from falling ill. But I will cry, Lin Xiaoqian whimpered. Xu Mengyao chimed in. The last few times she got vaccinated, her cries were utterly heart-wrenching. I'm quite apprehensive about taking her again. Lin Chen reassured her, I will take her. Xiaoqian, say goodbye to your mother. She has things to attend to. Goodgi, mama. Both daddy and I love you. Su Mendia huget Lin Xiaoqian. Let us get you to the car. Moments later, Lin Chen drove away, while Xu Mengyao stood watching the car until it disappeared from view. Yuan's mother appeared, snapping Xu Mengyao back to reality. Mengyao, Yuan and her friends are out to play. I came to fetch Xiaoqian, but it seems I'm too late. They've already left. Someone is about to turn into a stone waiting for her husband, Xu Mengyao murmured. Mengyao, what exactly is going on between you and Lin Chen? Your relationship seems rather extraordinary, Yuan's mother inquired, as she and Xu Mengyao shared a good rapport, albeit not as close as Xu Mengyao and Shenqing. We unexpectedly had Xiaoqian. We weren't and oppos, tea together before, but now we are officially registered, Xu Mengyao explained. Yuan and oppos. S mother nodded in understanding. Got it. First, get in the car, and then you can plan the wedding later. Mengyao, you must seize this opportunity. I can see how well Lin Chen treats both you and Xiaoqian. Love is paramount. Money is secondary. My ex-husband was wealthy, yet he still ran off with a vixen. Not that Li. You two should live together, otherwise. I fear you may be usurped by a vixen. It's difficult for men to pursue women, but women can easily chase after men, especially beautiful ones. Qing, I just did something foolish, Xu Mengyao messaged Shenqing. What foolishness did you commit? Shenqing replied. Lin Chen treats me and Xiaoqian very well. In a moment of impulse, I allowed him to embrace me, Xu Mengyao confessed. Shenqing's voice note came through, her tone playful. Mengyao, are you messaging me to show off your affection? You've caused me quite a bit of emotional distress. No amount of lavish meals can mend this unless it's a feast prepared by Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao clarified, Lin Chen didn't embrace me. When he was about to, I trembled uncontrollably. He said we could try again later. I suggested moving in with him once my parents return. Shenqing's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Does your family need a nanny? I'm quite capable. Xu Mengyao replied, we don't need one. Thank you. Shenqing continued, when will your parents be back? I miss them. Xu Mengyao retorted playfully, I think you're just eager for me to move so you can conveniently come over for meals. Hey Mengyao, do you think Lin Chen will find me frivolous or too unreserved for saying that? Shenqing responded, just follow your heart. Your situation is distinct from that of ordinary couples. You are legally bound and have a child. Essentially, you are in a marital relationship. My strategic mind worries more about you being overly reserved and missing out on Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. Shenqing chuckled. Lin Chen is quite clever. One meal, and he'll have several allies advocating for him. Xu Mengyao remarked, Yuan's mother is already defending him. I shan't keep you. I have work to attend to, Xu Mengyao concluded. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at a community hospital. "Daddy, I'm scared," Lin Xiaoqian whimpered, tears welling in her eyes even before entering. Though she was intelligent, she was still only a little over 2 years old, and many children her age fear needles. "All right, we want to get the shot just yet. Let us go buy you some doctor toys first, so you can familiarize yourself with what doctors do, okay?" Lin Chen said, kissing her gently. He refrained from forcing her to get vaccinated, knowing that painful experiences would only heighten her aversion to needles in the future. "Okay." Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. After procuring the doctor toys, Lin Chen returned home and began to play with Lin Xiaoqian. Host, by playing with the doctor toys, you have acquired Western medical skills, 20 hours to achieve mastery, and 40 hours to attain grandmaster status. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. He was taken aback. The ancient medical skills required 30 and 60 hours, respectively, while Western medical skills required less time. Chapter 89. Lin Chen, I wish to accompany you back to your hometown. Lin Chen inquired within his mind, "System, why is the time for Western medicine considerably shorter?" The system replied, "Western medicine can utilize various instruments, making the learning curve less steep. An average person can grasp the basics in a few years. In contrast, achieving proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine requires a significant investment of time." Lin Chen asked, "System, which is superior?" The system responded, "In urgent situations with ample equipment, Western medicine can provide quicker solutions, but when urgency is absent or resources are lacking, traditional Chinese medicine is more suitable. There is no definitive superiority between the two. What matters is the ability to heal and alleviate suffering." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xiaoqian exhibited a keen interest in her newly acquired doctor toy, engaging with it for an hour, treating various dolls. Meanwhile, Lin Chen took the opportunity to impart some knowledge of Western medicine to her. Through teaching Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen accumulated a wealth of experience, rapidly enhancing his own skills in Western medicine. "Daddy, am I a doctor now? Can I avoid injections?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Lin Chen, puzzled, responded, "You're a doctor. Why would you not give injections?" Lin Xiaoqian earnestly replied, "Daddy, because the little viruses are afraid of doctors. As a doctor, they fear me, so I won't need to give injections." Lin Chen chuckled in amusement. "That makes perfect sense. But remember, Xiaoqian, doctors can also fall ill and must receive injections and medication when they do." He gently patted her head, adding, "However, dear Dr. Xiaoqian, we can postpone the injections for a few days. I can teach you more about being a doctor." The more she learned about medicine and medical instruments, the less fear she would harbor. Days passed swiftly. Xu Mengyao was quite busy and had not visited. Lin Chen spent his days with Lin Xiaoqian, finding fulfillment in their time together. Lin Xiaoqian and Appo's enthusiasm for her doctor toy grew, and each day Lin Chen would engage with her for over an hour. His proficiency in Western medicine surged. Having dedicated 20 hours to it, Lin Chen had already amassed 5 hours of experience, surpassing the majority of Western doctors. "Xiaoqian, are you still afraid?" Lin Chen asked as he took her to the community hospital once more. She shook her head. "Daddy, I'm no longer scared." Previously, she had found hospitals terrifying. Even the thought of approaching one would lead her to tears. Now, she understood that hospitals were places for healing and saving lives. Lin Chen cautioned, "Xiaoqian, injections can still be painful. If it hurts, you can cry. I want to laugh at you." Lin Xiaoqian firmly shook her head. "Daddy, I want to cry. The medicine helps the little cells fight the viruses. I want to assist the little cells in my body." Lin Chen kissed her, embracing her as they arrived at the community hospital. After registering, they ascended to the 3rd floor, designated for vaccinations. There, a child began to cry, prompting 2 others to follow suit. In the past, Lin Xiaoqian would have joined in the crying. However, armed with newfound knowledge, her fear of the unknown diminished significantly. She curiously observed the others without mirroring their distress. Soon, it was Lin Xiaoqian's turn. "Xiaoqian, if it hurts, you can cry," Lin Chen gently advised. She replied, "Daddy, I want to cry. I'm not a little baby anymore." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The nurse smiled. "You are very brave, little one. I will be gentle. I will try not to hurt you." Lin Xiaoqian nodded earnestly. In the next moment, The nurse administered the injection. Tears welled up in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. It was painful, yet she valiantly held back her tears. Shortly after, the nurse withdrew the needle. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, "Daddy, I didn't cry. I'm the bravest baby, right?" Indeed, our Xiaoqian is the bravest. Injections aren't so terrifying, are they? Lin Chen smiled, kissing her. No, injections are not scary. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in joyfully. Ding ding. In the evening, Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, initiated a video call. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed upon seeing Chun Mei. Oh, Chun Mei responded quickly, though her tone lacked the usual cheerfulness. Xiaoqian, eat your dinner by yourself. Daddy will speak with Grandma. Lin Chen moved to the balcony with his phone. Mom, is something the matter? Please don't rush. Take your time explaining. On the other end, Chun Mei spoke with a tinge of bitterness. We are missing some supplies for the house construction. Your father rode a motorcycle to the town to buy them and had an accident. He has a minor fracture in his arm. Lin Chen's expression changed. Has the examination concluded? Is it confirmed as merely a minor fracture with no other issues? Chun Mei reassured him. There's a bit of abrasion, but it's not serious. The examination confirmed it's just a minor fracture. However, Lin Chen's heart sank. What do you mean, however? Chun Mei hesitated. The examination revealed only a minor fracture, and it's his arm, but your father cannot stand straight. Whenever he attempts to rise, he experiences significant pain in his back. Lin Chen replied, Mom, I'm coming home. Don't worry, I have some medical knowledge now. Even if I can't solve it, I can take Dad to a larger hospital. After ending the video call, Lin Chen dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Let us pause the meeting for a moment. Xu Mengyao stepped outside the conference room with her phone. It was unusual for Lin Chen to call her at this time, indicating something important was afoot. Lin Chen, is there something wrong? Xu Mengyao inquired. Dream Yao, I need to return to my hometown. The house is still under construction, and oppose, as chaotic. I may find it inconvenient to bring Xiaoqian along. What happened? Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. My father had a motorcycle accident and suffered a minor fracture in his arm. It's not too serious, but he can't stand up straight, and I need to check on him. Xu Mengyao's expression shifted. I'll finish work soon. I'll go with you. If you're busy, I can take Xiaoqian to a hotel. There should be hotels in your town, right? Lin Chen affirmed. Naturally. There are hotels in town, but the conditions will not compare to those you're accustomed to. Xu Mengyao shook her head. I'm not that particular. I'll submit a temporary flight request. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to take off in about an hour and a half. Prepare yourself, and I'll see you at the airport. With that, Xu Mengyao ended the call. Returning to the conference room, she quickly wrapped up the meeting. Liangye, to the airport. Xu Mengyao hurriedly gathered her belongings and headed to the car. Understood, President. The driver and bodyguard, Liang Yi, promptly set off. Ding ding. Xu Mengyao called her father. It was still early in the United States, and Su Guofeng was awakened by her call. Mengyao, is there an urgent matter? He asked upon answering. Dad, Lin Chen's father had a motorcycle accident and has a minor fracture in his arm, but he can't stand up straight. Xiaoqian, and I need to return with Lin Chen. Su Guofeng's expression shifted. You must go back. Dad, is there anything I should be cautious about? Xu Mengyao asked, her concern evident. Chapter 90. The airplane encountered a malfunction. Su Guofeng inquired. Mengyao, have you and Lin Chen obtained your marriage certificate? Are his parents aware of it? Xu Mengyao replied, I mentioned to Lin Chen that he could inform his parents, but whether he has done so, I am uncertain. You should handle it as you see fit. Xu Mengyao added, Dad, you are truly unreliable. Please ask Mom for her advice regarding etiquette, as I am rather clueless. Very well. I shall get up and head over immediately, Su Guofeng responded. After hanging up, he hurried to the hospital after purchasing breakfast. Upon seeing Su Guofeng, Yang Qingwei expressed surprise. Darling, why are you here so early today? Mengyao called me. Lin Chen's father had a motorcycle accident, and Lin Chen needs to return home for a while. Mengyao mentioned she and Qianqian would also go to visit, Su Guofeng explained. Yang Qingyue's expression changed. Is it serious? In such circumstances, they certainly should go back to check on him. Su Guofeng reassured her. The father-in-law has a minor arm fracture and some abrasions. These are not serious, but his back seems to be causing him difficulty in standing upright. Yang Qingwen and Appo's demeanor grew grave. Back injuries should not be taken lightly. If Lin Chen requires assistance, ensure he sees a capable doctor to avoid any lasting consequences. Understood. Su Guofeng nodded. Xu Mengyao inquired about what she should pay attention to during her visit. Yang Qingwen frowned. That and Appo's. It's hard to say. Customs vary by region. You must prepare appropriate gifts. Bring cigarettes, liquor, tea, cosmetics, and health supplements. Dress appropriately and conduct yourself with decorum. By the way, they haven't hosted a banquet yet. Although you've registered, it would be best not to stay overnight at Lin Chen's home. If there are any particular customs, ask Lin Chen. Su Guofeng suggested. You should call Mengyao directly. She is en route to the airport now. Yang Qingyue dialed Xu Mengyao. After conveying the necessary information, she cautioned, Mengyao, Lin Chen has left a very favorable impression on us, so please do not leave a negative one. Xu Mengyao felt a pang of anxiety. Mom, you're making me nervous. Yang Qingyue smiled. Nervousness is good. It shows you care about Lin Chen. As long as you care, you won't make a grave mistake. I must go now, Xu Mengyao said, ending the call. In the front row, Liang Yi asked, President, do you need me to accompany you to Lin Chen and Appo's hometown for your protection? Xu Mengyao replied, when Lin Chen is present, I will remain discreet. When he is absent, I will be nearby to ensure your safety. After a moment's thought, Xu Mengyao decided that having Liang Yi accompany them would be beneficial. All right, you may come along. An hour later, Lin Chen drove to the airport, and after a brief wait, he met Xu Mengyao and Liang Yi. Lin Chen, Liang Yi is coming with us. You may not be able to stay by our side every moment, so having Liang Yi nearby will ease your mind, Xu Mengyao stated. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. They soon boarded Xu Mengyao's private jet. Liang Yi, please look after Qian. I need to discuss something with Dad, Xu Mengyao instructed. Liang Yi nodded and took Lin Xiaoqian to the back, where the engine had already started and the noise inside made conversation difficult. Lin Chen, have you told your parents about us? Xu Mengyao asked, her cheeks flushing slightly. Lin Chen looked puzzled. What should I tell them? Xu Mengyao, firstly, we have registered our marriage, as you previously mentioned. Secondly, have you informed your family that Qian and I are returning with you? Lin Chen shook his head. I haven't and Appo's mentioned it yet. I was planning to wait for you to visit me before breaking the news. You Haven and Appo's come over in a few days. So I Haven and Appo's had the chance. Xu Mengyao felt a mix of apprehension and excitement. Lin Chen, is it too forward for me to accompany you back? Lin Chen chuckled. Bringing such a beautiful daughter-in-law home will surely delight them. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Lin Chen then suggested, should I message my mom now? Xu Mengyao quickly replied, I think it's best not to. With your father injured, she will be preoccupied with that. If you message her, she might get distracted preparing for our arrival. Let us go directly. Lin Chen nodded. We can discuss it once the plane lands. I'll need to call and check on the latest situation. They should tidy up a bit since they are about to meet their daughter-in-law. Xu Mengyao and Appo's face flushed again. I'll go and check on Qian. Soon, Xu Mengyao returned to Lin Chen's side, saying, Qian wants to sit with Liang Yi. That little rascal insists on sitting together. Lin Chen laughed. What a warm-hearted little girl. Xu Mengyao replied, I think of her as a cool silk t-shirt. Minutes later, the plane began its taxiing, and after about 10 minutes, it accelerated into the azure sky. Lin Chen grasped Xu Mengyao's hand. She glanced at him, and he confessed, Mengyao, I am afraid of flying. I need your strength. As she looked at their clasped hands, Xu Mengyao realized that Lin Chen was likely seeking a reason to hold her hand. Though she was not ready for an embrace, holding hands felt manageable. They had done it twice before, the second time even witnessed by classmates. Lin Chen, scientific data indicates that the probability of an airplane mishap is minimal, and the safety of aircraft is paramount. Xu Mengyao reassured him. Dreaming of safety, I feel it is best to refrain from such discussions on the plane. Sometimes, good omens falter while bad ones prevail, Lin Chen cautioned. 2 hours later, as the plane prepared to descend, Xu Mengyao looked at her hand still held by Lin Chen, who had not let go throughout the flight. In the cockpit, Chief Pilot Su Hongguang and Appo's expression shifted. The front landing gear has failed to deploy. Releasing the landing gear has failed. Attempting to release again. Re-release unsuccessful. Su Hongguang continued operating with urgency, while co-pilot Luo Hui quickly assisted. Yet despite their efforts, the front landing gear remained stubbornly retracted. Tower B6688 is experiencing a front landing gear malfunction and is unable to release. Requesting altitude to resolve the landing gear issue, Su Hongguang calmly communicated. The tower responded, B6688. Please ascend to a safe altitude as instructed. The aircraft, which was on the verge of landing, was now ordered to climb again. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, gazing out the window. The plane not landing as expected, despite favorable weather, indicated a potential malfunction. Mengyao, we might be in a bit of trouble, Lin Chen remarked. Xu Mengyao also sensed something amiss. Having flown frequently, she knew it was unusual to ascend when preparing to land. Don't worry, perhaps another aircraft requires an emergency landing. She consoled. Such situations were not unheard of. Other planes might need to land urgently, necessitating the rerouting of others. Though this was an experience Xu Mengyao had not yet faced. Moments later, the aircraft reached several thousand meters in altitude, stabilizing somewhat. Xu Mengyao pressed the call button, and shortly after, a flight attendant approached. What is happening? Please don't conceal anything, she urged. The flight attendant hesitated before responding. Ms. Su, the front landing gear is malfunctioning and cannot be lowered. After communicating with the pilots, the tower has instructed us to ascend to a safe altitude. They will assist us in addressing the landing gear issue. We'll be fine. Xu Mengyao's expression shifted as she realized there was indeed a problem. Lin Chen inquired, how long can the fuel sustain us? 1 hour, came the reply. The flight attendant responded. Xu Mengyao and Appo's expression was grave. If the issue could not be resolved within an hour, how could the aircraft, lacking landing gear, make a descent? Chapter 91. The astonishment of Lin Chen's parents. Lin Chen, there are enough parachutes on the plane, right? The flight attendant nodded. Yes, there are 2 for each person. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. Then there's no need to panic. The worst-case scenario is that this aircraft might crash. Just inform the pilots to remain calm and handle the situation. If all else fails, we can parachute out. Upon hearing Lin Chen and Appo's words, Xu Mengyao felt considerably more at ease. The aircraft had cost several billion. While it would be a shame to lose it, she could bear the loss of a single plane. As my husband suggested, let us inform the pilots, Xu Mengyao said. All right, the flight attendant responded, now much more composed. They were not currently over the ocean. As long as they were willing to abandon the aircraft, their danger was minimal. This was a private jet, not a large passenger plane. Soon, the flight attendant relayed the message to the pilots, alleviating their psychological burden significantly. Lin Chen, aren't you afraid? Su Mendia inquit. Lin Chen chuckled. There's no death involved, so what is there to fear? Besides, you are here for me. If the plane crashes, I would only owe you a physical compensation. Su Mendia. The remaining flicker of worry in her heart dissipated entirely. Dream Yao. The chances of an aircraft malfunctioning aren't low. It seems I must learn about aircraft maintenance, especially for this model, Lin Chen mused. I should also learn to pilot. Xu Mengyao laughed. Are you planning to learn to manufacture aircraft as well? That way, you could design even better planes. Lin Chen replied, you've inspired me. I should indeed look into that. Xu Mengyao, are you serious? Realizing Lin Chen was not joking, she felt a mix of admiration and disbelief. Lin Chen nodded, of course, I'm serious. It may be challenging, but with diligent study, I should be able to grasp it. By the way, this aircraft has a maintenance manual, right? Please make a copy for me. Xu Mengyao responded. An aircraft comprises countless components. Comprehending the entirety is exceedingly difficult. Lin Chen laughed. I have time on my hands. If you can procure any professional literature or materials related to aircraft, please assist me in gathering them. Some books may not be readily available in the market. Xu Mengyao nodded. All right, I will think of a way. As time passed, Lin Chen did not step forward, despite his extensive knowledge of this particular aircraft. Had they been over the ocean, he would have certainly taken action, for parachuting into the sea might have led them to be shark bait. However, they were on land. The worst that could happen was crash, and they would likely be unharmed. How would he explain his involvement if he intervened to fix the malfunction? Additionally, Lin Chen wished to test a hypothesis. Did every skill he acquired inevitably lead to corresponding trouble? If that was the case, he would need to consider his future studies carefully, lest he invite more complications with each new endeavor. Half an hour elapsed. Control tower, control tower. B-6688 has resolved the malfunction and requests landing, the pilot communicated. With assistance from the ground crew, they rectified the issue. The control tower responded, B-6688. You have been granted priority landing. Please proceed to runway 3. Understood. The aircraft began its descent. The flight attendant approached Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Ms. Xu, Mr. Lin. The malfunction has been resolved. We will land normally. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Before long, the aircraft landed safely on the runway. Nearby, fire trucks and ambulances awaited, ready to respond should anything go awry. After a successful landing, they received orders to vacate the area swiftly. Daddy, have we arrived? Lin Xiaoqian murmured, waking from her slumber. She had fallen asleep midway through the flight. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian from Liang Ye's arms. Yes, we have arrived. However, we are still in the provincial capital, and there is some distance to Grandma and Grandpa and Amp, Oppo's house. Are you excited to see Grandma and Grandpa? Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Mommy, are you happy? Xu Mengyao and Amp, Oppo's mind raced with apprehension. Had she met Lin Chen and Amp, Oppo's as parents at the outset, she would have felt no emotional investment. But now that she had developed feelings for Lin Chen, his parents could very well become her in-laws. What if they disapproved of her? Mommy, are you not happy? Lin Xiaoqian pressed, noticing her mother's silence. Xu Mengyao quickly replied, Mommy is happy. She was just pondering something. Be sure not to say anything out of turn in front of Grandma and Grandpa. Upon disembarking the aircraft, a Mercedes-Benz van awaited them, arranged by Xu Mengyao. The trunk was filled with numerous gifts. When one has wealth, such matters are effortlessly handled. Mr. Xu, here are the keys, the driver of the Mercedes-Benz said, handing them over. Xu Mengyao glanced at Liang Yi, who took the keys. In no time, they were on their way. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, call your parents and ask where they are. Lin Chen dialed his mother's number. The call connected quickly, and Chen Mei's voice came through. Son, you're on the flight for tomorrow, right? I had your uncle drive your father to the provincial hospital. It shouldn't be a significant issue. Just cancel your ticket and take good care of Xiaoqian. Is Dad feeling better? Lin Chen asked. Chen Mei replied, the doctor said they would manage. Don't worry too much. The doctors here are far more skilled than those in our town. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. On the other end, Chen Mei and Amp, Oppo's brow relaxed. Oh, Xiaoqian, why are you still awake? It's a bit late. Lin Xiaoqian responded, Grandma, I'm awake. I fell asleep on the plane. We've come to see Grandpa. Chen Mei paused, taken aback. Xiaoqian, darling, did your mother come with you? Yes, Lin Xiaoqian affirmed. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, anticipating that her face had turned crimson, though the darkness outside and the unlit interior concealed it. Auntie, I came to visit Uncle as well, Xu Mengyao said, taking a deep breath. Hello, Mengyao. You're busy, yet you still made the trip, Chen Mei responded hastily, feeling flustered. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao seemed much closer than she had initially believed. Xu Mengyao replied, Auntie, I haven't been very busy lately, and I can delegate tasks to others. Lin Chen inquired, Mom, which ward are you in? We and Oppo's, on the airport expressway. We'll arrive in an hour. Chen Mei provided the room number. After a few more exchanges, Lin Chen ended the call. Outside the ward, Chen Mei finished her phone call and entered the room. Honey, our son has landed, she announced. Guess who else has come? Lin Hai's eyes brightened. Xiaoqian is here? What is our son thinking, bringing her along at such a young age? It's too much trouble. He better not upset her mother. Chen Mei replied. Both Xiaoqian and Mengyao are here. What? Lin Hai was taken aback. Chapter 92. Xu Mengyao meets Lin Chen and Oppo's. As parents, is my son really together with Mengyao? Lin Hai gazed at Chen Mei in disbelief. Chen Mei shook her head. I am not certain, but Mengyao's visit indicates that their relationship has improved significantly. It is quite possible they will be together in the future. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. It would be wonderful if they could be together. We do not covet the Xu family and Amp, Oppo's wealth. What matters is that they treat Xiaoqian well. Dear, help me sit up, Lin Hai requested. Chen Mei assisted him, and as he attempted to rise, pain shot through his back. I can endamp, oppose, t. Please help me lie back down. After lying down for a moment, he felt somewhat more comfortable. Ah, he sighed. I hope I'm not holding my son back. What if I become disabled in the future? Chun Mei quickly interjected. Do not think like that. Our son is capable of earning money now, and Mengyao's family is well off as well. Their financial support for your treatment should not be a significant burden. Indeed, Lin Hai replied with a slight nod, relieved that their family's circumstances had improved. If they were an ordinary family, his condition would have had a substantial impact. A girl might even flee at the sight of it. Honey, what should we do about the meeting gift for Mengyao? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Hai pondered. Let us observe the situation first. You might discreetly ask our son and Mengyao where their relationship stands. If we decide to gift something, we can present it when they leave. He suggested they withdraw a sum of 100,000 yuan from the bank, noting that offering just 10,000 would seem rather frugal. Very well, Chun Mei agreed, adding, we need to make an appointment for that withdrawal. About an hour later, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the hospital entrance. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian as he got out of the car. After Xu Mengyao exited the vehicle, she opened the trunk, revealing an array of items. Mengyao, are these gifts you prepared? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao nodded. Yes, Xiaoqian, you can walk on your own now. Your parents need to bring the items inside. Let us not take the items inside just yet, Lin Chen said. I want to check on Dad first. Perhaps I can treat him, which might eliminate the need for him to stay in the hospital. Xu Mengyao hesitated, but no buts. Your presence here with Xiaoqian is already the best gift for my parents. If Dad weren't in pain, he would be jumping for joy, Lin Chen quipped. Xu Mengyao shot him a disapproving glance and retorted. Is that how you speak about your father? Just then, someone approached them briskly. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Lin Chen turned, and Xu Mengyao's heart raced. The conflicts between mothers and daughters-in-law she had seen on television flashed through her mind. Mom, Lin Chen called out. Aunt Chun, Xu Mengyao added quickly, feeling her heart race more than usual. Chun Mei beamed. Mengyao, Xiaoqian, it must have been tiring to come all this way. What were you thinking, son? Putting Mengyao through this trouble? She took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Chen's arms. Mengyao, we came to visit because Uncle Lin is ill, Xu Mengyao explained. These are gifts for you. Lin Chen said to wait before bringing them inside. Chun Mei glanced at the trunk, which was nearly overflowing with items. Mengyao, this is too extravagant, she remarked. Let us hold off on bringing them in for now. There is no room upstairs. Grandma, what is wrong with Grandpa? Is he sick? Does he need an injection? I'm not scared of injections anymore, Lin Xiaoqian said innocently. Chun Mei kissed her and smiled. Xiaoqian is so brave. Grandpa is unwell, but seeing you here might just make him feel better. Mengyao, let us head upstairs, Chun Mei suggested. Moments later, they arrived outside the hospital room, where a doctor was present. Mr. Lin, based on the examination results, your lumbar spine appears normal, with only a slight disc herniation. This should not have significant repercussions. We will need to conduct further analysis to determine the exact cause, the doctor informed Lin Hai. He nodded appreciatively. Thank you, doctor. Please ensure you rest well. After the doctor left, Lin Chen and the others entered the room. It was not a single occupancy room, but currently, Lin Hai was the only patient. Grandpa, Uncle Lin, Lin Xiaoqian, and Xu Mengyao called out. Lin Hai's face lit up with joy. Mengyao, Xiaoqian, I didn't mean to trouble you with my little issue. Does it hurt, Grandpa? Lin Xiaoqian asked sweetly. It doesn't an amp. Oppose. T hurt, Lin Hai replied, attempting to sit up but grimacing in pain. Father, don and amp. Oppose. T move around too much. Just lie still. Let me take a look, Lin Chen said as he positioned himself at the bedside, placing his hand on Lin Hai's wrist to check his pulse, demonstrating an impressive skill. After half a minute, he sighed in relief. Dad, this is not a serious issue. You merely strained your back during your fall, causing some disruption in your meridians. The meridians that should be straightened are pressing against your bones. It's fine when you bend, but when you straighten up, the tautness causes pain. Lin Hai questioned, how can we resolve this? Lin Chen replied, your bones are fine. We just need to align them properly to relieve the tension in your meridians. Once the meridians are relaxed, we can reset your bones. Xu Mengyao expressed concern. Lin Chen, you can handle this, right? We wouldn't want Uncle Lin's situation to worsen. Mom, Dad is the best. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Lin Chen assured Dad, don't worry. I've got this under control. I've been practicing bone setting for 30 years. Xu Mengyao was taken aback, but you're only in your 20s. Before long, Lin Chen began his work. His skills were comprehensive, including bone setting. A crack echoed through the room, causing Lin Hai to grunt in pain. After a brief massage, Lin Hai's meridians were restored, and Lin Chen promptly realigned his bones. "Dad, try to sit up slowly," Lin Chen said with a smile. As Lin Hai straightened himself, astonishment filled his eyes. The pain had vanished. He stood unaided and took a few steps. "Grandpa, are you feeling better? I told you Dad is the best," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Chun Mei and Xu Mengyao were astonished. In just 3 minutes, Lin Chen had managed to restore Lin Hai's condition. "Dad, your back is fine now, but you fractured your wrist. You'll need to rest for 2 to 3 months for it to heal," Lin Chen informed him. A minor fracture could heal in a month for a child, but for Lin Hai's age, 2 months would be commendable. "Son, is there no quick remedy?" Lin Hai asked. Lin Chen replied, "Dad, this is medicine, not magic. You expect to recover from a fracture in just a few days at your age? Does that mean I need to stay in the hospital?" Lin Hai inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. "No need for hospitalization. It's just a minor fracture. You can recuperate at home. It's getting late. You should arrange for discharge tomorrow. I'll find a hotel for Mengyao and Xiaoqian." Xu Mengyao interjected. "Lin Chen, you don't need to worry about us. Liang Yi has booked a hotel and will be here to pick us up. You should spend more time with your uncle and aunt. We will visit again tomorrow." Lin Xiaoqian hesitated, wanting to say something. Chun Mei asked, "Xiaoqian, what do you want to say?" Lin Xiaoqian pondered. "Grandma, why does Mama refer to you as uncle and aunt? She should be calling you father and mother." Xu Mengyao. Chapter 93. What is your relationship, son? Qian, this is a bit complicated to explain. You are still too young to understand. Let your father slowly clarify it to your grandparents. It is quite late, so let us head to the hotel to rest. Uncle and aunt, see you tomorrow. After Xu Mengyao finished speaking, she hurriedly embraced Lin Xiaoqian and exited the hospital room. "Mom, did I say something wrong?" Lin Xiaoqian's voice faintly echoed in the corridor. Lin Hai and Chun Mei fixed their gaze on Lin Chen. Lin Chen closed the door, and Chun Mei quickly inquired, "Son, what is your relationship with Mengyao now?" Lin Chen cleared his throat and replied, "For the sake of Xiaoqian, Mengyao and I have no plans to marry in the coming years. I suggested that we simply obtain a marriage certificate, and she agreed." Lin Hai and Chun Mei were taken aback. Is this even acceptable? Is their son merely deceiving Xu Mengyao into marrying him? What are you two thinking? Lin Chen remarked. "I only convinced her to get a certificate. I haven't deceived her in any other way. We conducted a property notarization before marriage, and I have not acted recklessly since we obtained the certificate. Mengyao has psychological issues due to past traumas. I must gradually help her accept me." Lin Hai asked, "Has your relationship progressed?" Lin Chen replied, "We are currently in the hand-holding stage. There are occasions when she calls me hubby, and when I call her wifey, she does not object. We will certainly be together, but it requires time." Chun Mei nodded, saying, "We understand psychological illnesses. Old Mr. Li from a village used to suffer headaches at the sound of firecrackers." Lin Hai nodded slightly. He sighed. He participated in wars, witnessing his comrades fall around him, some even blown apart. Such brutal scenes are beyond our imagination. Chun Mei turned to Lin Chen. "Son, since you two have obtained a certificate and your relationship has progressed, shall we prepare a red envelope for Mengyao? Will she accept it?" Lin Chen smiled. "Mengyao should be willing to accept it." Chun Mei nodded. "That is good." Lin Hai added, "There are 2 more concerns. Our house is under construction, and we are currently staying at your uncle's home. Where will Mengyao and her family stay? Additionally, should we introduce her to our relatives?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment. "She and Xiaoqian will stay at the hotel. They are here to visit you, Dad. There is no need to meet the relatives now. We can arrange for that when we hold a wedding banquet in the future." Lin Hai and Chun Mei nodded. Given the current chaotic state of their home, it is indeed inconvenient. "Son, what about Mengyao's family?" Chun Mei expressed some concern. "The Su family is quite wealthy. Would they oppose their relationship?" She had seen many such scenarios in dramas. Lin Chen laughed. "I have met her parents. They are eager for us to hold a wedding banquet with Mengyao." Chun Mei and Lin Hai's eyes brightened. If that is the case, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao face little opposition, the only hurdle being Mengyao's condition. Son, you should act quickly. The house will be ready in 3 to 4 months. And then you can hold the wedding banquet. Lin Chen nodded. Mengyao is gradually recovering. In 3 to 4 months, I believe she should be nearly well. They do not need to be fully recovered before the banquet, but at least they should be able to share a kiss. Otherwise, it would be awkward if others cheer them on during the wedding. Chen Mei said, Son, we understand the situation. You should hurry and check on Mengyao and Xiaoqian, especially since they have traveled such a distance to see us. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and departed. The hotel booked by Liang Yi was not far away. After a short while, Lin Chen arrived at the hotel. Daddy, will you tell me a story? Lin Xiaoqian chirped joyfully. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Of course. However, it is quite late now. I will tell you 3 stories, and then you must go to sleep. All right? Soon, Lin Chen began telling stories to Lin Xiaoqian. Xu Mengyao was in the bathroom, the sound of water softly cascading. Lin Chen found his thoughts wandering. Before he finished the 3rd story, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep, and Xu Mengyao emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao and said, Wifey, you look truly beautiful. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed noticeably, and she playfully retorted, Flattery will get you nowhere. It does not make you a good person. Lin Chen approached Xu Mengyao. If I am a bad person, should I not engage in actions befitting that role? You must not act recklessly. Xu Mengyao said, her expression slightly flustered. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Chen halted, having only teased Xu Mengyao. He certainly would not force any embrace or kiss upon her. What is it? He inquired, sitting down on the sofa. Xu Mengyao replied, Let us purchase an apartment in the county. If Xiaoqian misses her grandparents, she will have a place to stay. Hotels are not as convenient as a home. You cook delicious meals. You could prepare some good food for Uncle. Lin Chen nodded. That is feasible. The market is fully open now. We could buy a house without restrictions. The property prices in our county are low, so acquiring a unit will not cost much. Xu Mengyao continued, I have my eye on a place. It is only a little over 2 million. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of property are you looking at? The prices in our county should only be around 3 to 4,000 per square meter. Xu Mengyao explained. It is a spacious 300 square meter unit, beautifully decorated. The owner completed the renovations, but has not moved in yet. They are selling due to issues with their business as cash flow. The unit has been on the market for half a year and has almost dissipated the formaldehyde, making it perfect to live in. She pulled out her phone to show Lin Chen the listing. The agent had uploaded numerous photos of the property, and the decorations indeed looked impressive. It did not seem like a poorly constructed unit. Given the size, the owner must have spent a considerable amount on renovations. Lin Chen remarked. Xu Mengyao agreed. If we buy to live in and do not consider reselling it later, it is a worthwhile investment. We do not need to sell it. If we purchase it, your parents will have a place to stay when they visit the county for medical treatment, Xu Mengyao added. Lin Chen nodded. I will go check it out tomorrow morning. If it suits us, we will buy it, and you can bring my parents over. If it does not work out, I will look for other options. Xu Mengyao said, You have bought a house and a shop. You probably do not have much money left, right? I will handle the purchase of this property. Lin Chen chuckled. If my daughter-in-law buys the house outright, do you think my parents would feel comfortable living there? We will split the cost. Xu Mengyao contemplated. That sounds reasonable. Lin Chen continued, but for now, let's not worry about the house. Where will I sleep? This is a big bed. The 3 of us could fit. Xu Mengyao, unamut, ziplit. I have booked a separate room for you next door. Just go to the front desk to check in and get the key card. Lin Chen replied earnestly. Although you are quite wealthy, we must also practice frugality. We should save where we can and spend wisely. This expense is unnecessary. We can all fit in one bed. Xu Mengyao Sai. Chapter 94. Mengyao, I shall impart to you a unique skill. Please hurry outside. I wish to retire for the night. Our conversation may disturb little Qianqian. Xu Mengyao pouted. Lin Chen glanced at the sleeping Lin Qianqian. If Qianqian awakens, it will be splendid. She will surely support my staying here. Zito, Hudi. She reached out to pull Lin Chen, but his enhanced physique and height of nearly 1.8 meters, coupled with his formidable strength, rendered her efforts futile. Mengyao, this approach is ineffective. You must employ softness to overcome rigidity. Xu Mengyao, puzzled, inquired, softness overcoming rigidity? Is that akin to Tai Chi? I cannot perform that. With a gentle smile, Lin Chen replied, No, what I mean is that you should utter some sweet words. Perhaps call me a good husband a few times, and I will depart immediately. Xu Mengyao gazed at him in exasperation. You are incorrigible. I shan't call you that, humph. Lin Chen declared, If you refuse to call me, I shall remain on the sofa and not leave. You may rest assured. I will not intrude upon your bed without your consent. I wonder if little Qian will feel sorry for me when she awakens tomorrow. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. You are truly shameless. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa. I find the sofa quite comfortable. I shall rest now. You should retire as well. Xu Mengyao looked at him, exasperated. Fine, good husband, is that sufficient? Now leave, where you truly will awaken Qian. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Chen stood. This technique of softness overcoming rigidity, I have now imparted to you. It is quite effective. Good night, my dear. With that, he departed swiftly. Xu Mengyao touched her face, feeling a slight warmth. A month ago, she could hardly have imagined herself calling someone into Amp, Oppos, good husband, and Amp, Oppos. What a scoundrel, she thought, a hint of annoyance crossing her features. Yet, deep down, she felt no genuine anger. Ding! As she settled into bed, a message arrived. It was from her father, Su Guofeng, inquiring about Lin Chen's father's condition. Uncle Lin's back has healed. The hospital could not treat it, but Lin Chen acted swiftly and cured him. However, Uncle Lin and Oppo's left hand has a minor fracture that will take 2 to 3 months to fully heal, she responded. After pondering, she added, Dad, Lin Chen had not treated Mom before. His medical skills were lacking then, but he has improved significantly. A faint smile appeared on Su Guofeng and Oppo's face. Is it true? Have your parents approved of him? Dad, what are you saying? We merely exchanged a few words in the hospital, and then I took Qian to the hotel. I'm tired now. I shall sleep. Xu Mengyao switched off her phone and buried herself under the covers, her mind swirling with thoughts, preventing her from drifting to sleep. The next day, Lin Chen took a taxi early to the county city. After an hour and a half, he arrived. The real estate agent and the landlord awaited him outside the community. Hello, Mr. Lin, they greeted. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Lin Oppos. View the property first. If it does not meet expectations, there is no need to waste time. Of course. The trio entered the community. Mr. Lin, this property is on the 10th floor, with a total of 11 floors, covering an area of 306 square meters. I initially planned to live here, investing $1.5 million in renovations, but the market has been poor for the last 2 years. If the price is right, I will sell. If not, I will hold on to it. The landlord expressed with a hint of resignation. He still desired to sell, but the offers he received were too low. Before long, they arrived at the residence. Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. The decor did not match the luxury of his current abode, yet it was still quite decent for the county. The layout of the house offered a pleasant view. Mr. Song, you understand the current real estate market. Purchasing this property now would result in significant losses if I were to sell in the future. Please, make your best offer, Lin Chen stated calmly. Though he and Xu Mengyao were financially comfortable, he was not one to overspend. He would negotiate firmly. Well, Mr. Lin, please state your price. If I find it reasonable, I will sell. If not, we will part ways, Mr. Song replied. Lin Chen asserted, you wish to sell for $240,000, given the current market conditions. That is unrealistic. I offer $208,000. If that works, splendid. If not, I will take my leave. Mr. Song and Oppo's expression shifted. His bottom line was $210,000, and Lin Chen's offer was close to that. Mr. Lin, your bargaining skills are impressive. Allow me to confer with my wife. Please grant me 5 minutes, Mr. Song sighed. Certainly. Mr. Song stepped outside to make call, and Lin Chen overheard the ensuing debate. A few minutes later, Mr. Song returned. Mr. Lin, could you possibly raise your offer? Lin Chen shook his head. I am afraid not. The market dictates these terms. Your property will likely depreciate even further by next year. If you choose not to sell, I shall take my leave. Mr. Song, resigned, stated, I will sell. The sooner I do, the sooner I can reinvest in my business. Half an hour later, they signed a contract. and Lin Chen received the keys, allowing them to move in immediately. Wife, it is settled. You may come directly here, Lin Chen messaged Xu Mengyao. At that moment, she and Lin Qianqian had arrived at the hospital, where Lin Hai and Chen Mei had completed the discharge procedures. Grandparents, Lin Qianqian called out in a sweet voice. Uncle Lin, Aunt Chen, she continued. Lin Chen asked me to bring you to a special place. Chen Mei beamed at Xu Mengyao. Her initial concerns about her son finding a partner alleviated by the arrival of such a beautiful daughter-in-law, along with a precious granddaughter. Knowing that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had registered their marriage, Chen Mei grew increasingly fond of her. Mengyao, where has Lin Chen gone? Chen Mei inquired curiously. Grandma, it's a secret, Lin Qianqian chimed in playfully. All right, if Qianqian says it's a secret, then it shall remain one. Grandparents will accompany you, Chen Mei declared. The four of them left the hospital and entered the car. Chen Mei and Xu Mengyao sat in the back seat. Xu Mengyao silently thanked her luck for Lin Qianqian's presence. Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward with just her and Chen Mei in the back. Grandma, may I ask you something? Xu Mengyao and Appo's heart raced. She sensed trouble brewing. How could she forget that Lin Qianqian had transformed into a little mischief maker? Qianqian, what do you wish to ask? Chen Mei smiled. Xu Mengyao inwardly prayed that Lin Qianqian would refrain from asking any awkward questions. Grandma, do you sleep with Grandpa at night? Xu Mengyao and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. She had anticipated this line of questioning. Qianqian, please do not speak out of turn. Xu Mengyao quickly covered Lin Qianqian and Appo's mouth. Chapter 95. Mother, do you love father? Chen Mei glanced at Xu Mengyao, aware that Lin Chen had yet to share a bed with her. Grandmother was currently not sharing a bed with grandfather due to his injury. Sleeping together might inadvertently disturb his wounds. Lin Xiaoqian, muffled, could not voice her thoughts. Xiaoqian, refrain from speaking nonsense, Xu Mengyao admonished gently before releasing her grip. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, remarked, but Daddy and Mommy aren't in Appo's injured. Xu Mengyao was momentarily speechless. Lin Hai cleared his throat and explained, Xiaoqian, perhaps your father angered your mother at some point.